With a mere length of less than 3 centimeters and a lifespan dwindling to a mere year, Chucheng transformed into the lowly golden locust of the primordial jungle. However, upon the completion of the super breeding system, the entire monstrous realm welcomed its most peculiar sovereign. He devoured vines, gnawed at rocks, and even fashioned the scales of gargantuan lizards into the armor of mutated locusts. A decade later, as the abyssal dragon tore through the heavens, a swarm of locusts blotted out the sun, cascading like a golden deluge, each one embodying the will of their king. Chucheng fluttered his delicate wings and chuckled. Have you ever heard of a locust plague? Now, I am the harbinger of calamity. Chapter 1. Transcending into a locust. Chucheng blinked in disbelief as he beheld the colossal entities above him. Towering trees, robust vines, and giant carnivorous flowers reaching heights of 10 meters. Deeper within the jungle, black gargantuan lizards slithered on the ground, while Tyrannosaurus-like creatures rampaged through the underbrush, their roars resonating like thunder, sending chills down Chucheng's spine even through layers of foliage. Have I truly transcended and become a locust? Chucheng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Utilizing the dewdrops clinging to the enormous leaves, he could clearly see his own form. A diminutive, entirely golden locust stood dazed upon the leaf. For a moment, he could hardly comprehend it. Is this truly me? Through the dewdrops, Chucheng could distinctly observe a 7-meter-long gargantuan lizard lurking behind the leaf. The lizard possessed thick, rugged skin and enormous, serpent-like eyes. In comparison to the lizard, Chucheng's tiny form seemed as insignificant as a speck of dust. At that moment, the lizard tilted its head, scrutinizing the small locust that lay on the leaf, peering back through the dewdrops. Under the lizard's gaze, Chucheng felt a shiver run through his entire being, his mind freezing, paralyzed with fear. After a brief standoff, the lizard glanced at Chucheng but showed no inclination to pursue further action. It simply ignored him and settled down beneath the tree roots for a rest. Good grief. Only then did Chucheng regain his composure, cold sweat pouring from his minuscule locust body, overwhelmed with a sense of despair. The terror he had just experienced lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. To think he had merely taken a nap and inexplicably found himself in such a terrifying world. And most critically, he had inexplicably become a locust. How many times larger was he compared to the gargantuan lizard? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? In stark contrast to those colossal, fearsome creatures, a mere locust was pitifully diminutive, so much so that even the lizards that fed on insects in his previous life would find him unworthy of their appetite. Under the watchful gaze of such a formidable beast, his life and death rested entirely in the hands of the lizard. There was no need for a deliberate effort to consume him. A mere twitch of a claw or a breath from the lizard could extinguish his existence. Is this how it ends? Having narrowly escaped death due to his own weakness, Chucheng was left uncertain of what expression to wear. Joy? Sorrow? If he were to be whimsically slain by this lizard, his life as a locust would never unfold, tragically cut short before it even began. Yet, although the lizard did not consume him, the threat still loomed ominously around Chucheng. Who knows when he might fall victim to a colossal creature's careless step or encounter some avian or amphibious predator eager for a locust meal? Am I, Chucheng, destined to conclude my illustrious life in such a lamentable manner? Chucheng looked skyward, shouting in defiance. As if the heavens had heeded his cry. At that moment, ding, a voice resonated. Chucheng was momentarily taken aback, nearly shedding tears. The superbreeding system has been bound. Greetings, my host. Chucheng hastily accessed his system panel. His movements were swift as the wind. Host, Chucheng. Race, Locust King. Level, LV10. Inventory, empty. Breeding points, 0. Lifespan, 1 year and 1 month. Abilities, Devour, super breeding. Chucheng gazed at the panel, initially filled with excitement, but his expression faltered upon seeing the lifespan. Damn it, why is my lifespan so short? Chucheng frantically opened the system's documentation. There, he found various introductions about the system. Ah, I see. Leveling up can extend my lifespan? Chucheng murmured to himself as he read through the information. Well, that's a relief. Chucheng sighed, continuing to read aloud. Leveling up increases host lifespan by 1 month. 1 month. Only 1 month. This compels him to ceaselessly strive for leveling up. In this terrifying world, teeming with monstrous entities, the challenge of leveling up for a diminutive locust would surely be formidable. At least, that was how it appeared to him at present. Chucheng glanced at the massive lizard beside him, peacefully slumbering, and shivered. His sole hope lay within those 2 unique abilities. Chuchong clicked to view the skill descriptions. Devour. The host can absorb energy from all things to increase breeding points and experience. Breeding points can be utilized to breed locust offspring. The host can also consume other special materials. Successful consumption will automatically enter the inventory for breeding mutated locusts. Note: the speed of absorption may vary depending on the difficulty of the target consumed. Note 2. Leveling up enhances the ability to devour. Superbreeding. The host can utilize breeding points to cultivate locust offspring. The locust offspring will lose their reproductive and evolutionary capabilities, completely obeying the commands of the Locust King. Note 1. The lifespan of the locust offspring is equivalent to that of the Locust King. Note 2. Leveling up enhances the ability of superbreeding. Surely, these two abilities are my greatest assets. Chuchong pondered, carefully weighing the significance of these skills. Leveling up, though it would enhance Chuchong's capabilities, would not significantly augment his power as a locust. Even if he were to learn some magic or other skills, they would undoubtedly be far inferior to those of other races. Beyond extending lifespan, the primary advantage of leveling up would be to enhance the performance of these two abilities. Devour and superbreeding, when combined, could unleash their fullest potential. And the performance of these two skills did not disappoint Chuchong. It could be said that his title as the Locust King was entirely bestowed upon him by these two abilities. In his previous life, locusts were deemed one of the most terrifying disasters due to their overwhelming numbers. A solitary locust could indeed be likened to a mere scrap of paper in terms of worth. Yet, when locusts swarm, they cease to be mere insects and become a locust plague, a calamity that blots out the sun. The system's abilities would elevate this trait of locusts to its zenith. Moreover, Chuchong's locust plague would far surpass any natural locust swarm in terror. Not only would it obey his every command, but it could also evolve. Chapter 2. Devouring and Leveling Up. Without hesitation, Chuchong ascended into the air and landed upon a magnificent leaf. This leaf, plump and lush, glistened with vitality, emanating an enticing fragrance that was utterly irresistible. As soon as he alighted upon the leaf, information about this plant materialized in Chuchong's mind. Luohan tree leaf. Level, LV3. Effects: clears heat and detoxifies, invigorates blood circulation. Description: this is the most robust leaf of the Luohan tree, rich in nutrients. Is this a function of the system? Chuchong mused. How convenient indeed. Gazing at the succulent leaf, he felt a pang of desire, yet the leaf's level piqued his attention further. My level is LV1, yet this leaf is LV3. Surely, consuming it poses no issue. Chuchong regarded the leaf with slight apprehension. However, the leaf exuded no aura of danger. Rather, the instincts of the grasshopper king urged him to devour it. Tentatively, Chuchong took a small bite, discovering no adverse effects. Could it be that the success of consumption is not determined by level, but rather by resistance? He observed the swaying leaf. Even in this world, most plants lacked consciousness. When comparing plants of equal level to fearsome creatures like the giant lizard, the disparity in resistance was evident. Even if there were some form of resistance, it would likely be a passive toxin. In comparison, the resilience of plants was extraordinarily feeble when set against living creatures. With his fears allayed, Chuchong resolved to trust his analysis and the instincts of the grasshopper king. He opened his mouth and immediately activated the devour skill. With a whoosh, a natural suction emanated from his mouth. Utilizing this force, Chuchong bit into the leaf and began to feast voraciously. Indeed, he sensed only the faintest resistance. Yet, compared to the might of his consumption, this resistance was negligible. Chuchong relished the succulent leaf flesh. Although grasshoppers themselves possessed no sense of taste, the system bestowed sensations upon him. This experience touched his very soul, the delightful aroma of the leaf flesh resonating deep within him. Delicious, absolutely divine, Chuchong exclaimed as he devoured with abandon. Due to his innate talent, Chuchong consumed the leaf flesh at a pace incomparably faster than an ordinary grasshopper. In no time, the enormous leaf vanished entirely. Yet, Chuchong did not cease. He continued to voraciously consume the other leaves of the Luohan tree. From an onlooker's perspective, a golden-hued grasshopper was seen rapidly gnawing away at the Luohan leaves. His speed was astonishing, and it appeared he could never be satiated, as he devoured leaf after leaf, each many times larger than his own body, without pause. For Chuchong, he felt neither fullness nor hunger. The devoured Luohan leaves were wholly absorbed by the system, transforming into nourishment that enhanced his being. Several hours later, A luohan tree towering at 5 meters was entirely consumed by Chuchong. The giant lizard, previously resting nearby, awoke and raised its head, gazing quizzically at the now barren luohan tree. It distinctly recalled that the tree had been in perfect condition before it fell asleep. How could it be that upon waking, the luohan tree was entirely stripped bare? Shaking its head, the giant lizard deemed it a peculiar occurrence. Beneath the barren luohan tree, amidst thick grass, Chuchong lay quietly in the foliage, brimming with exhilaration. At that moment, the golden light surrounding him shimmered vibrantly, as if he had received an extraordinary infusion. Consuming an entire luohan tree had provided him with substantial nourishment. His status panel transformed into Host, Chuchong. Race, Grasshopper King. Level, LV2, 12. Inventory, luohan tree sap X12. Breeding points, 176. Lifespan, 1 year and 2 months. Abilities, Devour, super reproduction. The consumption of an entire luohan tree had propelled Chuchong to a new level. Not too shabby. Chuchong mused, initially pondering that the luohan tree was of level 3. Moreover, compared to his size, this luohan tree was indeed a colossal entity. To his surprise, devouring something so much larger than himself had only resulted in a single level increase. The difficulty of consumption seems to correlate with the resistance of the consumed. By extension, the luohan tree is a plant, and a rather defenseless one at that. The hierarchical system of this world appears akin to leveling up in a game. The luohan tree itself is too weak, hence the experience gained from consuming it is limited. With this realization, Chuchong began to comprehend the rules of the leveling system. It is not merely a matter of level. The stronger the food he consumes, the greater the experience gained. Much like the distinction between elite monsters and ordinary ones in online games. Chuchong then opened his inventory. Through consuming the luohan tree, he acquired 12 units of luohan tree sap. He clicked on the description of luohan tree sap. Possesses potent detoxifying and healing properties. Chuchong smiled, pleased. This inventory was indeed convenient. With it, even if he were injured, he could receive timely treatment. However, now that he had breeding points, he felt no urgency to embark on the next round of consumption and leveling up. For grasshoppers, quantity is the true essence. Even though Chuchong, as the Grasshopper King, had achieved a significant leap in individual strength compared to ordinary grasshoppers, he remained too weak when compared to other fearsome creatures of the jungle. With breeding points at his disposal, Chuchong resolved to first breed his inaugural batch of grasshopper offspring. With the assistance of these offspring, his efficiency in leveling up and evolving would undoubtedly increase. Chuchong departed from the resting grass blade and descended to the ground. The grass blades were long and dense, reaching a height of 1 meter. Beneath the thick foliage lay a paradise teeming with various venomous insects. Though numerous, these insects lacked any exceptionally powerful individuals. Most were LV1, with only a few LV2 specimens in sight. Moreover, their toxins were generally not very potent, while they might pose some nuisance to other creatures. Chuchong, as the Grasshopper King, possessed considerable toxin resistance. Thus, any who dared to attack him were swiftly devoured. It was a reasonable thought. Even if particularly fearsome venomous insects existed, they would be exceedingly rare. Were powerful venomous creatures ubiquitous, this jungle would not harbor such a multitude of life, and may even transform into a terrifying zone devoid of life. Upon reaching the ground, Chuchong devoured over 30 assorted venomous insects. This provided him with 15 experience and 32 breeding points. However, due to the feeble strength of these insects, no materials were extracted into his inventory. Chapter 3. The hatching of insect eggs and formation. Upon reaching the ground, Chuchong immediately began to excavate. The cultivation of locusts necessitates an existence within the soil. Even though Chuchong, as the sovereign of locusts, enjoys considerably more leniency, hatching still requires the embrace of the earth. Soon, Chuchong unearthed a small hole in the ground. The environment within the soil was exceedingly moist, a rich amalgamation of decaying leaves and broken twigs, transforming the earth into a veritable kingdom of nutrients. The confined space was suffused with the fragrant aroma of soil. Nestled within this earthen cavity, Chuchong reclined comfortably in a seductive pose. He then summoned the interface for superbreeding. Presently, the superbreeding interface displayed only 2 options, Locust Guardian and Locust Elite. The Locust Guardian is the most basic unit that Chuchong, as the Locust King, can produce, and it represents the most common unit within the Locust army. To put it colloquially, they serve as cannon fodder, or rather, constitute the most inconsequential part of the Locust swarm. The individual strength of a Locust Guardian is feeble, possessing only rudimentary combat abilities, supplemented by a modicum of Chuchong's devouring power. However, this devouring power pales in comparison to that of Chuchong himself. When isolated, it serves merely for basic sustenance, yet when amassed, it can forge an immensely formidable force. The Locust Elite, on the other hand, represents a higher echelon than the Locust Guardian. The incubation period is twice that of the Locust Guardian, and the breeding points required are a staggering 100 times greater. The Locust Elite is akin to an elite warrior selected from among the Locust Guardians. They possess no extraordinary abilities, but their individual strength significantly surpasses that of the Locust Guardians and includes a modicum of command capability. The Locust Guardians lack any semblance of thought. Chuchong can only issue simplistic commands to the Locust Guardians, who rigidly adhere to his directives, much like emotionless robots executing tasks. Conversely, the Locust Elite can respond to somewhat more complex commands. Locusts operate collectively, and aside from their superior individual strength, the more critical aspect of the Locust Elite is their leadership ability. Without a commander at the helm, Chuchong would never dare allow the Locust army to act autonomously. At present, Chuchong's breeding points, combined with those gained from devouring venomous insects, totaled 208 points. The Locust Guardian requires only 1 breeding point, while the Locust Elite demands 100 points. This implies that Chuchong can precisely breed 100 Locust Guardians and 1 Locust Elite, thus forming a small squad. Chuchong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he clicked to initiate breeding. Instantly, 101 Locust eggs materialized, with one egg noticeably larger than the other 100, adorned with peculiar patterns. Chuchong promptly buried the Locust egg in the soil. A chime resonated in his ears as the earth was restored, and a progress bar appeared on the system interface. Did the hatching truly require a full day? The Locust Guardian needed half a day, whereas the Locust Elite required a full day. Chuchong eagerly anticipated the emergence of his first Locust squad, thus he decided to remain vigilantly at the small hole. The jungle was rife with dangers. Should the Locust eggs fall prey to some strange insect, there would be no place for his lament. Better to guard this spot for a day, as the Locust squad would accelerate his advancement. As the day passed, Chuchong managed to devour a few venomous insects that had the audacity to disturb the Locust eggs, yielding him a mere 2 experience points and 3 breeding points. At last, the final Locust Elite hatched from its egg. Before Chuchong stood 101 locusts arranged in neat formation. At the forefront was the conspicuously larger Locust Elite, followed by 100 drab-looking Locust Guardians. Chuchong stood before them, exuding the authority of a majestic monarch. Satisfied as he surveyed his Locust squad, a notification chimed, indicating that the host had successfully bred the first batch of locusts. Should they be organized into a squad? Yes. The system interface instantaneously generated a new military option. Upon clicking, he found only one team, which the system had automatically named Squad 1. Squad 1, Locust Elite. 1, Locust Guardian. 100. Delving deeper allowed Chuchong to view the basic information of both the Locust Elite and the Guardians. Locust Guardian, Attack, 2. Health, 3. Speed, 5. Defense, 2. Enchantments, none. Traits, absolute obedience. Locust Guardians unconditionally follow the orders of their superiors, even at the cost of their own lives, to uphold the authority of the sovereign. In addition to the previously known enchantments and traits, there were 4 fundamental statistics. The Locust Elite, meanwhile, boasted more than double the values of the Locust Guardian, yet all 4 statistics remained in the single digits. How weak. It was unexpected that the unenchanted Locust Guardians would possess such lamentable base data. As the Locust King, combat prowess was not his forte, or rather, it was not his primary ability. However, his 4-dimensional data was at least in the double digits. Nevertheless, considering that locusts primarily triumphed through sheer numbers, individual strength was not of paramount importance. He had only just begun. This was his inaugural Locust squad, marking the first step of the Locust King in this world. Following this squad, he would continue to breed more locusts until they could darken the skies. Viewed from this perspective, this first Locust squad was imbued with significance. What name should he bestow upon them? Chuchong hummed a little tune, and after a brief contemplation, decided, "You shall be called the Shun Chong team." Chuchong promptly declared. Chong is part of Chuchong's name, and it also signifies the Locust Army. Naming this first Locust squad after himself reflects Chuchong's high hopes for the Shun Chong team. Even if they are weak now, in the future, the Shun Chong team will become the elite combat force of his Locust Army, devouring all enemies. With grand ambitions, Chuchong gazed at the Shun Chong team. Chapter 4. Material concentration. Chuchong erased Squad 1 and entered Shunchong team. Submit. Thus, the system's military interface officially displayed the first formation, Shunchong team. In the future, the Shunchong team would become the focal point of Chuchong's cultivation efforts. Any critical resources would first be allocated to the Shunchong team. Chuchong would assuredly continue to breed an endless stream of locusts. Given the limited availability of resources, it would be impractical to cultivate all units simultaneously. The Shunchong team would undoubtedly become the flagship of Chuchong's locust army. As for the attributes of the locusts, they are not linked to their level. The system does not display the level of locusts for this very reason. The attributes of locusts are solely related to their evolution stage and enchantments. Currently, the locusts of the Shunchong team have not been enchanted, hence they remain unremarkable. Until the system unlocks the evolution feature, the only avenue for enhancing the combat prowess of the locusts lies in enchantments. At that moment, a notification chimed. Detection indicates that there are materials in the host's backpack available for enchanting locusts. Would you like to enchant? Enchant. Chuchong was taken aback, then recalled that he still possessed materials from earlier. If the items in his backpack were special materials, they could be enchanted onto the locusts, transforming them into mutated locusts. However, as for the contents of his backpack, he had 12x Luon tree sap. Chuchong grimaced. No, the system interface vanished. If it were the upcoming locust squad, he could contemplate it further. However, regarding the Shunchong team, he has already resolved to designate them as his principal elite combat unit. How could he allow them to be enchanted with the sap of a Luohan tree? Wouldn't he that transform them into a healing team? If enchantment is to be considered, it should enhance their combat prowess. Nevertheless, healing is indeed a crucial aspect of logistical support, Chuchong pondered. The next squad to be nurtured shall be enchanted into a healing team. Shunchong team, heed my command, Chuchong declared, rising with an air of authority. The locust guards slightly straightened their posture, while the locust elites noticeably lifted their heads, reflecting the disparity in their intelligence. You are to seek out insects of level 15 in the shadowy recesses of this nearby jungle and consume them. Maintain a distance of no more than 100 meters from me. Go. The locust elites tilted their heads slightly, while the locust guards remained in a dazed state. Under the direction of the locust elites, the Shunchong team formed a line and took flight. Chuchong nodded. His targets had evolved from defenseless plants to a variety of slightly stronger insects. There exists a vast disparity in strength among plants. Some formidable plant species possess rudimentary consciousness, which is quite terrifying. Moreover, certain plants specialize in preying on various insects, such as the purple carnivorous plant Chuchong had encountered before. The purple predator specifically consumes insects and possesses significant strength, with its body exuding substances harmful to them. Although consuming it would yield substantial experience, the danger is immense. Conversely, weaker plants, like the Luohan tree, can only passively accept consumption, offering minimal experience. However, the Luohan tree is still considered valuable, thus providing somewhat more experience. Common trees and ferns lacking special properties yield even less experience. Hence, Chuchong shifted his focus toward insects. Some insects also possess considerable consumption value. For instance, he had observed a type of beetle that, though sluggish, is encased in a thick iron shell, exhibiting formidable defense. Even if it were captured by the purple predator, it would take considerable time to breach its armor. There is also an insect resembling a mantis, equipped with elongated scythe-like forelimbs. If he could enchant his locust with this ability, it would greatly enhance their offensive power. The Shunchong team, though a small unit, includes a locust elite. While individually weak, they still have a good chance of subduing solitary, stronger special insects. Chuchong himself did not remain idle, continuing to consume Luohan trees. Despite already possessing a locust squad, he could not afford to be complacent and needed to maintain a sense of urgency. This world is perilous, and without rapidly strengthening his own power, he risks demise before fully developing. Until he amasses a sufficient locust army, Chuchong, the locust king, must take matters into his own hands. His continued consumption of Luohan trees is aimed at establishing his healing team. After all, the locust bodies are exchanged for breeding points, and having a healing team would reduce the loss of these bodies. Furthermore, the higher the quality of the enchanting materials, the more potent the enchantment effects will be. The system informed Chuchong that 10 portions of Luohan tree sap can be concentrated to elevate its quality. Chuchong's nature is one of relentless pursuit of excellence. Given the opportunity to enhance quality, he would certainly not forego it. 1 portion of material can enchant 10 locust guards. Currently, he possesses 12 portions of sap, allowing him to enchant 120 locust guards. However, If he were to use the concentrated Luohan tree sap, he would only be able to enchant 12. As for the Locust Elite, it requires 1 unit of special material. Based on a squad of 100 Locust Guards and 1 Locust Elite, Chu Cheng would need at least 98 portions of Luohan tree sap to create a healing team. Chapter 5. Consumption. Abundant material sunlight streamed through the gaps in the treetops, illuminating the surroundings. Beneath the gentle rays, a small locust glimmering with golden light danced upon a Luohan tree. Not far from this tree, another Luohan tree stood bare, with only the branches extending from the trunk remaining. This was the 5th Luohan tree that Chu Cheng had consumed. Their levels varied, ranging from 3 to 9. Finally, today, Chu Cheng had gathered a total of 110 portions of Luohan tree sap. Having finished his consumption, he gazed at the bare trunk, filled with a sense of accomplishment. He reclined on a large, circular leaf, basking in the sunlight with utter contentment. Crossing his legs, Chu Cheng leisurely opened the system interface. The 4 Luohan trees had provided him with a considerable amount of experience. Coupled with the hunting endeavors of the Shun Cheng team over the past few days, he amassed a wealth of experience points. His panel now displayed: Host, Chu Cheng, Race, Locust King, Level, LV6, 64. Breeding points, 1627. Lifespan, 1 year and 6 months. Abilities, Devour. Super Reproduction, Army, Shun Cheng Team. Upon inspecting his inventory, he discovered that in addition to the Luohan tree sap, he had acquired 4 new types of special materials: the disc of the Yuanpan insect, the venom sac of the Xianxi insect, and the suction cup of the Nuan insect. Most importantly, and in the largest quantity, were the forelimbs of the Xi Lian insect. This insect possesses forelimbs akin to those of a mantis, using its sharp and resilient appendages to hunt, capable of slaying insects far larger than itself. He had harvested 14 forelimbs from the Xi Lian insect. The other 3 types of materials amounted to only 3 or 4 portions each, but this material was remarkably abundant. Truly, my offspring are quite considerate, Chu Cheng chuckled. The Locust offspring, in a sense, share a telepathic connection with Chu Cheng. As their sole king, they can perceive his intentions to some degree. Even with limited intelligence, while executing Chu Cheng's commands, they unconsciously align their actions with his thoughts. The forelimbs of the Xi Lian insect possess formidable offensive capabilities. 14 forelimbs would provide 1 for each member of the Shun Cheng team, with some to spare. This is an excellent opportunity to enhance their combat strength. Given his current insufficient power, acquiring stronger materials is quite challenging. Increasing combat strength offers him more opportunities for growth. Chu Cheng clicked on the Luohan tree sap. A drop-down menu revealed a concentration option. He gently clicked it. Would you like to concentrate? Yes. Instantly. 110 portions of Luohan tree sap transformed into 11 concentrated portions. The label changed to concentrated Luohan tree sap. However, Chu Cheng found that the concentrated Luohan tree sap could no longer be further concentrated. Concentrated Luohan tree sap. These saps have been concentrated to their utmost limit. Perhaps only through special processing methods can further qualitative changes be achieved. Special processing? Although Chu Cheng has yet to encounter other sentient beings, the presence of so many peculiar creatures in this world suggests that intelligent life is undoubtedly a reality. There may even be human kingdoms. Despite having been human in his past life, Chu Cheng is now a locust. How to navigate this existence remains uncertain for him. However, one thing is abundantly clear. Those who are not of my kind will inevitably harbor different intentions. Humans are inherently suspicious. Chu Cheng's previous existence as a human has rendered him acutely aware of this truth. Alone, a solitary locust, even with the most amicable demeanor, is likely to encounter hostility and wariness. Chu Cheng has long since accepted the inevitability of human vigilance. Relinquishing these thoughts, Chu Cheng activated his super breeding interface, preparing to continue the propagation of locusts. Regardless of whether humanity is friend or foe, one's own strength is the ultimate currency. Presently, he possesses 1627 breeding points, enough to breed precisely 1627 locust sentinels. 100 locust sentinels form a squad, and each squad must be led by a locust elite. Therefore, a single unit of locusts necessitates 200 breeding points for construction, leaving him with 1427 points, sufficient to breed 7 squads, all of which could bolster the might of his divine insect team. With this thought, Chu Cheng felt a surge of exhilaration. However, while he reveled in his excitement, unbeknownst to him, in a shadowy corner, a pair of enormous compound eyes silently observed his every move. To the eyes of other beings, Chu Cheng lay peacefully upon a leaf, basking in the sunlight, his elongated forelimbs manipulating the air in a leisurely manner. Yet, from the perspective of the observer, the golden-hued locust exuded a deadly allure, akin to a rare delicacy, causing the lurking figure in the darkness to swallow hard. Under the intense scrutiny, a small locust nearby took flight. As Chuchong rose, the owner of those compound eyes tensed, adopting a battle-ready stance, transforming into a shadow and launching forth like an arrow. Chapter 6. The Assault of the Winged Dragonfly. What on earth? Chuchong jolted, sensing a wave of murderous intent wash over him, sending a chill down his spine. Instinctively, he dodged, yet a sharp gust of air grazed his body, leaving a wound on his back, from which dark green blood flowed. With a hurried sidestep, Chuchong looked up to discern the shadow that had just swept past him. To his astonishment, it was a colossal dragonfly. Its flapping wings had become mere phantoms. Chuchong's form, twice the size of an ordinary locust, paled in comparison to this dragonfly, which measured a staggering 30 centimeters in length. Its broad wings adorned with peculiar patterns resembling the wings of an aircraft. In the midst of his retreat, an interface materialized before him. Mutated winged dragonfly. Level, LV9. Attack, 20. Stamina, 15. Speed, 50. Defense, 17. Ability, speed. Wind attribute activation, trait. Insect predator, winged, gazing at the ethereal interface. Chuchong raised an eyebrow in surprise. A mutated specimen? Mutations are exceedingly rare among all creatures. Most mutations either deteriorate or become inconsequential. Such transformations are not even noted by the system. However, a very select few mutations grant the individual enhanced capabilities, not merely augmenting basic attributes, but also bestowing a variety of rare abilities. Only through such mutations can an individual truly be classified as a mutant. Each entity recognized as a mutant stands as a paragon among its kin, embodying the epitome of excellence. Chuchong had previously encountered a dragonfly of this kind, known as the Lukong dragonfly, celebrated for its swiftness and ability to manipulate a modicum of wind attribute power. Although controlling various elemental forces is an exceedingly rare skill, the Lukong dragonfly could only activate minor wind blades during flight, not representing a particularly formidable species, nor possessing high intelligence. When Chuchong spotted a Lukong dragonfly nearby, he prudently concealed himself, thus avoiding any peril. Yet, after its mutation, this dragonfly had even altered its species name to winged dragonfly. Originally, the Lukong dragonfly possessed only the trait of an insect predator. Now, it had acquired the additional trait of being winged. Its attributes now reflected an extraordinary superiority in speed, far surpassing the other three categories, a testament to the effects of its wing mutation. Moreover, due to this mutation, it had gained intelligence that exceeded that of the Lukong dragonfly. While not exceedingly high, this winged dragonfly, upon discovering Chuchong, adeptly concealed its presence, leaving him unable to detect it until too late. Like a seasoned hunter, it lay in wait, striking at the moment when Chuchong was most at ease. Had Chuchong not reacted swiftly, he might have suffered grievous harm from its ambush. With his own cognition only around 15, slightly inferior to that of the winged dragonfly, and his speed significantly lacking, escape seemed implausible. As the winged dragonfly executed a sharp turn, it lunged toward Chuchong. To him, the creature appeared merely as a dark blur, entirely eluding his perception. Chuchong could only rely on the system's assistance to barely evade, his body enduring a barrage of cuts from the wind blades. Despite becoming increasingly battered and bleeding profusely, Chuchong remained unfazed. It was precisely for such situations that he restricted the hunting range of his divine insect team to within 100 meters. In that brief span, even with obstacles, the divine insect team could swiftly converge. The instant he was attacked, Chuchong reflexively called for his divine insect team. Even without the system's power, he could summon his locust kin at any moment. Beneath a nearby thicket, upon sensing Chuchong's call, the divine insect team immediately ceased their assault on a spider they were ensnaring with silk and hastened toward him, their speed accelerating rapidly. If Chuchong could hold on a little longer, his divine insect team would arrive to rescue him. Now, you may have me in a predicament, but soon, you shall be the one regretting your actions. As Chuchong desperately dodged, he vowed silently. At long last, through the gaps in the distant vines, a dense swarm of locusts surged toward him. It was indeed the divine insect team rushing to his aid. Overjoyed, Chuchong raced toward them. How dare you be so arrogant? My divine insect team has arrived. Prepare to witness the apocalypse. System, enchant. Chuchong rasped, summoning the enchantment interface. He fervently tapped, directly enchanting the forelimbs of the dead scythe insect from his inventory. Ding! Enchantment of the dead scythe insect's forelimbs successful. The quantity of dead scythe insect forelimbs, 11. Remaining quantity, 5. The system's notification echoed in Chuchong's ears. In the next moment, not far away, the divine insect team, consisting of 101 locusts, including the locust elite, experienced a rapid evolution of their forelimbs. The once small and frail appendages transformed dramatically, growing larger and increasingly sharper, more menacing. In a mere 10 seconds, all locusts in the divine insect team possessed forelimbs as sharp as scythes, their appearance even more terrifying than that of the dead scythe insect's forelimbs. The enchantment did not merely transplant the enchanted materials onto the locusts. It also induced a myriad of wondrous transformations within them. The scythe-like forelimbs emanated a chilling radiance, exuding an aura of lethal intent. In an instant of enchantment, the attributes of the 101 locust bodies transformed accordingly. With a chime, the enchantment succeeded, granting the locust bodies a new characteristic. A flicker of excitement crossed Chuchong's countenance, swiftly replaced by a beaming smile. Characteristics are exceedingly rare abilities. Acquiring one is not merely challenging, but also reliant on fortunate circumstances. Enchanting the forelimbs of the death scythe insect had unexpectedly bestowed a unique trait upon his entire divine insect squad. From a lateral perspective, it became evident that the forelimbs of the death scythe insect harmonized exceptionally well with his locust bodies. Locust Guardian, Attack, 27, Health, 3, Speed, 5, Defense, 23, Enchantment. Forelimbs of the death scythe insect, Characteristic, Absolute Obedience. Cutting, utilizing forelimbs for attack inflicts additional damage and causes cutting-type wounds. Locust Elite, Attack, 1022, Health, 13 Speed, 15 to Defense, 1012, Enchantment. Forelimbs of the death scythe insect, Characteristic, Absolute Obedience. Cutting, utilizing forelimbs for attack inflicts additional damage and causes cutting-type wounds. Chapter 7, Formation Shift, Encirclement under the empowerment of the death scythe insect's forelimbs. The Locust Elite surpassed the flying-winged dragonfly in terms of offensive capabilities. Although the flying-winged dragonfly possessed speed and wind blades, the cutting characteristic granted to the Locust Elite rendered its forelimbs a formidable force that should not be underestimated. Clang! The flying-winged dragonfly swooped low, only to be intercepted by the Locust Elite and the Locust Guardians in unison. The forelimbs of the Locust Elite gleamed ominously, imbued with the essence of the cutting characteristic, instilling a sense of dread in the air. The divine insect squad surrounded Chuchong, shielding him at the center. A dense formation of 100 locust guardians enveloped Chuchong, providing a 360-degree protection. The outer perimeter of Chuchong's body resembled an impregnable spherical defense system. This was the inherent instinct of the locust bodies. Upon sensing danger to Chuchong, they would instinctively form a wall of flesh to obstruct any assault directed at him. At the forefront of this defensive sphere, the imposing figure of the Locust Elite stood valiantly, facing the airborne flying-winged dragonfly with a palpable air of menace. The flying-winged dragonfly, possessing the characteristic of insect eater, inherently suppressed most insects, serving as a natural predator. Any insect confronting a creature endowed with insect eater would instinctively feel trepidation, a rule dictated by nature. Yet, the Locust Elite remained unfazed, akin to a valiant warrior. With the characteristic of absolute obedience, Chuchong's commands took precedence above all else. Transcending even the instinctual fear, they would overcome this ingrained terror to protect Chuchong. Gazing at the tightly organized locust guardians surrounding him, Chuchong felt a profound sense of security. This assurance stemmed from the unconditional trust that the Locust King placed in his offspring. The divine insect squad shifted formations. Since you have provoked me, do not even think of escaping. Chuchong smirked coldly. Moreover, while the characteristic of insect eater posed a dire threat to locusts, consuming insects would yield them a wealth of experience. Conversely, should Chuchong hunt and devour an insect eater, he too would be rewarded with substantial experience and breeding points. Upon receiving Chuchong's command, the locusts of the divine insect squad swiftly initiated their actions. The locust guardians surrounding Chuchong moved away, positioning themselves between the flying-winged dragonfly and Chuchong, forming a wall-like barrier. This was the Wall of Locusts. This wall of locusts arranged themselves in a peculiar manner. Each locust was closely packed, yet maintained a slight distance, creating a delicate balance of mutual support while remaining subtly apart. The formation resembled a solid fortress. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the glimmers of sharpness within. A sly smile graced Chuchong's lips as he gazed at the flying-winged dragonfly in the distance, his eyes glinting with excitement. Come forth, little dragonfly. Your insect grandfather awaits you. Did you not wish to consume me? Though the flying-winged dragonfly noted the divine insect squad forming a barrier between itself and Chu Chong, it did not halt its charge. Firstly, it was a mutated being, possessing unwavering confidence in its speed among insects. Secondly, as an insect eater, it had a natural advantage over other insects. Lastly, the flying-winged dragonfly was not particularly intelligent. In this moment, it had succumbed to the allure presented by Chu Chong, clouding its judgment entirely. Thus, the flying-winged dragonfly continued its full-speed assault, transforming its wings into a shadowy blur. As it passed, slender wind blades emerged, leaving behind scars upon the flora in its wake. Still remarkably swift. However, Chu Chong trusted that his locust bodies would successfully intercept it. The flying-winged dragonfly drew ever closer. Yet the wall of locusts formed by the divine insect squad remained motionless. Chu Chong's enormous compound eyes fixed intently on the approaching shadow of the flying-winged dragonfly. Meanwhile, the locust guardians stood immobile, exhibiting a chilling discipline akin to obedient automatons. Finally, just as the flying-winged dragonfly was about to make contact with the wall of locusts, now was the moment. The divine insect squad sprang into action. Chu Chong emitted a signal inaudible to all but locusts, and under the leadership of the locust elite, the locust guardians swiftly altered their formation. Receiving this unique signal, the divine insect squad flawlessly executed Chu Chong's intentions. The originally densely arranged locust guardians dispersed. The process unfolded with precision and coordination, seamlessly transforming into an expansive net. The fibers of this net were formed by the bodies of the locust guardians, their forelimbs and hind limbs interlinked, creating strands akin to locust ropes. The mesh openings were meticulously sized, each one precisely half the width of the flying-winged dragonfly's wingspan. Simultaneously, as the net formed, the locusts that composed its edges advanced towards the flying-winged dragonfly. This maneuver left the dragonfly with no escape route as it was just beginning to realize something was amiss. The net constructed by the locust guardians had completely sealed off any avenue for retreat. The flying-winged dragonfly awkwardly attempted to veer away, seeking a path at the edge of the net. However, having been in full-speed pursuit, its turning capability was limited. Upon the net's expanse obstructing its trajectory, the flying-winged dragonfly collided forcefully with the locust net. The locust net buckled, forming a protrusion where the front half of the flying-winged dragonfly emerged. Yet, the locust guardians, undeterred by injury, clung resolutely to one another, preventing the net from rupturing. The flying-winged dragonfly struggled desperately to extricate itself from the entangled net. The locusts it engaged with suffered grievous wounds, blood and innards spilling forth. Nevertheless, they remained steadfast, unyielding as stones. As these few locusts held their ground, the remaining locust guardians sprang into action. The net constricted, and the locusts at the edges formed a sphere, completely enveloping the flying-winged dragonfly within. Inside this sphere, two entities existed. One was the frantically writhing flying-winged dragonfly, while the other, in close proximity, was the locust elite, calmly grooming its forelimbs. Like gladiators in an arena, they prepared for battle. Subsequently, accompanied by a piercing shriek, the locust elite, devoid of emotion, swung its scythe-like forelimbs in a frenzied assault against the flying-winged dragonfly. Under the influence of the trait cutting, the attack power of the locust elite far surpassed the defensive capabilities of the Feiqi Dingting. The body of the Feiqi Dingting was marred by numerous gashes, green blood splattering forth as it struggled wildly, entangled in combat with the locust elite. However, within the confines of the great net, its once proud speed proved utterly futile, leading to its brutal dismemberment into 3 parts. The Feiqi Dingting met its demise, its severed body lying silent, blood and entrails flowing freely. In that instant, the locust elite and locust guardians surged forward, completely consuming the Feiqi Dingting. Chu Chong's expression was one of exhilaration. It was his inaugural command of the locust army, successfully exterminating an adversary whose individual strength far exceeded theirs. Were it not for the formation employed by the Xinqiang team to encircle and annihilate, Chu Chong would have been utterly helpless against the Feiqi Dingting's impressive speed of 50, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Though the Feiqi Dingting's attack was merely 20 points, its true offensive capability was significantly greater. Akin to how the locust elite's attack power was enhanced by the cutting trait, the Feiqi Dingting's remarkable speed also substantially augmented its attack potency, compounded by its innate trait wind attribute activation, which was beyond Chu Chong's capacity to withstand. This battle served as a stark reminder of the Xinqiang team's considerable losses, with even Chu Chong's flawless formation failing to prevent numerous locust subordinates from falling to the Feiqi Dingting. He recognized the importance of tactical formations, understanding that judicious strategic application was crucial for maximizing the Locust army's potential. At the moment of the Feiqi Dingting's death, a system message popped up. Ding! The Centurion of the Xinqiang team, Locust Elite 001, has devoured the mutated Feiqi Dingting. Experience points gained. 802, breeding points, 1013. Level up. Chuchong opened his panel. Host, Chuchong, race, Locust Monarch, level, LV7, 10. Breeding points, 2640. Lifespan, 1 year and 7 months. Abilities, Devour, super breeding. Army, Xinqiang team, truly, as an insect predator. It provided an astonishing amount of experience. Observing the surging breeding points and experience, Chuchong felt a wave of delight. The breeding points amounted to a full 1,000. In calculation, this single Feiqi Dingting could enable Chuchong to breed 5 squads. The insect predator truly is extraordinary. However, such creatures possessing this trait are indeed rare. Traits themselves are exceedingly uncommon. Chuchong, as a Locust monarch, possessed no traits whatsoever, though he did have 2 exceptionally precious special skills. He wondered what special materials the Feiqi Dingting might have provided him. With anticipation, he opened his backpack. Feiqi? Just this one? Feiqi, wings of the mutated Feiqi Dingting. Usage grants the trait. Feiqi. Chapter 8. Enchanted Feiqi, Swift Passage. The ability to directly acquire a trait. Chuchong was astonished. This was distinct from the forelimbs of the dead scythe insect. The Feiqi trait, rarer and more precious than cutting, is categorized into various levels of rarity. Cutting is the most common trait, with acquisition conditions being rather ordinary. It is not exclusive to the forelimbs of the dead scythe insect. Should Chuchong enchant the Locust subordinates with other sharp forelimbs, they too could gain the cutting trait, due to the high compatibility between Locust subordinates and sharp forelimbs. Or perhaps, it is an innate talent of the Locust subordinates themselves. The effect is not particularly strong, comparable only to the wind attribute activation of the Lukong Dingting. Yet, the Feiqi is different. The Feiqi elevates an ordinary Lukong Dingting into a mutated entity, endowing it with strength vastly superior to that of the ordinary kind. Were it not for his Locust army, even the most fearsome insect would succumb to the terrifying speed of the Feiqi Dingting. This was merely a dragonfly. If it were a bird or a falcon possessing such a trait, it would truly be capable of traversing heaven and earth. A pair of Feiqi doubles its speed. This is a genuinely rare trait, surpassing cutting by 2 levels. According to the system's classification, traits are categorized as common, exquisite, rare, epic, and legendary, with a distinction of exquisite in between. Chuchong hesitated. Were it another trait, he would have unhesitatingly bestowed it upon the Locust elite. After all, the Locust army was the core of Chuchong's strength. His own prowess was of lesser importance, although this Locust elite possessed certain unique qualities. Today's encounter with the Feiqi Dingting imparted a crucial lesson. Even if he did not require high combat prowess, a modicum of escape capability was essential. The current inadequacy in the Locust army's numbers meant that even in the future, should the army grow sufficiently, Chuchong would always have the Locust army to protect him. Speed, synonymous with escape capability, is of utmost significance. After all, if one cannot win, one can always flee. As long as life remains, there is a chance for resurgence. With this thought, Chuchong decided without further hesitation to utilize the Feiqi for himself. His survival was paramount. A chill coursed down Chuchong's spine as he distinctly felt his wings behind him grow stronger and more powerful. Glancing at the dew on the leaves, he noticed that his wings had expanded significantly, adorned with strange patterns. Though broad, they exuded an aura of the wind. Chuchong pondered, is it the wind attribute? The Feiqi trait augments speed so substantially due to its wind attribute. Observing his panel, his speed had doubled, surpassing even that of the Lukong Dingting. Am I more suited to this trait than that dragonfly? Chuchong's panel now displayed an additional section. Previously, there had been no option for traits. However, this detail was inconsequential. The Feiqi trait, unlike cutting, does not inflict additional damage. Any extra damage is inherent to the trait itself, akin to a skill trait. The Feiqi, however, is a complete attribute trait, wholly manifesting its capabilities through attributes. Moreover, the Feiqi trait is merely an attribute accompanying the wings, a reflection of the wing's prowess. Chuchong attempted to take flight. He vibrated his wings, weaving between plants. During his flight, each flap attracted wind attribute energy from the air, gathering around his wings. The power of the wind attribute not only greatly enhanced Chuchong's speed, but also endowed him with remarkable agility. He maneuvered seamlessly amidst the colossal leaves of vines, exhibiting no hint of sluggishness. This sensation of nimble navigation was immensely gratifying. Locusts are already renowned for their agility, and with the Feiqi enhancement, their form became utterly elusive. Agility seems to be the second ability provided by the Feiqi trait. Chuchong smirked. It seems that the Feiqi Dingting truly is rather foolish. With such formidable wings, it only understood how to dash forward, entirely squandering the additional capabilities bestowed by its wings. Meanwhile, the Xinqiang team had incurred some damage from the battle with the Feiqi Dingting. Over 50 injured locusts remained, with more than 20 severely wounded, and 12 having succumbed to their injuries. The deceased were those who endured the initial onslaught of the Feiqi Dingting. They fought valiantly to ensnare the Feiqi Dingting, sacrificing their flesh and blood for ultimate victory. The remainder suffered injuries primarily during the Feiqi Dingting's final struggles. Chuchong reflected on this with a sense of solemnity. Chuchong is not a cold-blooded and heartless creature. Although the Locust Guardians lack individual thought, he still feels a pang of sorrow for those who perish because of him. However, the rewards from this battle are substantial. Not only did he gain experience and breeding points, but he also acquired the ability to fly, enhancing his escape capabilities. Most importantly, the discovery of the insect eater brought a gleeful smile to Chuchong's face. While other insects scurry to avoid them, to Chuchong, insect eaters represent a veritable upgrade package. The experience and breeding points provided by these creatures far exceed those offered by other beings of comparable rank. Their lack of intelligence, however, is overshadowed by the immense rewards they yield. Furthermore, Chuchong possesses a system. Once scanned, he can ascertain the fundamental information of his target. Eliminating the need for instinctual judgment as an insect, the data card reveals everything clearly. Chuchong believes he has unearthed a swift path to advancement. In the following days, Chuchong refrained from action, wandering through the jungle until he finally discovered a cave. Inside, the remains of wild beasts emitted a foul odor. Yet the spaciousness and seclusion of the cave indicated safety, devoid of any traces of terrifying creatures. The moist and warm soil within proved to be an ideal breeding ground for locusts. After a few days of observation and concluding that it was indeed secure, he established this location as his temporary incubation base. For Chuchong, an incubation base is paramount. After all, locust eggs are exceedingly fragile, and his current manpower is insufficient. While managing 100 eggs was feasible, he now faces the challenge of hatching thousands of locusts, necessitating a safer environment. Chapter 9. Establishment of the new squad and structural blueprint. A day later, the cave housed rows of neatly arranged locusts. Chuchong's breeding points totaled 2640. With each squad costing 200 breeding points, he replenished the losses of the Divine Insect Squad and bred 13 squads, leaving him with 28 points. Each squad consists of 101 locusts, resulting in a total of 1414 locusts at Chuchong's command, densely clustered before him. At the forefront stand the captains of each squad. Chuchong directs his gaze towards the leftmost squad and opens his backpack, selecting the option for concentrated Luon leaf juice. Enchant. Yes, with a swish and a chime. The enchantment succeeds. Your locusts have acquired a new ability, Healing Aura. Upon activating the enchantment, the leftmost squad undergoes an immediate transformation. Are they green? Chuchong stares in astonishment at the squad now enveloped in a verdant hue. They appear to have morphed into diminutive Luohan tree leaves, their exoskeletons adorned with leaf vein patterns, casting them in a strikingly vibrant green that stands out amidst the locust army. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Chuchong shrugs off his surprise. Well, this may not be so bad, he muses, attempting to comfort himself. Their conspicuousness could actually be advantageous, as the growing number of squads makes it easier to identify the healing squad amidst the throng of locusts. Opening the army panel, Chuchong ponders a fitting name for his healing squad. In the future, like the Divine Insect Squad, my healing team will also expand. What shall I name it? Angel Squad? White Garb Squad? Green Squad? Chuchong racks his brain, but struggles to find a name that resonates. Observing the green-hued locust squad, he cannot help but grimace at their current appearance, feeling that their looks do not align with any angelic connotations. Forget it. Chuchong resigns himself. Let us call it the Luohan Squad. After all, they originated from the Luohan tree, the very first creature I consumed, and it carries a beautiful meaning. With the name established, his Luohan Squad consists of just one unit of 101 locusts. As for the other 12 squads, Chuchong has devised a plan. He intends to merge 9 squads into the Divine Insect Squad, thereby transforming it into 10 squads, creating a cohesive unit. After the merger, the army interface reflects the changes. Divine Insect Squad, Centurion, Vacant, Captain, Elite Locust X 10 Soldiers, Locust Guardians X 1000, Once consolidated, the titles of the original squads also undergo transformation. However, even after the merger, these 10 squads remain independently engaged in battle. Despite the capabilities of the elite Locusts, they lack the authority to command 1,000 Locusts as a single unit. Ding. Reached level 10, unlocking Locust differentiation. The system's notification resonates. Locust differentiation? The Locust Guardians and Elite Locusts are merely the most basic units I can breed. Higher-tier Locusts should become available after reaching level 10. Those qualified to assume the role of Centurion will likely also be unlocked at level 10. With this understanding, Chuchong feels an invigorated motivation to level up. He commands the Luohan squad to begin healing the injured locusts of the Divine Insect squad. After enchanting the locusts of the Luohan squad, they collectively gain the ability of the Healing Aura. Under the Healing Aura, they not only possess the detoxifying and revitalizing properties of the concentrated Luohan leaf juice, but also provide healing effects for all types of injuries. However, the efficacy is heightened concerning the specific ailments addressed by the juice. The Healing Aura appears to be the nascent form of Locust differentiation. Chuchong's locusts inherently possess boundless potential for evolution. The enchanting direction for healing locusts should revolve around the materials used for enchantment, specializing in the treatment of corresponding ailments. Unlike the combat-oriented locusts of the Divine Insect squad, whose limbs, exoskeletons, compound eyes, and wings can all be enchanted, the healing locusts lack such detailed enchantment classifications. This limitation confines them to compatible materials, aside from a few exceptionally rare enchantment substances. A shimmering layer of ethereal halos envelopes the injured locusts, their wounds steadily mending at an accelerated pace, as the healing aura can stack. Each locust is adorned with multiple healing halos, effectively doubling the healing speed. The effects of Luohan leaf juice primarily focus on detoxification and treatment of certain ailments. However, when enchanted onto the locusts, it grants them the capability of the healing aura. Under the influence of the healing aura, any injury gradually heals. Due to the enchantment, the healing aura proves particularly effective in detoxification and light injuries. In no time, the healing process concludes. As for the remaining 3 squads, Chuchong has other intentions. His gaze shifts deeper into the cave, as he plans to designate these 3 squads as construction teams to establish his lair. His recent explorations in the jungle were undertaken with utmost caution, all in pursuit of a secure nesting site. In his past life, Chuchong had a penchant for perusing various texts, thereby acquiring knowledge across diverse fields. From military strategy, negotiation techniques, history, architecture, finance, to philosophy, he delved into a vast array of literature. In modern society, such indiscriminate reading may lead to a jumbled understanding. Yet now, it has become Chuchong's greatest advantage. Formation. Chuchong organizes the 3 squads together, naming them the Divine Wind Squad. Shinfeng Dui, as swift as the wind. Since the responsibility of construction lies with them, Chuchong must utilize his own locust body to demonstrate the speed of the locusts. However, at present, large-scale transformation is neither suitable nor feasible. After the establishment of Shinfeng Dui, the primary and most crucial objective for Chuchong is to transform this cave into a suitable environment for the hatching of locusts. In the future, as Chuchong's breeding points multiply, the number of locusts requiring incubation will also increase. Although the hatching of locust bodies does not demand excessively stringent environmental conditions, Chuchong aspires to provide them with the optimal surroundings. Moreover, with the area expanding, it is imperative to enlarge the incubating space within the cave. The external protection of the eggs must also be meticulously managed. This is the most pressing issue at hand. Chuchong meticulously surveyed the cave's environment. It is backed by a colossal mountain, towering at least 1,000 meters high, with a horrifying breadth, offering ample potential for development. Digging deeper, transforming the mountain soil. With a grand gesture, Chuchong wielded a small stick and began sketching within the cave. Here like this, and then like that. After an hour, the preliminary model for the cave's transformation by Shinfeng Dui was unveiled. The blueprint, though rudimentary, is more than capable of fulfilling the function of an incubation base. At the deepest part of the cave, beneath the mountain, a hatching base will be constructed. Given the mountain's vastness, it can be expanded in the future. The 3 Centurion Locust elites, serving as leaders, comprehended Chuchong's commands. He meticulously divided the construction steps. As long as he periodically reissued orders, the construction could proceed. The progress, however, was rather slow, as the locust bodies, akin to blank slates, possessed only the abilities of devouring and combat. Tasking them with construction would naturally yield a leisurely pace. Was there a possibility of differentiating into a construction locust branch? A thought arose in Chu Chang's mind. Chapter 10. Armed Divine Insect Team. Upon receiving Chu Chang's orders, the 303 locusts, with their feeble forelimbs, began to fervently dig downwards. They exerted themselves tremendously. Chu Chang need not worry about Shinfeng Dui slacking off. Upon receiving his commands, they would exert themselves to accomplish the task at the utmost speed. Each locust body was indeed a tireless worker. Yet, there were drawbacks. Unrestrained zeal could lead to dire consequences. Although locust bodies possess unique traits, they remain living beings. Mere locusts. They do not require rest, yet they must have sufficient energy for sustenance. Both Chu Chang and his offspring accumulate energy through devouring, which simultaneously yields experience and breeding points. During the construction process, Shenfeng Dui lacked energy replenishment, if deprived of sustenance. They would tirelessly continue building until their life force was entirely expended. They could only return for replenishment once a day. Contemplating this, Chu Chang harbored concerns for the future. To nurture a vast army of locusts that could obscure the sky and block the sun, mere sustenance would pose a significant challenge. Where to procure sufficient food for the locust horde? Daily expenditures would amount to a staggering figure, like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. It could truly become a devastating locust plague. Chu Chang shook his head. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally pass. Worrying about such matters now was futile. Enhancing one's strength was of paramount importance. As the cave underwent extensive construction, Chu Chang also stationed 3 small teams to guard the Shinfeng Dui within. Among them was an initial team with enchanted forelimbs, boasting the highest combat strength, ensuring logistical support was adequately managed. Furthermore, 3 additional teams were assigned for replenishment, highlighting Chu Chang's commitment to fortifying his lair. Time to hunt. Chu Chang felt elated. He had established a hunting strategy, targeting creatures possessing the insect eater trait as his prime quarry. Now, with 7 small teams at his disposal, he had amassed a modest degree of strength. Entering the jungle, over 700 locusts flew in formation, with Chu Chang at the forefront, flapping his wings in unison with his offspring at a leisurely pace. For him, it was indeed a leisurely stroll. The speed of locust sentinels was merely 5 points, yet after enchanting his wings, Chu Chang's speed soared to 60. Although the aim was to hunt insect eaters to swiftly elevate levels, the insect eater was nonetheless a nemesis to insects, enhancing the lethality against his locust army. Prior to the hunt, enhancing combat ability seemed more prudent. The locust bodies can augment their capabilities through 2 methods, enchanting and differentiation, before evolving. Enchanting remains the sole and essential method for enhancing abilities. Through enchanting, the locust bodies undergo what can be likened to successive evolutions. The enchanting points can be broadly categorized into 7. Compound eyes, forelimbs, hind limbs, armor, wings. Locust bodies possess but a single pair of wings, mobility, and special. It is not inconceivable that certain unique locust bodies can undergo enchantment on additional body parts, yet most can only enchant these 7. The first 5 are self-explanatory. The mobility category allows for enchanting types of parts that do not conflict with the first 5. Some locusts may possess organs that others lack, which can also serve as mobility points for enchantment. The special category pertains to unique enchantments. This position does not conflict with the preceding 6, permitting the enchantment of special materials, including the juice of the previously enchanted Luohan Yi. It can also involve iron blocks to enhance the hardness of forelimbs or fire, or to imbue locust attacks with fire attributes. Special enchantments can be repeated and stacked, provided they do not conflict with previously enchanted materials. Theoretically, if one can procure an infinite variety of non-conflicting special materials, one could enchant infinitely. In other words, special enchantment can be referred to as enhancement enchantment. These 7 points also exist within Chu Chang, with a significantly greater acceptance than that of locust bodies. After all, he is the locust king. Aside from mobility and special enchantments, the first 5 can be easily accomplished by seeking creatures that align with Chu Chang's visions in the jungle, then killing or capturing them for materials. The foremost target is the death scythe bug. With a smile, Chu Chang recognized that the death scythe bug perfectly complemented his offspring, enabling them to gain the cutting trait. Moreover, the death scythe bug is also an insect, posing no difficulty in hunting. Chu Chang preferred a gradual approach. Even if he desired to enchant higher-level materials, he must start from the fundamentals. Utilizing the system's scanning capabilities, Chu Chang scoured the jungle. He unearthed numerous death scythe bugs hidden within shrubs or deep within grass blades, dispatching them with his locust army. Though sending out 7 small teams to search would yield greater efficiency, with the system's assistance, his speed was not slow, and concentrating their strength together effectively mitigated the risk of unexpected injuries. After all, the jungle harbors many terrifying creatures, not to mention the monsters that rampage through the undergrowth. Encountering insect eaters like the flying-winged dragonfly, without Chu Chang's command, could severely harm the Shinfeng Dui. The leadership of the Locust elites, given their intelligence, made Chu Chang feel somewhat uneasy. In a secluded and damp patch of grass, the blades towered up to 3 meters. Beneath the dense foliage lies a veritable paradise for various insects. The tightly packed locust army weaved through the grass, surrounding and hunting the death-scythe bugs. Naturally, the diversity of insects is vast, and within this expansive patch of grass, Chu Chang also discovered other enticing targets. Mosquito flies. At level 5, they possess a remarkable speed of 18 points. Their wings are excellent materials. Must collect. Iron armored beetles. The thin layer of armor upon my body greatly pleases this king. Quickly present the iron armor you possess, that I may indulge in a moment of joy. The Liatongchong? Those agile hind limbs possess an exquisite beauty. Offer them forth and ascend joyfully. Among the grasses, the Chu Chang revels in the thrill of the hunt, without delving into other matters. With the divine insect squad by my side, it reigns supreme in this verdant expanse. The 5 enchanted slots have all found suitable hosts for the Chu Chang. The diversity of insects within the jungle is staggering, with many resembling each other. Even on Earth in a past life, the variety of insects surpassed all other life forms. And now, it is even more pronounced. Besides the reliably characteristic Digan Chong, which enables the locusts to gain traits, the other enchanted slots lack fixed hunting targets. As long as certain standards are met, the Chu Chang will pursue its quarry. Though it merely involves directing, it has left the Chu Chang sweating profusely. Leadership is indeed a laborious task, requiring continuous identification of hunting targets while intermittently issuing commands. After 2 days, including the 3 small squads guarding the cave, the Chu Chang has finally equipped all 1-0-10 locusts of the Divine Insect Squad. Chapter 11. The hunt begins within the cave. The capabilities of the Divine Insect Squad have undergone a significant upgrade. This is evident from their appearance. The locusts of the Divine Insect Squad have all grown considerably in size. Their dual wings unfurl majestically. With approximately half of their bodies enchanted with the wings of the mosquito fly, their transparent edges adorned with menacing black spines, exuding a fierce aura. The armors they wear are as diverse as they are striking, some featuring irregular protrusions that gleam with a chilling light, while others are etched with blade-like patterns. However, a commonality remains. Their armor is predominantly black. To enhance aesthetic appeal and maintain uniformity within the Divine Insect Squad, the Chu Chang has chosen only black materials for all enchantments. Although the materials used for enchanting the locusts are varied, aside from the scythe-like forelimbs, this ensures a cohesive appearance for the Divine Insect Squad. Naturally, their abilities have also been elevated. Post-upgrade. The average attributes of the Locust have transformed to Locust Guardian, Attack, 9, Health, 13, Speed, 15, Defense, 12, Traits, Absolute Obedience, Cutting. Meanwhile, the Elite Locusts possess Locust Elite, Attack, 30, Health, 35, Speed, 40, Defense, 32, Traits, Absolute Obedience, Cutting. Whether considering the standard Locusts or the Elite ones, their capabilities have received a substantial boost. Compared to their previous enchantment of Scythe Forelimbs, their attack power has increased. The attack value of the standard Locust has risen from 7 to 9, while the Elite Locusts have escalated from 22 to 30. Despite the forelimbs, primarily responsible for offensive actions, remaining unchanged, the enchantments on other body parts also contribute to an increase in attack potential. Just as enchanting the Scythe forelimbs subtly enhances the defense of the standard Locusts, they can also utilize their forelimbs to block incoming attacks during combat. This blocking does not count as their own defense. Rather, it involves counteracting enemy strikes with their own offensive power. Though the success rate is not high, it still constitutes a form of defense. In a similar vein, enchanting the wings amplifies their speed. An increase in speed also lends itself to augmented attack capabilities. As for the hind limbs, aside from flight, locusts have another means of mobility. They can leap vigorously using their robust hind limbs. Pure flight does not afford them high maneuverability. However, by employing a powerful jump from their hind limbs at the moment of takeoff, their agility is greatly enhanced. This short burst of momentum can also amplify their attack power. The statistics merely reflect the most basic figures. actual combat transcends mere numbers, as it is influenced by various conditions. Each enchanted body part contributes slight enhancements across all 4 attributes, culminating in the final displayed figures. In the absence of more suitable materials, the individual combat effectiveness of the standard Locust is likely to remain as is for the time being. The Chuchong nods in satisfaction. Enchanting the Locusts is indeed a matter of cost-effectiveness. This has become a realization for the Chuchong over the past few days. Since discovering the differentiation of Locusts, the Chuchong has pondered the capacity for enchanting. If the ability to enchant were as universally potent and unrestricted as described, would it render the capacity for Locust differentiation redundant? After all, if one could simply obtain powerful materials and enchant them, the potential for Locust differentiation might pale in comparison to the capabilities gained through the enhancement of formidable materials. However, in reality, even when utilizing the same materials, the efficacy of enchantments varies across different grades of Locusts. The utilization rate differs. The lower the bloodline grade of a Locust, the less effective the enchantment of the same materials becomes. For instance, as the Locust King, the Chuchong has a utilization rate of 100%. When it enchants the flying wings, it perfectly achieves the effects of the original enchantment on the flying dragonfly. Yet, if the same were attempted on a Locust Guardian, the resulting capabilities might only reach 30%. The lower bloodline grade of the Locust Guardian translates to diminished abilities. Thus, the same materials yield lower effectiveness. Utilization rate is of paramount importance. Hence, when selecting enchanting materials, the Chuchong has conservatively opted for insects, as the materials derived from them are inherently low tier. However, when enchanted onto the Locusts, they ensure a remarkably high utilization rate, offering exceptional cost-effectiveness. Even if the Chuchong desires to hunt for powerful materials, the low utilization rate on Locust Guardians would result in a significant waste of time and a loss of numerous Locusts, rendering the endeavor unworthy. Numerous materials still remain. Over the past 2 days, the Chuchong has acquired an abundance of insect materials. Just the forelimbs of the Digon Chong alone number over 200. With 200 available, equipping a large squad requires 100, and even if 2 additional squads are bred, the Chuchong will not lack materials. Despite hunting so many insects, the Chuchong's level has only risen slightly. The breeding points gained are even fewer. As one levels up, the experience required escalates. And insects are inherently the weakest creatures in the jungle, with low levels. Thus, a slight increase is commendable. Experience gained is not directly proportional to breeding points. Various factors influence experience, such as the level of the consumed creature, the difficulty of the hunt, and the process of acquisition. The past 2 days of frenzied hunting, resulting in the slaughter of a vast number of insects, have indeed provided an unforgettable experience, thus yielding a little boost to experience acquisition. However, the standard for obtaining breeding points is singular: the value of the consumed creature. Breeding points are specifically intended for nurturing locusts or facilitating their evolution. They can be deemed as an alternative form of sustenance. To acquire these nutrients is intrinsically linked to the creature's value. The larger and stronger the consumed organism, the greater the breeding points obtained. Therefore, the breeding points provided by these insects are rather meager. After all, insects are neither large nor strong. For the Chuchong, the most ideal target at this stage remains the insect-eating predators. Previously, in the jungle, I encountered a color-changing spider, though it was a formidable level 15. Even if my Locust army could defeat it, they would sustain considerable damage. It appears the color-changing spider is preparing to weave a web. I wonder if it still lingers nearby. The Chuchong is eager. With preparations now complete, it intends to commence the hunt in earnest. As per usual, the Chuchong leaves 3 small squads to guard the Shinfeng squad within the cave, while it ventures forth with 7 small squads. Just before departing, the Chuchong casts a glance back at the cave, having previously focused on gathering materials for the Divine Insect Squad. This time it aims to meticulously seek suitable enchanting materials for the Shinfeng Squad. However, finding appropriate materials for the Shinfeng Squad proves to be rather challenging. Chuchong could currently think of only a few fruits and herbs that could significantly enhance stamina. If he carelessly enchanted a particular part of the Shinfeng team, it might inadvertently diminish their work efficiency. During this expedition, Chuchong also remembered to bring along the Luohan team, as the medical team was equally vital. A creature, radiant with golden light, its head sharp as an arrow and covered in spikes, roared through the jungle. Before it stood a dark, iron-like monkey. The shimmering golden light seemed to serve as a warning. Chuchong hastily commanded the Locust army to circumvent it. Just as the Locusts flew past, a stream of golden light erupted from behind. Startled, the locusts swiftly evaded. The ground was immediately corroded, forming a small pit. That golden light was indeed the corrosive venom sprayed from the creature's spikes. Chuchong wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Realizing how close he had come to a significant loss, the golden spiked beast could fight with the two of them, but why involve him? Had he not reacted swiftly, the venom could have obliterated the Locust army, leaving the Xinqiang team in dire straits. The confidence he had gained from being fully armed dissipated in an instant, leaving him with a mix of fear and disappointment. Eventually, Chuchong arrived at the location where he had previously spotted the color-changing spider. It was gone. Had it left? Chuchong felt a twinge of regret. The color-changing spider had been clinging to the trunk of this 100-leaf tree. He ordered the Locust army to search the area once more. Moments later, the Locust subbodies were under attack. A sense of alarm surged through Chuchong's mind. Whenever he wished, he could glean any information he desired from the Locust subbodies. Had they perished? Did dozens die in an instant? Chuchong felt a mix of shock and anger, for a small squad comprised only 100 Locust sentinels. Losing several in one blow was indeed painful. He quickly summoned the other squads that were searching nearby and rushed towards the site of the incident. This dead spider was truly treacherous. Upon arrival, Chuchong looked up and spat in disgust. The color-changing spider had spun a massive web amidst several green, fruit-bearing plants with a filamentous canopy. This web was entirely green, making it nearly invisible unless one looked closely. The spider had also turned green, perched on the web, feasting on the bodies of the Locust sentinels that had partially melted away. No wonder the Locust subbodies had not detected it. The mature ogwa tree, when several grew together, would intertwine and exchange energy. It remained green among the filamentous canopies of the ogwa trees, making it nearly undetectable. Initially, Chuchong had thought that the color-changing spider would be an easy target, but it had unexpectedly outwitted him. The ogwa tree belongs to the filamentous plant category, known for its ability to connect with surrounding plants to exchange or absorb energy. Those that grow in groups naturally exchange energy, while solitary ones extend filaments to parasitize other plants for energy absorption. Upon closer inspection, Chuchong summoned the panel for the color-changing spider. Color-changing spider. Level: LV-15. Strength: 46. Stamina: 41. Speed: 15. Defense: 30. Traits: Color change, corrosive, insect feeder. Chapter 12: How to increase efficiency. Defense is only 30 points? Chuchong chuckled coldly. The current attack power of the Locust Elite is 30 points. Even if the spider's defense far surpassed Chuchong's, it would be unable to withstand the onslaught of the Locust army, let alone the fact that its defense was merely on par with that of the Locust Elite. Defense merely mitigates damage. The stronger the defense, the more damage it reduces. However, if the defense exceeds the attack power by too much, it can achieve complete immunity. Clearly, the color-changing spider did not fall within that range. The spider continued to feast, evidently unaware of Chuchong and his Locust army. Attack! With a command from Chuchong, the Xinqiang team charged towards the color-changing spider. The leading 7 Locust elites rushed to its side and began to slash at the web. Cutting is inherently a means to enhance sharpness, and the color-changing spider's web was not particularly resilient. It lacked traits that would strengthen its silk. After a few strikes, they had thoroughly shredded the web surrounding the spider. The dark green web possessed corrosive properties, yet Chuchong was equipped with the Luohan team. As the locusts slashed, the Luohan team simultaneously cast healing auras upon them. Each Locust Elite received the benefit of over 10 healing auras stacked upon them, instantly mending any damage inflicted by the corrosion. The color-changing spider tumbled down from the web, flailing its claws in panic before finally noticing Chuchong and his Locust army. Under Chuchong's command, as soon as the spider fell, the Xinqiang team swiftly encircled it, launching a coordinated attack. The spider spewed a stream of emerald liquid from its mouth, but the Xinqiang team reacted swiftly, resulting in only 2 Locust sentinels succumbing to the corrosion. It dared to resist? With a thought from Chuchong, the Locust sentinels wielded their sharp forelimbs mercilessly against it. Numerous shallow wounds appeared on the spider's body, accumulating to inflict considerable damage despite their initial lightness. Hiss! The color-changing spider landed on the ground and, with a shriek, unleashed a torrent of silk from its abdomen. The strands intertwined, resembling a whip. Simultaneously, it launched a strand of silk from its mouth, adhering to the ogwa tree, and began to elevate itself. As its abdomen coiled, the tail silk lashed out towards the Xinqiang team. This color-changing spider had some tricks up its sleeve. However, it underestimated Chuchong. His command of the Xinqiang team was executed with impeccable precision. Essentially, whenever Chuchong conceived a thought, the Xinqiang team executed it flawlessly. From Chuchong's perspective, The spider's movements were entirely transparent, including the trajectory of its silk whip. The Xinqiang team scattered, dividing into several streams, effortlessly circumventing the path of the whip. They traced a graceful arc in the air, converging at the very point where the color-changing spider would land on the ogua tree. The Locust elites also arrived. Before the spider could swing its abdomen again to lash out with its silk whip, the Xinqiang team overwhelming it, bringing it to its demise. It lay there lifeless. The color-changing spider had decent survival instincts. If it encountered larger, slower predators, its tactics might have proven somewhat effective. Alas, its speed was simply too sluggish. Faced with the agile Xinqiang team, led by Chuchong, it stood no chance of escape. The Locust elite wasted no time, consuming it whole. Ding! The Centurion Locust elite, No. 006, devoured the color-changing spider. Experience gained, 1532, breeding points, 2024. Quite satisfactory. Chuchong smiled broadly. Indeed, compared to the nutritionally lacking insects, the insect feeders proved to be far more rewarding. A level 15 color-changing spider granted Chuchong an ample supply of breeding points. Moreover, the losses from this battle, aside from the initial unfortunate encounter with the web, were negligible. Any injured subbodies had fully recovered under the care of the Luohan team. Observe what materials have been bestowed upon me. Although a singular organism is endowed with a multitude of materials, the innate ability to devour permits the acquisition of merely one enchantable material from any given creature. To procure additional materials, it is imperative to forego the act of consumption, instead opting to slay the creature and directly stow its remains within my backpack. However, this method precludes the gain of experience and breeding points. For particularly rare materials, Chuchong may bypass consumption and directly collect them into his backpack. Yet, as of now, no spoils have warranted such an approach. The silk glands of the bioluminescent spider? The silk glands serve as the organ through which the bioluminescent spider secretes its silk. Such a treasure. The most valuable aspect of the entire bioluminescent spider lies within its silk glands. One wonders, however, whether the silk enchanted by these glands retains its corrosive properties. The formidable corrosive effect of the bioluminescent spider's silk is attributed to its unique characteristics. It remains uncertain whether these attributes are inherent to the spider itself or are localized within the silk glands. Should they be intrinsic to the spider, the enchanted silk glands would lack corrosive properties. Conversely, if the silk glands possess their own inherent attributes akin to those of the flying wings, then the value of these silk glands of the bioluminescent spider would be considerably augmented. Chuchong closed his backpack and gazed at the nearby odd-gourd trees. These odd-gourd trees, bearing fruit, are immensely nutritious. Their trunks are rich in nourishing fruit. In the jungle, such fruit-bearing plants are highly sought after by herbivorous creatures. However, immature fruit-bearing plants are seldom approached by these creatures, as once a portion of the trunk is consumed, its vitality rapidly leaks from the wound. If the vitality lost exceeds the amount that can be gained through silk production, the plant will wither swiftly. Thus, once consumption begins, it must be completed in a short span. Even herbivorous creatures will rally their entire kin to partake only after the fruit has ripened to avoid waste. Yet, Chuchong harbored no such concerns. He consumed. Utilizing his innate ability to devour, he thoroughly consumed the odd-gourd trees. There are two applications of devouring. One involves digesting to gain experience and breeding points while satiating hunger, and the other entails devouring without digestion, directly transferring the entity into the backpack, where it is converted into individual units of material. This is the complete method for material acquisition. The odd-gourd trees would provide sustenance for the Locust warriors for an extended period. With the food dilemma resolved, Chuchong stretched leisurely, his gaze sharpened. The hunt must continue. Chuchong traversed the jungle, incessantly searching for insectivorous creatures akin to the bioluminescent spider to consume. However, in earnest pursuit, he soon realized the inefficiency of his efforts. After all, only upon discovering a creature could he access its information through the system to ascertain whether it possessed the insectivorous trait, rendering his search rather ineffective. It took a full week for Chuchong to encounter a single spider with the insectivorous trait, and even then, it was only at level 5. Yielding a meager 300 experience and breeding points. Although he hunted various other creatures along the way, their contributions paled in comparison to the substantial rewards provided by the bioluminescent spider. At last, upon a leaf resembling a lotus, Chuchong reclined in a small puddle at its center, savoring the gentle breeze as he gazed up at the colossal canopy overhead. This method of searching could not persist. The pace was simply too sluggish. Chuchong furrowed his brow in contemplation. Was there a means to enhance the efficiency of my search? Could I serve as bait? This notion seemed less than feasible. After a week in the jungle, not a single insectivorous creature had been lured into attacking him. While many possessed the insectivorous trait, they were scattered throughout the vast jungle, making them quite rare. The trees, towering tens of meters high, concealed him from view. Thus, the title of Locust King would not suffice to draw them near. If I cannot seek them out directly, then my only recourse is to attract the insectivorous creatures. Chuchung's gaze roamed the jungle. Suddenly, he spotted a colossal flower with petals resembling purple flesh, approximately 2 meters in diameter, not far off. Chapter 13. The luring bloom. A swarm of tentacled insects emerged from the shadows, drawn irresistibly toward this magnificent bloom. As they approached, the tentacled insects unhesitatingly burrowed into the flower's yellow stamen. In an instant, the petals of the colossal flower snapped shut, ensnaring the hapless insects within its embrace. With a sizzling sound, the closed flower bud began to emit smoke, digesting the swarm of tentacled insects entirely. Once digested, the flower's petals reopened, revealing that the tentacled insects had vanished, leaving the yellow stamen even more vibrant. Is this a cousin of the purple predator, the gongshua? The gongshua not only ensnares insects, but emits a fragrance that attracts all small creatures, trapping them within its stamen before dissolving them into sustenance. Upon witnessing this gongshua, an idea sparked in Chuchung's mind. To entice and lure. Although I cannot exert a strong attraction over insectivorous creatures from a distance, I can certainly attract insects. By luring a multitude of insects to gather, I will undoubtedly capture the attention of the insectivorous creatures. Concealing myself in the shadows, I shall wait patiently for their arrival. Akin to a mantis poised to strike, Chuchung's eyes gleamed with excitement. Without hesitation, he set to work. The vast jungle housed numerous plants that utilized their scents to attract insects for predation. Chuchung gathered ample secretions from these plants, garnering both experience and breeding points. Subsequently, he returned to his cave. With plentiful breeding points at his disposal, nurturing a single locust warrior required but a trifling amount. Chuchung swiftly birthed 100 locust warriors, 46 of which were enchanted with a set, replenishing the losses incurred in the previous battles. The remaining 54 were directly infused with the gathered secretions. Instantly, locust warriors of diverse hues and forms stood proudly within the cave. Upon a brief inhalation, Chuchung discerned the peculiar fragrance emanating from them. This aroma should possess a lethal allure to insects, no doubt. As an extraordinary insect, Chuchung was not swayed by ordinary allurements, nor were the locust warriors. Hence, he could not directly ascertain its efficacy. Reviewing the panel, he noted, Locust Warrior, Attack, 2. Ability, Luring Aroma. This fragrance holds a fatal attraction for insects. The system was indeed convenient, directly detailing the ability within the parameters. Abilities differ from traits. Traits are akin to enhancement auras, while abilities manifest as the individual's specific capabilities. Typically, the ability section remains concealed, only revealing itself when Chuchung expresses a conscious intent, much like his own abilities, Devour and Super Reproduction. After examining the abilities displayed on the panel, Chuchung regarded the locust warriors with a sense of enchantment. Next came the enchantment. Without hesitation, Chuchung selected silk glands of the bioluminescent spider for his enchantment. A peculiar sensation enveloped him, and Chuchung felt as though he had acquired a new ability. With but a thought, he could now emit silk from his tail. Congratulations on acquiring the trait, Corrosion. Corrosion? Chuchung Ilu. Unexpectedly, the property of corrosion is indeed an inherent trait of the silk glands. With the enchanting of Bien Se Ji Zhu de Si Xian, Chuchung has acquired a new ability, Spinning Silk. Of course, in comparison to the previous two abilities, this one seems rather trivial. However, the novelty of gaining a new ability is quite exhilarating, and Chuchung eagerly began to experiment. The tail end of Chuchung started to spray silk, though the location was somewhat unsightly, as the enchanting point of the silk gland was at the tail. He was still immensely pleased, ejecting a mass of white, fluffy spider silk. The green silk from the Biense Ji Zhu was likely due to his property, Biense. Chuchung can choose to spray either corrosive or non-corrosive spider silk, and enchanting the silk gland has also granted him an additional point in his attributes. Now, apart from speed, which has reached 60 points, the other attributes stand at 20 points each. After enchanting the silk gland, Chuchung could commence his plan. Accompanied by the Xincheng team and the Luohan team, he returned to the jungle. He sought out a plant known as Dingtashan, which stands approximately 15 meters tall, with a straight trunk that only extends branches at its apex. The branches are sparsely adorned with leaves, each branch robust, and appearing as if hands were reaching out from the trunk. Chu Chong fashioned a large cage using a thicker version of spider silk, allowing the grasshopper guards to enter. He then connected the octagonal cage to the branches with even thicker spider silk. The silk tightened, transforming the cage into a sturdy square. The gaps in the cage were designed to allow the transmission of aroma while preventing insects from breaching. The choice to utilize dentashan was deliberate, as its branches are remarkably strong. Even with a vast number of insects gnawing at it, the branches would not break easily in a short span of time. The branches of dentashan are few, yet each is exceptionally sturdy. As for Chu Chong's spider silk, although his level does not match that of the 15th level Bianseijiju, he cannot fully unleash the power of its web. However, against those insects, the Bianseijiju is fundamentally a predator. Ordinary insects stand no chance against the web. Thus, a remarkably resilient lure trap was born. Chu Chong and his army of grasshoppers concealed themselves in a nearby corner, having strategically placed surveillance to monitor the surroundings. He himself could observe the state of the lure trap most directly. Everything was in place. Chu Chong grinned confidently. Now, he merely awaited his prey. Chapter 14. Rapid accumulation of breeding points. Approximately an hour later, the scent of the lure spread. The location chosen by Chu Chong was already a hub for insects. Various creatures emerged from the grass, shrubs, and crevices in the rocks, irresistibly drawn by the rich aroma. They are coming. Utilizing the surveillance of the grasshopper guards, Chu Chong sensed numerous insects converging toward his lure trap. These insects were diverse, yet all shared a common trait. Their levels were not high. None exceeded level 10. As leveling up for insects is quite a challenging endeavor, it would take considerable time for them to gnaw through Chu Chong's spider silk, so he refrained from intercepting them, allowing them to gather directly beside his lure trap. The insects were frenzied, flapping their wings and voraciously devouring the lure trap. From a distance, the trap appeared densely packed with insects, while Chu Chong remained composed, focusing solely on the grasshopper guards around him. In such a short time, thousands of insects had arrived. Chu Chong mused that he should be able to attract quite a few insect predators. Insects typically hide in narrow, shadowy corners, making it particularly difficult for predators to capture them. Such an opportunity for mass gatherings of insects is rare. Before long, not far from the jungle, a yin feng meow spotted the gathered insects and excitedly chirped, flapping its wings toward the lure trap. It was quite swift. The ambushed Xincheng team, positioned hundreds of meters from the lure trap, intercepted the yin feng meow. Chu Chong stood at the rear of the Xincheng team, casually observing the bird, while data appeared before him. Level 10? Although it did not surpass the Bianseijiju, the yin feng meow species is considerably more formidable. Its combat power should be comparable to that of the Bianseijiju. Chu Chong commanded, "Encircle it." Upon spotting Chu Chong, the yin feng meow went utterly wild. In its eyes, the golden-hued grasshopper was the epitome of gourmet delicacies. Seeing Chu Chong was akin to encountering an unparalleled beauty, its eyes glazed over. Without hesitation, it dove toward Chu Chong. As for the Xincheng team, as insect predators, they did not regard these young grasshoppers as a threat, given their superior speed. The presence of the grasshopper elites and guards lacked formidable intimidation. In the wilderness, creatures possess instincts that allow them to gauge danger. This capability is ingrained in their very essence. The higher the species, the greater the perceived threat. Though the grasshopper's attributes had been enhanced through enchanting, their fundamental life levels remained low, and as insects, they posed no instinctive threat to the yin feng meow. The pure white yin feng meow was enveloped by gusts of wind. Utilizing these currents, it made a swift dash to break through. Indeed, it fell into a trap. Chu Chong snorted coldly, thinking, "You wish to feast on me? Let's see if you possess the capability." This was Chu Chong's strategy, to attract insect predators using a multitude of insects, with the next trap being himself. He presented an irresistible allure to the insect predators, granting him an unparalleled advantage in face of them. Encircle. The Xincheng team swiftly shifted to enclose the yin feng meow, a tactic Chu Chong had previously employed against the Fei Qi Qing meow. However, the yin feng meow demonstrated far greater agility in both intellect and speed compared to the Fei Qi Qing meow. A quick change in direction thwarted the Xincheng team's encirclement. One small team on the periphery engaged the yin feng meow, with grasshopper guards surging forward, inflicting several wounds. Yet, 3 grasshopper guards fell in battle. The grasshopper guards were too fragile. Chu Chong's expression remained impassive. He had grown accustomed to their losses. As long as the grasshopper elites remained unharmed, the fragility of the guards meant that employing swarm tactics would inevitably result in casualties. This is the essence of cannon fodder. The yin feng meow, impacted by the peripheral team's assault, altered its flight path, as the Xincheng team spread out to envelop it from the sides. Surrounding the Yinfeng Niao were obstacles in the form of plants. Chu Chong had selected this location for his hunting ground, not only for the central Dengtashan, but also for the surrounding vine plants. These vine plants, aside from boasting robust trunks, were captivating due to their long, cascading tendrils. The dense tendrils significantly obstructed the flight of the Yinfeng Niao. Its speed was greatly hindered. Meanwhile, 7 grasshopper teams pursued from the other side. The Yinfeng Niao faced 2 choices. First, to fly downward along the tendrils, which were limited in length and would not impede its exit. Second, to clash head-on with the pursuing grasshopper teams. Naturally, a creature with any intelligence would opt for the first choice. As the Yinfeng bird swoops down, it prepares to leave the confines of the vines. With a sly smile, Chu Chong snaps his forelimbs, resembling a gesture akin to snapping fingers. The Locust elites, long concealed within the grass, surge forth with alacrity. Under Chu Chong's direct command, the Divine Insect Squad operates autonomously, rendering the need for coordination with the Locust elites unnecessary. Thus, he had previously stationed them in strategic locations, awaiting his signal. The Locust elites, possessing commendable speed, engage the Yinfeng bird, which struggles to alter its trajectory due to the force of gravity and the encumbrance of the vines. Their confrontation culminates in a fierce melee. 7 Locust elites converge upon the bird. Despite the Yinfeng bird's superior attributes, the coordinated assault from the 7 enables them to contend against it. The Yinfeng bird, ensnared, is swiftly overwhelmed by the Divine Insect Squad, resulting in its demise. This battle incurs a loss of 12 Locust Guardians, with several others severely injured, including 3 Locust elites. However, with the aid of the Luohan Squad's healing abilities, these injuries pose little concern for Chu Chong. Under the healing aura, the Divine Insect Squad regains full strength within an hour. Meanwhile, the enticing box, besieged by thousands of insects, sees its alluring fragrance stifled, halting any further increase in attraction. The allure of thousands of insects maintains the appearance of insect feeders within a tolerable frequency for Chu Chong. During this hour of healing, no additional insect feeders approach, allowing Chu Chong to re-establish his ambush. After 2.5 hours, another insect feeder is finally detected. This time, it is a gecko, a Jinbi gecko, a rare elite among its kind, despite its diet primarily consisting of rock. While typical Jinbi geckos thrive on stones, this particular one also preys on insects, showcasing its exceptional status. Insect feeders, being a distinct trait, are typically only possessed by the elites of insectivorous species. The weaker the species, the more arduous the path to advancement. Insect feeders offer substantial experience, making them a coveted trait for many species, akin to a beautiful passageway to elevation. Yet, this Jinbi gecko, though not as swift as the Yinfeng bird, exhibits more tenacity against the Divine Insect Squad, ultimately falling after Chu Chong sacrifices 30 Locust Guardians. Nevertheless, it rewards Chu Chong with considerable experience and breeding points, rendering the loss of the 30 Guardians relatively insignificant. The third insect feeder is discovered 2.5 hours later, followed by the fourth after just over 3 hours. It is anticipated that between 2 to 3 hours, another insect feeder will be drawn to the throng of insects. Although Chu Chong remains vigilant and unyielding, his spirit remains heightened, unmarred by fatigue. With such bountiful gains, who could feel weary? Presently, his experience bar at level 8 is beyond the halfway mark. At this rate, in 3 days, he shall ascend to level 10. Chu Chong, brimming with excitement, casts a glance at the nearby enticing box. However, he estimates that the box can withstand only another 2 days before succumbing to the insect's relentless gnawing. After another day passes, an unexpected influx of insect feeders surpasses Chu Chong's expectations. Within 2 hours, another arrives. Though their levels are modest, lower-level insect feeders generally belong to weaker species, with the more formidable ones typically exceeding level 10. The Yinfeng bird, despite its youth, has already reached level 10. The experience gained from insect feeders is substantial. Had the Yinfeng bird been a member of the human realm, it would be considered a prodigy of its kind. The Locust Guardians have suffered the loss of 150, equating to a full and a half squad. Remaining now are only 5.5 squads. The first day yielded 10 hunts, the second day 12. Chu Chong's experience bar has now ascended to level 9, 12. His breeding points have amassed to an impressive 26,213. 26,000 breeding points. Including the previously captured color-changing spider, Chu Chong has hunted a total of 23 insect feeders. After accounting for the 200 breeding points gained from the earlier hunts, each insect feeder has contributed over 1,000 breeding points. A veritable fortune. Chuchong gazes at his system interface, grinning widely. Had it not been for the hunt of insect feeders, even reaching level 10 would have yielded merely around 10,000 breeding points. At this pace, when he attains level 10 in 3 days, his breeding points are likely to surpass 50,000. With just 1 day remaining, Chuchong observes the enticing box, noting that 3 of the 8 strands securing it have snapped, with the others showing considerable wear. In another day, the enticing box will surely be destroyed. Presently, with 26,000 breeding points, he can directly breed 13 squads from 1,000 points each, amounting to over 10,000 locusts. Thus, he finds himself deliberating whether to hunt for one final day and reconstruct the enticing box or to return and breed to enhance his prowess. After all, breeding requires merely a day's time, promising a tenfold increase in strength. Once accomplished, the ordinary insect feeders will pose no threat, allowing Chuchong to effortlessly consume them. Just as Chuchong wavers in his decision, a thunderous roar reverberates through the air, followed by a tremor in the earth. Chapter 15. A frantic opportunity. The roar sends a shiver through Chuchong. As a being and the ruler of locusts, his instincts scream danger. This is a tremor of life itself. The mere sound invokes such dread, indicating its source must be at least level 25, belonging to a species far superior to locusts. Although Chuchong reigns as the locust king, his greatest strength lies in reproduction, and his species remains merely locusts with a low life tier. He must hide. As the earth quakes, Chuchong and the divine insect squad hastily retreat into the depths of the grass. Following the roar, a cacophony of sounds intertwines, sending shockwaves of energy rippling through the air, causing Chuchong to tremble even within his cover. With a thunderous crash, Chuchong glimpses through the foliage as a 20-meter-long, robust tree trunk comes hurtling towards him, demolishing everything in its path, leaving devastation in its wake. The brutality is overwhelming. Chuchong's heart races. The once thriving vines in this area lie shattered. The towering lighthouse fir is severed midway, and the destruction wrought upon the enticing box is catastrophic, with many insects surrounding it perishing in the chaos. It is an unimaginable scene of carnage. Chuchong discerns that hiding in the grass is no longer secure. As the disturbance intensifies, he commands the divine insect squad to dig a hole and burrow underground. Once beneath the surface, feeling the damp soil, Chuchong's heart settles slightly. For the likelihood of dying from collateral damage in this battle diminishes. What manner of creature is engaged in this combat? Chuchong muses, the commotion is undeniably immense, reminiscent of the colossal lizards he previously encountered. The air is thick with the essence of fire and earth elements, suggesting that the combatants are creatures of fire and earth attributes. In the eyes of the present Chuchong, creatures of such magnitude are undeniably colossal. After waiting in the cave for 3 hours, the commotion of battle gradually subsided. Fortunately, the clash between the two creatures did not encroach upon Chuchong, allowing him and his army of locusts to remain unscathed by the residual effects. Had they truly fought for a full 3 hours? What kind of stamina does that require? Curiosity gnawed at Chuchong, urging him to investigate. With his locust body acting as a buffer, the locust sentinels served as his eyes on the battlefield. There was no need for him to venture into danger to gather information. During the fierce combat, the locust sentinels had likely perished before even nearing the battlefield due to the aftermath. Go, Chuchong commanded one of the locust sentinels. The sentinel, with a blank expression, slowly emerged from the cave. As it appeared amidst the jungle, information began to flow into Chuchong's mind in a unique manner, not in words, but rather through a form of communication exclusive to him and his locust body. This information, though richer than mere text, was not as vivid as direct observation. Lying somewhere in between, the environment was far more desolate than before, yet the essence of the jungle remained intact. The resilience of the jungle was formidable. It would not succumb entirely to the residual chaos of a battle between powerful beings. Only the epicenter of the conflict bore significant damage. Naturally, the tenacity of the jungle would soon see it flourish once more. A small locust meandered through the shattered trunks of plants. Before long, after traversing several hundred meters, the verdant jungle had vanished, leaving only remnants of vegetation, with the heart of the battleground nearly level to the ground. What a tragic sight! Chuchong shook his head. Yet, in this core area of conflict, he found no living beings. Had they already departed? It seemed no clear victor had emerged. Puddles of spilled blood and some silvery hairs littered the ground. What is this? Chuchong focused intently on the details. From the feedback, he discerned fragments of internal organs. His eyes widened in realization. Fragments of internal organs indicated that both parties in this battle had sustained grievous injuries. The fact that internal organs had been ruptured and expelled spoke volumes of the harm inflicted, regardless of how powerful the creatures were. Such severe wounds would leave them on the brink of death, if not already fading. Chuchung's heart raced, blood coursing through his veins like molten lava. He felt an exhilarating surge of adrenaline. An opportunity, a rare chance indeed, if he could slay and consume such a formidable creature. The experience and breeding points it would yield would be immeasurable. Compared to the insectivorous creatures, this prospect seemed trivial. He could not afford to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Moreover, he could command his Locust army from a safe distance, without facing significant peril. At worst, he would merely see his accumulated breeding points dwindle to zero. Missing this chance would be utterly foolish. Once again, Chuchung directed the Locust sentinel to probe the surroundings carefully. After confirming that no immediate danger lurked, he led his Locust army out of the cave. The heart of the battle exhibited no signs of life. It was no wonder. Even moderately powerful creatures dared not approach this place, while weaker beings, like insects, would succumb to the residual tumult. Even with the battle ceased, no creature would venture close in the near term unless its strength matched that of the combatants. How cunning, Chuchung muttered under his breath. He examined the traces left on the ground. Any creature that had sustained such grievous wounds would surely leave behind evidence of their departure. He aimed to track their movements through these signs. However, both creatures had proven exceedingly cunning, erasing their trails as much as possible despite their injuries. This was instinctive behavior for survival in the jungle. Yet, even the most meticulous plans have their flaws. In their haste to flee, they had inevitably left behind some clues. After an hour of diligent searching, Chuchung discovered a thread of evidence leading north. This obscured path bore faint traces of fire attributes. As for the other creature, he found not a single trace. Perhaps the creature's earth attributes allowed it to conceal its tracks with greater ease. Being able to identify one path was satisfactory enough for Chuchung. However, this trail was quite vague, and he would need to investigate further to uncover the exact location of the fleeing creature. I require an acute sense of smell, Chuchung mused. With heightened olfactory senses, he could trace the origin of this path and follow it to the creature's hiding place for recuperation. Even if wounded, it was not something he could provoke at this moment. To confront it, he would need to muster all his current strength. Ideally, he wished to reach level 10 and unlock Locust differentiation before hunting that creature. Yet, whether the process of Locust differentiation would require time remained uncertain. Furthermore, given the creature's intelligence, it might relocate once it regained some strength. By then, it would have ample time to meticulously erase its traces, leaving no openings like it had now. The longer he delayed, the slimmer the chances of capturing this prize became. A glint of determination flashed in Chuchung's eyes. I must pour all my current strength into this endeavor. One day, I need just one day. In a single day, Chuchung could convert all his breeding points into combat power. Moreover, one day would afford him sufficient time for preparations. Before departing, Chuchung attended to one final task, erasing all traces left by the creature. There was no telling if other beings would also set their sights on this injured monster, seeking opportunities for evolution. Yet, since he had arrived first, he would not allow them to reap the rewards. Chuchung returned to his cave. After several days of development, the breeding base within the cave had begun to take shape. This initial formation referred merely to the excavation of a spacious underground chamber, lacking further enhancement. Chuchung arrived at the cave's end, where a small opening served as the entrance to the breeding base. Upon squeezing through, he traversed a narrow passage for about 5 meters, delving deeper into the mountain, until he entered a spacious area unearthed through the efforts of the Shinfeng team. The space was ample. Chuchung opened his breeding interface. Shall I breed 13? 153 Locust Sentinels and 130 Locust Elites? Yes. With the assistance of the Shinfeng team, all the eggs had been buried in the soil. Ding. Breeding commenced. A progress bar appeared before Chuchung's eyes. The breeding process would require a day. Locust Sentinels would take half a day, while Locust Elites would require a full day. With 26,000 breeding points, Chuchung was poised to breed 13 full squads. It is important to note that the Shinfeng team now comprises merely 847 Locust Guardians. However, the army currently nurtured by Chuchung is incomplete, consisting solely of Centurions, lacking the leadership of a 1,000-man commander. Were it not for Chuchung's direct command, even if a sizable battalion were formed, without a 1,000-man commander at the helm, it would merely be regarded as 10 small squads, lacking any cohesive coordination. Subsequently, Chuchung departed from the breeding base. A single day devoted to nurturing is invaluable to him. Chapter 16. The Shinfeng Legion. The sheer quantity of locust larvae requires an enormous amount of enchanted materials. Within this day, the amount of enchanted materials harvested could be fully transformed into combat power. Previously, Chu Cheng took 2 days to fully arm an entire squad of the Xinqiang team. Although he has lost 150 Locust Guardians now, the current Xinqiang team is fully equipped, significantly stronger than before, and operates with even greater efficiency. To maximize strength in a short period, Chu Cheng made hunting the Death Scythe insect his primary objective. To defeat that unknown and formidable creature, offense is paramount. Moreover, the forelimbs of the Death Scythe insect are the only materials that align perfectly with his locust larvae. Within a single day, Chu Cheng gathered all the forelimbs of the Death Scythe insect and also hunted numerous materials from the Diptera. Upon returning to the cave, Chu Cheng was taken aback by the sight of over 10,000 locusts filling the space. While the numbers might have seemed trivial during reproduction, the minuscule size of the eggs offered little emotional resonance. However, witnessing the fully grown locusts arrayed in formation before him profoundly moved Chu Cheng. This was an extraordinary sensation. Over 10,000 locusts bowed in obedience, and at that moment, Chu Cheng truly grasped the significance of being a king within his race. Soaring, Chu Cheng attempted to issue a command. In an instant, all the locusts vibrated their wings and took to the air, exuding an aura of lethal intent. A dark mass, ready to lay down their lives at a mere command from Chu Cheng. He exhaled deeply, excitement barely contained in his gaze. This feeling was utterly exhilarating. With such a multitude of locusts, he believed he could certainly defeat the gravely wounded unknown creature. Enchant. Swiftly, the locust army equipped themselves with the forelimbs of the Death Scythe insect, while a small portion enhanced their wings for increased speed. Chu Cheng integrated these 13,000 locusts, equivalent to 13 squads, into the Xinqiang team. The locust numbers in the Xinqiang team surged to a total of 14 squads, amounting to 14,000. 10 small squads form one large squad, and 10 large squads transform into a legion. The system panel updated accordingly. Xinqiang Legion, 1 star. Legion Commander, none. 1,000-man Commander, none. Centurion. Locust Elite X-140 Soldiers, Locust Guardians X-14,000, with 10,000 locusts. The system recognizes it as a 1-star legion. Becoming a legion signifies a qualitative shift for the Locust army. However, Chu Cheng, being of a low level, remains unaware of the specifics of this transformation. Not to mention, he has not yet unlocked the position of a 1,000-man commander. Compared to the vast Xinqiang team, the nearby small squad of Luohan appears diminutive. Nevertheless, the verdant hue of the Luohan team stands out prominently among the Locust army, fulfilling Chu Cheng's earlier vision sooner than he anticipated. The lush green of the Luohan team has indeed become a symbolic presence within the Locust army. To slay that creature, the enhancements of the Luohan team and the Kamikaze team must be slightly postponed. Next, Chu Cheng browsed the system's database. Any creature he has encountered is automatically recorded and added to the database, including racial characteristics and visual traits, making it exceedingly convenient. This is one of Chu Cheng's favorite features of the system, as the variety of creatures in the jungle is overwhelming. The number of insects he has encountered alone reaches into the thousands. Recognizing each species and learning all their details is virtually impossible for him. However, with this function, whenever he wishes to search for information on a particular creature, the system promptly presents the data at the mere thought. There is even a keyword search feature that is incredibly user-friendly. System, search for the creatures with the most acute sense of smell. Ding, search complete. The creature with the most acute sense of smell that the host has encountered is the D-Ling wild wolf. D-Ling wild wolf. Chu Cheng nodded. A page of information appeared before him, detailing the basic information of the D-Ling wild wolf. The D-Ling wild wolf is considered one of the most ordinary wolf species within the jungle. Despite its name, it bears no relation to the earth element. In the jungle, species naturally attuned to certain elements are rare and powerful. Typical species, even if they possess some elemental talent, are limited to certain skills. For instance, the flying-winged dragonfly that Chu Cheng encountered has the wind attribute activated, but it merely serves as an enhancement skill. Aside from this skill, the species of the plunder sky dragonfly cannot resonate with the wind attribute at all. The D-Ling wild wolf derives its name from its innate ability, Earth Cry, and cannot be compared to those powerful species. Nevertheless, the D-Ling wild wolf is the strongest species with the most acute sense of smell that Chu Cheng has encountered. Thus, he aims to hunt the D-Ling wild wolf, preferably one that excels in olfactory prowess. The D-Ling wild wolf species may not be strong, which poses no trouble for Chu Cheng. Although wolves typically gather in packs, His recent adaptability has taught him that this world cannot be judged by the common knowledge of his past life. While there are many wolf clans, solitary wolves are also prevalent in the jungle. Chu Chong led the Shun Chong team away from the cave, leaving behind 5 small squads for protection. In the jungle, a massive swarm of locusts surrounded him, creating an imposing presence. Chu Chong smirked, feeling somewhat helpless. There are both pros and cons. The benefit is that weaker creatures are deterred from approaching, as it would be quite troublesome otherwise. Killing those weaker creatures yields little experience and breeding points. As Chu Chong levels up, the breeding points gained from slaying lower-level creatures diminish slightly, but the experience points received drop significantly. Previously, he could gain some experience from devouring weaker insects. Now, the experience from slaying them is hardly enough to satisfy his needs. The higher his level, the stronger the creatures he must defeat to advance. This applies to all beings in the jungle, not just Chu Chong. The downside is that he is too conspicuous. Currently, he is merely a 1-star legion. If he grows in number, it will become nearly impossible for Chu Chong to act stealthily. Flexibility will be a luxury for the swarm. After searching for a while, he realized that continuing in this manner was inefficient. After evading a powerful creature, he felt a sense of urgency. The collective movement of the Shinchong Legion is too conspicuous. Merely avoiding certain creatures consumes a great deal of time. Although the strength of the Shinchong team has grown to the point where they are no longer afraid of many lower-level creatures in the jungle, Chu Chong does not wish to waste time dealing with ordinary beings, as the real prize lies further ahead. Unable to confront the stronger creatures, he must evade them to avoid conflict. Furthermore, the efficiency of the Shinchong Legion when gathered is quite low. They must disperse. Chu Chong gritted his teeth. One cannot catch wolves without letting go of the cubs. Every moment wasted reduces his chances of finding that creature. Losing a few larvae is a small price to pay. Disperse. Due to the absence of a centurion to lead them, the Divine Insect Legion was compelled to disperse into smaller squads for their search. Although this approach increased efficiency, it also placed the Legion in a perilous situation. The Grasshopper elites, who could only assume the role of centurions, possessed limited intelligence, and the strength of each squad was insufficient. Encountering danger could result in significant losses. Nevertheless, Chu Chong had no choice but to press on. With a notification, the Divine Insect Legion's Squad 121 was completely annihilated. Another notification indicated that Squad 82 had suffered a loss of 40 members. In the brief span of an hour, Chu Chong's Divine Insect Squad had sustained severe casualties. He gritted his teeth, resolute in his determination. The substantial losses were primarily due to Chu Chong prioritizing efficiency in his commands. Moving boldly through the jungle without deliberately avoiding formidable creatures was bound to lead to heavy losses. Each squad of the Divine Insect Legion contained 100 grasshoppers, whose speed in the jungle was not particularly swift, making them easy targets for powerful creatures. Squad 23 of the Divine Insect Legion reported a loss of 30 members, bringing further grim news. Yet Chu Chong remained unwavering, his resolve intact. After 2 more hours, a report came in from Squad 53, revealing the presence of a Guling wild wolf. Chu Chong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, they had found it. A sense of relief washed over him. Even though Chu Chong now commanded a 1-star legion, he could not afford significant losses. He quickly sensed the location of Squad 53. Divine Insect Legion, assemble. The dispersed squads of the Divine Insect Legion hastily converged towards Squad 53. Beneath a towering, red-spotted mushroom, a Guling wild wolf was resting. Level 11? Quite impressive. Its sense of smell must be acute. As Chu Chong rendezvoused with Squad 53, he concealed himself nearby to assess the wolf's level through the system. A solitary Guling wild wolf had a lower hunting capability than one that formed a pack, which naturally possessed a higher level. Additionally, the combat prowess of the Guling wild wolf was rather mediocre. Although this level 11 wolf was the strongest of its kind that Chu Chong had ever hunted, it posed no significant challenge to him. This presented a splendid opportunity for Chu Chong to test his command over the Divine Insect Legion. The complexity of managing a 1-star legion was significantly greater than before. The more grasshoppers there were, the more mental effort was required for command, increasing the intricacy of the task. Although Chu Chong had perused various texts, he lacked formal training. The challenge of leading a larger swarm of grasshoppers was formidable. He decided to initiate an impressive maneuver. Chu Chong began to weave silk right where he stood. The level 9 chameleon spider silk, if crafted into a thicker version without hesitation, would present a considerable obstacle for the Guling wild wolf. While producing the silk, he infused it with corrosive properties to enhance its effectiveness. The original silk was quite fine, and even the chameleon spider would be reluctant to expend so much energy on creating a thicker strand. For Chuchong, stamina was not a limitation. He rarely felt fatigue, and his devouring ability served as an excellent means to replenish energy, requiring no time for transformation. Stamina had never posed a bottleneck for him. Whenever it waned, he simply replenished it through devouring. A remarkably sturdy net was swiftly woven by Chuchong. The Guling wild wolf remained blissfully unaware, sound asleep beneath the giant mushroom. Go, Chuchong commanded, sending 20 grasshopper elites as vanguards. They charged toward the Guling wild wolf, only to have it awaken when they were 5 meters away. Its lack of vigilance stemmed not from complacency, but rather from the fact that the grasshoppers, being insects, were already detected by the wolf's keen sense of smell. Insects were plentiful in the jungle, and the Guling wild wolf paid them little heed. Even with a net in hand, the wolf dismissed the grasshoppers entirely. The level 11 Guling wild wolf possessed an attack power of 350, far exceeding that of the grasshopper elites. Although the grasshopper elites were significantly stronger than ordinary insects, they posed no substantial threat to the wolf. Upon opening its eyes, the wolf observed the small grasshoppers charging at it with a large net, an utterly bizarre sight. It had never encountered such a phenomenon before. However, it merely smirked, showing no inclination to flee. After all, as a wolf species, it was considered low tier in the jungle and had never feared such tiny insects. Only those insects that evolved into formidable creatures would command respect or fear. Mere insects were laughable. Chuchong anticipated this reaction, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. If the wolf saw the net and fled immediately, he would have little recourse. With a running speed of 80, the Guling wild wolf surpassed even Chuchong, let alone the divine insect legion. Yet its underestimation would prove to be its gravest error. The web Chuchong had crafted was a super version, made without regard for stamina. Even the Guling wild wolf would struggle to break free in a short span of time. As long as it could be ensnared quickly, the divine insect legion would swarm in. The Guling wild wolf, filled with disdain, even yawned as it observed the approaching grasshopper elites. The web fell upon it, enveloping its form. The corrosive effects began to take hold. The wolf casually extended a paw, attempting to tear apart the web. However, it was astonished to discover that its casual swipe could not rend the silk. The web was remarkably elastic. Although stretched by its paw, it remained intact. A sense of foreboding crept into the Guling wild wolf's mind as it howled in alarm, attacking the web with frenzy. Nevertheless, the speed at which it could damage the web was insufficient. As the web ensnared it, the divine insect legion surged into action. A dark swarm of grasshoppers descended upon the Guling wild wolf. The wolf's eyes filled with panic. Its heart raced as it sensed the impending crisis. Wolves are cunning creatures, and even as a lone wolf, it seldom encountered lethal threats. Yet now it had a strong premonition that it faced the gravest danger of its life, one that originated from the very insects it had always dismissed. With a howl, the Guling wild wolf attempted to disregard the web and flee. However, the web bound its limbs, and the corrosive effects compromised its fur, severely hampering its speed. At such a close distance, evading the pursuing grasshopper army would be nearly impossible. Now to flee? Too late. Chuchong's mind raced as he commanded the divine insect legion. The legion swiftly surrounded the Guling wild wolf, forming a dense mass of insects around it. From the outside, only the fluttering of the swarm was visible, completely enveloping the wolf. The wolf's attacks caused temporary disturbances in the swarm's formation. Through the feedback received, Chuchong directed the legion to dodge at the moment the wolf struck. Despite the wolf's formidable attack, it managed to slay only a handful of grasshoppers in front of it. Taking advantage of the moment when it retreated, the 4th Brigade swiftly withdrew to the rear, while the 2nd Brigade surged forth through the gaps, launching a direct assault on the head of the Diling Yalong. A howl echoed as one eye of the Diling Yalong was blinded by the elite locusts of the 2nd Brigade, and its body bore countless scars. The transition of formations and alternating attacks was the ingenious solution devised by Chuchong. However, the Locust army faced a dilemma. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the efficacy of their assault was severely limited when the target was not sufficiently large. Although they could swarm the beast, such reckless engagement would inevitably lead to devastating losses among the frontline locusts. Thus, Chuchong proposed a dynamic formation. Perhaps there existed a more optimal solution. But for Chuchong, this was the best approach available. The Diling Yalong found itself ensnared, unable to escape the relentless onslaught of the divine insect legion, ultimately succumbing to their attacks. Experience gained, 2582, breeding points, 2213. The 11th level Diling Yalong yielded only a mere 1,000 more experience than the 15th level Biansijiju, and its breeding points exceeded by a mere 100. The difficulty of the hunt had escalated exponentially, yet the rewards remained disproportionate. It was evident how invaluable the trait of being an insectivore was to Chu Chong. Without specifically hunting insectivores, his growth would be markedly stunted, let alone the prospect of pursuing that mysterious and formidable creature. Chu Chong paid little heed to these thoughts. Hastily opening his backpack, within, he discovered a new material, Diling Yalong's nose. The description naturally extolled its remarkable olfactory prowess. The system typically extracts materials, automatically prioritizing those of the greatest value to Chu Chong. It conducts a screening process, and if Chu Chong has a particular material in mind, it will take his wishes into account. If no valuable materials are present, the system refrains from extraction, as was the case with many of Chu Chong's previous hunts. Where no materials were obtained, Chu Chong also refrained from prompting the system to extract inconsequential materials, as that would only necessitate their disposal, which was entirely unnecessary. Of course, should a hunted creature possess multiple high-grade materials, the system would automatically extract them. This feature was quite user-friendly. However, none of the beings Chu Chong had hunted had offered multiple high-grade materials. Had he not urgently required the olfactory ability of the Diling Yalong, the system likely would not have extracted anything at all. The Diling Yalong species was devoid of any particularly valuable materials. As for enchantments, Chu Chong pondered and ultimately decided against enchanting himself. After all, the Diling Yalong's nose, while not particularly appealing, did not offer the same advantages as the silk glands of the Biansijiju, which provided him with unique abilities. And only he could replenish his stamina without limitation. The silk glands held special utility and life-preserving value for Chu Chong. However, the olfactory prowess of the Diling Yalong was not a critical capability for him, and enchanting it lacked aesthetic appeal. After enchanting a Locust elite with the wolf's nose, Chu Chong felt he had made a prudent decision. Chapter 18. Shirlene Chu Chong returned to the battleground where the two creatures had fought. The area had changed somewhat. After his departure, numerous creatures had come to observe. Thanks to his meticulous efforts to erase all traces, not a single creature could discern the path taken by the fire attribute entity. Nevertheless, Chu Chong had long since marked the location. This was the blood of that creature. He retrieved some of the congealed blood from his backpack, which had been expelled by the fire attribute beast. The elite Locust sniffed, imprinting the scent in its memory. Did it remember? The elite Locust seemed to understand, slightly twitching its antennae. Excellent. Now let us follow this direction to trace its exact departure. The elite Locust meticulously searched ahead, its Locust-style wolf's nose quivering as it scoured the ground for clues. Chu Chong trailed closely behind, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Would they succeed? Over a day had passed, and the scent had dissipated significantly. Fortunately, it had not rained during this time. Otherwise, Chu Chong's efforts would have been in vain. He could only hope that the elite Locust, after being enchanted with the wolf's nose, would indeed possess a powerful sense of smell. Regardless of the material enchanted onto the elite Locust, its capabilities were fixed. The effectiveness of an enchanted material depended solely on the Locust's evolutionary stage. In contrast, enchanting Chu Chong allowed the ability to evolve alongside his level, highlighting the fundamental difference between the two. Chu Chong had no way of knowing the extent to which the wolf's nose would enhance the elite Locust's sense of smell. One thing was certain. It would undoubtedly surpass the enchantment on the Locust guard. Sniff, sniff. The elite Locust advanced slowly, having flown over 100 meters. Had they found the path of departure? Chu Chong wondered. The scent was dissipating, and the sensitivity of the olfactory ability limited their speed of advancement. This process of sniffing and searching continued for a full 4 hours. Chu Chong felt a growing impatience. Time was of the essence. Yet, despite his agitation, he had no choice but to endure. Whenever encountering formidable creatures, Chu Chong had to evade them. Only those he could resolve swiftly would he confront. Otherwise, the delay would be even greater. Returning to the original route incurred only minimal time loss. 2 hours later, the vista ahead opened up. Astonishingly, a stone forest emerged. Was this truly a stone forest? The system automatically mapped the areas Chu Chong traversed, and the stone forest was quickly recorded, evoking memories of his explorations in online games back on Earth. The terrain of the stone forest was intricate, with each stone pillar towering at least 40 meters high, while some exceeded 100 meters. Once inside, it resembled a labyrinth. However, with the system keeping track of the route, Chu Chong was not worried about losing his way. After wandering through the stone forest for a while, Chu Chong arrived at a peculiar section. Here, each rock pillar soared to a height of 100 meters, and was remarkably stout. They resembled small mountains or robust chimneys, piercing the clouds. The elite locust continued to fly ahead, but Chucheng quickly halted it. The divine insect legion, along with himself, was concealed behind a stone pillar. While he cautiously peered ahead, excitement radiating from his expression. Indeed, there could be no doubt. This was the very location where the fire attribute creature had recuperated. Not far away, beneath a stout stone pillar, there lay an excavated cave. The rocks at the mouth of the cave were red and exceedingly rough, evidently scorched by high temperatures over time. Additionally, darkened marks were visible at the cave's entrance. The feedback from the elite locust confirmed this. Its intended direction was toward that very stone pillar. If Chucheng still could not deduce the situation, it would be a disservice to the title of Locust King. What should he do? Chucheng's mind raced, his blood surging, as a myriad of thoughts flooded his consciousness, rendering it impossible to formulate a coherent plan. Remain calm. Remain calm. Chucheng exhaled deeply. He could not afford to be overly excited. He needed to devise a careful plan, even if that creature was gravely injured. It was not something he could tackle at present. Even if he could confront it, he must not gamble. He could not take such risks. So he had to proceed with caution. Chucheng's greatest advantage lies in his ability to command his legion of locusts from a distance. He decided to send a locust sentinel to scout the area. Chucheng thought to himself, even if the locust sentinel meets its demise, I shall not feel sorrow. Moreover, a foolish locust flying in would undoubtedly raise no suspicion from that creature. Within the stone forest, the number of insects is scarce, yet they do exist. The ground is dotted with some weeds growing from the crevices of the rocks, and many insects have claimed these as their habitats. Insects are generally of little concern to powerful beings. This is precisely what Chucheng cherishes. Locusts are unassuming and can quietly amass wealth. Buzzing. A small locust sentinel emerged from the divine insect legion, swaying unsteadily as it maintained a normal speed, careening about aimlessly. By chance, it stumbled into the cave. The heat. The information relayed back from the locust sentinel indicated that the cave's temperature was significantly higher than that outside. The cave was deep, the further one ventured inside. The darker and narrower it became. The locust sentinel's vision in the dark was poor, thus Chucheng could glean little information as the cave grew dim. The locust sentinel continued deeper within. As Chucheng concentrated on analyzing the scant information received from the locust sentinel, suddenly, he sensed a disruption. What? It's gone? The locust sentinel has perished. How did it die so suddenly? Chucheng frowned as he reviewed the last message from the locust sentinel. In an instant, it had been incinerated by the intense heat, leaving no time to gather further information. Was the cave's temperature too high, or had he finally encountered that mysterious creature? Chucheng fixed his gaze on the cave entrance, waiting in silence for a considerable time, but there was still no response. Just as I anticipated. Chucheng's brow unfurled as a smile crept across his face. The identity of the locust serves as an advantage for me. Indeed, powerful races do not concern themselves with a mere locust. It matters not. If it has died, so be it. Chucheng glanced back at the divine insect legion, poised and ready. The former locust sentinel had transmitted a small amount of information before its demise. I still have over 10,000 locusts here. Chucheng chuckled, determined to gather information bit by bit. I refuse to believe that I cannot discern the conditions within your cave. After approximately 5 minutes, Chucheng selected another locust sentinel, removing the enchanted forelimbs and wings of the dead locust and replacing them with various materials from his backpack, expending 1/10 of each. During his prior insect hunts, Chucheng had slain numerous types of insects, thus naturally acquiring a substantial stock of materials suitable for enchantment. Those materials had merely gathered dust in his backpack due to better alternatives. Insects, unlike the wild earth wolves, share kinship with Chucheng, making their materials most compatible with locusts. Albeit the ordinary insect materials were rather weak. This locust sentinel instantly appeared transformed from the previous one. Thus, the creature within the cave should find it difficult to recognize it as the same species. It was likely that it would not bother to scrutinize the small intruder closely before eliminating it, who would take the time to examine the race of a mere insect. The locust sentinel swayed and flew back into the cave. As expected, when it reached the vicinity of the previous location, it was immediately vaporized by the intense heat. 5 minutes later, another newly transformed locust fluttered past. Another 5 minutes went by, and yet another. An hour elapsed. Soon after entering, the locust sentinel was incinerated by the heat. Chucheng opened his eyes and grinned. The creature inside must be quite vexed by now. This time, the locust had only penetrated halfway into the cave before being struck down. Over the course of 1 hour, 20 locusts had scouted the area. allowing Chuchong to glean some insight into the cave's conditions. This cave extends approximately 50 meters deep, and that unknown creature rests at its deepest point. Vexed? The more irritated you are, the happier I become. I shall not allow you a moment of peace. Chuchong's sinister laughter echoed. After an hour, he had only lost 20 locust sentinels, merely a trivial loss for him. However, the creature within the cave harbored a profound hatred for these small insects. The cave's temperature was already high, and in the insect-scarce stone forest, it was highly unusual for any insect to foolishly venture inside. Insects survive purely by instinct, and the high temperature of the cave was clearly hostile. Yet, within just 1 hour, 20 small insects had intruded. If the creature had not been injured, it would likely have ignored these pests altogether. However, because it was gravely wounded, it desired to recuperate fully without any disturbances. Chuchong had keenly perceived this. Since you detest being interrupted during your recovery, I shall torment you relentlessly. I will drive you to madness. Onward. Now that Chuchong had discerned the creature's temperament, he resolved to increase the frequency of his disturbances. Simultaneously, he positioned himself further away, flying directly above a stone pillar. In the stone forest, the heights of the towering pillars offered the greatest safety. Within the cave, at its end, the temperature was terrifyingly high. Only the sound of breathing echoed throughout the cave. With each breath, the hot air heated the surrounding atmosphere, and steam rose from its skin's pores, contributing to the cave's intense warmth. In the darkness, the creature's full form remained unseen. Only its breathing could be heard. Suddenly, a buzzing sound emerged from nearby, jarring amidst the otherwise solitary echoes of breath. The creature had grown accustomed to its own breathing, which seemed non-existent to its ears. Thus, the sudden intrusion of this jarring noise became the most unbearable sound in the world. Roar! It let out a low growl in the darkness. Its blood-red eyes brimmed with frenzy. Here they come again, those annoying little insects. Over the course of 2 hours, dozens of these small creatures had invaded the cave. Even though it swiftly incinerated each one with waves of fiery heat, every short while, another small insect would appear to pester it, preventing it from resting properly. Already irritable due to its severe injuries, its mood was further exacerbated by pain and weakness, leaving it perpetually on the brink of fury. Agitation coursed through its body, and if not for its frail state, it would have felt an urge to wreak havoc. At this moment, these bothersome little insects continued to intrude at intervals. Just as it sought to close its eyes and rest, that irritating buzzing sound would invade its ears. Each use of fiery waves was also a drain on its energy. After all, it was severely injured and could hardly muster the energy to even blink. Even if it wished to ignore the buzzing, that obnoxious sound, like a gentle breeze, fueled the flames of its anger. Infuriating. How detestable. These loathsome little insects. What on earth is happening? Roar. The creature could no longer endure. Its furious roar reverberated against the cave's walls. It sprang to its feet, its frenzied emotions threatening to drive it to madness. In an instant, the small insect that had flown in was obliterated by the shockwave of its rage. Even perched upon the stone pillar, Chuchong could hear the furious roar emanating from the cave. Has it finally lost its composure? Chuchong smirked. Moments later, a figure entirely engulfed in flames burst forth from the cave, standing at its entrance, panting heavily and emitting furious snarls. Is this the creature? Chuchong's eyes widened. The cave was too dim. Based on the information relayed from the Locust Sentinel, he could not ascertain its precise appearance. The first glimpse of its appearance left Chuchong astounded. Is this a human? This creature, towering at approximately 3 meters, possesses a physique remarkably similar to that of a human. Its entire body is adorned with fiery red fur, robust limbs akin to those of humans, and a head shaped like a flame. Most striking is its enormous belly, marred by numerous scars that hint at past encounters. Upon scanning the system, a data panel promptly emerged. Fire Zunju, level, LV-28, attack, 5,250, health, 5,600, speed, 200, defense, 5,000, talent abilities, fire element manipulation, fire element affinity, traits, frenzy, fire consumption, skills, heat wave, large fireball, path of flame, goodness, what a panel. 4-digit values. This must be the first time Chuchong has faced a creature with such formidable statistics. And it is not merely the panel that astonishes. What manner of race is the Fire Zunju? Born with 2 innate abilities, fire element manipulation and fire element affinity. It is truly the favored child of the fire element. Typically, creatures endowed with the fire attribute possess only the ability to communicate with fire elements. Fire element affinity represents a higher echelon of talent. Even races with fire communication can only wield the most basic applications of fire. Yet this, Fire Zunju possesses an additional talent, fire element manipulation. This ability specifically enhances control over fire elements. The combination of these two talents is utterly terrifying. The fire-related skills it possesses further illustrate this point. Common races, even those with unique capabilities, often lack the qualifications to be listed as skills, such as the Earth Spirit Wolf. However, the Fire Zunju boasts as many as 7 skills. It is overwhelming, simply overwhelming. If the panel is this formidable, what degree of combat prowess can be expected when combined with its talents and skills? Chu Chong was left speechless, realizing just how formidable an entity he had provoked. Though the Fire Zunju currently lay severely injured, its strength greatly diminished. It stood before the cave entrance, roaring with fury. Its roar echoed far and wide, causing all creatures near the stone forest to hide as if they were startled prey. A cold sweat broke out on Chu Chong's forehead. How terrifying! Even in its weakened state, the Fire Zunju's presence remains dreadfully imposing. After several moments of roaring, the Fire Zunju finally turned and retreated into the cave. It did not perform any further actions. Its roar seemed to convey a singular message, a warning, establishing authority. A warning to any creature daring to challenge it. Do not act foolishly. Do not attempt to confront me. The effect was palpable. Creatures residing near the stone forest, upon receiving this warning, trembled and cowered, not daring to move. However, Chu Chong was not like those creatures. He would not be intimidated by such roars. On the contrary, the strength of this Fire Zunju made him realize that if it were not for its current injuries, he would have no chance of defeating it. With its abilities, it could incinerate swarms of locusts before they even approached. Chu Chong's locust body currently possessed no resistance to fire attributes. Even if he managed to find materials to withstand fire, against the overwhelming might of the Fire Zunju, the effectiveness would likely be minimal. A 1-star legion is a monumental strength for Chu Chong, being tenfold more powerful than a regular squad. Yet, when faced with the Fire Zunju, it would barely be enough to serve as a snack. A single fireball could decimate the Locust Legion before they could evade, leading to catastrophic losses. Even if he were to attack the Fire Zunju, its fiery defenses would result in self-inflicted damage to the Locust Legion, causing them to suffer greatly without inflicting substantial harm on the Fire Zunju. Conversely, the immense strength of the Fire Zunju promises equally substantial rewards for Chu Chong. A glint of madness sparked in his eyes. Fire Zunju, I have all the time in the world to play with you. You are severely injured now. I refuse to believe I cannot wear you down. Even in its weakened state, Chu Chong understood that a direct assault was utterly impossible. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. However, he was undeterred by a war of attrition. As long as he prevented it from resting and recovering, its wounds would continuously sap its vitality. It would grow increasingly feeble. Meanwhile, Chu Chong could sustain his own forces while the Locust Legion hunted, keeping himself safe and allowing the Locust Sentinels to harass it. He was determined to exhaust the Fire Zunju. Chu Chong was prepared for a prolonged battle. Chapter 20. Toxic Warfare. Chu Chong awaited atop a stone pillar, savoring the breathtaking scenery of the stone forest. Such a magnificent sight was a rarity. Golden sunlight bathed the stone pillars, which shimmered with an ancient aura. These pillars had stood for countless years, their surfaces weathered and cracked, exuding an epic feel. Chu Chong was wholly immersed in the beauty of this world, having never taken the time to truly observe it since his arrival. The towering stone pillars, reaching heights of 100 meters, surpassed most plants in the jungle. Lying atop the pillar, he could effortlessly survey the surrounding landscape. Is that the mountain where I established my dwelling? The sky in this world is infinitely more beautiful than that of Earth. The clouds perpetually shift, merging and separating, intertwining and layering. The pure white clouds flowed like water. And Chu Chong found himself completely entranced. This enchanting state persisted for 3 hours. Finally, the Insect Legion, dispatched to hunt at Chu Chong's behest, returned. Aside from a squad guarding Chu Chong, the rest had ventured out to forage. He had been observing the movements of the Fire Zunju during this time. However, in these 3 hours without insect disturbances, the Fire Zunju likely believed its display of dominance had succeeded, resting comfortably, unaware that this was merely the calm before the storm. Indeed, Chu Chong gazed at the increasingly filled backpack, bolstered by newfound confidence. The enchanting ability provided him with limitless options. Thus, when he decided to engage the Fire Zunju in a war of attrition, he immediately sent the Insect Legion out to hunt, utilizing enchantment to enhance his choices. Changing the enchantment, Chu Chong selected a small squad and removed their original enchantments. He chose the poison sac of the Zhuangqi snake for enchantment, coupled with the air sac of the Chongqi mouse. The enchanted locusts now sported abdomens 3 times larger, adorned with greenish-black patterns that appeared rather comical. Chuchong commanded one locust sentinel, release the toxin. With a forceful expulsion, a torrent of dark green gas erupted from the locust sentinel's abdomen. The sheer power of the release caused the locust to be propelled backward, shooting off like an arrow. Its speed remarkable. As it soared, the locust's abdomen continued to emit gas, albeit at a gradually diminishing rate until it ceased entirely. Eventually, the locust's abdomen deflated, leaving it utterly incapacitated, unable to move. The effect was commendable. Chuchong smiled. Originally, the Zhuangqi snake's poison sac merely stored toxic gas, lacking the ability to expel it. Therefore, if the Zhuangqi snake desired to attack with its toxin, it had to bite its foe and then exude the toxin through its nasal pores. This limitation rendered the Zhuangqi snake's toxin potent, yet its race's overall strength was not formidable. However, through enchantment, Chuchong had resolved this shortcoming. The system's database contained an abundance of biological information, and after careful consideration and comparison, he devised this solution. The Chongqi mouse possesses an air sac capable of storing vast amounts of gas. On ordinary days, its physique appears rather swollen. However, upon encountering danger, it instantaneously releases the gas within its air sac, propelling itself away with remarkable speed, much like a balloon utilizing recoil for rapid escape. The air sac of the Chongqi Shu, inflated mouse, synergizes with the venom sac of the Zhangqi Sha, asphyxiating snake. The toxic gas generated by the venom sac transfers into the Chongqi Shu's air sac, enabling it to expel the toxic fumes. Furthermore, both the venom sac and air sac are relatively small, resembling a balloon. Without the gas inside, the balloon's volume diminishes significantly. It is merely the elasticity that is astonishing. With the enchantment on both, they do not occupy much internal space. The mobility enchantment allows for multiple enchantments on different locations, provided they do not conflict. Given that the Huazuan Jue, Fire Jar Lord, is resting within the cave, Chuchong cannot recklessly charge in. The enemy is aware while I remain hidden. Chuchong must push the harassment to the utmost. Off it goes. The Locust Guardian's abdomen swells, storing a significant amount of toxic gas, and it flies straight into the cave. The Huazuan Jue, nestled deep within the cave, is comfortably resting. Unlike ordinary creatures, it possesses the trait of swallowing fire, enabling it to absorb fire elements from the surroundings to heal its wounds. Moreover, it has the talent of affinity for fire elements, providing considerable enhancement to its ability to swallow fire. This cave serves as the residence of the Huazuan Jue, filled with fire elements due to its inherent abilities. The Huazuan Jue quietly rests, relying on swallowing fire to recuperate. A small locust ventures into the cave. Chuchong perceives the information relayed by the Locust Guardian and muses, having refrained from disturbing it for 3 hours should have allowed it to lower its guard somewhat. Additionally, the cave is poorly ventilated. Should it employ the same tactic that previously eliminated my offspring, it would only expedite the spread of the toxic gas within. As anticipated, the Locust Guardian progresses deeper into the cave without being attacked by the Huazuan Jue. The Locust Guardian can hear the rhythmic breathing of the Huazuan Jue, indicating it is in a deep slumber. Still in a state of repose? A smirk plays on Chuchong's lips as its gaze sharpens. Boom. The Locust Guardian immediately aligns its abdomen towards the resting layer of the Huazuan Jue, and with a resounding noise, the toxic gas is forcefully expelled. The Locust Guardian is propelled backward by the recoil. The Huazuan Jue senses an unusual odor, causing a slight discomfort. Drowsily, it opens its eyes and surveys its surroundings with confusion. However, the gas emitted by a single Locust Guardian is far too sparse. Even immediately after release, before it disperses in the air, it remains insufficient. The Huazuan Jue only perceives the sound of fluttering wings, igniting a surge of anger within. That wretched little insect again. Enraged, the Huazuan Jue expels a wave of scorching hot air, gathering fire elements above its head, and subsequently unleashes a torrent of heat from its nostrils. The intensity of this fiery blast far surpasses that which casually obliterated the Locust Guardian previously. The Huazuan Jue is resolute, despite its injuries. It detests being disturbed during its rest. The searing gust fills the entire cave, swirling within its confines. The concentration of fire elements reaches a peak, instantly melting the Locust Guardian. One can only imagine the temperature's intensity. Yet, Chuchong feels elated rather than incensed. Truly, it is a dim-witted fool. Because of the heat wave, the toxic gas released by the Locust Guardian is swiftly diluted. The layer of the Huazuan Jue, deep within the cave, is considerably narrower than the outer cavern. Without the heat wave's dilution, the toxic gas would take an extensive duration to disperse naturally, likely being detected by the Huazuanjue before filling its lair. The Huazuanjue might realize that the little insects are not mere intruders, but rather participants in a premeditated assault. At such a moment, it may expend considerable effort sealing the cave entrance, thus thwarting Chuchong's plans. The divine insect legion would require immense strength to clear the cave obstructed by numerous boulders. However, with the fiery heat wave saturating the cave, it becomes a boon for Chuchong. It will merely take a bit longer. Initially, Chuchong aimed to fill the toxic gas within the depths of the Huazuanjue's lair. Now, it must saturate half the cave. Indeed, it is a war of attrition. Although the Huazuanjue fills the cave with scorching heat, the Locust Guardians can still manage to fly to nearly the midpoint of the cave. Without the heat wave, it would be nearly impossible for the toxic gas to permeate such a vast space, dissipating swiftly at the entrance. The heat wave has inadvertently become Chuchong's ally, while also minimizing the loss of Locust Guardians. Chuchong embarks on a lengthy transportation operation. 10 Locust Guardians form a small squad, entering the cave to expel toxic gas. Propelled by recoil to the cave's edge, where waiting Locust Guardians transport them back. Chuchong then extracts the enchanted materials from them, re-enchanting other Locust Guardians while allowing the weakened Locust Guardians to recover. Of course, this process of removing enchantments consumes the durability of the materials themselves. Enchantments inherently transform materials into part of the Locust's being. However, once removed, they revert to mere materials. Even if a part of the body experiences some wear and tear, it can recover through its innate regenerative abilities. Yet materials cannot. If left intact, these materials, as part of the body, can continue to function. However, once removed, the more extensively the materials were utilized during enchanting, the greater their durability loss, until they are ultimately destroyed. The toxins and air sacs employed by the Locust Guardians only incur minimal durability with each use. If Chuchong has enchanted wings it has flown with for a decade, they naturally become part of its body, usable at will. But should Chuchong acquire superior materials for wings and remove the enchanted wings, the durability of the wings, depleted after 10 years of use, would lead to their destruction the moment they are detached. Thus, this operation of removing and re-enchanting cannot be performed indefinitely. Otherwise, if Chuchong were to obtain exceptionally robust materials and alternate their use, it would be akin to defying the heavens. This continuous process of enchanting provides Chuchong with considerable convenience, sparing it the need to hunt for vast quantities of materials. Yet, since materials can also deteriorate, Chuchong dispatches half of the Divine Insect Legion to hunt for these two types of materials. Similar materials also fall within the hunting range of the Divine Insect Legion. Finally, after 2 days, under Chuchong's efficient command, the toxic gas fills every corner of the cave. Chapter 21. Detonation deep within the cave. The Huazuanjue awakens uncomfortably from its slumber. It perceives a gradual numbness spreading through its body, with its internal organs experiencing sharp pains. Confused, it glances around, finding no apparent anomalies. During the past 3 days, those bothersome little insects have not disturbed it, allowing it to recuperate in peace. Yet, what is this uncomfortable sensation? It is not merely the wounds on its body. It feels as though its internal organs are twitching and trembling. Initially injured in battle, 2 days of rest have not healed its internal injuries, but have instead exacerbated them. Its blood-red eyes brim with fury as it attempts to move its fingers, only to find it exceedingly difficult. Sensation in its body is gradually fading. What on earth has transpired during this time? Roaring, the Huazuanjue rises to its feet. Yet, as soon as it stands, it sways and collapses against the cave wall, the impact aggravating its wounds and eliciting a furious cry of pain. It surveys the cave, and to its eyes, the interior is now saturated with fire elements. The temperature is precisely to its liking. Ordinarily, this would be its most comfortable environment. However, even with its intelligence, it perceives that something has changed within the cave. Invisible malevolent forces are eroding its body. As this thought crossed its mind, a faint and peculiar odor permeated the air, capturing its attention. A strange scent? In light of the earlier odd occurrences, it could only signify an attack. The eyes of Huazuanju burned with a frenzied intensity. The inherent characteristic of madness had diminished its intellect and heightened its irritability. Severely wounded and now under enemy assault, it descended further into a state of utter rage. Roar. Locate the enemy. Eliminate it. Devour it. This singular thought consumed Huazuanju's mind, igniting its fury. The characteristic of madness, a passive effect, was now catalyzed to its zenith. Although madness is typically a passive trait, It inherently enhances its capabilities based on its condition. Now, in this state of fury, Huozuenju's madness reached its pinnacle, obliterating its sense of pain while endowing it with immense physical strength. With unbridled ferocity, Huozuenju burst forth from the cave, fully embracing a combat-ready stance, having previously restrained its power to conserve energy due to its injuries. The vibrant crimson fur that once adorned its body had vanished, replaced by swirling flames that radiated an intense aura of fire elements. Any ordinary creature that dared to attack it would be incinerated by the flames enveloping its form. However, in its current state, its combat prowess paled in comparison to its prime, the flames flickering with diminished vigor. Yet, even at a fraction of its former strength, within this stony forest, it remained an undisputed sovereign. This extraordinarily rare species, Huozuenju, found few rivals within the jungle. As a natural master of flames, any creature born with elemental control embodies unparalleled terror. Even the colossal lizard that Chu Chong had encountered earlier, which could barely rival Huozuenju in dimensional terms, paled into insignificance when faced with its innate gifts, traits, and skills. The sheer might was awe-inspiring. Chu Chong could only marvel at the overwhelming presence of the wounded Huozuenju. Even as the divine insect legion surged forth, the flames surrounding Huozuenju could incinerate the legion into nothingness. This was a chasm of power that could not be bridged. Huozuenju barreled through the terrain, leaving a blazing trail in its wake. This was one of its 7 skills, Flame Path, a passive ability that allowed Huozuenju to scorch the ground behind it, ensuring that any pursuers were consumed by the searing flames. It was nearly time. Chu Chong had already retreated to a safe distance, exiting the stone forest and returning to the jungle. He took refuge in a tree hollow, remotely commanding the divine insect legion. Such long-distance manipulation incurred a degree of latency, complicating Chu Chong's control. Nevertheless, the tasks he assigned to the legion did not require extreme precision. A glint of madness flickered in Chu Chong's eyes. He reorganized the divine insect legion into numerous small squads, over 100. Each squad was led by an elite locust, dispersed throughout the stone forest. During this time, Chu Chong had thoroughly mapped out the nests of many formidable creatures within the stone forest. With the toxic gas filling the cave until Huozuenju awoke, Chu Chong had a full day of respite. Of course, he would not remain idle. Throughout this day, he meticulously assessed the nests and executed a strategic layout. Should Huozuenju awaken and erupt in fury, it would trigger a chain reaction. The nearest nest to Huozuenju was that of the desert ring snake. Responding to Chu Chong's command, a divine insect squad stationed nearby swiftly charged forth. Their bodies were painted a vivid crimson, standing out prominently against the rocky backdrop of the stone forest. Though Huozuenju was significantly faster than the divine insect squad, their ambush position enabled them to swiftly reach its path. In an instant, these 101 locusts released a cloud of poisonous gas. Upon inhaling the familiar scent, Huozuenju instantly recognized it as the strange odor from the cave. Its fiery crimson eyes fixated on the swarm of small insects. Insects, detestable insects. You wretched creatures that have continually provoked my authority. How dare you? Huozuenju was consumed by rage, watching as the divine insect squad was propelled backward by the recoil. It opened its massive maw and unleashed a colossal fireball. The fireball traveled with astounding speed, rendering it impossible for the divine insect squad to evade. In an instant, they were incinerated, reduced to a pile of ash. Yet, the annihilation of this small cluster of insects could hardly quell Huozuenju's ignited fury. It surged forward in a blind rampage. Next, Chu Chong's gaze darkened. Ahead lay the ambushed second divine insect squad, which darted forth from their hiding place. Similarly, they were coated in bright red paint. Their vivid hue stood out alarmingly, and upon their appearance, Huozuenju immediately detected them. In a fit of rage, it unleashed a torrent of flames, warping the air around it and obliterating this squad of locusts. Chu Chong remained unperturbed. All of this was part of his elaborate plan. Huozuenju's speed was formidable. After a certain distance, Chu Chong instructed the ambushed divine insect squads to emerge and draw it to its doom. Unbeknownst to Huozuenju, it had unwittingly stepped into Chu Chong's trap, its trajectory entirely guided by him. With each divine insect squad sacrificed to lure Huozuenju, a slender stone pillar emerged ahead. The final target. This slender stone pillar was the culmination of Chu Chong's guidance. To draw Huozuenju here, he sacrificed 12 divine insect squads. From the vicinity of the slender stone pillar, the ambushed crimson divine insect squad soared forth. Roar! From a great distance, Huozuenju spotted the squad. Now acutely attuned to their presence, Its instinct for vengeance propelled it toward that stone pillar with reflexive ferocity. As Huazuan-Ju closed in on the divine insect squad, Chu Cheng focused intently. Every maneuver had led to this critical juncture. Should this final step falter, all previous efforts would be rendered futile. As the divine insect squad neared Huazuan-Ju's skill range, they suddenly dove downward, directly entering the cave beneath the slender stone pillar. The lair of the desert ring snake. Upon witnessing the divine insect squad enter the lair, Huazuan-Ju concluded that the creatures inside were allies of these insects. Already frenzied, it was convinced these insects had orchestrated a premeditated assault against it. Seeing this cave, it believed it to be their stronghold. With a mighty roar, Huazuan-Ju charged into the subterranean cavern. Inside the damp and dimly lit cavern, a powerful desert ring snake lay coiled, resting. As a formidable species within the jungle, the desert ring snake possessed immense constricting power. With its formidable strength, it roamed the jungle, and few dared to provoke it. Boom! A fiery crimson figure burst into its lair, illuminating the entire cavern. The desert ring snake lifted its head sharply, glaring at the intruder with rage. How dare a creature invade its sanctuary? Seeking death, perhaps? Upon seeing the fiery figure, the desert ring snake's eyes narrowed, and it let out a furious hiss. It was somewhat aware of this stone forest's dominator. The creature, suffused with intense fire elements, had recently drawn the attention of the powerful beings residing in the stone forest. However, the creature of the fire attribute, after taking residence in the Shirlin, has never engaged in the massacre of the beings within it, if not provoked. It merely serves as a source of intimidation. For a long time, a fragile peace has prevailed. Today, does it finally intend to take action? The Huangmahuanxi, recognizing its inferiority to the Huazuan-Ju, has never instigated confrontation in the past. Yet upon encountering the Huazuan-Ju, it was only slightly startled at first. The flames enveloping the Huazuan-Ju appeared significantly diminished compared to what it had previously witnessed. Instinctively, it sensed that the Huazuan-Ju had sustained grave injuries. The Huangmahuanxi, with its forked tongue flickering, felt its anger swell. If it had been at full strength, it would have been one thing. But to intrude upon its lair in a wounded state was nothing short of a slight against it. Seeing the Huazuan-Ju in a weakened condition, the Huangmahuanxi harbored no intentions of retreating. Rather, it perceived this as an opportunity to potentially devour the Huazuan-Ju, leading to a significant evolution. The Huazuan-Ju, now fully frenzied, regarded the Huangmahuanxi as its enemy. Without a trace of hesitation, they clashed. The Huazuan-Ju erupted in fury, its flames surging violently. The mastery of fire elements exploded instantaneously, saturating the air with dense fire energy. This fire energy not only bolstered its skills, but also restricted the combat prowess of the Huangmahuanxi. The Huangmahuanxi lunged directly at the Huazuan-Ju, its body exceeding 10 meters in length and as thick as a barrel. When it charged, it shattered rocks with terrifying force. The Huangmahuanxi possessed no extraordinary abilities. Its sole reliance lay in its immensely powerful physical capabilities. Although merely at level 25, its strength and defense surpassed that of the Huazuan-Ju at its peak. Upon witnessing the audacity of the Huangmahuanxi to attack, the Huazuan-Ju felt a sense of disdain. It did not even attempt to evade, standing its ground as flames roared around it. Just as the Huangmahuanxi was about to pounce, the flames surrounding the Huazuan-Ju surged dramatically, transforming into an inferno that erupted explosively. The skill, Flame Explosion. Flames erupted violently around the Huazuan-Ju, creating a massive explosion. Despite the Huangmahuanxi's resistance, it was hurled away by the overwhelming force, some of its scales reduced to charred remnants. The battle between the Huazuan-Ju and the Huangmahuanxi was witnessed from afar by Chu Cheng, who was once again astounded by the might of the Huazuan-Ju. Although the Huangmahuanxi surpassed the severely injured Huazuan-Ju in raw attributes, the latter, despite its wounds, retained its skill characteristics. Even when diminished, it could effortlessly dominate the Huangmahuanxi. Consumed by flames, the Huangmahuanxi could not even approach the Huazuan-Ju, as the once formidable serpent was repeatedly reduced to ash by the Huazuan-Ju's relentless skills. In the cavern, the Huazuan-Ju breathed heavily, for this outburst had taken a considerable toll on its reserves. After sustaining injuries, its stamina had already diminished to a critical level, yet, due to its unique vitality, it managed to maintain a relatively high standard. If an ordinary creature, such as the Huangmahuanxi, had suffered similar injuries, it would be fortunate to retain even a fraction of its strength. Before the Huazuan-Ju lay the lifeless form of the Huangmahuanxi, utterly charred. The serpent's body lay in numerous segments, each reduced to a grim, blackened state, a tragic sight. The devastation was not solely due to the flames. The explosion triggered by the accumulation of fire elements had further ravaged the serpent's remains. Had Chu Cheng not witnessed the battle, he would scarcely recognize the charred remnants as those of the Huangma Huanxi. It seemed that even consumption would be an impossibility now. Chu Cheng marveled, contemplating that even if it could be devoured, the breeding points it would yield would likely be minuscule. The cavern bore witness to the aftermath of devastation. The walls were scorched black due to the Huizunju's eruption. Had there not been enduring stone pillars overhead, the cavern might have long since collapsed. Gradually regaining composure, Chu Cheng, concealed in a corner with the last 3 remaining Locust guardians, observed the current state of the Huizunju. The flames enveloping it had begun to subside, significantly weaker than during its pursuit. This reduction was attributed to both the explosive exertion and the calming of its fervor. The characteristic of frenzy meant that the more chaotic it became, the stronger it grew. Frenzy was a comprehensive enhancement. The more it lost its rationality and the angrier it became, the greater the strength bestowed by frenzy. The waning flames were an indication of diminished enhancement. Regrettably, I shall not grant you a moment's respite. Chu Cheng murmured, Huizunju, do not expect to rest until my divine insect legion has exhausted its resources. His plans had already been meticulously laid out. Until the 100 or so teams of his divine insect legion had been depleted, either the Huizunju would perish, or all of Chu Cheng's accumulated efforts would be expended. The Huangma Huanxi was merely an appetizer. Huizunju, I am aware of your exceptional vitality, enabling you to retain such formidable stamina and strength even in your wounded state. But how long can you endure? A familiar buzzing sound echoed from above the cavern. The once calm eyes of the Huizunju stirred again, glancing toward the cavern's entrance. Radiance streamed from the opening, illuminating the crimson divine insect legion, which stood out vividly. In the eyes of the Huizunju, this vivid hue represented the most detestable and loathed entity in existence. With a thunderous roar, the flames that had just begun to calm surged back to life. Chapter 23. Elemental Flames, Closing the Net. The Shilin is replete with numerous caves where creatures may seek refuge. These caves serve as ideal lairs, attracting many formidable beings to dwell within the Shilin. Just as the Huizunju was drawn back to the divine insect teams, repeatedly vanquishing them along its path, Chu Cheng gleaned crucial information from the remaining 3 Locust guardians of the Huangma Huanxi's cavern. The flames had yet to extinguish. Chu Cheng commanded the awaiting divine insect teams, and the Locust elites executed the orders flawlessly. Previously, for the sake of caution, he had personally issued commands. Now, he focused his consciousness entirely on the 3 Locust guardians, acquiring comprehensive information about the cavern. Within the Huangma Huanxi's lair, a brilliant crimson flame blazed intensely. While its force was grand, peculiarly, the overall temperature within the cavern remained moderate. An abundance of fire elements coalesced around the flame, causing it to grow ever more fervent, showing no signs of abating. This flame was indeed unusual. The flames conjured by the Huizunju's skills would quickly extinguish without a continuous supply of fire elements. The fiery path it created would cease burning shortly after its departure, leaving behind charred ground. This flame, however, was fundamentally different. The fact that it attracted surrounding fire elements revealed its uniqueness. Ordinary flames lacked the capacity to independently draw in fire elements. Their energy was derived from the materials they consumed. Yet this burning flame, surrounded solely by stone, could persistently draw upon fire elements to sustain its energy. This marked a distinct divergence from typical flames. Reflecting on the recent battle, Chu Cheng recalled that the flames created by the Huizunju through its skills could only be considered ordinary flames reliant on fire elements for energy. Without the Huizunju's manipulation of fire elements, these skill-generated flames would swiftly extinguish. However, this peculiar flame could autonomously attract fire elements, enabling a continuous supply of burning energy. Could this be the elemental flame? Chu Cheng recalled glimpses of its description from the system's database. The fundamental knowledge regarding this world was abundantly available within the system, a fortunate benefit of his transmigration. These elemental flames must have originated from the Huizunju. Chu Cheng's eyes sparkled. The flames perpetually ablaze on the Huizunju were fueled by fire elements. Due to the grievous injuries sustained by the Huizunju, during the battle, the flames that engulfed its body fell away, transforming into elemental fire. The Huizunju, a breed truly deserving of the title of the fire element's favored, may not have fully merged with the fire element, but it was merely a tier away from such a state. The elemental fire, persistently burning from its form, serves as undeniable evidence of this. Naturally, had the Huizunju not suffered such severe wounds, the elemental fire would never have detached from it. The question lingered in Chu Cheng's mind. Could this elemental fire be extracted from materials? With a fervent heart, he felt a sense of impatience. Enchantment is all-encompassing. Any material can be enchanted onto the locust, merely a matter of suitability. Even a twig or a blade of grass could be enchanted, when enchanted onto the forelimbs. The locust's forelimbs would morph into the shape of leaves, acquiring the properties of leaves. While attributes would slightly rise, the benefit to the locust was, evidently, negligible. Even with a 100 utilization rate achieved effortlessly, the utility remained minimal. Enchantment enhances existing attributes without diminishing them, yet combat effectiveness would significantly decline. To fight with forelimbs resembling leaves would naturally result in diminished combat prowess. Currently, Chu Cheng set his sights on the elemental fire, which was evidently immensely powerful. While he could consume ordinary flames, extracting materials from them was impossible. However, elemental fire might be a different story. After all, it could be considered a rare phenomenon. Chu Cheng commanded the Locust Guardian to approach and devour. The Locust Guardian's mouth exhibited a slight spatial distortion as it began to consume the elemental fire. The edges of the elemental fire trembled, a minuscule amount of flame drawn toward it. While consumption was possible, the process was excruciatingly slow. This elemental fire, having originated from the 25th level Huozuanjue, possessed exceptional strength. Relying solely on the Locust Guardian to consume, it was clearly inefficient. Chu Cheng had to take action himself. His ability to devour was 1,000-fold stronger than that of a Locust Guardian. Even if the Divine Insect Legion joined forces to devour, their combined strength would pale in comparison to Chu Cheng's. Of course, should the Divine Insect Legion grow more formidable, Chu Cheng would find himself outmatched due to the vast difference in numbers. Meanwhile, the Huozuanjue was completely ensnared in Chu Cheng's trap, engaging in battle with another creature in the stony forest. Chu Cheng only occasionally diverted his attention to monitor the progress, while he swiftly made his way to the cave of the Huangtu Hao, beginning to consume. The experience and breeding points provided by the elemental fire amounted to only a few dozen. Within the elemental fire, there existed primarily fire elements, which held negligible value for Chu Cheng. For creatures possessing the fire attribute, elemental fire could be considered a boon, evoking excitement and frenzy. However, for non-fire attribute beings, this elemental rarity held little worth. Chu Cheng's greatest anticipation lay in whether it could provide valuable materials. He opened his backpack. Within one compartment, a small flame symbol in fiery red appeared. There was material. Chu Cheng beamed with joy, yet his expression froze upon attempting to click it. Unresponsive? No reaction? No matter how much he clicked, there was not the slightest response. The emergence of such a situation could only be explained by the material being insufficient for a full unit. Only when it is below a unit, even occupying a slot, can Chu Cheng not acquire the basic information of the material. How could so much elemental fire fail to amount to a single unit? Chu Cheng shook his head, feeling a touch of helplessness. After a moment's contemplation, it seemed the elemental fire dropped from the Huozuanjue was still insufficient. Without delay, Chu Cheng hastened to the next nest of the Changbi Muju show. After battling with the Huozuanjue, it too had dropped some elemental fire. This particular mass of elemental fire, naturally, was incomplete. Only if it could be extracted into a full unit could it be truly deemed whole. Onward. After consuming this mass of elemental fire, Chu Cheng's joy was palpable. The elemental fire could be considered an unexpected delight. The process of hunting the Huozuanjue had become increasingly engaging, as the rewards had multiplied. Each time the Huozuanjue clashed with an enemy, flames of companion origin fell from it. With each drop, the aura of the Huozuanjue visibly weakened, and the flames that burned upon its body dimmed somewhat. The companion flames that fell attracted surrounding fire elements. Within approximately 10 minutes, they could metamorphose into elemental fire. The elemental fire, being one of the rare elemental phenomena, was exceedingly precious. The fact that the companion flames from the Huozuanjue could transform into elemental fire attested to the strength of this breed. This commotion persisted for 3 days. By the third day, the companion flames on the Huozuanjue had become exceedingly faint. Its aura had weakened. Within these 3 days, the Huozuanjue had managed to eliminate nearly 20 formidable creatures. While not all were as powerful as the Huangtu Hao, each creature represented a challenge for Chu Cheng. Yet, under Chu Cheng's orchestration, all 20 of these mighty beings met their demise at the hands of the Huozuanjue. The Huozuanjue itself had become exceedingly fatigued. Creatures far more powerful than Chu Cheng found themselves toyed with by a mere locust. They likely perished without ever comprehending the reason behind their demise. Now weakened to such an extent, the Huozuanjue could no longer maintain its frenzy. Without the frenzy that robbed it of rationality, it returned to a state of calm. Even upon witnessing the divine insect squad's lure, it merely emitted a low growl, refraining from pursuit. It ambled to a cave to rest. The flames upon its body appeared as though they could extinguish at any moment, and its form was riddled with wounds. Initially, the Huazuanjue had dominated battles against those creatures, yet as it weakened, some managed to inflict injuries upon it, resulting in numerous new wounds, especially after the frenzy subsided. When its energy waned, it relied solely on sheer will to forcefully unleash its formidable combat prowess. Once that will diminished, the repercussions of overexertion would cause its injuries to manifest fully, akin to a marathon runner who could continue while pushing forward but would collapse upon halting. Now, it could no longer even sustain the companion flames, reverting to the fiery red fur that Chuchong first beheld. The Huazuanjue had reached the pinnacle of weakness. It was time for Chuchong to make his appearance. He marveled at the Huazuanjue's incredible strength, despite its grievous injuries. It had successively slain nearly 20 creatures of level 20 and above. The Huazuanjue surpassed his expectations, igniting his anticipation for the rewards that would follow its defeat. The elemental fire was just shy of enough materials to constitute a full unit. Chuchong summoned the Divine Insect Legion back. Even though the consumption of the Divine Insect Squad used to guide the Huazuanjue diminished over time, the resources expended during this period had left the Divine Insect Legion with only 20 squads remaining. 2 major squads, compared to the previous 14 major squads. Chuchong had committed a significant portion to this endeavor. Nonetheless, the Huazuanjue was now exceedingly frail. Even with just 2 major squads, Chuchong felt a certain confidence in defeating the Huazuanjue. Collapsed within the cave, for the Huazuanjue, even the act of moving had become a daunting challenge. From planning to execution, a week had passed. At last, the time for reaping rewards had arrived. Chuchong led the remaining 2 divine insect squads into the cave. The buzzing sound was louder and more piercing than ever before, resonating in the Huazuanjue's ears. It struggled to open its eyes, due to overwhelming weakness. Its vision was somewhat blurred. In this haze, a vibrant crimson figure hovering in midair stood out starkly, an abhorrent shade of red. At the forefront of this glaring crimson, a golden-hued locust, resplendent like a sovereign, gazed down from its lofty perch. The fiery lord wished to roar, yet despite its fervent efforts, it could not produce a sound. Chapter 24. A Colossal Harvest, the Flame Core. It took Chuchong a full hour to vanquish the fiery lord. Its crimson eyes dimmed, filled with an unwillingness to accept defeat. So formidable was its strength, yet it fell to a mere throng of insignificant insects. Had it known this would be its fate, it would have preferred to perish in a prior battle rather than succumb to such an ignoble end. With a final, unwilling roar, the fiery lord breathed its last. Chuchong beheld the corpse with overwhelming exhilaration. At last, I have slain it. How many breeding points shall this fiery lord bestow upon me? Its might is unparalleled. Thus, Chuchong eagerly anticipated the reward. His divine insect legion had suffered considerable losses, yet fortune had played its part. Reflecting upon the chaos, had the fiery lord not possessed the attribute of frenzy, which drove it to madness and eroded its intellect, it might have sought respite after dispatching several weakened foes, ignoring Chuchong's provocations. In such a scenario, numerous variables would arise, necessitating Chuchong to employ greater stratagems to harass and exhaust the fiery lord. Capturing it within a mere week was far beyond Chuchong's expectations. He had prepared for a protracted war of attrition to wear down the fiery lord. Chuchong opened his mouth, the space around him warping slightly. The 2 nearby divine insect squads mirrored his actions, initiating their own devouring. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. What was that? Chuchong's heart raced. His nascent devouring ability was abruptly interrupted. Not far off, cursing internally, Chuchong thought it ill fortune that just as he prepared to devour the fiery lord, another creature would disrupt his efforts. The fiery lord's strength meant that the act of consuming it would require considerable time. Chuchong ascended, alighting atop a stone pillar to observe from a distance. To his astonishment, the very stone pillar where the fiery lord had once resided began to tremble. A cacophony of rumbling emanated from its base, dust swirling as the explosive sounds of cracking rock filled the air. Before long, the pillar began to lean, collapsing in a specific direction. A multitude of piercing cries reverberated through the atmosphere. Could it be the creatures that had previously wounded the fiery lord, returning with companions for vengeance? Chuchong hastily flapped his wings, retreating into the cave, sweat beading on his forehead. Panic surged within him. Those creatures, having failed to locate the fiery lord, would undoubtedly scour the vicinity in a frenzy, and he needed to act swiftly. Should they discover him, all his recent endeavors would be rendered futile. Chuchong employed his devouring ability, desperately consuming the fiery lord's remains. The flesh and blood of the fiery lord were gradually stripped away. The rumbling sounds echoed intermittently. Clearly the creatures were following the traces of flames left on the ground in their search. Hurry, hurry! Chuchong consumed with fervor. Finally, after approximately 20 minutes, he completed the act of devouring. A chime echoed in his mind, a notification from the system. Chuchong had no time to examine the message. Upon finishing, he flew at full speed, escaping the stone forest. His speed had significantly increased. Chuchong estimated his velocity had surpassed 100. This was likely due to the elevation in his level after consuming the fiery lord. With his level increased, the enhancement of his wings had become even more pronounced. Chuchong distanced himself from his locust body, for in terms of speed, he surpassed it by far. As he fled, Chuchong suddenly recognized a limitation of his locust army, a lack of agility. The speed of the army was constrained by its slowest member. For instance, while locust elites were significantly faster than locust guardians, Chuchong could not allow the elites to escape independently. Without their guidance, the guardians would flounder aimlessly. The sluggishness of the locust guardians diminished the overall speed and flexibility of the locust army. As the army's numbers grew, the guardians, being the lowest tier, would inevitably be the most numerous. Wouldn't that render them a liability during long-distance pursuits or marches? This thought flitted through Chuchong's mind. He flew through the jungle for quite some time before finally exhaling in relief, silently awaiting the arrival of the two squads. After a while, he returned to his lair in the cave, finally feeling at ease. In the deepest recess of the cave, upon a piece of azure stone, Chuchong landed and opened the system panel. Host, Chuchong, race, Locust Sovereign, level, LV13, 26, breeding points, 201, 5120, lifespan, 2 years and 2 months, abilities, Devour. Super reproduction. Gazing at the panel, Chuchong blinked in disbelief. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 2,200,000, 2 million. Chuchong soared into the air, exhilaration filling his eyes. He then tilted his head back and laughed heartily. What a profit! A staggering 2 million breeding points from the fiery lord. Truly an astronomical sum. Prior to this, Chuchong's largest income from breeding points had been a mere 2,200 from the earth spirit wolf. 2,200? 2 million? It was inconceivable for an ordinary level 28 creature to possess such an abundance of breeding points. The colossal sum obtained from devouring the fiery lord was solely due to its formidable power and the rarity of its species. Its profound affinity with the fire element, coupled with the flames it generated, could yield fragmented elemental fire. Elemental fire. Chuchong opened his backpack. Within, he discovered 2 new materials, flame core of the fiery lord and pure fire. The latter, pure fire, should indeed be the complete elemental fire. Elemental fire comes in various forms, differing in origin, color, temperature, and special properties. The only commonality is that their energy source is the fire element. Pure fire is derived directly from the flames of the fiery lord. Pure fire, the most pristine flame in existence, devoid of any impurities. According to its description, pure fire is transformed directly from the fire element. It possesses the characteristics of the fire element, exhibiting extremely high temperatures, along with a slight purifying effect. Observing the description closely, Chuchong muttered to himself, marveling that it was directly transformed from the fire element. What origins does the fiery lord possess? Among elemental fires, pure fire holds a uniquely special status. While elemental fires are birthed through various processes, each method imparts different colors. Life fire, dark fire, water spirit fire, and pure fire. This last is untainted by any other elements, appearing as pure as a saint. Compared to other elemental fires, pure fire has the highest conversion rate for fire elements, as it is a direct transformation. It possesses remarkable vitality and fiery properties. Under its blaze, all things are consumed. What purpose does this flame core serve? Chuchong clicked on the description of the flame core. Flame core of the fiery lord. The source of the fiery lord's power and its life core. The core is where the fiery lord stores its flames. As long as the core flame endures, it can continuously convert fire element energy into fiery power, forming accompanying flames and unleashing skills. Core flame? Chuchong suddenly recalled a small flame he had seen deep within the fiery lord's chest while consuming its corpse. Initially, Chuchong had believed it to be merely a flame produced by the fiery lord's skill, left unextinguished. Now it seemed that small flame was indeed the fiery lord's core flame. Piecing together the information he had acquired and data from the system, Chucheng stroked his chin in contemplation. The core flame is akin to the fiery lord's source of life. The flames extinguished, and the fire lord perished. The core flames would soon flicker out as well. The core flames typically resided within the heart of the fire. If one were to liken the flame core to an engine, then the core flames would be the key to starting that engine. With the core flames, the flame core could activate, utilizing fire elements as energy to forge accompanying flames or unleash abilities. This elucidates why the Fire Lord, despite suffering grievous injuries, could still exhibit formidable combat prowess. After all, even in a state of severe harm, the flame core remained unscathed. The core flames merely weakened. If the flame core remained intact, the efficiency of converting fire elements would be minimally affected. Engaging in battle with skills would not diminish its combat capacity as significantly as it would for an ordinary being facing severe injuries. Suddenly, Chucheng paused, struck by a revelation. Although I had previously consumed and extracted elemental flames, despite the vast quantity and size, the materials in my backpack remained gray, lacking the formation of a complete unit. Yet, after devouring the remains of the Fire Lord, the elemental flames finally coalesced into a single unit, transforming into pure fire. Could it be that the reason for forming complete materials lies in the residual core flames within the Fire Lord's chest after its demise? Those scattered elemental flames, though fervently ablaze, had never formed complete materials, merely remnants of elemental flames. It was only after I consumed the core flames that they became whole. In essence, the key to forming pure fire was indeed the core flames of the Fire Lord. Without the core flames as a nucleus, the fragmented elemental flames might extinguish after a period of burning due to insufficient gravitational attraction of fire elements and inadequate energy supply. They would merely be half-formed elemental flames, lacking complete metamorphosis. The core flames represent pure fire, and pure fire embodies the core flames. In this case, possessing the Fire Lord's flame core and considering pure fire as the core flames leads Chucheng to a bold idea. However, he glanced at his army of divine insects. Only the Locust Guardians and Locust Elites remained. Given their lineage, they would likely not be able to enact this plan. Now that I have reached level 13, I should have unlocked Locust differentiation. Chucheng accessed the system interface to check his records. Indeed, at the moment he absorbed the Fire Lord, the system had already inquired whether to activate the Locust differentiation function. With a glimmer of anticipation, Chucheng clicked on the system's inquiry. The host has reached level 10. Would you like to activate the Locust differentiation function? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Locust differentiation function has been activated. Chapter 25. Locust differentiation. Chucheng's eyes sparkled with expectation. Locust differentiation was arguably his most crucial ability. Whether through consumption or super reproduction, the activation of higher-level capabilities required Locust differentiation. This battle with the Fire Lord made him realize that without Locust differentiation, the sheer number of Locust Guardians and Locust Elites would still have limitations. Additionally, enchanting high-level materials on them would be a waste. Filled with anticipation, Chucheng opened the Locust differentiation panel. A plethora of data and descriptions greeted him. So that is how it is. Locust differentiation can be categorized into 3 types based on different criteria. The first type concerns the bloodline level of the Locust body, from highest to lowest. There are 10 levels, ranging from the lowest 1 star to the highest 10 stars. If calculated by levels, 1 star can be seen as 1 tier, with each tier representing 10 levels. Therefore, the 1-star Locust Guardians that Chucheng could currently hatch correspond to the lowest tier of levels 1 to 10. The abilities of the Locust body are solely dependent on the degree of evolution and enchantment, independent of level. However, in practice, the evolution from 1 star to 10 stars in bloodline level is not significantly different from leveling up. The calculation method is merely different. This is the first type. The second type pertains to the bloodline hierarchy. Locust Guardians are the lowest tier among all Locust bodies, while Locust Elites are 1 hierarchy higher than the Guardians. Normally, it takes 100 Locust Guardians to evolve into a single Locust Elite, resulting in a breeding point requirement for Locust Elites that is 100 times that of Locust Guardians. The higher the hierarchy of the Locusts, the more powerful and numerous their abilities become. Locust Elites can serve as the leaders of small squads, equivalent to centurions, while higher-ranking figures such as 1,000 captains or even 1-star Legion commanders must be of a higher bloodline hierarchy. Locust Elites possess greater intelligence than Locust Guardians, enabling them to assume roles such as 1,000 captains or 1-star Legion commanders, with higher-ranked Locusts naturally exhibiting superior intelligence. Furthermore, they demonstrate enhanced commanding abilities. As the Locust army increases in size, the requirements for command also escalate. This is not a trivial matter, as executing even simple commands for an ever-growing Locust army is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. According to the system, the different breeding methods can produce high-tier locusts with various forms and special abilities. The third type is bloodline differentiation, which is the most significant aspect. As its name suggests, this type shares its nomenclature with the entire capability of locust differentiation, underscoring the importance of bloodline differentiation in the overall scheme of locust differentiation. Why is the Locust army so formidable? In truth, sheer numbers alone cannot instill fear. In the original Earth, locust swarms could be easily eradicated. Their overwhelming numbers merely made them a nuisance due to their voracious consumption of crops and grass. In this world, countless terrifying and powerful creatures exist, some possessing capabilities that are exceptionally brutal. The Fire Lord, with its accompanying flames, would incinerate the Locust army upon approach, rendering it unnecessary for the Fire Lord to engage directly, unless enchanted with materials specifically designed for resistance. How easy is it to obtain precious materials with strong fire attribute resistance? A single unit of material can only enchant 1 Locust Elite or 10 Locust Guardians. To grant the entire Locust army a single ability, how much precious material would be required? If that were the case, the Locust army would be rather feeble. Thus, bloodline differentiation is the true foundation of the Locust army's terrifying strength. The Locust bodies of Chu Chong, when assigned a specific task and sustained over time, or enchanted with particular materials, would unlock new types of Locust bodies. The former pertains to job unlocking, while the latter relates to ability unlocking. After all, the Locust bodies are subjects of Chu Chong. As the Locust King, Chu Chong stands as the sole ruler over all Locust bodies, representing his will. Hence, as blank slate Locust bodies, they naturally evolve towards the path that Chu Chong envisions. Evolution, or bloodline differentiation, is inherently one of the core abilities of the foundational Locusts known as Locust Guardians. Both Locust Guardians and Locust Elites possess no inherent abilities or distinguishing features, allowing for countless possibilities for evolution. There are no restrictions, no boundaries. Upon unlocking the ability of bloodline differentiation, the true terror of the Locust army is revealed. However, before reaching level 10, Chu Chong's own abilities could not support the unlocking of this capability. The system, as a manifestation of Chu Chong's will, naturally unlocks upon meeting the base requirements. So this is the true essence of the Locust army's capabilities. Chu Chong trembled with excitement, now possessing 2 million breeding points. In terms of the most fundamental requirements, his breeding points are sufficient to cultivate a 2-star legion. The minimum requirement to establish a 1-star legion is 10,000 Locust Sentinels, with a maximum limit of no more than 12,000. Otherwise, it would exceed the capacity of a 1-star legion. The requirements for a 2-star legion are 100,000 Locust Sentinels, with a maximum not exceeding 130,000, or it would surpass the limit. For a 3-star legion, the number is 1,000,000, with a ceiling of 1,500,000. This upper limit is related to the commanding capacity of the legion leader. Surpassing that number means exceeding the limits of what the leader can command. If the leader cannot command, it naturally goes beyond the limit. Thus, in the interface for breeding, 3 new types of locusts have been introduced. The first type is Locust warriors who can serve as centurions. The second type is Locust strategists who can take on the role of 1-star legion leaders. The third type is Locust commanders who can serve as leaders of 2-star legions. Fortunately, as Chu Chong reached level 13, he was able to breed locusts of 2-star quality, having previously only been able to produce 1-star locusts. Thankfully, I have acquired a substantial fortune, and my resources are relatively ample. Chu Chong smiled. Under normal circumstances, reaching level 10 would yield merely 10,000 breeding points, allowing him to breed only 2 squads. Even if he continuously hunted insect feeders, he would only amass 50,000 breeding points. Now, at level 13, he possesses 2,000 breeding points. In reality, the experience gained from defeating the Fire Lord far exceeds that from breeding points. However, due to the Fire Lord's severe injuries and the fact that Chu Chong did not directly kill it, but rather employed cunning tactics, the experience obtained is significantly less than the breeding points. The final and most crucial aspect is that Chu Chong opened the interface for bloodline differentiation. Chapter 26, Bloodline Differentiation and the Professions of Locusts has unlocked 3 types of locusts. The varieties of locusts that can be bred include combat locusts, healing locusts, and construction locusts. Chuchong nodded and smiled slightly. This aligns closely with his expectations. The locusts he has bred thus far have been categorized into these three types, each forming distinct squads. The divine insect squad, currently reduced to 2 squads due to the absence of a legion leader, automatically downgraded to 2 squads, the Luohan squad, and the divine wind squad. The conditions for unlocking bloodline differentiation for the divine insect squad required both criteria to be met. While the Luohan squad was likely unlocked through the capabilities gained from enchanting, the divine wind squad was unlocked through profession differentiation. The 3 bloodlines derived from differentiation possess numerous distinct branches that also require unlocking. The bloodline differentiation of locusts categorizes them into subspecies. Within the same bloodline category, there are various subspecies, and the conditions for unlocking them are similar to those for unlocking bloodline categories. The combat locust category, in fact, should exist inherently after the unlocking of bloodline differentiation. Locusts are naturally designed for combat. The combat locust bloodline resembles a foundational bloodline. I have now unlocked one type of locust under each of the 3 bloodline categories. The scythe locust within the combat locust should be obtained through enchanting the forelimbs of the death scythe locust. The death scythe locust itself is not an exceptionally powerful insect. Typically, powerful insect species exhibit 2 characteristics. The first is swarming behavior, as seen in bee species, and the second is a size significantly larger than ordinary insects. Classified as giant insects, it is surprising that the death scythe locust, an ordinary insect, is so well suited to my species. The scythe trait acquired during enchanting is evident. In the future, when searching for suitable large-scale enchanting materials with similar traits can be sought, without the forelimbs of the death scythe locust. Although Chuchong has unlocked combat locusts, it is likely that no subspecies will be available for the divine insect squad to choose from. Without the ability to select a subspecies, even if differentiated into combat locusts, the enhancement to combat capability would be quite limited, potentially amounting to only a few attribute points. The healing locusts, specifically the aura locusts, are also easily understood. Aura locusts are suitable for large-scale light injury treatment, encompassing both external and internal injuries. Enchanting should involve specific enhancements to the aura's capabilities. For instance, the Luohan squad specializes in detoxification and certain types of external injuries. The healing aura of the aura locust essentially acts as a buff. Upon differentiation into a subspecies, the aura's capabilities will be enhanced, allowing it to be released from considerable distances. When the locust army engages in battle, the aura can be continuously activated, significantly improving the army's sustainability. Chuchong is quite excited. The application range of the aura is extensive, and they can stack with one another. If he unlocks some particularly resilient locust species later on, the combination would yield a formidable army. The final category is the construction locusts, specifically the engineers. Although this is also a subspecies, construction locusts differ from other locusts and can be considered a separate category altogether. After all, locusts are inherently unsuitable for construction. Healing locusts are somewhat insulated from this, but construction locusts have completely transformed the locust species. Thus, engineers should be equivalent to the locust sentinels among ordinary locusts, merely capable of completing simple tasks without possessing significant construction abilities. The 3 distinct types of locusts each have their own interfaces. The system's capabilities are becoming increasingly complex. Chuchong smiled. However, the greater the complexity, the more potent my abilities become. An abundance of choices is not to be feared. It signifies that the possibilities for what I can accomplish have multiplied. The transformation of locusts into different species requires an hour's time, and I must carefully consider how to utilize these 2,000,000 breeding points. Breeding points are precious, representing Chuchong's most vital resource. Moreover, I currently possess a substantial fortune. The locusts began to burrow into the nascent breeding base, commencing their evolution into different bloodline subspecies. The 2 remaining squads of the divine insect squad naturally transformed into the scythe locusts within the combat category, while the Luohan squad evolved into aura locusts, and the 3 squads of the divine wind squad evolved into engineers. Thankfully, evolving from basic locusts into different subspecies does not require expenditure of breeding points. However, if one wishes for a specific subspecies transformation, additional breeding points must be spent. This alteration is limited to the subspecies within the bloodline category. Once a locust has evolved from a basic locust into various bloodlines, it no longer has the authority to change its bloodline. In the breeding base, Chuchong contemplated in the darkness. In the jungle, strength is paramount. The power of the Fire Lord left a profound impression on Chuchong. Although he had previously encountered some formidable creatures, some perhaps even more powerful than the Fire Lord, he had never been in close proximity to their strength. However, strength entirely represents one's capacity for self-preservation. Chuchong understands deeply that as long as one is alive, there is hope. One can always make a comeback. This is precisely why he enchanted his wings, seeking enhanced self-preservation capabilities. While strength is essential, survival is of utmost importance. To enhance one's self-preservation capabilities, the most crucial factor is, in fact, one's stronghold. Establishing a more powerful, robust, and stable stronghold is paramount. After all, one cannot continuously survive in the jungle. And in the future, many routine hunts will not require him to lead the Locust army. He can simply allow the Legion to venture forth on its own. Locust elites cannot yet execute complex commands, but upon reaching the rank of Locust strategist, they can comprehend some intricate directives. Once they ascend to the role of Locust commander, their intelligence rivals that of a dog. While this may not sound particularly clever, Chuchong can directly issue commands to the Locusts. With intelligence akin to that of a dog, many tasks can be accomplished independently, whether for personal habitation or logistical support for the Locust army. A strong and fortified stronghold is essential to protect those Locusts with lower combat capabilities. Moreover, the lair possesses a crucial aspect. Chuchong can establish numerous outposts in the surrounding jungle. With these outposts in place, any formidable creatures that approach can be promptly detected, allowing for the immediate summoning of power to eliminate them before they draw near. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, one can choose to lure the threat away or flee. The construction of the lair is paramount, while martial prowess naturally takes a secondary role. Furthermore, Chuchong's backpack contains two potent materials. If his assumptions hold true, Chuchong suppresses his fervent desires and opens the Locust construction interface. To his astonishment, a plethora of buildings is available for construction: arrow towers, matrices, traps, outposts, and burrows, each differing in type. They are categorized into 1-star and 2-star buildings, with the latter representing the upper limit of Chuchong's current level. Each building has specific construction requirements outlined below, depending on the type and quality of the structure. The number of builders required and the consumption of breeding points vary significantly. The constructions offered by the system necessitate additional breeding points. Chuchong's eyes widened in surprise at the necessity for breeding points here as well. After all, the buildings within the system boast exceptional quality. The designs are exquisitely intricate, with each construction step guided by the system, eliminating the need for oversight or direction from Chuchong. If Chuchong were to oversee the construction, even with blueprints in hand, he would be at a loss. To construct a building, Chuchong has two options. The first is to expend breeding points and have the system handle the construction. The second is to design it himself and command the system to execute the construction. The advantages and disadvantages of both approaches are evident. Although Chuchong possesses some knowledge, he is uncertain whether he could create a functional structure on his own. Additionally, the system includes some remarkable constructions. For instance, the treehouse, an exquisite 2-star building, requires a staggering 100,000 builders and 3 months to complete. According to the system's description, the completed treehouse not only contains numerous facilities and functions, but also features a living tree. This tree can provide warnings and even possesses defensive and slight offensive capabilities. Hollowing out the trunk of an immensely robust tree while keeping it alive is a feat beyond Chuchong's comprehension. Nevertheless, the quality of buildings constructed by the system far surpasses what Chuchong could manage alone, albeit at the cost of substantial breeding points. After much contemplation, Chuchong resolutely made up his mind. He would proceed. What does it matter if he expends breeding points? This concerns not only his survival, but also the comfort of his own residence, ensuring that the lair's construction is not shabby and uninviting. His reputation as the king of locusts deserves to be upheld. One must take care of oneself. Chapter 27. The Lair Construction Plan. The breeding cost for a locust warrior is 1,000 points. For a locust strategist is 10,000 points. And for a locust commander is 100,000 points. Each level of locust in the Legion consumes breeding points equally. A 2-star Legion is considered to be at the 5th level within the army. The consumption of breeding points for standard-sized units at each level is the number of locust warriors multiplied by the corresponding levels factor. A single locust warrior is at the 1st level, while a squad represents the 2nd level, with a standard squad capacity of 100 locust warriors. Thus, the breeding cost for a squad is 100 multiplied by 2, totaling 200 breeding points. The standard capacity for a 2-star Legion is 100,000 locust warriors, making its breeding point consumption 500,000. Following this standard, a 3-star legion would require 6 million, a 4-star legion 70 million, and a 5-star legion a staggering 800 million. The escalation is terrifying, although it remains uncertain whether future legion classifications will mirror the current ones, as Chuchong has yet to unlock them. Merely contemplating this sends a shiver down his spine. Each level of Locust warriors is tenfold that of the previous, culminating in a 5-star legion with 1 billion Locust warriors. Yet, the commander of a 5-star legion would demand Chuchong to expend 1 billion breeding points? Chuchong trembled at the thought. However, he soon shook his head. As his power grows, acquiring breeding points will become easier. Perhaps for his future self, that 800 million breeding points will not seem as daunting. It is merely the case that, under normal circumstances, one requires level 10 to obtain 10,000 breeding points. The thought of accumulating 800 million without regard for it feels distant, and pondering further only breeds discontent. He decided to allocate 500,000 breeding points to elevate the Divine Insect Squad to a 2-star legion. The remaining 200,000 breeding points would be used to increase the number of the Divine Wind Squad to 5 1-star legions. 5 1-star legions equate to 50,000 Locust warriors. Before Chuchong unlocks further constructions, this number is already sufficient. After all, the exquisite treehouse he can currently construct requires only 50,000 builders. Although the breeding points required for the treehouse are a luxury for Chuchong at present, it represents the pinnacle of buildings he can create without unlocking additional Locust subtypes. Only by unlocking more Locust subtypes can he access a greater variety of constructions, but such structures are often peculiar or extravagant with special features. Builders are the foundation of Locust construction and the most basic unit. With builders, the majority of fundamental structures can be erected. Hence, Chuchong does not feel an urgent need. Even if he unlocks them, he lacks sufficient breeding points to construct those unique buildings. The buildings that builders can create are already considered luxuries for him. He has 3 million breeding points remaining. These points will be dedicated to enhancing the lair. Chuchong begins to plan his lair. Within the mountains, a breeding base and my palace must be constructed. Additionally, a training ground for locusts and a rest hall for meals and relaxation are essential. Although the 4-dimensional data of the locusts themselves will not change, the combat capabilities of both the locusts and the entire legion will significantly vary. Locusts are living beings and cannot defy biological principles. The more combat experience they acquire and the stronger their training, the greater their combat potential. Similarly, 2 legions, one well-trained and the other newly created, will undoubtedly have vastly different combat capabilities. Moreover, the command ability of the legion leader is a crucial factor in determining the combat effectiveness of the Locust army. It is important to note that command ability cannot be reflected through simple 4-dimensional data. Even among newly bred Locust commanders, disparities in command abilities exist. Tactical drills and combat experience are incredibly significant. Furthermore, let us not forget the most vital capability of the Locust Legion, enchantment. The testing and experimentation of which enchantments are most suitable for the Locust Legion can also be conducted in the training ground. A small squad or larger unit can be selected within the Legion for special supportive enchantments. This synergy with the entire Legion, when executed alongside well-rehearsed tactical maneuvers, can yield even greater combat prowess. The importance of training cannot be overstated. It can elevate the combat capability of an identical 2-star Legion several-fold. The rest hall for meals is equally critical. For Locusts, rest is an essential component. The training ground has 3 levels for 2-star training facilities, each requiring 5,000 breeding points, 50,000 breeding points, and 500,000 breeding points, respectively. Each subsequent level demands tenfold the previous amount, ensuring increasingly lavish results. The first level allows training effectiveness to increase by 0.5 times, the second level by 1 time, and the third level by 2 times. In other words, a 2-star training ground can maximize the training effectiveness to 3 times. However, Chuchong hesitated between the 2 to 3 times increase, despite the tenfold difference in breeding points required. If Chuchong were a novice level 10 Locust with limited breeding points, he would undoubtedly choose the first level without hesitation, perhaps even opting not to construct the facility at all. Furthermore, it might take quite some time before he could invest significantly in building the second-level training ground. However, Chuchong currently possesses 3 million breeding points. The significance of the training ground is on par with that of the Legion itself, as a perfectly trained elite army can rival several other legions. Adding resource advantages and powerful enchantments could result in disparities of tenfold or more. With 500,000 breeding points, 1 could equal millions. Clearly, investing in this area is the most prudent choice. After weighing his options, Chuchong decided to build it. Nonetheless, the third-level Locust training ground requires 50,000 workers and half a month for construction, and Chuchong currently has only 50,000 workers. He smacked his forehead. Realizing he had overlooked the construction time, he resolved to construct a 1-star legion as well, which costs 40,000 breeding points. Chuchong decisively stated that now is not the time for hesitation. He immediately returned to the breeding base and buried another egg for a 1-star legion. The resting hall is also divided into 3 levels, but its importance is naturally not as great as that of the training ground. The training ground enhances the hard power of the Locust Legion, while the resting hall primarily facilitates quicker recovery. However, the recovery of stamina can also be assisted by the aura locusts, and if the recovery is slow, one can simply invest more time. Given the scarcity of breeding points, Chuchong unhesitatingly chose to construct the second-level resting hall, as a doubling of speed would suffice. Each resting hall and training ground can accommodate 1 million locusts training simultaneously. And to expand the scale, one must wait for a 3-star training ground. For Chuchong at present, 1 million is ample. 1 million locusts represent the scale of a 3-star legion, and in the near term, Chuchong has no intention of breeding a 3-star legion, as it is too costly. He would rather breed more diverse 2-star legions, which would enhance his strength far more effectively than directly investing 6 million breeding points in a single 3-star legion. Of course, Chuchong could also choose to breed 10 2-star legions and then directly nurture a legion commander, merging the 10 2-star legions into 1 3-star legion. However, such an action would be foolish, as a legion comprised of various subspecies of locusts would only complicate command, making it preferable to keep each legion distinct. The breeding base must be robust. Chuchong's underground palace is not overly extravagant. Following the system's standards, he modified it according to his preferences. The breeding base, resting hall, and Chuchong's underground palace collectively cost just 100,000 breeding points. These are the 4 core components of Chuchong's nest. After spending 640,000 breeding points from the initial 1.3 million, he has 660,000 remaining. With 400,000 breeding points, Chuchong constructed 20 locust arrow towers around the nest, each costing 10,000 breeding points. Additionally, he spent 50,000 breeding points to build 500 small outposts around the arrow towers. Although the small outposts have limited range and observation capabilities, Chuchong's primary purpose for establishing them is to detect powerful creatures approaching the nest. Powerful beings generate considerable noise during their movements, so the small outposts could fulfill Chuchong's requirements. This leaves him with only 160,000 breeding points remaining. Of these, he spent 50,000 to erect sturdy barriers not far from the arrow towers. The final 110,000 were used for reinforcement. If possible, Chuchong even contemplated modifying the mountain that his nest relies upon. This mountain serves as an optimal natural barrier, rendering the locust arrow towers somewhat trivial by comparison. However, certain exceptionally powerful beings could carve through rock and directly threaten Chuchong's nest. Some unique races might even infiltrate the mountain silently or merge with the rock using earth attributes. Therefore, he could not overly rely on the mountain's defensive capabilities. Chuchong allocated 100,000 of his remaining 110,000 breeding points entirely to fortifying the mountain. In the future, he even hopes to give the mountain a repulsive effect, deterring creatures that would attempt to use earth attributes to infiltrate the mountain. In the jungle, myriad creatures possess a variety of unique abilities, and Chuchong must remain vigilant. However, currently, the system only offers the simplest reinforcement service, which merely increases strength and hardness. The completion of all constructions will require 1 month. The first half of the month will be dedicated to building the Locust training ground, and once that is finished, the remaining buildings will be completed in the second half of the month. Simultaneously, Chuchong's kamikaze team still has 1 1-star legion, which can concurrently construct the outposts. The significance of the outposts is also considerable. By the end of the first month, once the main construction legion of the kamikaze team completes the Locust training ground, the construction speed will increase dramatically. 3 days later, aside from the Locust commander of the Divine Insect Legion, which requires a week for gestation, all 1-star legions have been successfully nurtured. The kamikaze team's workers are also poised for action. Having acquired subspecies, the locusts from Chuchong's previous breeding exhibit diverse forms. In the 28th chapter, New Traits and Subspecies, the most numerous Divine Insect Legion has increased in size. Their exoskeletons have become more robust, their joints larger, and their wings wider. The overall aura is intimidating, with the most striking feature being their sickle-like forelimbs, black as ink, resembling steel, and shining with a metallic luster. In their normal state, the forelimbs appear relatively proportionate. However, upon entering combat mode, the sickle forelimbs expand to 3/4 of their body length. The Locust sickle user has naturally shaped forelimbs akin to sickles. This profession endows the Locust subspecies with formidable attack power, and the enchantments applied to the forelimbs must also use materials similar to sickles. Even when enchanted, they will not fully exhibit the original form of the materials. Instead, they evolve and transform from their original forelimb state. As for the 4 attributes, the Locust warrior's basic 4 attributes are approximately double that of the Locust elite. After obtaining a profession and advancing in star rank, the attack value reaches 70 points, while the other 3 attributes hover around 50 points. Originally, the attack was the lowest among the Locust subspecies attributes. However, given that the Locust sickle user is an attack-oriented profession, it is unsurprising that the attack significantly surpasses the other 3 attributes. The Locust warrior has an attack value of 130 points, with the other 3 attributes around 90 points. The reason it does not exceed the double threshold is still due to the weakness of the enchanting materials. The previous materials were adequate at the 1-star level, but upon reaching 2 stars, the original materials have become insufficient. Ordinary insects now hold little value for Chuchong. To find suitable materials, he must target those powerful insect species. Previously, Chuchong lacked the strength to hunt these formidable insect races, but with a 2-star legion, his power has increased exponentially. The gap between 10,000 and 100,000 is not merely a tenfold difference in numbers. It translates into an enhancement of several dozen times in strength. As for higher-level Locust strategists and Locust commanders, their attributes are even slightly weaker than those of the Locust elite. According to Chuchong's estimation, the warrior Locust represents the pinnacle of individual strength within the basic units of the Locust body. Advancing beyond this tier, the prowess of command and leadership assumes paramount importance. In a 2-star legion, there exists only a solitary Locust commander, whose strength may rival that of the Locust warrior or even surpass it. Yet, how much power can it truly wield in battle? This aligns with Chuchong's expectations. However, the cultivation of Locust bodies is an ever-evolving process, brimming with limitless potential. It is entirely possible that unique Locust forms may emerge in the future, within the confines of a narrow cave, alongside a partially completed breeding base. Accommodating such a multitude of Locusts has become increasingly challenging. The breeding base finds itself in a state of disarray during its operations. Consequently, Chuchong is compelled to venture into the forest, reflecting on his initial belief that the cave he chose was spacious enough. However, it has become evident that space is now at a premium for the Divine Insect Legion. In the jungle, Chuchong gazes upon the neatly arranged Divine Insect Legion, a sea of Locusts bowing before him, acknowledging him as their leader. After conducting a thorough inspection, he opens his backpack to examine the Locust commander and the Locust warriors, his gaze flitting between them. The Locust commander serves as the Legion's leader and highest authority, while the Locust warrior possesses the greatest individual strength. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately opts for the Locust commander. The enchantment he desires is none other than the fiery core of the Fire Lord. The materials for the Fire Lord's core are of exceptional quality. The higher the material grade, the more significant the impact during the enchanting process. The efficiency of material utilization is intertwined with lineage quality and rank. The sole disadvantage of the Locust commander is its inferior individual strength compared to the Locust warrior. This fundamental flaw is indeed a considerable drawback. Chuchong shakes his head, finding it difficult to reconcile this fact. Enchant. Suddenly, a flame mark materializes on the Locust commander's chest. Through his mastery over the Locust body, Chuchong distinctly perceives the emergence of a diminutive fire core at the center of the Locust commander's chest. However, this fire core is dim and ensconced in a state of dormancy. If I am not mistaken, Chuchong muses, I shall continue the enchantment. Yet, the object of the enchantment is the fire core. A glimmer of anticipation shines in his eyes. Once enchanted, the fire core should become an integral part of the Locust commander. The fundamental principle of enchanting dictates that the placement of the enchantment must not conflict. The pure fire, in its essence, is enchanted at a particular location, thus it will not clash with the fire core. Not only will there be no conflict, but if the enchantment can also be placed upon the fire core, the pure fire will once again transform into the driving flame of the fire core, reactivating the dormant fire core. Ding! Enchantment successful. In that instant, Chuchong perceives a radiant glow emanating from the once cold and dark chest of the Locust commander. The light spreads, transforming into a blazing inferno of fiery red flames. The once dim patterns of the fire core are instantly ignited by the crimson flames, filling the patterns to the brim. In that moment of fulfillment, the Locust commander emits a cry, and identical patterns appear upon its body, mirroring those of the fire core. A torrent of flames erupts from the fire core, with the pure fire serving as the core flame, bestowing upon it an unparalleled might of flame. Fire elements converge from all directions, enveloping the patterns on the Locust commander. At the moment of saturation, flames ignite upon its form, manifesting as a fiery armor. Observing the Locust commander, now ablaze and seemingly reborn, Chuchong is momentarily taken aback, then erupts in joyous exclamation. It is the accompanying flame. Indeed, it is as I anticipated. The combination of the fire core and the pure fire can indeed yield effects akin to that of the Fire Lord. Chuchong vividly recalls the formidable prowess of the Fire Lord. According to his initial speculation, the Fire Lord's strength derives from its fire core and the core flame within. Thus, when he initially explored these two materials, Chuchong instantly envisioned that enchanting them upon the Locust body could replicate the effects of the Fire Lord. The Fire Lord's attributes are not particularly formidable, merely categorizing it as an ordinary species. Within the vast jungle, countless races boast superior attributes compared to the Fire Lord. These creatures dominate solely through their attributes. Why is the Fire Lord so powerful? It is solely due to its command over flame. Could my enchanting efforts also achieve effects akin to those of the Fire Lord? Even if it does not reach the terrifying heights of the Fire Lord, it would still represent a formidable force. Ding. The commander of the Divine Insect Legion, Locust Commander 001, has acquired a new characteristic. Ding. You have unlocked a new combat Locust subspecies. A new characteristic and subspecies? Chuchong hastily examines the panel of the Locust Commander. Chapter 29, Elite Squad? Fire Element Affinity? Is there only one? Chuchong furrows his brow. The Fire Lord's skills are significantly more numerous, totaling 4 innate abilities and 7 skills. The Locust Commander requires 100,000 breeding points to cultivate. Following the standard trajectory, Chuchong would need to reach level 20 or above to have the potential to cultivate a 2-star legion. After all, the expenditure of breeding points is extensive, not only for constructing a lair, but also for breeding various types of legions, which incurs substantial costs. Although the materials of the Fire Lord are exceptionally high grade, it is inconceivable that they would be reduced to a solitary characteristic. Perhaps the fused fire core is incomplete? Chuchong shakes his head, finding this to be the only plausible explanation. Either the fire core itself is flawed, or the pure fire serving as the core flame is deficient. Dismissing further speculation, Chuchong inspects the newly unlocked subspecies, which is evidently fire-related. Indeed, beneath the lineage category of combat locusts, a new subspecies emerges, Flame Locust. Description: a locust capable of wielding the power of fire. Promotion requirement: the individual locust must achieve a fire element concentration of 10 microunits. Is there even a promotion requirement? This 10 microunit fire element concentration likely refers to quantity. Fire element affinity is a characteristic that attracts fire elements. Chuchong commands the Locust Commander to attempt attracting fire elements using its fire element affinity. The Locust Commander's eyes brighten, the pure fire burning vigorously, while the accompanying flames surge dramatically. Chuchong senses the fire elements in the atmosphere coalescing, as if countless minuscule, searing molecules are converging upon this spot. Ordinary races cannot perceive fire elements so clearly and intuitively. The Locust King, however, is innately sensitive to various elements, though it lacks the ability to attract and control them. A substantial accumulation of fire elements gathers around the Locust Commander. After some time, have we reached the limit? Chuchong glances, and the system provides a clear reading, 1,000 microunits. Is that all? Chuchong shakes his head. It seems that the fire core is currently far weaker compared to the Fire Lord. When the Fire Lord unleashed its powers, the fire elements converged upon its body, filling the vast cave with a vibrant display, a stark contrast to the current situation. However, Chuchong remains uncertain about how to restore the Fire Lord's fire core. With only 1,000 microunits, he can only breed a small squad of 100 locusts. Nevertheless, although the Flame Locust and Locust Scythe Wielder share the same subspecies, the former is evidently far more formidable, at least 2 tiers stronger than the Locust Scythe Wielder. Given such conditions, one must not squander the opportunity. Chuchong mused to himself. reflecting that the requirements for the class transition state that a single locust necessitates 10 minuscule units. This implies that regardless of the lineage or rank of the locust, it consistently requires 10 units. I can establish a squad led by a locust commander, composed entirely of elite locust warriors, forming a formidable elite locust team. The locust warriors currently available for reproduction are the most powerful individuals in terms of singular strength. Consequently, the prowess of this elite locust squad would be exceedingly formidable. In many scenarios, the effectiveness of a legion of locusts might not surpass that of this elite squad. In truth, Chucheng would prefer to have a locust strategist leading the team, as long as the leader's rank is superior to that of the soldiers. However, the rank also influences the utilization rate of the flame core, and a locust strategist might not draw in 1,000 minuscule units of fire elements. Nevertheless, the breeding point requirement for this elite locust squad is daunting, amounting to 200,000 breeding points. Naturally, Chucheng cannot afford such an expense at present. It is time to venture out for hunting. Chucheng grinned widely. The construction of the locust training ground would take 1 month. During this month, Chucheng intends to complete all foundational enchantments for the divine insect team. He left 10,000 locusts in the nest before embarking on a hunt with the Divine Insect Legion, even if he did not accompany them. The Locust Commander's abilities would allow the Divine Insect Legion to evade numerous dangers. However, Chucheng has another objective in his outing, to enrich his system's database. Whether concerning flora or fauna, enhancing the database is of immense significance to Chucheng. The more comprehensive the database, the better his understanding of this world, thereby increasing his chances of survival in the jungle. In the jungle, Chucheng was accompanied by 10,000 locusts from the Divine Insect Legion, with the Locust Commander at his side. In terms of strength, the Locust Commander is undoubtedly the strongest, having received tremendous enhancements from the Flame Core. The remaining 80,000 locusts dispersed to hunt various eligible creatures. The primary hunting target, naturally, consists of various insectivores, which are the most delectable food for Chucheng. The secondary targets are formidable insects and animals selected from the database, all of which Chucheng considers potential enchanting materials most suited for the locust subbody. The Luohan team also requires replenishment. After transitioning to the Aura Locust, the Luohan team not only did not return to normalcy, but instead became even more vibrantly green. Their bodies shrank considerably, becoming incredibly rounded, adorned with intricate patterns. The green was exceptionally conspicuous. Recalling that scene, it seems that the characteristic of the locust lineage, when treated, is that their exoskeleton becomes vividly green, akin to the white coats of human doctors. Though they encountered some dangers, the vigilant locust sentinels patrolling the edges of the hunt detected them early. Upon spotting these powerful creatures, Chucheng could promptly command the locust army to avoid them. This is Chucheng's advantage. There is no delay in information transmission. Surrounding the hunting territory of the locust army, a multitude of locust sentinels remained on guard. As formidable creatures typically exude a strong aura, enabling them to instinctively gauge the strength of their opponents. Even if a single sentinel locust were to be lost during patrol, it would be a negligible loss for Chucheng, merely 1 breeding point. With the vigilant presence, Chucheng's hunting efficiency remained exceptionally high. The database also swiftly expanded. In the midst of the hunt, Chucheng fabricated a large enticing box once more, which garnered him 100,000 breeding points within a week. In the initial 3 days, numerous insectivores were attracted, but as time progressed, the influx of these creatures dwindled. After a week, no insectivores arrived at all. Insectivores are inherently rare creatures. The myriad traits scattered throughout the jungle are countless, akin to the stars in the sky, and their populations are sparse. Even if a few insectivores remained, they were acutely aware of the significant dangers present, making their return improbable. By the 3rd week following the commencement of the hunt, nearly 90,000 locusts from the Divine Insect Legion, with certain losses sustained during hunting, had completed enchantments on all body parts except for the forelimbs. The forelimb portion is particularly critical, as the sub-race of the Divine Insect Legion is the Locust Scythe user, which has stringent requirements for forelimbs. They must be scythe-shaped. Furthermore, they must be compatible with the locust species. Chucheng has his own criteria as well. They must closely resemble the forelimbs of the dead scythe insect. The hard-one cutting trait would vanish if the enchanting materials differed greatly from those of the dead scythe insect. Every trait is precious. Moreover, Chucheng's locust subbody hatches without any innate traits, relying solely on acquired attributes. Although cutting is merely a common trait, when combined with the locust scythe user subrace, the potential increase in the overall offensive capability of the Divine Insect Legion is immense. Chucheng is determined not to let it fade away easily. To retain this trait after changing the enchantment on the forelimbs, the enchanting materials must possess ample similarities to those of the dead scythe insect. If the differences are excessive, the cutting trait will dissipate. Naturally, if Chu Chong were to acquire exceptional materials worth sacrificing the cutting trait, he would not hesitate to abandon it. However, the likelihood of that occurring is exceedingly low. Chu Chong increasingly senses the difficulty in finding suitable enchanting materials. Not only must they be appropriate, but they must also be sufficiently abundant. An inadequate quantity is unacceptable. How many locusts does the army comprise? A 2-star legion necessitates over 11,000 materials. A 3-star legion requires more than 100,000 materials. If Chu Chong desires to enchant the claws of a golden sword beast, he must slay over 10,000 of them. Though the jungle is vast, gathering and slaughtering such a quantity is an almost insurmountable challenge. The flame locust, while demanding fewer materials, also has arduous prerequisites. Furthermore, without the flame core, Chu Chong truly cannot fathom any method to integrate 10 minuscule units of fire elements into the locust subbody. Most fire attribute creatures in the jungle utilize their innate abilities, traits, or skills to manipulate fire elements. Integrating them into the body? Impossible. Just as Chu Chong was sifting through the system database, meticulously contemplating the choices for forelimb enchantments, he received a sudden transmission from a locust squad exploring deeper into the jungle. Chu Chong's eyes brightened. He sprang upright from the leaves. Beside him, the locust commander and several locust strategists immediately reacted, rising at once. This was the moment Chu Chong interpreted the information, followed by a hearty laugh. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. I hope this species can meet my criteria. Let us depart. Towards the rift. Upon hearing Chu Chong's urgency, the divine insect legion, still scattered about hunting, quickly regrouped and set forth towards the rift. Chapter 30. The Great Scythe Mantis. The Rift. A peculiar geographical feature. Cracked earth. Beneath the fissured land lies a labyrinthine underground world. Countless creatures that thrive in darkness inhabit this shadowy realm. Unless one enjoys the dark and possesses the capability to traverse it, even the most formidable beings attempting to invade the underground world would fall prey to ambushes and attacks from its myriad peculiar inhabitants. Therefore, as an entrance to the realm of darkness, many creatures lacking climbing or flying abilities tend to circumvent the rift. Most insects are capable of flight. Numerous insects have established their nests upon the rocky cliffs of the fissure. However, Chu Chong's expedition leads him to a rather diminutive crevice. He even harbors doubts about whether this fissure could lead to the dark realms beneath. Below the fissure, at the heart of the forest, lies a vast chasm, from which a somewhat eerie breeze wafts. Surrounding the chasm, only herbaceous plants thrive. This fissure appears significantly smaller compared to others that Chu Chong has encountered. Descend. Chu Chong commanded, leading the divine insect legion in a grand descent. Numerous rodents, insects, and smaller beasts inhabit the slopes of the fissure. Upon witnessing the arrival of the divine insect legion, they swiftly burrowed into smaller crevices. Chu Chong flew downward to rendezvous with the exploratory locust squad. Is this the crevice? A subtle smile graced his lips. Attack. He directly ordered the divine insect legion to assault the fissure. The locust army surged forward, wielding their sharp, robust forelimbs to strike fiercely at the rocks. The stones at the fissure's entrance were gradually chipped away, albeit at a sluggish pace. The rocks had become somewhat fragile due to years of subterranean winds. Otherwise, Chu Chong's locust army would have been incapable of inflicting any damage. Almost there, Chu Chong mused. Deeper within this crevice should lie a more substantial habitat. The entrance to their nest, now compromised, would surely not be left unattended by its inhabitants. If neglected, Chu Chong could easily obliterate the entrance, exposing their abode to the world, leaving them with no escape. A raspy howl echoed from within the cavern. They have emerged. With a flick of his finger, a 1-star legion circled above the fissure. Simultaneously, the divine insect legion retreated, creating ample space at the fissure's mouth. Chu Chong fixed his gaze upon the crevice. Soon, a multitude of vibrant green insects surged forth from the fissure. The giant sickle mantises had arrived. A smirk appeared at the corner of Chu Chong's mouth. Their size was slightly larger than the locust guardians, comparable to the locust warriors. Most striking were their enormous sickles, adorned with numerous barbs and a black line that extended from the tips of the blades to the ends of their forelimbs. These colossal limbs were nearly as large as their bodies, surpassing even the forelimbs of locusts in battle form. Chu Chong was genuinely impressed by their immense forelimbs. He was confident that the giant sickle mantises would surprise him. Over 20,000 of them. A sufficient number, as the divine insect legion required merely 11,000 materials. Their levels range from 5 to 20. Indeed, this insect tribe surpassed the wild insects, not only in species but also in level, which was a full tier higher. However, Chuchong licked his lips. They are still my prey. 3-star Locust strategist, blocked their retreat. The 1-star Legion, previously stationed at a distance above the fissure, promptly dove down upon hearing Chuchong's command. Given the ample space Chuchong had provided, there was also considerable room behind the giant sickle mantises. The 1-star Legion, led by the 3-star Locust strategist, had long been lying in ambush above, swooping down to obstruct their path back to their nest. In truth, Chuchong was not apprehensive about them returning to their nest. It merely meant a slight delay. As they dove down, the main forces of the Divine Insect Legion further spread out. The giant sickle mantises, known for their formidable attack power, were not particularly swift. With their escape routes blocked from all sides, they evidently found themselves with no means of retreat. The solitary level 20 giant sickle mantis let out an enraged hiss, which Chuchong could interpret as a reprimand directed at him and the Divine Insect Legion for their cunning treachery. However, Chuchong merely scoffed, remaining still. The Locust commander, in a direct confrontation, emerged from the Divine Insect Legion, roaring a counterattack. A mere horde of giant mantises held no standing to compel Chuchong into action. The Locust commander, filled with rage, was incensed by their audacity to demand an audience with their king. How could such an inferior species presume to insult and seek an audience with royalty? The leader of the giant sickle mantises, significantly larger than its kin, wielded terrifyingly large sickles that exuded an aura of dread. Across from it stood the considerably smaller and weaker Locust commander. Upon seeing the Locust commander, the giant sickle mantis regarded it with utter disdain, completely dismissing its presence. Yet, the Locust commander paid no heed to this scorn. It was consumed by fury, incensed by their lack of discernment, for they dared to challenge the authority of their king. With a fierce cry, the Locust commander erupted in flames, igniting its form in a dazzling display of crimson fire. The flames blazed fiercely, seemingly consuming the Locust commander entirely, or perhaps transforming it into pure fire. At that moment, the core of the flames erupted, the pure fire leaping wildly. The Locust commander became a conflagration, with only the outline of a small locust discernible amidst the glow. The giant sickle mantis was taken aback by this spectacle, retreating in alarm. Insects inherently feared flames, especially those emanating a menacing aura from the Locust commander. The stark contrast heightened their terror, akin to a fiery demon. The Locust commander opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of fire elements, flames spewing forth with ferocity. A third of the accompanying flames followed suit, evidently a tactic employed by the Locust commander to amplify the power of its fiery breath. The giant sickle mantis, gripped by terror, turned to flee in panic. It was too horrifying, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. This fiery breath was infused with a third of its summoned flames. The Locust commander's stamina was finite. Although the accompanying flames could replenish swiftly, such a significant expenditure in a single attack was a considerable drain. Could the giant mantises surpass the speed of flames? They were engulfed in a torrent of fire. The crackling of their armor echoed as it was charred to a crisp, ultimately collapsing into a blackened, brittle husk, plummeting to the ground. An instantaneous annihilation. No resistance whatsoever. The giant sickle mantis's attributes, with its strongest attack exceeding 100, boasted defenses that were even lower. Such statistics proved utterly incapable of withstanding the wrath of the Locust commander's furious strike. With the leader's demise, the giant sickle mantis horde fell into disarray. Their highest level, the level 20 leader, had been slain without displaying an ounce of resistance. What manner of terrifying race had attacked them? Chaos erupted among them. Some timid individuals immediately opted to flee. Chuchong shook his head. Capture the leader to apprehend the thieves, as the saying goes. With the morale shattered, their combat effectiveness plummeted. Divine Insect Legion, all units attack. Chuchong waved his forearm. The once formidable giant sickle mantis horde, numbering over 20,000, had possessed a certain degree of resistance. However, with their morale shattered, they were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the Divine Insect Legion. Chapter 31. Flourishing development after a successful enchantment upgrade. The Locust Elite's attributes rivaled those of the giant sickle mantis leader, not to mention the Locust Warriors. At the heart of the conflict lay the Locust Warriors and Locust Elites, plunging directly into the throng of the giant scythe mantises. Their formidable impact scattered the mantis's formation into disarray, each Locust warrior embodying an invincible deity of war. The giant scythe mantises fought desperately, yet the losses inflicted upon the Divine Insect Legion were negligible. Notably, The Locust commander unleashed flames of unparalleled might, effortlessly scorching the mantises to charred remains. Should the mantises attempt to attack, their accompanying flames served as the finest armor, capable of annihilating them through mere backlash. Observing this one-sided spectacle, Chu Chong felt no astonishment. Such outcomes were entirely expected. When compared to these immensely powerful beings, Chu Chong might appear rather feeble. However, the locust form he possessed was inherently the most exceptional within the insect realm. The abilities of enchantment and subspecies rendered any comparison with other insect races futile. While numbers typically pose a challenge for other creatures, in the case of the locust army, they proved to be the least advantageous trait, easily outclassing the swarming tactics that would otherwise vex their foes. The battle concluded swiftly, leaving a ground strewn with the remains of the giant scythe mantises. The Divine Insect Legion collectively enacted their devouring ability, commencing the feast. With the establishment of a 2-star legion, the efficiency of accruing breeding points had significantly improved. Chu Chong hummed a tune leisurely. Once the consumption was complete, he accessed his status panel. A mere addition of 60,000 breeding points? Chu Chong's eyes widened, followed by a resigned smile. This was over 20,000 giant scythe mantises, 70 of which were above level 10. Each one yielded only 3 points. He had anticipated a more substantial gain. As Chu Chong's level and strength increased, the rewards from hunting weaker insects diminished considerably. Even hunting common insectivores had resulted in reduced breeding points. After 3 weeks of hunting, combined with the recent 100,000 breeding points acquired, he possessed merely 190,000 points. This indicated that the scattered hunting over the past 2 weeks yielded only 30,000 breeding points. Although primarily aimed at obtaining enchanting materials, such meager returns were insufficient for Chu Chong's ambitions. To amass greater breeding points, he must pursue stronger creatures. Gazing into his backpack, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Chu Chong's eyes. It was all for the enchantment of his forelimbs. He hoped it would not disappoint him. He conducted an experiment with a Locust Elite. Success. Please do not disappear. Chu Chong clicked on the enchantment option. Ding. The enchantment was successful. He hastily opened the panel for this Locust Elite. The cutting ability had not vanished. A smile spread across Chu Chong's face. What about the attributes? Originally, the Locust Elite's attack power, after enchantment on other parts, had received a slight enhancement, reaching 85 points. After enchanting with Giant Scythe of the Mantis, the attack attribute astonishingly soared to 120 points. This represented a significant improvement, even surpassing the unenchanted baseline Locust Warrior's attributes, which stood at an attack of 100 points after transformation into the Locust Scythe Master. It is noteworthy that the original individual attributes of the Locust Warrior were double that of the Locust Elite, with the required breeding points being tenfold. Defense saw a slight increase while speed experienced a minor decline. This was inevitable, as the massive scythe naturally impacted agility. Nevertheless, the Locust Scythe Master possessed a unique ability to reduce the size of its forelimbs in non-combat situations, thereby mitigating the impact on speed. A 2-star Locust Elite without subspecies had an attack of 30 points, comparable to Chu Chong's 1-star fully enchanted data from before. In the jungle, this represented a rather modest enhancement. The Locust Guardians saw even lesser improvements, perhaps only slightly surpassing nameless venomous insects. Yet, this was merely the most trivial aspect of Chu Chong's locust form's evolutionary potential. The combination of enchantment and subspecies had quadrupled the Locust Elite's attack power. The elevation in star ranking appeared to significantly enhance the efficiency of enchantment with high-grade materials. The Locust Warriors experienced an even greater enhancement. After enchanting the forelimbs with the Giant Scythe Mantis attribute, their attack power reached a terrifying 195 points, just shy of breaching the 200-point threshold. Chu Chong felt immense satisfaction with this figure. It is indeed remarkable for an insect to attain such statistics. Certainly, the Locust Warriors relied on enchantment and subspecies for this prowess. In the jungle, should an insect possess such attributes at a mere level 10, it would likely indicate a natural talent for transformation into a king insect. Upon evolving into a king insect, the insect would no longer be weak and vulnerable, but would possess the means to compete on equal footing with other creatures. Some particularly formidable races among the king insects could even reign as dominators in the jungle. However, compared to the vast multitude of insects, king insects remained exceedingly rare, and Chu Chong had yet to encounter one. The jungle was vast, and the creatures cataloged in his database were but a drop in the ocean. It was time to return. Chu Chong straightened up. He had been away for 3 weeks. Although the Divine Insect Legion had some rest each day, Proper recuperation in the wild was nearly impossible. Chu Chong was fatigued, and the stamina of his legion had also been greatly taxed. Therefore, he made his way back to his lair. Upon soaring into the cave, Chu Chong instantly felt a wave of relief. Home was the best place. He surveyed the interior of the cave, which had undergone a significant transformation. Having decided to establish a stronghold, the entrance could no longer be as haphazard as before. The original cave had been meticulously reinforced and transformed into an exceptionally sturdy passage. Some creatures, capable of traversing through stone, found themselves unable to enter the modified cave and reach the innermost entrance. Chu Chong stood at the entrance of the lair, surveying the surroundings. 5,000 workers were constructing concealed outposts in the surrounding jungle, selected by the system. The one-star legion he had left behind comprised half a squad dedicated to safeguarding these workers. Although they sustained some minor injuries, nothing was critical. An additional 40,000 workers were erecting Locust arrow towers in the open area before the cave entrance. As the arrow towers were the last to be built, only 4 had been completed thus far. Chu Chong attempted to activate one. From the previously barren ground, a tower emerged from the rocks. Earth attribute. While he had previously reviewed the introduction of the Locust arrow towers, witnessing one in person still filled him with excitement. The arrow tower was seamlessly integrated into the rocky ground and could only be summoned from the stone when activated. During regular operation, the Locust arrow tower consumed no energy, drawing upon earth elements from the nearby terrain only when activated. This feature was the primary reason for Chu Chong's decision to construct Locust arrow towers, stealth. When it came to power, several other structures of the same tier surpassed the Locust arrow tower. Yet, they were too conspicuous. Chu Chong had no desire to openly reveal to others that this was his lair. His current strength was insufficient, and he did not wish for his newly constructed stronghold to be discovered, leading to its annihilation by powerful creatures. That would be a tremendous loss. Thus, when selecting defensive structures, Chu Chong prioritized concealment. The outposts and arrow towers were not only hidden, but were also constructed underground, maximizing their stealth. A towering structure resembling a locust, approximately 4 meters in height, stands majestically. Its base, entirely constructed from compacted earth elements and rock, supports a colossal locust formed solely from stone at its pinnacle. This locust possesses the ability to launch earth element arrows from its mandibles and can pivot freely in any direction, with the control primarily resting in the hands of the Chu Chong. The Chu Chong's locust subordinates also wield some degree of control, albeit significantly inferior to that of the Chu Chong. The talents of the locust commanders are predominantly geared towards commanding troops, leading to a diminished capability in managing the arrow tower. A thought struck Chu Chong. Could I possibly unlock a subrace adept in precision aiming? Gazing at the locust atop the arrow tower, Chu Chong contemplated the necessity of having locusts operate various defensive structures in the future. It would be a tremendous waste to have locust commanders manage such resources, especially when each costs a staggering 100,000 breeding points, enough to construct 10 arrow towers. Chapter 32, Nest Established. Forming the guard army, Chu Chong's nest is situated at the base of a mountain. In the future, he envisions transforming this mountain into an impregnable fortress. Memories of colossal fortresses from science fiction films flicker in his mind, and his eyes sparkle with ambition. If he could mold his lair to such a scale, even an entire nation would find it impossible to conquer. Chu Chong's imagination runs wild, but he abruptly shakes his head, glancing at the desolate surroundings. His aspirations seem overly grand. He ventures deep into the cavernous passage, where numerous entrances have already formed. With only a week remaining, aside from the breeding base and lounge still under construction, the training ground and Chu Chong's underground palace have been completed. Accompanied by the Divine Insect Legion, Chu Chong refrains from heading directly to his palace and instead makes his way to the Locust training ground. Having invested 500,000 breeding points, Chu Chong holds immense anticipation for the training facility. After navigating a narrow, dark passage, he enters a vast, illuminated space. The walls appear to be radiating light. Upon entering the Locust training ground, Chu Chong's mouth falls agape. The walls, floor, and ceiling are forged from a jade-like material, emitting a gentle glow that bathes the entire training ground in brightness. Furthermore, it boasts a temperature regulation feature, maintaining a comfortable 22 degrees Celsius. The space is equipped with an array of facilities, divided into 18 distinct zones. 10 of these areas are designated for 2-star legions to practice tactics or utilize equipment for training. The remaining 5 zones present various terrains for executing complex tactical maneuvers. The final 3 areas are reserved for combat training among the legions. Undoubtedly, this is a premier training ground, boasting comprehensive amenities. Initially, Chucheng felt a pang of regret over the expenditure of 500,000 breeding points, but now it seems entirely justified. Constructed by 50,000 laborers, the Locust training ground has been fully realized. Upon entering the training ground, the Divine Insect Legion is invigorated, buzzing with excitement. The Locust commanders, too, are aflame with eagerness, displaying a readiness to engage. Notably, Chucheng detects something unusual. The Locust training ground appears to possess an invigorating effect on the Locust subordinates. The training ground's primary function is training, specifically aimed at the Locust subordinates. Once within the training ground's confines, they are compelled into an exuberant combat state, leaving no room for rest, only the opportunity for rigorous training. Naturally, Locusts of higher bloodline tiers exhibit greater restraint against this exhilaration. Locust commanders can easily dictate training activities and grant their subordinates breaks in the lounge. This state of fervor is designed to maximize training efficacy. Moreover, the training ground itself enhances training outcomes by a factor of 3. Whether it pertains to the application of new enchantments, the accumulation of combat experience, or tactical rehearsals, all training conducted within the swarm will yield triple the effectiveness. The Locust training ground is undeniably a hallowed site for training. Furthermore, one should not overlook that the 2-star training facility accommodates up to 1 million Locusts simultaneously. Although Chucheng yearns for the Divine Insect Legion to commence training immediately, he understands that their current effectiveness would be suboptimal. They require rest. Unaffected by the training ground's influence, Chucheng leisurely flits about the training facility for a considerable time before exiting, leading the Divine Insect Legion to the lounge. Although the lounge is still under construction, its external fortifications are complete, and the internal facilities have been fully realized. Is that a thicket? Chucheng is left astounded. The lounge walls remain a pristine white, glowing softly, while the interior has transformed into a miniature jungle, completely unlike what he had envisioned. It is filled with low-hanging trees and shrubs, vibrant flowers dotting the grass, and butterflies flitting about. Most striking is a small lake occupying a third of the lounge's area. While calling it a lake may be an exaggeration, within the lounge, it resembles a genuine body of water. The entire lounge resembles a compact ecological garden, harmonious and beautiful. The plants within, compared to the massive ones outside, appear quite diminutive. Chucheng pinches a leaf from a miniature tree, which is significantly smaller than trees on Earth in his past life. However, considering the Locust's naturally small stature, this size is indeed perfect for their lounge. Chucheng takes a deep breath, savoring the remarkably fresh air within. As a resting place for Locusts, the lounge air is infused with substances that invigorate and relax them. The Divine Insect Legion begins to stir once more, but this time, their excitement is one of anticipation. With a chuckle, Chucheng acknowledges their eagerness, issuing a command that sends them racing forth. Some alight upon wildflowers, while others conceal themselves in the grass or settle among the leaves. Remarkably, the Locust subordinates do not devour the surrounding trees, nor do they harm the butterflies. The lounge possesses a wondrous charm, contrasting with the training ground. Once entered, it effortlessly ushers Locusts into a state of complete relaxation and repose. Chucheng, too, finds solace, floating serenely upon the lake's surface. It is a moment of ease and contentment, perhaps the most comfortable he has felt since arriving in this world. In his secure haven, surrounded by his loyal subjects, Chucheng has finally established a foundation in this realm. As he floats on the lake, Chucheng opens the system panel, revealing that he currently possesses 190,000 breeding points. This amount is insufficient to establish a fire elite squad. Thus, he resolves to utilize these points to further reinforce his lair. Having already constructed 20 arrow towers, 190,000 breeding points will allow him to allocate 40,000 points to form another construction squad. The development of the nest remains Chucheng's top priority, representing the most rewarding investment. He then intends to spend 100,000 breeding points to erect 10 Locust artillery platforms upon the mountain, similar to the Locust arrow towers. The Locust artillery platforms are of the same category of facility. They can also be integrated into the mountainside, launching projectiles. While their power exceeds that of the Locust arrow towers, they lack in agility and reloading speed. Most crucially, the Locust artillery platforms are to be constructed on elevated rock formations, a site Chucheng has long identified. Positioned atop a 15-meter-high cliff, this significantly enhances his defensive capabilities. The arrow towers have limited range and are vulnerable to attacks, with their aerial offensive capabilities being weak. By having artillery platforms provide cover from such heights, his defenses are elevated to an entirely new level. However, the defensive capabilities of the platforms present a concern. If the Chuchong had sufficient breeding points, he could construct small turrets around the main artillery to provide cover. With 50,000 breeding points remaining, Chuchong utilized this resource to breed a one-star legion. Although the Xinchong Legion embarked on a hunting expedition without targeting particularly formidable prey, they nonetheless incurred some losses, resulting in the loss of 6 battalions. After replenishment, there remained an excess of 4 battalions, in addition to a Locust strategist. Chuchong designated these surplus 4 battalions as the Nest Guard Army. Previously, a one-star legion from the Xinchong had been tasked with guarding the nest, but now, with only 4 battalions serving as the Nest Guard Army, their defensive capability paled in comparison to that of the one-star legion. Nevertheless, the establishment of a Nest Guard Army had long been Chuchong's intention. It was not particularly fitting for the Xinchong Legion to undertake the nesting protection duty. The primary mission of the Nest Guard Army was to defend, entangle, and delay. They would rely on the defensive structures of the nest to eliminate enemies, buying time for Chuchong's main forces to arrive and annihilate the opposition. This was distinct from a purely defensive army. The composition of the Guard Army would undoubtedly be intricate, comprising healing locusts, locusts capable of controlling defensive structures, defensive locusts, entangling locusts, and reconnaissance locusts. In Chuchong's future vision, the comprehensive capabilities of the Guard Army would be the strongest among all legions. After all, the nest was the foundation of his existence. As he continued to develop, a significant portion of his breeding points would inevitably be invested in the nest. 3 days later, Chuchong gazed at the freshly hatched Locust strategist before him and nodded. The Guard Army was established. The sound of a system notification chimed, although there were only 4 battalions. With the Locust strategist as the commander of the Guard Army, they could still form a one-star legion, albeit with significantly diminished combat effectiveness. Chuchong was reluctant to use the term Guard Legion. The Guard Army would undoubtedly become the most complex and massive force under his command in the future, while the term Legion suggested a more singular nature. The designation Guard Army was more befitting. Observing the Locust strategist, Chuchong felt a sense of anticipation. He had not forgotten the conditions for acquiring a new subspecies. The Locust strategist was currently the highest-ranking Locust under his command, capable of rapid acquisition of new subspecies. However, the only uncertainty lay in the type of subspecies. The subspecies of his Locust body could either be limited, awaiting his unlocking, or capable of infinite differentiation. If they were indeed limited, and the Locust body could not differentiate into subspecies adept at controlling defensive installations, Chuchong would find himself in a difficult position. However, if he could obtain them, the speed and probability of acquiring subspecies through the Locust strategist would be significantly higher than that of Locust warriors. Chapter 33. The changing jungle. Chuchong arrived outside the nest. The Locust arrow tower emerged from the rock. Was there an operational platform? The Locust strategist flew over, and an entrance opened at the rear of the Locust atop the arrow tower. Operating from within proved to be far more efficient. The Locust arrow tower naturally possessed this function. Chuchong instructed the Locust strategist to enter. Once inside, the Locusts at the top of the arrow tower began to change direction, while the Locust strategist inside attempted to control them. However, it was evident that they were struggling, appearing frantic and at a loss. If a Locust elite or Locust warrior had entered, they likely would have been incapable of even directing the top Locust to change direction. Chuchong nodded, believing that if this continued, it would meet the conditions for professional advancement. He hoped to acquire a subspecies proficient in controlling defensive structures. 3 days had passed, and the Xinchong Legion had returned to full strength. During these 3 days, Chuchong also found time to visit his palace. Its exterior resembled that of a palace, but Chuchong could not delve underground to view its true appearance. Perhaps a creature like a mole might unexpectedly discover a palace while burrowing underground. Chuchong entered through a passage. Aside from the cave entrance, every facility within the nest was interconnected. However, Chuchong's palace uniquely featured a stone door in the passage to other facilities, which would only open with his consent. Otherwise, only Chuchong himself could traverse freely. Chuchong's palace was divided into 3 levels. The layout was reminiscent of ancient European castles, with a red carpet leading to the entrance. The first floor housed the kitchen, dining room, reception area, and study, while the second floor contained the servant quarters and a large bathhouse. The third floor comprised Chuchong's room and the main hall, each occupying half of the space. The facilities were reasonably complete, yet appeared rather ordinary, lacking decoration and seeming quite monotonous. Furthermore, Chuchong was the sole occupant of the palace, rendering it rather desolate. The thought of acquiring a few servants briefly crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it with a smile. This aspiration seemed far too distant. Thus, Aside from the occasional rest, Chuchong seldom visited his palace, preferring instead to drift on the surface of the lake in the relaxation hall. Moreover, as a locust, a palace conforming to human standards felt somewhat wasteful to Chuchong. If possible, he wished to restore a human form, but that was simply unrealistic. The Xinqiang Legion arrived at the training ground. Could I choose the training projects? The system kindly provided Chuchong with a plethora of training options. However, system training required the expenditure of breeding points, and while it would guide him on how to proceed, it would not elucidate the rationale behind the actions. Thus, even if he followed the system's methods, he would not glean the underlying principles and techniques of training. Furthermore, the efficacy of system training was not particularly remarkable, merely yielding average results. Yet, Chuchong lacked understanding and options at this moment. The system was the system. Chuchong scoffed, while the system was convenient. If only he understood or had a master in training among his ranks, he could avoid wasting resources. Alas, he was still reliant on the system. Training option 1 required 1,000 breeding points. This was manageable, though he could not afford much more. This training involved rehearsing the coordination of the swarm, allowing Locust commanders to learn a template formation. However, mastering such formations would not render the Xinqiang Legion tactical geniuses. They would merely implement the system's prescribed methods rigidly. Even with the Locust commanders, they lacked the capability to employ tactics flexibly. Chuchong observed the rehearsing Xinqiang Legion, contemplating. The complete construction of the nest was approximately a week away. In that time, in addition to completing the rehearsal of this coordinated formation, individual training could enhance the combat abilities of the Locust bodies. While it could not elevate their attributes, combat training was crucial, enabling a single force to exert multiple times its combat effectiveness. 3 days later, in the jungle, a massive black bear with a single horn atop its head wandered through the thicket. Clutched in its arms was an egg, its expression brimming with excitement. It occasionally glanced at the egg, drooling with desire. As it traversed a patch of blue stones, it suddenly sensed something peculiar. Was there a change in the surrounding jungle? The horned black bear looked around in confusion, sensing that something was amiss. It was astute and acutely aware of its surroundings. Although it had not returned in quite some time, it had meticulously planned for this egg for 3 months. Yet, even after such a long interval, it still noticed numerous strange occurrences along the way. If there had been creatures battling in these surroundings, the alterations would undoubtedly be far more pronounced. The skirmishes among beings would leave distinct traces of conflict, allowing for immediate discernment. However, there are no evident signs of battle, only subtle changes that are difficult to articulate. Having resided in this vicinity for 30 years, it possesses an acute sensitivity to its surroundings. Meanwhile, a series of signals echoed from the bluish stone, traversing a significant distance to reach the subterranean realms of the nearby mountains. Chapter 34. The game, A Unicorn Black Bear? It is charging directly in my direction. Chuchong is observing the training of the Xinqiang army on the training grounds, and has discovered that the layout of the jungle has been slightly altered. Could it be that the original den was in close proximity? Regardless, it presents a perfect opportunity to test the newly acquired tactical formations of the Xinqiang army. Cease training. At Chuchong's command, the Xinqiang army halted their exercises. Leading the army, Chuchong soared from the den, establishing a formation at the cave entrance. Ready to engage. Based on the intelligence relayed from the Locust outpost, the black bear's trajectory is aimed directly at this mountain. It is highly probable that the cave, now occupied by Chuchong, was once the bear's dwelling. Yet, in the past, Chuchong had meticulously sought a cave devoid of wild beasts. However, now he feels little fear and is rather eager for the confrontation. Shortly after, the unicorn black bear staggered into view from the jungle. Upon spotting the swarm of insects not far from the cave entrance, the bear paused momentarily before erupting in furious roars. After 3 months of absence, its lair has been overrun by these insects. Despicable creatures. The bear, its vision clouded with rage, shouted, "Kill! Eliminate them!" It cast aside the egg it held and charged toward Chuchong. Chuchong remained unfazed as he observed the black bear's approach. He had encountered a unicorn black bear in the jungle once before and possessed a general understanding of this race's capabilities. In essence, the beasts of the jungle can be categorized into 2 types, wild beasts and magical beasts. The primary distinction lies in the fact that wild beasts derive their combat prowess mainly from their physical strength, relying on sheer brute force. Even when endowed with special talents or traits, these abilities serve merely as supplementary enhancements. For instance, the flying-winged dragonfly depends on speed and its wings during combat. Even if its wind attribute is activated, it merely augments its own abilities. The desert ring snake, on the other hand, relies entirely on brute strength. Wild beasts are fundamentally akin to the animals of Earth in Chu Chang's previous life, albeit with some additional auxiliary capabilities. Moreover, the auxiliary abilities of wild beasts, such as traits or talents, are exceedingly rare. In contrast, magical beasts generally possess inferior physical capabilities compared to their wild counterparts of the same level. Their combat strength predominantly stems from innate talents and extraordinary abilities. Magical beasts usually exhibit potent special abilities and survive by leveraging these capabilities in battle. For example, the Fire Barrel King that Chu Chong encountered, its physical attributes were not particularly impressive, even comparable to the desert ring snake. Yet, its combat effectiveness far surpassed that of the desert ring snake. Undoubtedly, the Fire Barrel King's race is considerably stronger than that of the desert ring snake. The jungle is predominantly inhabited by wild beasts. However, this does not imply that magical beasts are inherently superior, they are simply more scarce. Chu Chong once caught a distant glimpse of a Tyrannosaurus rex, towering at a height of 15 meters. The Tyrannosaurus is a quintessential wild beast. Although Chu Chong fled and did not utilize the system to scan the Tyrannosaurus's data, he was certain that it could easily overpower the Fire Barrel King. The Unicorn Black Bear represents a wild beast. Unicorn Black Bear, level, LV18, attack, 2213, vitality, 2330, speed, 90, defense, 2014, skill, unicorn enhancement, temporarily boosts attack power. In terms of race, it is slightly weaker than the desert ring snake that Chu Chong had previously encountered. Seeing the unicorn black bear charging towards him with a roar, Chu Chong scoffed. Is it so eager to meet its demise? With a mere gesture, he commanded the Shun Chong army to advance fearlessly. The locusts brandished their formidable forelimbs, adorned with barbs. The locust commander ignited in flames, yet did not charge ahead, instead directing from the rear. The commander's role is to oversee the broader battlefield. As the supreme commander of the army, it bears the weighty responsibility of strategy. Issuing commands is both its duty and authority. Once the orders were disseminated, they reached the locust strategists deep within the formation, who then conveyed secondary commands. This hierarchical communication enables the entire army to function cohesively. The expectations for the commander are exceptionally high, particularly after the tactical formation is established, as every action taken by the Shun Chong army necessitates intricate commands. With a fierce roar, the locust commander issued a command, prompting an immediate alteration in the formation of the Shun Chong army. The swarms swiftly coalesced, transforming into a slender, pointed cone. In this transformation, an enigmatic aura enveloped them. In that moment, they seemed to achieve a profound unity. Even Chu Chong, witnessing the Shun Chong army's tactical formation in action for the first time, was taken aback by the remarkable transformation. So this is the true purpose of a tactical formation. Previously, although the Shun Chong army had coalesced into a unit, they had not fully integrated into a singular entity. Even during collective battles, they resembled a disorganized assembly, relying merely on their numbers to exhaust the enemy. However, once they formed the tactical arrangement, the previously scattered Shun Chong army was seamlessly blended into a cohesive unit, achieving a new level of synergy in their cooperation. This tactical formation is called the pointed cone formation. As the name suggests, it is not an exceptionally complex array, yet it elevates the combat prowess of the entire Shun Chong army to unprecedented heights. Even as the unicorn black bear beheld the pointed cone formation of the advancing Shun Chong army, its eyes were filled with disdain. It had long observed the army, noting the absence of a king insect or a near-king insect among them. Without a king insect, such an insect swarm would hardly warrant its regard. The unicorn black bear casually swiped its paw, aiming to strike the oncoming Shun Chong army. However, at the moment it swung its paw, the locust commander's mouth moved slightly, transmitting a series of intricate commands to the army. Just as the Shun Chong army was about to be struck, they split into two formations, evading the bear's claw which passed between them. The unicorn black bear, taken aback, felt only emptiness where its paw had struck. The Shun Chong army, having evaded the swipe, swiftly reformed into the pointed cone and redirected their assault toward the bear's rear. Due to the unity achieved in the pointed cone formation, the speed of the Shun Chong army surged. The entire pointed cone moved considerably faster than the individual speed of the locust warriors, yet slightly slower than that of the locust soldiers. The pointed cone's apex, comprised of locust soldiers and elite locusts, propelled the speed of the entire formation to new heights, easily surpassing their previous limits. Upon establishing a tactical formation, the entire Shun Chong army became an integrated whole. The spearhead thrust directly towards the back of the Du Jiaohe Xiong, while the foremost Locust warriors wielded their massive sickles, delivering strikes to the creature's back. Each attack was rapid, retreating immediately, followed by the elite Locust positioned behind the spearhead. As each Locust approached the Du Jiaohe Xiong's back, they would strike, all confined within the same range. Although the individual attack power of each Locust paled in comparison to that of the Du Jiaohe Xiong, the cumulative effect of their relentless assaults proved too much for even the formidable creature to withstand. This was the essence of the Spearhead Formation's core attack strategy, the Spearhead Chain Strike. Upon feeling the onslaught, the Du Jiaohe Xiong roared in fury, turning to swipe its front limbs backward. With its formidable power, such a strike could undoubtedly inflict significant damage to the Spearhead Formation's flank. However, the moment the Du Jiaohe Xiong moved, the Locust commander swiftly issued orders. Even though the Spearhead Chain Strike had not concluded, the formation immediately dispersed. The Locust warriors that had completed their attacks had already retreated in the opposite direction, seamlessly regrouping at the front of the spearhead. The rear of the formation, initially poised for attack, once again scattered. Despite the tactical formation, the swarm was still composed of countless individual Locusts, granting the Xincheng army remarkable agility. The dispersed Locust army quickly reformed their ranks 3 meters above the Du Jiaohe Xiong's head with astonishing speed. In these two encounters, all of the Du Jiaohe Xiong's attacks had missed. The only casualties were a mere handful of Locust sentinels, struck down by the gusts of wind generated by its claw swipes. A few Locust sentinels? For the current Xincheng, such losses were negligible. If it were any other creature fighting the Du Jiaohe Xiong, they might have taken greater precautions. However, Xincheng could directly access information on the Du Jiaohe Xiong, clearly understanding that it had exhausted all options. Even if it utilized its sole skill, it would be of no avail. Increasing its attack power, it could not land a hit, even with enhanced force. It could only create violent gusts that barely harmed a few Locusts. The Du Jiaohe Xiong, now frenzied, wildly flailed its limbs and lunged forward. Under the command of the Locust commander, it was mercilessly toyed with. The Xincheng army danced around it like a monkey, evading its strikes and executing the Spearhead Chain Strike, inflicting damage upon the Du Jiaohe Xiong. Initial hits were minor, but their cumulative effect became overwhelmingly substantial. Even without the Spearhead Formation, facing a 2-star Xincheng army, the Du Jiaohe Xiong would have little chance of victory, albeit with greater losses. Now, it was merely being unilaterally crushed. Soon, countless tiny wounds appeared on the Du Jiaohe Xiong, blood oozing forth, creating a harrowing and horrific sight. Its stamina dwindled. Gasping for breath, eyes reddening, completely driven mad, realizing it could do little against these small insects. The Du Jiaohe Xiong let out a reluctant roar and attempted to flee. Yet, its speed was merely 90 points, and in its current state, even at its maximum velocity, it could barely match the spearhead formed by the Xincheng army. With the relentless harassment from the Locusts, escape was nothing but a futile dream. Chapter 35. Lan Wendan, tormented repeatedly by the Xincheng army, realizing its escape was impossible. The Du Jiaohe Xiong suddenly turned, glaring towards the fiery Locust commander not far off. In its eyes, the Locust commander represented the leader of the swarm. Since it was destined to be exhausted by these tiny insects, it would rather eliminate their leader before meeting its demise. With a final roar that echoed the length of its bare life, it turned and charged back towards the cave. It dares to charge back? Xincheng had initially lost interest, but the Du Jiaohe Xiong clearly intended to take them down with it, aiming to kill the Locust commander. Xincheng shook his head. It was truly desperate. The Locust commander could fly. Once it ascended to a certain height, the Du Jiaohe Xiong would be unable to pursue it. Nevertheless, this presented Xincheng with an opportunity to test the Locust arrow towers. With a thought, 10 Locust arrow towers erupted from the ground. The Du Jiaohe Xiong, blinded by rage, charged forward heedlessly, even upon seeing the 10 towering Locust arrow towers that loomed high above it. Attack! A smirk played on Xincheng's lips as he instantly commanded the 10 arrow towers to aim at the Du Jiaohe Xiong, with a singular target. Controlling all 10 towers was effortless. The tops of the towers glowed faintly, and a stream of earthy yellow light surged from their bases to the large Locusts above. Concentrating at the Locust's head, the light coalesced into a vibrant yellow orb. The Locust's mouth opened, and a yellow beam transformed into an arrow, flying straight towards the Du Jiaohe Xiong. 10 arrows were unleashed simultaneously, turning into dark shadows that zipped through the air. If speed were the measure, each of these arrows surpassed 600. Thud, 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 thud. The Du Jiao He Xiong barely registered the sudden flash before all the arrows struck true. Each arrow penetrated its body, causing it to collapse immediately. In the next instant, the arrows melted, transforming into ferocious earth elements that began to corrode the Du Jiao He Xiong's form. Roar! The Du Jiao He Xiong howled in agony, writhing on the ground in torment. The excruciating pain radiating from its innards nearly stripped it of reason. After a while, its struggles weakened, gradually fading into silence. Did it fall in an instant? Chu Chong grinned. Although the Du Jiao He Xiong's defenses had diminished, the sheer power unleashed was overwhelming. Even with its reduced defenses, it likely still boasted around 1,500 points. Yet, against the Locust arrow towers, it possessed no capacity for resistance. The penetrating damage was manageable, but the ensuing explosion of earth elements constituted the true source of devastation. The combination of these two factors rendered the Locust arrow towers terrifyingly potent. Consume. The Xinchong army collectively feasted, while Chu Chong ordered the Locust arrow towers to retreat underground. He was thoroughly pleased. These 20 Locust arrow towers, shielded by the Xinchong army, would unleash a formidable force. Ding! Consumed the Du Jiao He Xiong, earning 30, 132 experience points and 72, 111 breeding points. The Du Jiao He Xiong provided Chu Chong with just over 70,000 breeding points, a satisfactory yield, slightly more than that from the giant sickle mantis swarm. However, even with over 70,000 breeding points in hand, Chu Chong was reluctant to spend them just yet. He wished to first breed the Fire Elite team and establish the Guard Army, both of which would demand significant breeding points, particularly the Guard Army. Until it was fully established, every outing for the Xinchong army would be a perilous venture. Previously, luck had been on his side, with no formidable creatures attacking the nest. Yet, there was no guarantee that such fortune would continue, especially after encountering the Du Jiao He Xiong, which served as a wake-up call. By the way, didn't I recall that the Du Jiao He Xiong returned with a massive egg? Chu Chong mused. It must be a precious egg if the Du Jiao He Xiong treated it as a treasure. At the very least, during my earlier exploration of the cave, there had been no signs of beasts for months. Did the Du Jiao He Xiong leave its dwelling solely for this egg? In the grass, Chu Chong discovered the egg the Du Jiao He Xiong had left on the ground. It measured half a meter in length, adorned with sky blue patterns that shimmered in the sunlight, appearing exceptionally vibrant. The eggshell was pristine and delicate, resembling a surface drenched in milk, smooth to the touch like jade. Chu Chong employed the system to scan the egg. Lanwen Dan, attack, 0, defense, 500. Information, an egg of ornamental value, seemingly harboring a living creature within. However, if it does not enter a suitable environment for hatching within 3 hours, the creature inside is likely to perish. Lanwen Dan. Chu Chong curled his lip. He had hoped that the system scan would reveal the species of the egg, yet it merely provided the name Lanwen Dan. Did it not possess any discernible features? Nevertheless, the system did furnish him with a crucial piece of information. This egg was alive. There was a living creature within, a nascent life form. This revelation ignited a spark of excitement within Chu Chong. He was eager to discover what kind of life was developing inside. The egg was so exquisite, and its defense was an impressive 500. It is noteworthy that the egg's default level was LV0, devoid of any rank. A defense of 500 indicated that even the weakest of creatures could scarcely breach its shell. When the disparity between attack and defense was too vast, the resultant damage could be negligible. The self-recovery capabilities of formidable beings could surpass any attack directed at them. However, numerical advantage could somewhat mitigate this limitation. Furthermore, Chu Chong's horde of locusts possessed two distinct advantages. Through enchantment, the individual capabilities of the locusts far surpassed those of other insects. The agile command enhanced the flexibility of the army, and tactical formations further amplified the overall attack potential of the locust swarm. Even so, it had taken an extensive amount of time to inflict even a modicum of damage upon the unicorn black bear. Had it been an ordinary insect faction, such as the giant scythe mantis clan, even with an equal number of 100,000, they would have had no hope of defeating the unicorn black bear, which would have been a one-sided annihilation. This exemplified the deceptive nature of the locust army. If the unicorn black bear had regarded Chu Chong and his forces with any measure of respect, it would not have recklessly charged forward. Alas, the egg had already cooled. Chu Chong observed the Lanwen Dan. Its temperature had significantly dropped. During its transport, the unicorn black bear had consciously cradled the Lanwen Dan to prevent it from losing heat too rapidly. However, the effect was minimal, and after being tossed into the underbrush, its temperature plummeted even further. Only 3 hours remained. Chu Chong felt a sense of urgency. He was determined to hatch this egg. How could he possibly create an environment conducive to its incubation within 3 hours? The longer he delayed, the more detrimental the impact on the life within would be. Ultimately, even if it hatched, it might possess irreparable flaws. No matter. Chu Chong commanded the Divine Insect Legion to cradle the Lanwen Dan. The breeding base was complete, and perhaps the environment there would be ideally suited for its hatching. The breeding base was fundamentally designed for the propagation of locusts. The soil within was warm, moist, and rich in nutrients. A 2-star breeding base could reduce the hatching time for locusts by half, and once hatched, they could absorb the nutrients from the soil, allowing them to reach their optimal state. At this moment, Chu Chong had no choice. He could not create a suitable hatching environment in such a short time and had to rely on the breeding base. A multitude of locusts marched towards the breeding base. Chu Chong instructed them to excavate a large pit in the breeding base, then carefully placed the Lanwen Dan within it, completely covering it with soil. Subsequently, Chu Chong accessed the breeding interface. This was his first time entering the breeding interface since the completion of the breeding base. Chapter 36, Rejection and Despair, Lanwen Dan. Hatching Progress. 62, Breeding Base Accelerating Hatching. Hatching Boost. 1 chance of acquiring a trait. There was even a 1 chance of acquiring a trait? Chu Chong's expression brightened. Was this the special function of the 2-star breeding base? Although the range of potential traits was vast and the likelihood of obtaining a trivial one was high, there existed a minuscule chance of acquiring a remarkably powerful trait. Moreover, having a chance was certainly better than having none at all. Upon discovering this feature, Chu Chong finally understood the additional capabilities of the breeding base. It was the explosion of traits. Without the breeding base, all the offspring that Chu Chong produced would be uniform, akin to a mere template. However, with the breeding base, or rather, as the breeding base's level increased in the future, Chu Chong could cultivate locusts with various distinctive traits. Some hatchlings might merely be locust sentinels, but possess exceptionally strong traits, marking them as prodigies among locusts. Others would be utterly mundane, just another face in the vast army. Naturally, the higher the lineage rank of the locust offspring, the greater the probability of acquiring a trait. The 1 chance was already the maximum limit. If a locust sentinel was hatched, this probability would diminish significantly. Ding! Detected damage to the Lanwen Dan at 71. Even if the Lanwen Dan successfully hatched, there was a 91 probability that the creature inside would perish. Would you like to repair it? A 90 probability of death? Chu Chong shook his head. Even if he had successfully created an environment for the hatching of the Lanwen Dan, the creature inside would still have a 90 chance of dying. However, it was fortunate that it encountered Chu Chong. The breeding base could actually repair damage. It now appeared that the breeding base was effective not only for locust eggs, but for all oviparous creatures. Truly, this breeding base lived up to its name. The repair required 50,000 breeding points. Chu Chong muttered to himself, hoping it would not disappoint him. Little egg, you have cost me dearly. With a pang of regret, Chu Chong clicked to repair. With this action, a whole breeding point from the resting hall was expended. The breeding points were swiftly converted into energy for the breeding base, rapidly repairing the Lanwen Dan. Chu Chong's consciousness was connected to the breeding base. With a mere thought, he sensed the Lanwen Dan becoming increasingly smooth and vibrant under the nutrient supply of the breeding base. Suddenly, the Lanwen Dan stirred slightly, as if expressing joy. Are you thanking me? Chu Chong chuckled. Little one, grow strong and healthy. Hatching would still require a month of patience. Chu Chong decided to wait patiently. He also purchased a method for individual training, which similarly cost 1,000 breeding points. While he could acquire more training methods or stronger tactical formations, training required time. Moreover, success was not guaranteed. Even though the training was system-guided, the formations still necessitated experience and knowledge accumulation, requiring gradual progression. The current spearhead formation was already sufficient. It had only just been successfully trained, and there was still a distance to go before it could unleash the full power of the spearhead formation. Chu Chong did not have the luxury of time to train them extensively. He needed abundant breeding points to establish the Flame Elite Squad and the Guardian Army. In the jungle, there stood an immensely thick towering tree. Countless birds flitted around it, and the trunk of this towering tree was 100 meters in circumference. The gnarled bark bore the scars of time, while the canopy spread wide, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, a truly majestic sight. Nestled among the vast canopy were houses constructed entirely of wood. Upon closer inspection, one could see a flock of blue-feathered eagles weaving through the wooden structures. Some rested in their wooden abodes, while others flew back with food in their beaks. Several blue eagles conversed within the houses, at the top of the canopy. In the largest wooden house stood a girl with blue wings and strong eagle claws at the doorway. Her skin was fair, clad in simple animal skins. Her sky-blue hair cascading like a waterfall, and her white pupils glistened with tears as she gazed intently at an elderly figure deep within the room, who also possessed blue wings. However, unlike the girl's lustrous and vibrant wings, the elder's wings were clearly dull and coarse. A headband adorned his head, from which 3 sword-like blue feathers protruded as he coldly regarded the girl before him. The atmosphere in the room felt as though it had solidified. At last, the young girl spoke, her voice ringing like a silver bell, laced with an unmistakable quaver of sorrow. "Tribe leader, I implore you, please save my sister." Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. She had been taken for 3 long days. She was merely an egg, without an appropriate hatching environment. It was possible that after 3 days, she might perish within the shell before ever hatching. "Tribe leader." The elder before her remained as composed as ever. "Lan Ling," he uttered calmly, "you are aware that 3 days have passed. Even if we were to rescue her, it is highly likely that the thief has already consumed her. Moreover, even if we were to succeed in saving her, the probability of her being dead within the shell is considerable. Whether to attempt a rescue is now moot. Additionally, your report to the tribe's core was delayed, and it will require considerable effort to search for that thief. In these 3 days, it may have fled far away. If it is hiding somewhere and does not reveal itself, even with our Paelaning tribe's expertise in searching, we may return empty-handed. Consider this a lesson. The loss of the egg is fundamentally your fault." The girl bit her lip, her eyes brimming with indignation. "But I know enough." The elder waved his hand impatiently. "You were already cast aside by our tribe. Your parents were sinners of the Paelaning. If you wish to search, you must do so alone. The tribe will offer you no assistance. Depart." The girl clenched her fists tightly. She longed to weep. Her sister was her only kin in this world. If it were not for those detestable Hui Yuhi, her parents would not have perished. How could she have left the nest, leading to her sister's abduction? After her parents were slain by the Hui Yuhi, she had hurried back to the nest, hoping to flee with her sister. They were outcasts of the Paelaning tribe, banished to live far from the great mother tree, the Tianguan Shu, long devoid of the tribe's protection. To her dismay, upon returning to the nest, she discovered their wooden home atop the crown tree had been destroyed, and her sister's egg had been stolen. It must have been that black bear that had lingered nearby. With her parents slain, her nest destroyed, and her sister taken, she was still merely growing and could not possibly contend with that black bear. Her only hope lay with the tribe, yet there she was met with merciless rejection. She wished to reveal the truth of the past, that her parents had been wronged. However, the girl silently nodded and turned to flee the wooden house. Upon her emergence, the other Paelaning in nearby wooden houses cast disdainful glances her way, spitting vitriol and even hurling insults. Tears welled in her eyes as she soared away from the Tianguan Shu. Once she had departed, a resolute determination crept into her gaze. Even if the tribe would not assist her, even if she could not defeat the black bear, she would do everything in her power to reclaim her sister. She was her only family. Yet, she understood that even if she managed to retrieve her sister, it was highly likely that she had already perished within the shell. Despair washed over her. With this thought, the girl could no longer endure. The sharp leaves and branches clawed at her, leaving her battered. Yet she seemed impervious to the pain. Desperately flapping her wings, she wept loudly while navigating through the forest. Chapter 37. Lan Ling faces death bravely 4 days later. Chu Chong rested in his palace. All was quiet, the air suffused with a tranquil, leisurely atmosphere. In the bedroom on the 3rd floor, Chu Chong's large bed was plush and inviting. If he still possessed a human form, he would likely be sprawled across the bed like a puddle of mud, reluctant to move. However, the golden-hued locust that he now embodied was strikingly conspicuous on the enormous bed, especially given the size disparity. Could the system not create a bed suited to my current form within the bedroom? Chu Chong lay there in a sprawled position, grumbling to himself. This bed felt like a person attempting to sleep on a lawn made of several football fields. It was quite bizarre. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Is the commander calling for me? The training must be complete. Chu Chong rose and made his way through the palace to the training ground. As the gate swung open, he leisurely flew out. The training ground was densely populated with miniature exercise equipment, upon which numerous locusts were engaged in training. Chu Chong observed their progress with satisfaction. Not bad, he nodded approvingly. Individual combat capabilities have significantly improved. Cease training. Following his command, the divine insect army promptly formed ranks. It was time to hunt. As he gazed at the neatly arranged divine insect army, Chu Chong mused that after a week of training, their strength had more than doubled. If they were to hunt formidable creatures, Their overall power might even reach 3 times that of before. Though only a week had passed, the effects of the 2-star elite training ground were akin to 3 weeks of normal training. While lounging comfortably in the nest was delightful, Chu Chong was acutely aware of the looming sense of crisis. Even if no creatures attacked his nest, time continued to march forward for him. With each level gained, he only added a month to his lifespan. Surpassing level 10 would yield a slight increase in longevity. If Chu Chong did not persistently strive to level up, his life would soon dwindle away. Form ranks. Under the guidance of the Locust commander, the divine insect army transformed into a pointed formation, soaring through the sky. After individual training, the pointed formation has also grown stronger, Chu Chong muttered. If only I had another army, we could engage in practical training together, accelerating our tactical formation training. Now, to accumulate experience, we must hunt the powerful creatures. Chu Chong had already devised a plan to acquire more breeding points. He was compelled to hunt the formidable beings lurking within the jungle. Insectivores were also a viable option, but the bait boxes could only attract weaker insectivores, and such creatures were scarce in his vicinity. It seemed that the insectivores in the nearby jungle had mostly been hunted by Chu Chong, providing him with a mere 100,000 breeding points. The proper way to obtain breeding points and experience lay in hunting those strong creatures. The weaker insectivores and birds held little value for Chu Chong. If only I had locusts adept at reconnaissance, Chu Chong mused. Then I could scout the caves of various creatures and launch assaults on them. Set off. Chu Chong moved toward the training ground's exit. Just then, a buzzing sound filled the air, accompanied by a stream of information. Oh, another creature has intruded? A blue eagle? Judging by its size, it seemed somewhat diminutive, likely not of a particularly formidable species. Perhaps it had not yet reached maturity? Chu Chong did not pay it much mind. Creatures frequently wandered into the territory surrounding his nest. If it was a mere accident, or simply seeking temporary refuge, Chu Chong had chosen to ignore it. Only creatures with a modicum of strength garnered his attention, prompting him to personally venture out and utilize the arrow tower to eliminate them. The Locust strategist remained engaged in training, with no new subspecies unlocked, compelling Chu Chong to take matters into his own hands. In recent days, no creatures as powerful as the original black unicorn had attacked him. The strongest had merely exceeded a mere 1,000 in all 4 dimensions, easily vanquished by the arrow tower. Chu Chong had grown somewhat confident in his aiming abilities. Locust Kings naturally possessed heightened intelligence. In truth, he had grown weary of these notifications. Yet there was little he could do. For a considerable period, he would likely continue to endure such disturbances. Fortunately, the Locust King does not require sleep to maintain its vigor. For Chu Chong, sleep is merely a pastime during idle hours. The locusts stationed within the outpost serve solely as guardians, possessing limited intelligence. Once simple commands are established, they will report back as long as conditions are met, lacking any capacity for independent judgment. Currently, the most intelligent locust commander under Chu Chong's command, while capable of managing such tasks, is merely the leader of the Divine Insect Legion. If the Guardian Army were to have a locust of commander rank, Chu Chong could afford to relax. He shook his head in frustration. Damn it, let's go hunting. Presently, beasts with a dimensional power around 2,000 can be subdued by the Divine Insect Legion, provided they do not possess traits that counter their abilities. However, upon exiting the passage, he noticed the blue eagle still hovering above. What could it be plotting? News from the outpost atop the mountain caused Chu Chong to frown. If it were within its nest, it would be manageable, but as he was about to embark on a hunt, he had to take it seriously. Was it investigating the status of his lair? The blue eagle circled above, its azure eyes fixed intently on the cave below. With a slight furrow in his brow, Chu Chong stepped out of the passage, followed closely by the Divine Insect Legion. Upon seeing them emerge, the blue eagle seemed startled and hastily flew towards the mountainside, seeking refuge behind a rock. Ironically, the rock it chose to hide behind was directly beneath a concealed outpost on the mountain, so every move the blue eagle made was clearly visible to Chu Chong. It continued to survey below. Chu Chong scoffed. He held the blue eagle in contempt. The moment the blue eagle dove down, he accessed its panel through the system. The designation provided was Paelon-ing, a species naturally endowed with water attribute affinity, a favored child of the water element. Yet, despite being at level 15, this Paelon-ing only had a mere 600 in dimensional power, clearly still in its developmental phase. I am curious to see what it intends. The Paelon-ing, by nature, possesses remarkable speed, with this particular specimen clocking in at 200 points, a terrifying figure compared to its other 3 attributes. The one-horned black bear has an attack exceeding 2,000 points, yet its speed is a mere 90 points. If it seeks to escape, it will be utterly impossible to stop. Chuchong believed it prudent to avoid alarming the blue eagle unnecessarily. He feigned ignorance, leading the divine insect legion away in a grand procession. Blue Ling, concealed behind the rock, was filled with confusion upon witnessing a swarm of insects emerge from the cave. Why would an insect horde fly out from this lair? She was perplexed. Was this not the den of that detestable black bear? Her trait, eagle-eye tracking, was a level above the ordinary Peilon Ying's tracking ability. Upon discovering her sister had been abducted, she had immediately utilized her tracking ability to follow the black bear's trail. Previously, she had spotted the loathsome creature lurking near her home multiple times and had discreetly left a token on it. With this token and the information regarding her sister and the black bear, she easily traced the bear's departure. Rejected by the core group, she followed the scant clues until she arrived at this location. The last place the black bear and her sister's scent was detected was right in front of this cave. Could it be that her sister has been taken inside? Are they in league with that black bear? Merely following the black bear's trail had consumed 4 days. She was acutely aware that her sister's chances of survival were diminishing. Even if she had not been devoured by the black bear, rescuing her would likely be futile, as her sister would probably not survive. Tears filled Blue Ling's eyes at the thought. Yet, there was also a resolve and determination. Sister, I am coming to save you. Wiping her tears, she declared, even if it means death, I will make that black bear pay. Blue Ling unfurled her wings, showcasing the impressive speed of the Peilon Ying, transforming into a flash of lightning as she raced towards the cave. She had resolved that if she could locate her sister's egg within the cave, even if it were just a shell, she would strive to bring it back and lay her sister and their parents to rest together. If not, she would face that one-horned black bear to the bitter end. A sharp cry pierced the air. Chuchong's expression shifted. How swift, as if struck by lightning. He immediately decided, drop the gates. All gates descend. Within the cave passage, Chuchong had constructed 5 gates. However, the Peilon Ying's speed was too formidable, forcing him to command all 5 gates to close. The sounds of the gates crashing down echoed. Chuchong's expression darkened. What has gotten into this Peilon Ying? In truth, Chuchong's ostentatious emergence was meant to draw the Blue Eagle's attention. Should the Blue Eagle dare to attack, Chuchong would not hesitate to have the Divine Insect Legion ensnare it, feigning weakness before eliminating it with arrows. Though the Peilon Ying was incredibly fast, arrows flew even swifter. This was a soil element arrow tower. Had it been a wind element arrow tower, it could have exceeded 1,000 in speed. In a contest of speed against arrows, even the speedster Peilon Ying would fall short. Given the Blue Eagle's size, being struck by an arrow would be fatal. Yet, to Chuchong's astonishment, it completely ignored the Divine Insect Legion, charging straight for his lair. Humph. Sensing the Peilon Ying trapped between the 3rd and 4th gates, Chuchong scoffed, feeling a twinge of fear. Had the Blue Eagle managed to breach his lair, capturing it would have posed a significant challenge. It could wreak havoc on the facilities within, making it difficult for him to seize it. Those were breeding points. However, now that it was ensnared, everything was under Chuchong's control. He leisurely approached the cave. The Peilon Ying was now akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, and Chuchong felt no urgency. Chapter 38. The Insect Tide Approaches. The first gate opened. The second gate opened. Each time a gate opened, Chuchong led the Divine Insect Legion to immediately block the entrance. The third gate opened. Trapped between 2 gates, Blue Ling desperately battered against the 4th gate. Blood streamed from her wings and head, staining the gate a deep crimson. Yet, even the one-horned black bear could not breach this gate. Thus, her efforts were in vain, only resulting in her own injury. The gate swung open, light flooding in. Upon sensing the illumination, Blue Ling ceased her assault and turned around. Through her blood-stained vision, she beheld Chuchong and his legion. Chuchong furrowed his brow. Why is this Peilon Ying so frenzied? Once trapped, it resorts to such self-destructive attacks, knowing full well it cannot breach the gate. Peilon Ying, Chuchong began, unsure if the eagle could comprehend his words, yet he was intrigued by its reckless behavior. You are allied with that black bear, are you not? To Chuchong's surprise, the Peilon Ying spoke in a chilling voice. You vile scum, since you are allies, there is no need for further discourse. You set this trap to lure me, so finish it quickly. Peilon Ying spoke in a thin, almost chirping voice. Can you understand my words? In Chinese? Chuchong's eyes widened in surprise. The words spoken by Peilon Ying were indeed in the Chinese language he was most familiar with. Insect, what are you saying? This is the most common tongue of the Senji. Peilon Ying responded coldly. Do not speak further, quickly in my life. I am a sacred being of the Peilon Ying clan. By killing me, you shall gain substantial experience. This is what you seek, is it not? What nonsense is this? What is happening? Chuchong felt a bit dizzy. What about the unicorn black bear? Do you know that beast? You claim we are allies? That unicorn black bear is. Just then, a barrage of intense information suddenly flooded in from the direction of the jungle. Chu Cheng sensed the potency of this information and immediately began to decipher it. Gradually, vivid images formed in his mind. The sheer number caused Chu Cheng to frown. It was overwhelming. Countless insects swept through the jungle, densely packed and seemingly endless. This was not merely a swarm. It was an ocean of insects. It was conservatively estimated that their numbers exceeded 1,000,000. Observing their appearance, they were undoubtedly giant scythe mantises. At the rear of the swarm, one giant scythe mantis was twice the size of its kin, its armor gleaming a brilliant emerald green, particularly its enormous sides that shimmered with a hint of purple, exuding an incredibly menacing aura. These giant scythe mantises were likely from the maternal lineage of the group I hunted previously, Chu Cheng speculated, now returning for revenge. If encountered in the jungle, I might very well find myself fleeing in disarray. However, this is my territory. Chu Cheng raised his head, revealing a smile. Lan Ling, keen-eyed, immediately caught sight of Chu Cheng's smile, pondering whether it was a gesture of goodwill. Due to the tracking ability of the eagle eye, her vision had been greatly enhanced, making her sensitive to even the subtlest of expressions from Chu Cheng. There may be some misunderstandings, Chu Cheng said to Lan Ling with a smile. I am not your enemy. The unicorn black bear has already been slain by me. After stating this, Chu Cheng turned and led the divine insect legion out of the cave. He had offered an explanation. If Pei Lanning still sought to confront him, he would not hesitate to eliminate it. For Chu Cheng, it was merely a trivial matter. Pei Lanning was just a nuisance in terms of speed. It seemed to harbor a grudge against that black bear, mistaking this place for its lair. Since it had not inflicted any substantial loss upon Chu Cheng, he had no qualms about letting it go. Of course, the primary concern was the imminent assault by the giant scythe mantis swarm. Chu Cheng's immediate priority was to confront them. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been so accommodating. In the jungle, the victor reigns supreme. The act of killing or being killed requires no justification. Lan Ling felt a bit dazed. The unicorn black bear had been slain? Could it be that she had indeed misunderstood? How could such an inconspicuous insect swarm possibly defeat that formidable black bear? However, as she glanced at the gate behind her, she realized that the black bear could never have constructed such intricate mechanisms. Could it be that what he said was true? She felt a dizzying disbelief. Were these mechanisms truly created by those small insects? With this thought, Lan Ling's subconscious hinted that the golden-hued little insect might indeed be telling the truth. Yet, she still struggled to accept it. If that black bear had been killed by the swarm, did that not mean her sister had also fallen into their clutches? What if her sister had not been devoured? A glimmer of hope remained in Lan Ling's heart. If her sister was still alive, even if there was but a faint chance of hatching, she would not abandon her. She was willing to pay any price to rescue her sister. In comparison to the unicorn black bear, Chu Cheng presented a rational, communicative figure. This remarkable insect king, unlike the brutish and ignorant beasts that knew only violence, possessed immense intelligence and the capacity for dialogue. Moreover, the insect swarm capable of effortlessly slaying that black bear, along with the formidable gates, made Lan Ling acutely aware of the strength of this insect clan. Since there was even a minuscule chance her sister still lived, she was determined not to give up. Furthermore, Lan Ling held no resentment towards Chu Cheng. Her animosity was solely directed at the unicorn black bear. In fact, she felt gratitude towards Chu Cheng for ridding her of her foe, for she could never have slain that black bear on her own. With this thought, Lan Ling flapped her wings and flew out, eager to inquire about her sister's whereabouts. Yet, upon emerging, her pupils dilated in shock. Was this an insect war? Countless giant scythe mantises charged from all directions, the sheer quantity enough to instill terror. Were there millions? Lan Ling's scalp tingled. Individual insects were weak, and even some swarms were often disregarded. But when their numbers reached a certain magnitude, they could instill fear in all beasts of comparable rank. Only those with extraordinarily powerful bloodlines could still ignore insects, yet even they would find themselves challenged by a swarm possessing abilities that countered their own. The sheer scale of the approaching swarm was terrifying. Even Lan Ling felt an urge to turn and flee. However, not far ahead, a smaller insect swarm was in view. In comparison to the giant scythe mantises, it was like a flickering firefly against the bright moon. And even the individual size of the giant scythe mantises far exceeded that of the smaller swarm. Yet, despite such a significant disparity in appearance, Chu Cheng's swarm remained steadfast. At the rear of the insect legion, a golden-hued locust stood like a rock, calmly observing the oncoming tide of insects as if it were merely a gentle breeze. A flicker of intrigue appeared in Lan Ling's eyes. She fixated on the golden locust, murmuring, "Does it not even feel fear?" She herself felt the urge to flee upon witnessing the tide of insects, yet that one insect displayed not a trace of trepidation. Lan Ling's curiosity towards Chu Chong and his swarm intensified. Chu Chong remained composed as he observed the advancing insect tide. 20 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. Almost there. A smirk curled at the corners of Chu Chong's mouth. The leading giant scythe mantis swarm was now merely 5 meters away from the Locust arrow towers. Within this range, the Locust arrow towers and Locust artillery could unleash their maximum power. Chapter 39. Bombardment commenced. The bombardment. A fierce glint flashed in Chu Chong's eyes. Upon issuing the command, 20 towering Locust arrow towers, each 4 meters tall, erupted from the earth. Meanwhile, 10 Locust artillery pieces, accompanied by a thunderous sound, emerged from the rocky outcrop several meters behind. The Locusts' heads opened, revealing dark cannon barrels aimed at the approaching insect tide. In the next moment, Chu Chong directed them to target various sections of the swarm. The requirements for Chu Chong's aim were not high. A mere glance would reveal vast swathes of enemies. A hum resonated as an abundance of earth elements was inhaled. This time, the intake of earth elements was several times greater than during his previous experiment. Of course, it took longer, but for this initial shot, the arrow towers and artillery had absorbed the majority of it while still underground. The earth elements condensed into a luminous sphere within the locust's mouth. Subsequently, it transformed into an arrow, launched at a 70-degree angle. Upon closer inspection, the earthy yellow arrow was encased in a luminous sphere containing far more earth elements than the arrow itself. A graceful arc was drawn as 20 arrows pierced directly into the swarm of insects. With a resounding boom, accompanied by a burst of earthy light, the arrows exploded along with the glowing orbs atop them. The tremendous force shattered the nearby giant mantises, creating a series of explosions within the insect tide. The weak insects were utterly incapable of withstanding the assault of the earth element arrows. Even the shockwave alone was sufficient to sever many giant mantises in two. This was another offensive mode of the Locust arrow tower, the explosive arrows. Although slower and possessing less raw power than regular arrows, they posed little threat to individual formidable creatures. However, the Locust arrow tower earned its title as a defensive structure precisely because of these explosive arrows. Against an enemy as numerous as the insect tide, the area of effect damage proved remarkably effective. Moreover, Chu Chong deliberately lured them into an optimal range, rendering them unable to evade. One explosive Locust arrow annihilated thousands of giant mantises, with even more suffering injuries. Following the detonation of the arrows, a subsequent barrage ensued, this time from the Locust artillery above. The position of the Locust artillery was far superior, overseeing the battlefield from above, with each shell proving lethal. The earth-colored projectiles descended directly, posing a threat that surpassed that of the Locust arrow tower. A vast semicircular shockwave erupted, and the 10 shells unleashed devastation comparable to 20 Locust arrow towers. After all, the Locust artillery specialized in long-range bombardments, and Chu Chong could easily select the most advantageous strike points. This round of bombardment resulted in nearly 400,000 giant mantises lost, with even more injured. The losses were significant due to Chu Chong's careful selection of strike locations. An explosive shock could injure mantises at the periphery without killing them. Yet those caught in overlapping explosive ranges endured multiple shockwaves, leading to their demise. The number of insects surging into the clearing from the jungle at any one time was limited. The near million in casualties left the advancing giant mantises nearing obliteration. They ceased their advance, not fleeing but too fearful to proceed. A palpable atmosphere of dread enveloped the entire swarm, instilling fear in them. The giant mantises, lacking high intelligence, merely followed orders from their superiors and would not retreat. Yet, instinctively, they trembled, unwilling to advance further. Chu Chong let out a cold snort. The hesitation of the giant mantis horde pleased him. Both the Locust arrow tower and the Locust artillery required time to cool down. Typically, the arrows from the Locust arrow tower cooled down in 1 minute, while the explosive arrows took 10 times longer, cooling down in 10 minutes. The Locust artillery's bombardment occurred once every 15 minutes. Of course, like the Locust arrow tower, the Locust artillery also had 2 modes of attack, bombardment and direct fire. With the giant mantises remaining still, Chu Chong opted for patience, waiting for the right moment. He was in no hurry, preferring to bide his time. Hovering in the air, Lan Ling was completely awestruck. Her excellent vantage point allowed her to observe the entire battle with remarkable clarity. What manner of structure was that? Lan Ling's mouth fell agape. The power was simply overwhelming. Although she had witnessed incredibly powerful magical beasts and their skills, which surpassed this explosion, the comparison was evident. She had never encountered such a wondrous edifice, and the insects atop it bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Chang's swarm. A moment's thought revealed that these structures were constructed by those tiny creatures. Yet, insects generally lacked high intelligence. Only exceptionally unique beings among the royal insects or those above them possessed notable intellect. However, Chu Chang's swarm did not resemble royal or king insects. They were merely unevolved insects. Even royal insects lacked the intellect to create such intricately designed structures. Lanling pondered that even her own Palon Eagle clan's core group could not construct such edifices. Their understanding of architecture was limited to building homes atop crown trees. She could not fathom how such a structure could be built. It was utterly marvelous. In Lanling's eyes, Chu Chang and his swarm were shrouded in an air of mystery, leaving her with an ungraspable, inscrutable feeling. A guttural roar emanated from the jungle after about a minute. Was the leader of the giant mantises enraged? Chu Chang smiled. To command such a vast horde. The giant mantis leader was likely not a king insect, but probably close to one. Its rank could not be low, given the sheer number of millions of insects. However, Chu Chang felt a twinge of regret. The giant mantises blasted by the Locust arrow tower and artillery had turned to ash. Even if some remnants remained, consuming them would yield little in terms of breeding points. Experience? Such straightforward annihilation of a defensive structure would not provide Chu Chang with much experience. The inability to consume was perhaps his only lament. Alas, every advantage comes with a drawback. After hearing the leader's furious roar, the giant mantises forcibly overcame their fear and began to advance slowly. It was time for the Divine Insect Legion to take the stage. Chu Chang clicked his tongue. In truth, he did not wish for the Divine Insect Legion to engage directly with them, as the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Yet, in terms of individual strength and tactical formations, the Divine Insect Legion far exceeded the giant mantis horde. Chu Chang could easily employ guerrilla tactics, similar to how he fought against the smaller giant mantis swarm in hand-to-hand combat, which would be a disadvantageous choice for him. Chu Chang had contingencies. As long as he activated the 5 gates, he could hold off the giant mantises for an extended period, regardless of their numbers. The disparity in values was too great, requiring an incredibly long time to wear them down. The Locust arrow tower and artillery could also retreat into the underground rocks, making destruction challenging. This granted Chu Chang considerable maneuverability. Observing the advancing giant mantis horde, he commanded the Divine Insect Legion to engage, forming a pointed formation. Chapter 40. Unstoppable Force. The Divine Insect Legion, arranged in a pointed formation, charged fearlessly into the tide of insects. However, upon seeing the Divine Insect Legion rushing forward, the giant mantises were invigorated, showing no signs of fear. It was time to instill a sense of dread in them. Chu Chang spoke coldly. Divine Insect Legion, charged directly. With a resounding roar, the Locust commander ignited in flames. Following this, the Divine Insect Legion joined in with even more fervent cries. Faced with the overwhelming tide of insects, under Chu Chang's command, their instinctual fear transformed into frenzied excitement as they charged recklessly into the swarm. In the skies, Lan Ling was momentarily taken aback. While she sensed that the formation created by the Divine Insect Legion was unusual, the disparity in numbers was so vast. Did they truly dare to charge directly into the horde? Was this not a suicidal assault? The giant mantises were equally unrelenting, altering their course and attempting to encircle the Divine Insect Legion completely after they broke through. This is the tactic at which they excel, boasting their swarm strategy and the formidable offensive power of the Jiu Liantong Long, which has allowed them to encircle and slay many powerful beings. Consequently, their retraction speed is swift. Once the Xinchong Juantuan breaches the front lines and is restrained by the Jiu Liantong Long, escape becomes utterly impossible. A glimmer of madness flickers in Chu Chang's eyes as he places his faith in the tactical formation of the Xinchong Juantuan. He understands that victory or defeat hinges on this initial charge. The Xinchong Juantuan must not be hindered by the Jiu Liantong Long. Once their speed is impeded, their fate is sealed. However, having observed the training of the Xinchong Juantuan up close, he possesses a significant advantage: system assistance. He can access all the data on the Jiu Liantong Long and discern the relative weaknesses within the swarm. Charge. The pointed formation of the Xinchong Juantuan surged into the swarm with remarkable speed. The apex of the formation, moving at nearly 100, was exceedingly swift, far beyond the pace of the Jiu Liantong Long. Speed is one of the most challenging attributes to enhance, and also the one that exhibits the greatest disparity. Take the Du Jiao He Xiong, for instance. While its other attributes boast figures exceeding 2,000, its speed languishes at a mere 90. The immensely powerful Hua Zuanjue displays a speed of only 200. Though with the aid of the flame path, it can unleash a greater velocity. Speed exists apart from the other three attributes. Insects are not particularly adept at speed. Rather, their small size grants them a modicum of agility. In terms of pure speed, they cannot claim an advantage over the powerful creatures of the jungle. Among insects, Chuchung's locust form is relatively swift, whereas the Jiu Liantong Long belongs to the slower category. Should he unlock a subrace of scouts proficient in speed, the locust form could reach even greater velocities. The Jiu Liantong Long surged forth, fearlessly obstructing the charge of the Shun, Chong Jiu and Tuan. Yet, as they drew near, the Jiu Liantong Long on the flanks were easily repelled, their forelimbs cracking under the pressure. The foremost Jiu Liantong Long, positioned at the tip of the formation, faced the brunt of the assault. Its armor was pierced by the apex, and then its body was completely shattered, its innards splattering like mud, blood spraying in every direction. It was akin to entering a desolate wasteland. The apex functioned as the most terrifying weapon. Any who dared to obstruct were utterly penetrated. The Jiu Liantong Long on the sides fared slightly better, suffering only minor damage. What constitutes a tactical formation? The sophistication of a tactical formation lies not only in its transformation into a cohesive whole that augments offensive capability and flexibility, but also in its self-defense capabilities. A mere assembly of pointed shapes cannot truly be regarded as a tactical formation, nor can it be deemed particularly challenging. With the aid of a system and training ground, it requires 3 days of training to achieve even a basic level of proficiency. The most arduous aspect of a tactical formation is the intricacy of its composition and the variability of its arrangements. During flight, the Locust warriors and a select few elite Locusts continuously shift positions, weaving in and out to maintain the pointed formation. When under attack or when an offensive is warranted, the Locusts within extend their forelimbs through the gaps, executing slight movements to enhance both lethality and defense through the dynamic shifts of the formation. Although the pointed formation may be a fundamental tactical arrangement provided by the system, it remains exceedingly intricate. Had it not been for the unwavering obedience of Chuchung's locust form and the near-instantaneous transmission of commands, achieving such proficiency would have been nearly impossible. This is the inherent advantage of the locust form, one that other factions cannot replicate. Periodically, the outermost locusts seamlessly transition positions with the next layer, allowing those on the outside to move inward while the inner locusts advance. This technique conserves energy, ensuring that even if the outer locusts sustain considerable damage, the combat effectiveness of the pointed formation diminishes only slightly. While the pointed formation may be one of the simplest tactical arrangements, once designated as such, it possesses formidable power and completeness. This is the confidence that Chu Chong has in commanding the Shin Chong Jiu and Tuan to penetrate the swarm. Chapter 41. Super Bombardment. The pointed formation of the Shin Chong Jiu and Tuan, resembling a meat grinder, rampaged through the swarm, carving a bloody path. It is conservatively estimated that hundreds of Jiu Liantong Long were slain during this charge. The Shin Chong Jiu and Tuan must also recuperate. So to ensure they remain in optimal condition, Chu Chong did not allow them to engage for an extended period within the swarm. Relying solely on the Shin Chong Jiu and Tuan to inflict significant damage on the Jiu Liantong Long was utterly unrealistic. The disparity in numbers was insurmountable. Chu Chong's singular objective in deploying the Shin Chong Jiu and Tuan was to buy time. If he could prolong their assault for just a few more volleys, the swarm would be as fragile as rice paper, easily torn asunder. However, for the moment, the leader of the Jiu Liantong Long lacked sufficient intelligence to deduce this fact. This distinction sets them apart from Chu Chong's locust swarm. The Jiu Liantong Long were entirely captivated by the Shin Chong Jiu and Tuan, beginning to encircle from all directions. From a distance, the dense swarm resembled flowing water, constantly shifting its orientation toward the Shin Chong Jiu and Tuan. Yet the Shin Chong Jiu and Tuan remained remarkably agile, their speed outpacing that of the encroaching currents. The Locust commander was tasked with directing the changes in the pointed formation, while Chu Chong oversaw the movements of the Shin Chong Jiu and Tuan. They maneuvered effortlessly through the swarm, weaving between the streams, each passage creating a large gap in the currents, resulting in the injury of hundreds of Jiu Liantong Long. Meanwhile, the losses sustained by the Shin Chong Jiu and Tuan were negligible, as the Jiu Liantong Long failed to inflict any meaningful harm, suffering instead a one-sided massacre. For 10 minutes, the Jiu Liantong Long continued to surge from the jungle, emerging into the open. The Locust arrow towers and artillery had retreated underground to recharge. Had they remained exposed above ground, they would have quickly drawn the attention of the Jiu Liantonglong's higher-ups, who would have targeted them for attack. The intelligence of the ordinary Jiu Liantonglong was woefully inadequate. Even when subjected to such overwhelming assault, the information relayed back was exceedingly limited. The more intelligent leaders among the Jiu Liantonglong failed to receive any useful intelligence from the front lines in a timely manner. Thus, Chu Cheng was afforded another opportunity to bombard without restraint. This bombardment was of utmost importance. The first strike had claimed the lives of 400,000 Jiu Liantonglong, inflicting considerable injuries as well. The second bombardment saw the Jiu Liantonglong swarm fully emerge from the jungle, bolstered by the guidance of the Shin Chong Juantuan. This could potentially dictate the course of the entire insect war. Chu Cheng gazed at the conspicuous Jiu Liantonglong hovering in midair, surrounded by thousands of slightly smaller Jiu Liantonglong. These were clearly the elites of the swarm, as even among ordinary insects and royal insects, there exist multiple stages of evolution. These colossal mantises have evidently undergone some evolution, yet they remain a considerable distance from the Wangchong. In terms of dimensional strength, among these gigantic mantises, the most formidable are comparable to the locust warriors within the divine insect legion, while the weaker ones possess the prowess of elite locusts. Undoubtedly, the most powerful among them is the leader of the colossal mantis clan, surrounded by its kin. If one were to categorize them by evolutionary stages, the elites among the colossal mantises might have traversed only halfway along their evolutionary path, whereas the colossal leader has progressed about 70%. Colossal mantis leader, level, LV 30, attack, 1622, health, 800, speed, 120, defense, 600, trait, robust, skill, enlargement. Indeed, they have yet to reach the stage of Wangchong. Chu Cheng nodded. With a level of 30, should it truly evolve into a Wangchong, even if the colossal mantis race is relatively weak, it would still undergo a transformation, allowing it to rank modestly among all races. Upon evolving into a Wangchong, its lineage would experience a significant enhancement. Its size would increase, its structure would alter, and its life would transcend. Even the most feeble insect races would attain a respectable standing among bloodlines once they become Wangchongs, as the elevation of their lineage would place them in the intermediate tier. This level of dimensional strength poses a minimal threat to the divine insect legion. Even if it sought to target Chu Cheng, it would find no means to do so. Currently, Chu Cheng stands at level 17, capable of fully harnessing the powers of flight. His speed has reached 140 points, surpassing that of the colossal leader. The only concern is the Locust commander, whose speed is far inferior to that of Chu Cheng. The fiery core has endowed it with formidable fire attribute control, transforming it from a mere beast into a magical creature. Yet, its dimensional strength remains at the level of elite locusts. Besides the divine insect legion, there exists a guard army within the nest. However, their numbers lack enchantments and subspecies alterations, and they have not been bolstered by tactical formations. Before the colossal mantis clan, they are destined to be obliterated. Chu Cheng must remain vigilant against any targeting of the Locust commander. One Locust commander requires 100,000 breeding points, and, being trained and experienced, possesses a greater value. While Chu Cheng fixated on the colossal leader, the latter paid no heed to the distant Chu Cheng or the Locust commander engulfed in flames. Its attention was solely on the incessantly darting divine insect legion. Issuing furious commands, it dismissed Chu Cheng entirely, believing that such a weak legion would inevitably be consumed by its swarm. This disdain led it to regard Chu Cheng with contempt, focusing instead on directly annihilating the divine insect legion. The subterranean Locust arrow tower had fully charged. Yet, Chu Cheng remained patient. Launching now would alert the colossal leader. To strike, one must maximize damage. The divine insect legion continued to maneuver and distract, even allowing themselves to reveal minor vulnerabilities, resulting in the loss of over 1,000 Locust guardians. This tantalized the appetite of the colossal leader. For the spearhead formation of the divine insect legion was not invincible. It could be depleted by tactical maneuvers of their swarm. Through this minor tactic of feigned retreat, Chu Cheng glimpsed a ray of hope. Yet, little did they know that the loss of over 1,000 Locust guardians bore no impact on the spearhead formation. It merely resulted in fewer Locust guardians for rotation. Only by exhausting the innermost core of the spearhead formation could any significant effect be achieved, and depleting the inner layers would lead to its collapse. Finally, after 15 minutes, excitement flickered in Chu Cheng's eyes. The Locust arrow tower and Locust artillery burst forth from the ground. A radiant orb was brewing, poised to unleash its power. The divine insect legion had already lured the swarm into an optimal position, as Chuchong prepared to deploy the arrow tower and artillery. The divine insect legion executed a perfect charge, causing the entire spearhead to ascend skyward. Streams of insects surged upward, converging into a colossal green waterfall before Chuchong. Gazing at the cascade, Chuchong's voice trembled with exhilaration. Fire! With a series of explosive projectiles. 20 earth element arrows and 10 bombardment shells surged towards the insect waterfall with an unstoppable force. Boom, boom, boom. The beautiful yellow explosions resembled splendid fireworks. Individual earth-colored shockwaves erupted in circular patterns mid-air. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the colossal leader stood stupefied. This dazzling explosion, with 30 detonation points, had resulted from the pursuit of the divine insect legion, leaving the swarm completely exposed, as if offering its vital areas for assault. The swarm bore the brunt of the explosion, and in a bid to create greater resistance against the divine insect legion, the colossal mantis clan's density became alarmingly formidable. While this was a brilliant strategy, during the explosion, this overwhelming density became a grave miscalculation, sealing the fate of the colossal mantises. After the initial shock wore off, the colossal leader and its elite companions emitted shrill cries. They were consumed by rage and disbelief. The development of any insect race is not a matter of a single day. It requires cautious nurturing from a weak state, gradually accumulating numbers over an extended period to build a community. Any minor calamity could lead to annihilation. Who knows how long they had labored to reach their current scale? Yet, this grand explosion obliterated years of their hard work. As the explosion subsided, the losses were catastrophic. The half of the sky previously occupied by the swarm was instantly vacated. In this cataclysm, nearly 2 million of the previously remaining 3 million colossal mantises were lost. The remaining number fell below 1 million. Such devastation drove the colossal leader into a frenzy. Its eyes turned crimson as it glanced towards the nearby Locust arrow tower and artillery, now filled with fear, dread, and trepidation. These entities capable of unleashing such terrifying attacks were the most fearsome of monsters. In an instant, it lost its will to fight, and all that remained was the instinct to flee. After all, their intelligence was low, and they lacked the ability to sense elemental forces, rendering them oblivious to the fact that the Locust arrow tower and artillery had cooldown periods. The loss of 2 million colossal mantises shattered their fighting spirit. With a roar, the colossal leader turned to flee. The remaining colossal mantises, in a panic, fled chaotically, following their leader's command without hesitation. Chuchong, too, quickly grasped the situation, captivated by the aftermath of the bombardment. It was breathtaking. Witnessing the flight of the colossal mantis clan surpassed his expectations. It wasn't so much the retreat that surprised him. Rather, it was the extraordinary effectiveness of the explosion that caught him off guard. Upon reflection, such an outcome was indeed reasonable. The individual strength of the colossal mantises was too weak to withstand the force of the explosion. Any contact would result in severe injury from the rampaging earth elements. Furthermore, their pursuit of the divine insect legion left them in a vulnerable state, as though exposing their weaknesses entirely. Previously, the colossal mantis clan had not fully emerged from the jungle, resulting in the demise of 400,000 mantises. Given the favorable conditions now, such results were hardly astonishing. The next course of action was clear: pursue and annihilate the fleeing colossal mantises. The defeated soldiers lack any combat prowess. Their speed pales in comparison to that of the Xinqiang army. Should the elites ahead fail to turn back to rescue them, they would stand no chance against the Xinqiang army. Furthermore, only the creatures killed by the Xinqiang can be devoured by Chuchong to convert into experience points. The devastation wrought by the bombardment is so immense that scarcely any remnants remain for Chuchong to consume. Were it not for the experience points, Chuchong would have little desire to pursue them. To Chuchong, the group of Dajian Tanglang poses no significant threat. Presently, as they are unable to contend with the Xinqiang army, Chuchong's rapid growth renders them increasingly insignificant. For now, they shall simply serve as experience for Chuchong. In Chapter 42, Chuchong returned to the cave, concealing both the arrow tower and the artillery, leisurely awaiting developments. With sufficient command from the Locust commander, he could simply wait here. If danger arose, he could promptly lower the outer gate. This gate represents the most formidable defense of Chuchong's nest, as it is the pivotal barrier safeguarding the nest. And constructing it is considerably easier than fortifying the outer facilities. With the gate in place, safety is assured. In the sky, Lan Ling found herself utterly astonished. She remained lost in thoughts of the recent explosion. which had not only shaken her visually and audibly, but also instilled an incredible sense of disbelief. How could such diminutive insects construct such powerful weaponry and send countless swarming creatures, which she found terrifying enough to flee, into disarray? It was utterly unfathomable. Could such an insect civilization exist within the jungle? This entirely transcended her understanding. Nay, it surpassed the comprehension of the Cheong Yu Pei Lanning clan. Lanling's clan, or rather, the Pei Lanning clan that had abandoned them, bore a name. Ordinary Pei Lanning clans lack their own culture and cannot comprehend or speak the Senji language. They merely inhabit ordinary crown trees. However, in the distant past, her clan once gave rise to a Pei Lanning goddess. This event catalyzed the evolution of their entire clan, endowing her descendants with the ability to transform spirits, significantly enhancing their intellect and resulting in an evolutionary leap for the entire clan. Thus, they acquired names, linguistic capabilities, and culture, establishing the divine crown tree as their sacred site for generations. Only those Pei Lanning with a strong bloodline of the goddess would receive the ability to transform spirits. Naturally, those endowed with this ability are far superior to ordinary Pei Lanning. The panel for Lanling in her Pei Lanning form displayed only 600 points. Yet, upon transformation, she would become immensely more powerful. Previously, she had recognized that even in her transformed state, she would have no means to breach the formidable gate, leading her to abandon the idea of transformation. With a newfound glimmer in her eyes, Lanling conceived a plan. Her heart ignited with fervor. Although she believed her chances were slim, she realized that if it were this clan, revenge could indeed be attainable. Aside from her sister, she harbored an obsession to avenge her parents against the Hui Yuhi clan. Chuchong had previously allowed her to leave and even explain matters to her, leaving her with a remarkable impression. She felt this was her greatest opportunity. If she could forge a friendship with the insect king of this extraordinary insect clan, might there one day be a chance for vengeance? With this thought in mind, Lanling hesitated no longer and dashed into the jungle. Her form emanated a blue glow, as if water flowed around her. Long, pure white legs emerged from the flowing water. Her wings expanded magnificently, blue feathers dancing in the wind. Her hair cascaded like a blue waterfall down to her waist, revealing a breathtaking visage. Transformation. This was the true form of the Cheong Yu Pei Lanning, endowed with the ability to transform spirits. After her transformation, her speed surged dramatically. Surrounded by water elements, it felt as though the air had transformed into a river, allowing her to glide through it effortlessly. Lanling navigated through this river of water elements, moving not merely by flight, but as if traversing a flowing stream. Her figure was both agile and beautiful, resembling an ethereal spirit amidst the world. She appeared to dance gracefully, yet her speed was astonishingly swift, far exceeding that of her previous eagle form. Without a moment's hesitation, she soared in a particular direction. A day passed. Chuchong shook his head, contemplating whether this was the only course of action. It was already dusk. The Xinqiang army returned, having pursued nearly 1,000,000 Dajian Tanglang throughout the day. Yet they had not slain many. It was not cunning, but rather instinct. After a brief pursuit, the Dajian Tanglang scattered in various directions, significantly diminishing the efficiency of the Xinqiang army's hunt. Unless they dismantled the spearhead formation, the Locust warriors would move too slowly to catch up. Consequently, the outcome was minimal. After clearing the battlefield of severed limbs and blood, Chuchong had only obtained 250,000 breeding points, along with some experience. He was already close to reaching level 17, and this had propelled him directly to that level. The 250,000 points paled in comparison to the nearly 3.5 million Dajian Tanglang that had initially existed. If Chuchong could devour the entire group, he would earn over 7 million breeding points. A mere 250,000, 7 million? The disparity was stark. Chuchong felt a twinge of helplessness. Though his defensive structures were formidable, they yielded little in terms of spoils. Nevertheless, he could not demand too much. This battle had made Chuchong acutely aware of the terrifying potential of defensive structures, affirming that his initial choice was indeed the right one, establishing the nest first. Its defenses became his greatest strength and support. In terms of lethality, the Xinqiang army could not compare, unless they could construct a monstrous locust army, such as the Flame Locust army. With 250,000 breeding points, could he not breed the Flame Elite squad? Chuchong's eyes lit up. The Flame Elite squad had long been on his mind, filling him with anticipation. A squad of 100 locusts could be trained into an advanced tactical formation in a short time, displaying remarkable agility. They could accomplish many feats unattainable by the Xinqiang army. akin to the distinction between regular and special forces. Just as Chu Chong was bubbling with excitement and eagerness to head to the breeding base, a figure suddenly appeared on the horizon. Even before the lookout on the rocky outpost relayed the information to Chu Chong, he had already noticed. Chu Chong widened his eyes. Was that a girl? A girl resembling a bird? Moreover, most crucially, she was completely unclothed. In Chapter 43, The First Arrival, the bird girl, Chu Chong swiftly regained his composure, instinctively preparing the arrow tower and artillery for an attack. Lowering his guard was a grave mistake. Should any threatening creature enter the vicinity of Chu Chong's nest, he would not hesitate to strike. However, upon noticing that the bird girl held a net woven from vines, within which lay a plethora of Daejeon Tanglang corpses, Chu Chong paused. Was that the corpse of the Daejeon leader? In her other hand, she gripped the immense forelimb of the Daejeon leader, surrounded by a faint blue water element. The body of the Daejeon leader floating in midair. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed her in a radiant glow. In the evening, against the backdrop of the orange-hued twilight, a breathtaking avian maiden soared gracefully, carrying the lifeless body of the previously escaped giant scythe mantis leader. She was as beautiful as a painting. It was the sight of the corpse in the avian maiden's hands that led Chu Chong to relinquish his aggressive intentions. He could discern that she approached with benevolence. However, he was equally perplexed, for he did not recall ever having encountered this stunning avian maiden before. Chu Chong took to the skies, surrounded by his divine insect legion. He simultaneously ordered the arrow towers and cannons to prepare for charging, remaining vigilant. The avian maiden alighted upon the ground, the water elements around her returning to nature. She approached Chu Chong, placing the net and the giant scythe leader's corpse upon the ground. Just as Chu Chong pondered how to initiate conversation, the avian maiden unexpectedly knelt down on one knee before him. Esteemed Insect King, please allow me to join your ranks. Her voice was melodious, reminiscent of a crystal-clear spring, and her blue eyes sparkled with a translucent ethereality. Chu Chong raised an eyebrow in surprise. You wish to join my ranks? Do you know me? He chuckled softly. You must belong to some rare and powerful lineage. Yet why would you desire to align yourself with a mere insect like me? I am the former Palon Ing. The avian maiden replied. Palon Ing. Chu Chong gasped, genuinely taken aback. This was an unexpected revelation. Though somewhat impolite, he scrutinized the avian maiden closely. Her wings, now significantly larger than before, still bore a striking resemblance to those of the Palon Ing. Were you observing from nearby? Indeed, she affirmed. Chu Chong nodded, finding no surprise in her response. The display he had just exhibited in the jungle was not particularly formidable, but in terms of rarity, it was unparalleled. His insect legion's ability to construct such powerful edifices and harness elemental forces was indeed extraordinary. However, you need not join my ranks, Chu Chong reasonably questioned. You belong to a remarkably rare and unique lineage capable of transformation. Why would you wish to submit to me? This was the aspect that puzzled him the most. Lineages capable of transformation often stem from ancestors who encountered great fortunes, evolving from ordinary beast tribes into beings with the potential for transformation. Generations later, their descendants inherit the genes that grant them this extraordinary power. Given her capacity for transformation, as long as she developed normally, she should be able to ensure her own survival in the jungle. The avian maiden lifted her gaze, her azure eyes locking onto Chu Chong's. Because I seek vengeance. Vengeance. Since she wished to join his ranks, she naturally did not conceal her intentions from him. My name is Lan Ling. 5 years ago, my parents were unjustly declared traitors by our tribe for reasons unknown, and our entire family was exiled to the fringes of the tribe's territory, seeking a crown tree for survival. As Lan Ling began recounting this painful memory, her expression reflected deep sorrow, evoking sympathy. Devoid of the tribe's protection, we had to fend for ourselves in the jungle. Not far from our home lay a valley inhabited by a clan of gray-feathered cranes. Upon mentioning the gray-feathered cranes, Lan Ling clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with hatred. To expand their territory, the gray-feathered cranes launched invasions into the surrounding jungle. Our crown tree, although located at the edge of the tribe's domain, was too distant for the tribe to regard it as significant. Thus, we could only unite with nearby beasts and clans to resist the gray-feathered cranes' assaults. However, the gray-feathered cranes had silently grown powerful in the valley over the years, rendering us incapable of withstanding their onslaught. At that time, my sister had just been born and was still unhatched, leaving our parents with no choice but to fight fiercely against the gray-feathered cranes. Tears streamed down her face, even blue in hue, as she recounted her parents' desperate battle to protect her sister. Ultimately, they were surrounded, and with their last ounce of strength, they carved a path for me to escape with my sister. I seek vengeance against the gray-feathered cranes. Lan Ling's tears flowed freely, revealing the depths of her anguish. Are the gray-feathered cranes truly that formidable? Chu Chong furrowed his brow. Their leader is a powerful level 56 gray-feathered king crane, Lan Ling replied bitterly. Its strength is nearly on par with our Paelon Ing clan leader, and the gray-feathered cranes possess naturally sharp feathers, granting them immense attack power. Had they unleashed their full might, they could have swiftly conquered the surrounding territories. Level 56? The prospect of contending with a lineage possessing transformative blood was indeed formidable. Chu Chong surmised that Lan Ling's parents likely fought to buy time. If they could withstand the initial wave of attacks, they could seek refuge in the jungle, far from the gray-feathered crane's reach. The gray-feathered crane's strength was not significantly inferior to that of Lan Ling's maternal clan. As long as the gray-feathered king crane was not foolish, it would avoid conflict with the Paelon Ing clan, which, in turn, had no inclination to invade, given their preference for living atop crown trees. While minor skirmishes might occur between the two clans, large-scale warfare was improbable. So, you believe I possess the potential to annihilate the gray-feathered cranes? Chu Chong gazed at her with a smile. Lan Ling nodded resolutely. You have great faith in me. Chu Chong chuckled. Are these mantis corpses your way of introducing yourself? I believe your tribe is far more powerful than the gray-feathered cranes. Chu Chong shook his head with a smile. There was no contradiction in Lan Ling's words. To Chu Chong, the gray-feathered cranes were hardly a concern. As long as he could develop steadily and eliminate the gray-feathered cranes, it would be akin to slaughtering chickens or dogs. Gaining a powerful subordinate would undoubtedly be advantageous. The ability to transform was an exceedingly potent gift. Arguably the most exquisite rarity in the jungle, a divine boon that allowed bloodlines to undergo transformative evolution, far surpassing ordinary beasts in both comprehension and potential. Nevertheless, Chu Chong would not readily trust her. Ding. Target detected with willingness to serve. Would you like to activate the serving module? Serving? Chu Chong was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Activate. Ding. Shortly thereafter, Chu Chong discovered a new option for servitude on the system panel. Since you wish to join my ranks, are you willing to become my subordinate? He inquired, gazing at Lan Ling. Without hesitation, she nodded. I am willing. Lan Ling harbored no lingering attachments, and thus displayed no hint of hesitation. Very well. Chu Chong nodded. A dialogue box appeared before Lan Ling. Do you wish to become the subordinate of the Locust King? Yes. Upon her affirmative response, Lan Ling instantly felt a thread of connection established between herself and Chu Chong. Of course, this connection bore no impact on her. However, Chu Chong could now monitor Lan Ling's status at any moment. Species: Paelon Ing, spirit form achieved. Level: LV-15, attack, 1100, stamina, 900, speed, 250, defense, 900, talent abilities, spirit transformation, water element affinity, water element control. Traits: natural healing. Experience gain, spirit of nature, communication with all beings, eagle eye insight, keen perception. Skills: none. Chu Chong's eyes widened in astonishment. What manner of monstrous panel is this? After scrutinizing Lan Ling's panel, a singular thought echoed in his mind. He had struck gold. Chapter 44. Foolish girl, just the traits alone amounted to a remarkable 6. The injuries inflicted by Lan Ling's suicidal assault on the gate have now vanished entirely, a testament to the potency of her natural healing trait, affirming her identity as a favored child of the water element, endowing her with formidable self-healing capabilities. Experience gain is another exceptional trait, as level signifies strength. The only other creature that Chu Chong had encountered with a similar experience-enhancing trait was the insect Devourer, which only benefited insects. Yet, Lan Ling's experience gain is a raw enhancement. Though the augmentation is modest, at only 30%, it remains an extraordinarily formidable trait. The spirit of nature allows her to absorb power from the natural world, replenishing her stamina. Furthermore, through the spirit of nature, she can draw the essence of life from all beings to gain experience. This is an advanced trait of the natural born. The Paelon Ing clan inherently possesses the ability to absorb the source of life from the crown tree. Only a rare few geniuses possess the trait of being a child of nature, capable of absorbing from sources beyond the crown tree. The spirit of nature is not limited to plants. It encompasses rocks, air, and flowing water, all with greater efficiency. Communication with all beings is a trait that enables her to read the emotions of all entities, allowing Lan Ling to converse with the world around her. Albeit the effectiveness varies greatly based on her skill in its application. Eagle Eye Insight grants Lan Ling exceptionally keen vision, a superior form of acute perception. Keen perception enables her to identify weaknesses in her surroundings, enhancing her sixth sense. This ability also synergizes with eagle-eye insight, amplifying their effects together. The talent abilities are self-evident: water element affinity and water element control. These are comparable to the abilities of the Fire Zune Ju at the same level. Truly extraordinary. Chuchong was left speechless. Without the assistance of the system, he would only possess 2 talent abilities, which alone bestow him with extraordinary capabilities. Yet, this highlights the terrifying nature of Lanling's talents. He truly felt as though he had discovered a treasure. Moreover, through the interface, Chuchong could clearly see Lanling's loyalty towards him. Though her loyalty stood at a mere 50 points, the system is undoubtedly accurate, indicating that Lanling harbors no hostility towards him. However, one peculiar detail lingered. Despite possessing such formidable talents, why did she lack any skills? Master, what is the matter? Lanling inquired, puzzled by Chuchong's exaggerated reaction. You possess no skills at all? Chuchong asked directly. Our Peiloning clan can control the water element to a certain extent. We can utilize it in attacks. Thus lacking skills should not be an issue, right? Lanling replied, somewhat bewildered. Chuchong smacked his forehead. Incorrect. You are gravely mistaken. Are you telling me that your clan, regardless of whether they possess spirit transformation abilities, engages in foolish close combat? Lanling appeared even more confused. Our Peiloning clan is indeed melee-oriented. While the Peiloning may engage in close combat, you are different. You are a spirit transformation entity, and a super genius among spirit transformation entities. Chuchong chastised her, feeling exasperated. I am a super genius? The vacant expression on Lanling's face prompted Chuchong to realize the necessity of enlightening her. You possess 3 talent abilities and 6 traits. You are aware of this, correct? Upon hearing Chuchong's words, Lanling's mouth dropped open in astonishment. I have 3 talent abilities and 6 traits? Master, you are not deceiving me, are you? Such a substantial number? This time, it was Chuchong who was left dumbfounded. How could she be unaware of this? Could she truly be a foolish girl, not even knowing how many talent abilities or traits she possessed? I ask you, do you know how many traits you possess? Chuchong felt as though he had stumbled upon a significant revelation. I have the trait to control the water element control, and the ability to attract water elements, water element attraction, and I can also absorb the essence of life, absorption, and eagle-eye insight. Lanling's eyes lit up. Yes, those 4. Water element control, water element attraction, absorption. Chuchong was at a loss for words. Now tell me, what is your attack panel? Attack panel? Lanling tilted her head slightly, her large eyes filled with confusion. Chuchong sighed. He now comprehended the reality. The creatures in the jungle lacked the convenience of his system. They could only ascertain their levels. All other information regarding panels and traits relied on instinct and guesswork. They could not even distinguish between talent abilities and traits, often conflating them. Water element control and water element attraction were likely the terms used by the Peiloning clan. Many creatures, although capable of utilizing their traits, probably had no idea what they were called or their precise functions. They relied entirely on instinct, much like Chuchong could cultivate energy through consumption without the system. However, this weakness was particularly pronounced in Lanling, as she was indeed a foolish girl. She was entirely unaware of her own immense potential. She did not realize she was a genius. Although she knew she could transform into a spirit, it was likely that she had never encountered a mentor who could guide her correctly, leading her to believe she was merely an ordinary spirit transformation entity. Despite her remarkable abilities, she had yet to develop a single skill. It was absurd. Furthermore, it seemed that the jungle offered none of the resources that Chuchong had access to, which allowed him to draw conclusions. He had categorized the beasts of the jungle into 2 types, wild beasts and magical beasts. Lanling was undeniably a super genius in the realm of magical beasts, far surpassing that Fire Zune Ju. Yet, she remained oblivious, following the path of the wild beasts like other Peilon Yings. Perhaps it was not incorrect for other Peilon Yings to pursue the wild beast path, as their talents and traits merely assist in melee combat. But Lanling was different. I am telling you now, you are a super genius in the realm of magical beasts. Chuchong exclaimed in disbelief. With such exceptional conditions, you dare to tell me you wish to engage in close combat with others? If you were to fully develop your abilities. Chuchong spoke passionately, feeling a mix of frustration and exasperation. Master, Lanling exclaimed anxiously. What is it? Chuchong inquired, puzzled by her sudden urgency. His words should have shattered Lanling's worldview. So why did she appear so worried? My sister. Where's my sister? Lanling asked, visibly agitated. Your sister? You mean that unicorn black bear? Lanling responded anxiously. Master, did you not slay that vile black bear? When it arrived, did it not carry an egg? That egg is your sister? Chu Cheng's expression turned peculiar as he finally grasped why Lan Ling had sought him out. It was fate, indeed. With this thought, he smiled. Master, my sister. What has become of her? Upon discovering your sister, she had already sustained considerable injuries, and that black bear must have been wandering in the jungle for several days. Chu Cheng helplessly shook his head. Hearing this, Lan Ling collapsed onto the ground, tears instantly filling her eyes as she began to wail uncontrollably. Woo-woo, sister woo-woo. The wings on Lan Ling's back drooped down, her hands limply hanging by her sides as she cried helplessly. Chu Cheng wiped the sweat from his brow. Having merely intended to tease her, not anticipating that Lan Ling would erupt into such sorrow. It filled him with a sense of guilt, and he quickly reassured her. But it's all right. I have already healed your sister. In a little while, she will safely hatch. Chapter 45. Future plans, huh? Lan Ling, teary-eyed, blinked in confusion. When the unicorn black bear arrived, the probability of the Lan Wen egg being stillborn had reached 90. However, I have already rectified all those injuries. After some time, your sister will hatch safely. Rest assured. Chu Cheng waved his forelimbs. 90%? Healed? Lan Ling still felt somewhat dazed, struggling to comprehend Chu Cheng's words. Follow me. Chu Cheng did not linger on unnecessary chatter and directly led Lan Ling into a cave. Lan Ling gazed around the modified tunnel with wide eyes, appearing utterly awestruck. Upon passing through the tunnel, Chu Cheng brought Lan Ling to a pitch-black breeding base. Light. With a mere thought, the breeding base illuminated. Where's this? Beneath that mountain? Lan Ling asked curiously. This is our lair, our secret base, Chu Cheng replied leisurely as he flew, introducing it to Lan Ling. A secret base? How impressive. The mere mention of the term sent Lan Ling into a state of excitement. Currently, the nest has just been constructed, hence it possesses only 4 spaces. The external defenses consist of the arrow towers and artillery you have seen. This breeding space is where I incubate eggs and nurture locusts. I have also reinforced the exterior, making it difficult for ordinary creatures to easily enter our lair. Master, what are the 4 spaces within our lair? Lan Ling asked eagerly, her anticipation palpable. The fact that such a vast and secure nest could be built underground in the jungle was nothing short of astonishing. The Peiloning clan had built their homes atop the crown trees, and she had thought that was already an impressive nesting technique. However, compared to her master, it seemed utterly trivial. The thought that this would be her future home filled Lan Ling with joy, making her want to leap with glee. Well, what you see is the first breeding base. The second is the Locust training ground, a place for training Locust warriors. The third is the Locust resting hall. And the fourth is my palace, Chu Cheng said with a smile. I will take you to explore each one and grant you access rights. If you wish to rest, you may do so in the resting hall alongside the locusts. If you desire tranquility, you may retreat to my palace. Master's palace? I want to go. Lan Ling raised her hand. Then, I shall take you shortly, Chu Cheng chuckled. Having repelled the insect tide and acquired an exceptionally gifted subordinate, he was in high spirits. Knowing her sister could safely hatch, Lan Ling felt a sense of urgency dissipate. As she became Chu Cheng's subordinate, she naturally held the utmost trust in him, believing his words without question. The fact that her sister had been rescued by Chu Cheng was the most delightful news for her. This would be her home, where she could watch her sister grow. Just thinking about it made her incredibly happy. Not far away, within the moist soil of the breeding base, most of the Lan Wen egg lay buried, with only the tip of the egg visible. However, the nourishing soil of the breeding base made the egg appear vibrant and healthy, radiating with a vigorous life force. Sister, it's my sister. Upon seeing the egg tip, Lan Ling exclaimed excitedly, unable to contain herself as she rushed forward. Even with prior preparation, she was still overwhelmingly thrilled. Kneeling on the ground, Lan Ling joyfully shed tears as she gently caressed the Lan Wen egg with her fair hands. The Lan Wen egg seemed to sense Lan Ling's presence, quivering slightly in response. Master, my sister moved. She moved. Lan Ling turned back with a beaming expression, brimming with joy. Yes, Chu Cheng nodded with a smile. Though internally he thought, of course she is alive. It would be strange if she didn't move. Typically, a Peiloning requires 4 months to hatch. The Lan Wen egg had already undergone 2 months of incubation. The breeding base could reduce the hatching time by half, so it would only take 1 more month to complete the process. Lan Ling sat on the ground, stroking the Lan Wen egg for a long time until her emotions finally settled, allowing her to stand once more. Are you at ease now? Chu Cheng asked with a smile. Yes. Lan Ling wiped her tears and nodded earnestly. This battle has lasted quite a while. Let us take a break. Chu Cheng led Lan Ling to the resting hall. Upon entering the resting hall, Lan Ling's eyes lit up. The hall was filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, presenting a picturesque and serene scene, resembling a paradise. The divine insect legion had already arrived to rest, with locusts leisurely enjoying their time all around. There were also numerous workers. Chucheng now had 70,000 workers, nearly enough to form a 2-star legion. Their construction efficiency was exceedingly high. However, Chucheng currently only possessed 340,000 breeding points, limiting the opportunity for these workers to fully showcase their abilities. Noticing Lan Ling's eagerness, Chucheng chuckled, "Go and rest. The resting hall can double the efficiency of relaxation." With Chucheng's permission, Lan Ling joyfully chirped, reverting to her spirit form, and flew up to a large tree to tidy her feathers. Chucheng stretched lazily and returned to the breeding base. 1 locust commander and 100 locust warriors would require a total of 200,000 breeding points. The nurturing process would take 3 days after acceleration. Once the Flame Elite Squad was nurtured, they would venture out to hunt alongside the Divine Insect Legion. At that point, the efficiency of obtaining breeding points would be astounding. Chucheng felt a tinge of anticipation. Originally, he had planned to go hunting before the battle with the insect tide. But at that time, he had already reached his peak state. Now that he had the opportunity for further enhancement, he was determined to reach his utmost potential before embarking on a hunt. This would ensure greater efficiency and a higher survival rate. Of course, after the nurturing was complete, Chucheng intended to have the Flame Elite Squad practice tactical formations. They would follow the path of magical beasts, and tactical formations would significantly bolster their capabilities. Although the Locust Commander had a high utilization rate of the Flame Core, its combat ability was rather lacking. It could attract a multitude of fire elements due to its affinity with fire, yet the fire elements it could summon during an attack were extremely limited. In contrast, Locust Warriors possessed far superior individual capabilities compared to Locust Commanders. Moreover, Lan Ling's abilities had room for enhancement as well. Chucheng contemplated that in the future, he could appoint Lan Ling as his deputy commander. With intelligence akin to that of a human, the Locust Commander would oversee the Flame Elite Squad's operations, while Lan Ling would assist in guiding the broader strategic direction. Any commands issued by Chucheng would be seamlessly and adeptly executed by Lan Ling. Many tasks could be delegated to Lan Ling. Furthermore, her speed, post-transformation, was an astonishing 250 points, making her the most agile among Chucheng's ranks. Even more impressive was the fact that Lan Ling had considerable potential for further development. Chucheng also pondered how to allocate the remaining 140,000 breeding points. These breeding points are rather limited, and how to utilize them becomes a pressing concern. Chucheng would never hold on to breeding points for too long, as his strength is meticulously accumulated from these very points. Breeding points symbolize his prowess. To retain them without expenditure would equate to neglecting this aspect of his power. An utterly foolish endeavor. In essence, Chucheng has 5 options: to construct a defensive army, to continue the development of his lair, to initiate the formation of a healing legion, to procure superior tactical formations and individual training methods to enhance his divine insect army, or to amass resources for the creation of the next combat force. Each option bears its own merits and drawbacks, and selecting any path holds no inherent fault. Just then, a sense of urgency seized him. Is a sub-body calling for me? Is there an emergency? As Chucheng pondered, a hurried message arrived. Outside, he soared into the air, only to discover a locust arrow tower emerging from the rocks. It is here. Chucheng's expression brightened. After such a long time, had the locust strategist he previously placed in the locust arrow tower finally yielded results? Chapter 46. A lesson for Lan Ling. The locust strategist emerged from the tower, its appearance having undergone a significant transformation. The compound eyes at the front of its head had grown immensely, with a far more intricate internal structure. Its forelimbs elongated and sharpened, extending 5 joints resembling fingers. The body had slightly diminished, with both hind limbs and wings appearing considerably smaller, as if regressing. This transformation is indeed substantial. Chucheng circled the locust strategist, observing it closely. The potential for evolution in his locust subbody holds infinite possibilities. However, upon checking the system interface, he found no new subraces among the breedable subspecies. What could be the reason? He furrowed his brow. The individual evolution of the locust strategist had reached its peak, and without unlocking a subrace, further evolution seemed impossible. If this is the case, what could possibly unlock a subrace? Theoretically, the only subrace available through professional unlocking is the Shinfeng team. The distinction between the locust strategist and the Shinfeng team lies not only in the bloodline rank of the locust, but also in their quantity. Could it be the issue of quantity? After contemplating the Locust strategist for a moment, Chu Chong nodded. If this is indeed the case, it is manageable. Since he already has one fully evolved Locust strategist, this individual could guide the subsequent Locusts, significantly hastening their evolution compared to the initial stages. Thus, he decided to hatch 10 additional Locust strategists. At present, Chu Chong possesses a mere 140,000 breeding points. Alas, he finds himself once more destitute. Originally contemplating expenditures, he finds that 100,000 breeding points have vanished in an instant. With the support of the breeding base, it would only take a day and a half to hatch the Locust strategists. After embedding the eggs in the breeding base, Chu Chong returned to his palace. Approximately half a day later, a request suddenly arrived. Lanling seeks to enter my palace? At that moment, Chu Chong was reviewing Lanling's panel. As his subordinate, he could utilize breeding points to purchase training methods for her. Whether to enhance her innate abilities or to acquire skills through training, there are corresponding training programs. Of course, the breeding points required are quite substantial, but Chu Chong feels no regret. After all, Lanling is one of his most vital combat forces for the future, and investing breeding points in her is undoubtedly worthwhile. It is a perfect opportunity to discuss training with her. In Chu Chong's view, Lanling is squandering her remarkable talent. With such exceptional abilities, pursuing a beastly path is simply intolerable. The passage opened. As Lanling entered, she curiously gazed around, utterly captivated by the layout of Chu Chong's palace. Having lived in the jungle, she had never encountered such opulence. Even though Chu Chong's construction was rather ordinary, to Lanling, it was nothing short of magnificent. For a moment, she was left speechless. Ascending the central staircase to the 3rd floor, Chu Chong's voice suddenly resonated in her mind. Lanling looked around in surprise and exclaimed, "My lord, now that you have become my subordinate, I can directly communicate with you through thought," Chu Chong explained. "You may attempt to project your thoughts, envisioning my appearance. This will convey your voice." "My lord, is it truly so?" Lanling's innate talent allowed her to quickly grasp the concept. Indeed, Lanling continued up the stairs, arriving at Chu Chong's chamber on the 3rd floor. "Wow, is this the grand bed you mentioned, my lord? It feels so soft." Her eyes sparkled as she rolled onto Chu Chong's bed. "Your room is one floor below," Chu Chong remarked with a sigh. "Regardless, my lord, your small stature means my presence here is of no consequence." Lanling persisted in her rolling. Chu Chong scratched his head, pondering her logic. Perhaps she had a point? No. Shaking his head, he cleared his throat. "Lanling, I need to discuss serious matters with you. Don't you wish to grow stronger?" Indeed. At the mere mention of strength, Lanling sprang upright, her blue wings fluttering with anticipation. "But first, you must put on some clothing." The system lacks a clothing exchange function, and Chu Chong had utilized breeding points to have the workers hastily craft some. In truth, a subrace of Locust tailors exists. But Chu Chong had no intention of unlocking such a subrace idly, opting instead for a direct exchange. Lanling donned a blue-black maid outfit, complete with a maid's cap, looking exceedingly adorable. This outfit was, of course, a personal preference of Chu Chong's, yet Lanling perceived no flaw in it, finding it irresistibly charming. "This is the repository of information I have gathered from the jungle," Chu Chong declared without reservation, presenting an extensive database to Lanling. Her mind was inundated with information, but she quickly acclimated. This knowledge now nestled deep within her consciousness, allowing her to reference relevant species effortlessly. "Listen closely," Chu Chong stated solemnly. "After careful analysis, I have categorized the creatures of the jungle into 2 primary categories: beasts and magical beasts. Beasts rely primarily on physical prowess, with special abilities serving as support, while magical beasts prioritize their extraordinary abilities, with physical strength as a supplement. The jungle is predominantly populated by beasts, including your Paeloning race, which is also a beast. There is no inherent superiority between beasts and magical beasts. Rather, their combat strengths are determined by the potency of their bloodlines. You, however, are a once-in-a-millennium talent among the Paeloning clan, yet they remain oblivious to the distinction between beasts and magical beasts, foolishly pursuing the beastly path. While this path may suit them, it does not align with your potential. Given your talents, should you fully develop the abilities of a magical beast, even with your current attributes, you could effortlessly overpower that unicorn black bear. The difference for you is merely a flicker of thought." Lanling's mouth hung agape in astonishment. "Am I truly that powerful?" "Certainly." Chu Chong felt a twinge of frustration at Lanling's lack of realization. "Are you still unaware of the extent of your talents? 3 innate abilities, 6 traits. Each is exceptional or possesses great utility. Your affinity for water elements and mastery over them render you akin to a favored child of the water. Your auxiliary abilities are formidable. As long as you can wield your powers flawlessly, not only can you contend with the unicorn black bear, but even a dozen of them attacking you simultaneously would pose no threat. Lan Ling appeared utterly bewildered, resembling a dazed bird. I shall now elucidate your extraordinary talents and characteristics. Chu Chong began to eloquently expound. The more Lan Ling listened, the more her excitement grew. Her small fists clenched and her cheeks flushed with fervor. Excellent! Lan Ling exclaimed with a melodious tone. Chu Chong, slightly vexed, replied, What is so excellent? Do you comprehend my words? I am asking you. I understand, master. Lan Ling raised her hand, declaring, I am formidable, truly formidable. That's good to hear. Chu Chong waved his front limbs. I have expended 20,000 breeding points to design a preliminary training regimen for you. Beginning tomorrow, you shall train in the training grounds. Most of the space there is empty, ample enough for your endeavors. Master, may I rest here with you? Lan Ling inquired eagerly, leaning on her knees. No, you may not. Chu Chong replied with a stern expression. You shall reside in the room below. I require tranquility. Very well, Lan Ling conceded reluctantly, fluttering down obediently. As Chu Chong observed her departing silhouette, a question from his earthly past was resolved. With wings, one truly could fly instead of merely walking, he mused. In the ensuing 3 days, aside from the hatching of the Locust strategists, who were subsequently trained within the Locust Arrow Tower, Chu Chong spent all his time in the training grounds. Witnessing the training of the Divine Insect Legion and Lan Ling provided him immense joy. Chu Chong invested another 5,000 breeding points to procure a set of individual training methods for the Divine Insect Legion. The current pyramidal formation was sufficiently effective. Each tactical formation required extensive time to digest, comprehend, and gain experience. Even if Chu Chong were to exchange for higher-level tactical formations, they would struggle to assimilate them. The Locust commander, too, could not fully grasp them. His wisdom would not remain stagnant. His understanding and proficiency of tactical formations would gradually improve with training and experience. The current Locust commander was significantly stronger than when he was first hatched. However, the individual training methods were not subject to such constraints. Training the Legion was indeed a significant drain on breeding points. Chu Chong lamented the scarcity of breeding points. The individual training methods employed by the Divine Insect Legion were designed to enhance front limb attacks. Should there be other legions in the future with different types or methods of attack, the 5,000 breeding points spent on the individual training methods might only equate to 1,000 for those legions, or even less. In the evenings, Lan Ling would return to the palace for rest. She persistently argued that the large bed in Chu Chong's room was softer than her own, insisting on sleeping there. Yet, Chu Chong resolutely refused, banishing her each time, leaving him exhausted. When he desired solitude, he was adamant about not wanting interruptions. Out. Chu Chong once again expelled Lan Ling, who sought to enter. He sighed, feeling somewhat weary. The Flame Elite Squad should be hatching soon. The Locust commander required 3.5 days to hatch after acceleration. In half a day, he could commence the formation of the Flame Elite Squad. Chu Chong felt a tinge of excitement. He had long anticipated this squad, and it was finally nearing fruition. With a deep breath, he decided to indulge in a bath, as it had been a while since he last experienced such a luxury. Although he could float on the lake's surface in the lounge, it was not comparable to the experience of bathing. Furthermore, according to the system, the bathwater within the palace had a remarkably potent relaxing effect, capable of making one feel as though their very organs were being cleansed. Chu Chong was quite eager to try it. Upon entering the bathroom, he marveled at its vastness. So spacious, he exclaimed, impressed by the system's design. The bathroom spanned over 200 square meters, with the bath itself crafted entirely from a translucent yellow stone. The water within was slightly yellow, exuding steam. The bath filled automatically, controlled by a lion's head at the far end, which was currently spraying water. The bath occupied the majority of the expansive space. Even for a human, it would be considerable, and for Chu Chong, now a small locust, it felt as vast as the cosmos. With a deep plunge, Chu Chong submerged himself. To his surprise, his diminutive form barely affected the water level. Ah, delightful! A sensation enveloped him, soothing his very soul, as warmth encased him, and the rippling water provided unparalleled comfort. Chu Chong let out a contented sigh. The system had certainly not exaggerated. The effects were indeed remarkable. This was unlike any ordinary bathing experience. He reveled in the pool, savoring the tranquility. Such moments of serene delight amidst the ever-present dangers of the jungle were where true pleasure resided. Master, I have entered. Lan Ling's voice echoed softly from outside. Lan Ling. Chu Chong felt a sudden panic, instinctively wanting to refuse her entry and hide. Yet he paused, realizing he was now a locust. What was there to fear? Instantly, he regained his composure. Lan Ling entered and settled into the water, which reached just beneath her chest. So comfortable. This is even better than our clan's sacred pool. Her exquisite countenance radiated with bliss and relaxation, as her weariness vanished in an instant. Sacred pool. Your so-called sacred pool is probably just a small puddle in the territory of your Paelaning clan, Chu Chong remarked with a hint of sarcasm. No, it's a small lake, not a puddle, Lan Ling protested, raising her fist in defiance. You truly are naive. I've never encountered anyone quite so kind-hearted. Your clan treats you so poorly, yet you hold no grudges, constantly thinking about them. You ought to reconsider your forgiving nature, Chu Chong teased. My parents were merely framed by evildoers, which is why everyone treats us coldly. The real villains are those evildoers. Lan Ling sniffled. The clan leader rejected me because he thinks we are traitors. In truth, everyone is not bad. Chu Chong glanced at her and turned away disdainfully. What a foolish girl. I am not foolish. Then you are a foolish bird. After bathing, Chu Chong proceeded to the breeding base, eagerly anticipating the successful hatching. The Locust commander finally emerged from its egg. Beside it were the already hatched Locust warriors. Now, the final step awaited. Chu Chong led them to the training grounds. You may feel a twinge of reluctance, but it is unavoidable. I must dismiss your enchantment, he said, shaking his head. He could not allow the commander of the Divine Insect Legion to serve as the leader of the Flame Elite Squad, as it had already accumulated vast experience commanding the Divine Insect Legion and knowledge of tactical formations. If he were to change commanders, everything would have to be restructured, and the pyramidal formation would require retraining. It was far more straightforward to proceed as such. The Locust commander also felt a sense of reluctance. After all, losing its formidable power meant that without the Flame Core, its individual strength was merely on par with the Locust elites. Change. Suddenly, flames ignited from the other Locust commander's form. To his astonishment, it appeared to be even more suitable than the commander of the Divine Insects. Chu Chong chuckled. Individual talents varied. This newly hatched Locust commander, unexpectedly, seemed more inclined towards a beastly path. The crucial step had been taken. Chu Chong opened the military interface. What shall we name it? Shinchong Juan Tuan. Shinfeng Due. Hoi Yin Jinging Xiao Due. Let's call it Shinhoi Due. Chu Chong's naming was refreshingly straightforward. Establishment successful. After successfully forming the squad, an option appeared on the squad interface. Should we disperse the fire elements and transform into the fire locust subrace? Chu Chong excitedly rubbed his forelimbs. Transform. In the next instant, a fierce flame ignited on the entire squad, consisting of 100 locust warriors. Fiery and vibrant. Chapter 48, 8 Days. Indeed, the captain of Shinhoi Due possessed a greater innate talent compared to the commander of Shinchong Tuan in combat. The commander enchanted with the flame core could attract a mere 1200 microunits through fire element affinity. The basic conversion value of the fire locust is 10 microunits, capable of withstanding more. Distributing 1200 microunits among each locust warrior results in 12 microunits, which is slightly superior to the 10 microunits threshold. This fortuitously does not exceed the locust warrior's tolerance limit. Chu Chong tested the locust warrior's limit, discovering it to be an impressive 30 microunits. Only with 30 microunits of fire elements could the fire locust unleash its utmost power. The locust commander, however, had a considerably lower threshold, with 10 microunits being its limit. Nevertheless, the power manifested by 30 microunits of fire elements varies significantly. The pure flame embodies the core flame of Hua Zuinjue. Although it is also an elemental flame of exceedingly high temperatures, the flames formed by manifesting fire elements differ immensely, reflecting the varying degrees of mastery over them. For instance, the flying-winged dragonfly can marginally utilize wind elements to create tiny wind blades for attack. The wind elements themselves undergo no change. Yet its utilization is so limited that the resulting wind blades are pitifully weak, far from achieving the elemental wind's caliber. The stronger the mastery over fire elements, the more potent flames can be manipulated from the gathered fire elements. This is one aspect of controlling fire elements. However, Shinhoi Due, even without this characteristic of fire element mastery, can still wield the pure flame. The innate affinity of Hua Zuinjue for fire elements is remarkably potent. Even without employing fire element affinity, fire elements will naturally gravitate towards it. Although the reason remains elusive, the fire element affinity of Hua Zuinjue is evidently superior to that of Lan Ling's water element affinity. Chu Chong had never witnessed water elements naturally clustering around Lan Ling. The original core flame of Hua Zuanjue possessed formidable power. After years of nurturing and immersion in fire elements, it not only evolved into an elemental flame, but also enhanced the pure flame to a level beyond that of ordinary elemental flames. Ordinary elemental flames are hardly worthy of a name. Elemental power can be classified into 10 tiers. Generally, the elemental power formed through the ability of elemental mastery only reaches the first 3 tiers. Naturally, they do not merit a name. Elemental flames that possess a name are at least of the 4th tier. The pure flame is a 5th-tier elemental flame, capable of purifying all impurities in the world. This purifying force means that even though the Locust warriors are only imbued with 12 microunits of fire elements, their power is comparable to that of a typical elemental flame infused with 30 microunits. The pure flames burning on the Locust warriors overlap, resembling a blazing fireball from afar. The edges of the flames faintly gleam white, and upon closer inspection, one can discern wisps of white threads intermingled within the flames. This was Chu Cheng's first opportunity to observe the pure flame closely. These white threads should symbolize the manifestation of the purifying power of the pure flame. Is this what you referred to as the elite flame squad? Lanling exclaimed as she entered the training grounds, astonished. Such powerful flames. Why are you not striving harder? Chu Cheng shot her a glance. It has already been 3 days, and you still cannot manifest even the elemental water, can you? Lanling stuck out her tongue. With such talent, humph, I believe my sub-body is stronger than yours. Lanling protested. Master, your sub-body only requires enchantment to wield elemental power. It's unfair to compare with me. Making excuses again. We will be going hunting next week, and you still need to train. If by then you cannot manifest elemental water and acquire your first skill, you will be of no help during the hunt. Chu Cheng stated coldly. Understood. Lanling, somewhat disheartened, ran to the other side of the training ground to practice. In truth, Lanling had been quite diligent. Yet, Chu Cheng held exceedingly high expectations for her. The greater his hopes for Lanling, the stricter he would be. When it comes to training, he would not relax his standards. However, according to the system's analysis, in about 4 more days, Lanling would successfully manifest level 1 elemental water. Of course, it cannot be compared to the level 5 pure flame, but it would still be quite formidable. Level 1 elemental water, in terms of attack power, equates to about 5,000 points, and with skills, its power would be even greater. More importantly, the capabilities of magical beasts are far richer than those of ordinary beasts. The same elemental water can unleash its power through various skills. Even without skills, elemental water can provide defense, offense, entanglement, and many other functions. Chu Cheng currently had 15,000 breeding points left. He spent 10,000 to purchase a highly effective tactical formation for Shenhua Due. Due to their unique abilities, magical beasts can adapt more diversely than ordinary beasts. The fire locusts possess considerable potential for tactical formations. Moreover, Shenhua Due consists of only 1 squad, making it significantly less challenging for the Locust commander to comprehend a tactical formation of 100 locusts than for Xincheng Tuan. Thus, Chu Cheng did not hesitate. Of course, there was another reason for Chu Cheng to invest in such an expensive tactical formation. Fire locusts do not require individual training methods. The combat power of fire locusts entirely hinges on their mastery of the pure flame. Fire locusts are innately adept at controlling flames. To improve, they must either acquire flame control traits or increase the intensity of the pure flame. The former is elusive, while the latter is solely dependent on the quantity of fire elements. Therefore, fire locusts do not have corresponding individual training methods. The tactical formation of Shenhua Due is named Huapanjin. The training period for achieving minor proficiency is approximately 8 days, which aligns with Chu Cheng's estimation. After 8 days, Lanling, Xincheng Tuan, and Shenhua Due should all be prepared. By then, Chu Cheng would remain with Xincheng Tuan, while Lanling and Shenhua Due would embark on their mission. Just imagine the efficiency of their hunting. As long as breeding points continuously flow in, Chu Cheng can endlessly strengthen himself. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Chu Cheng's eyes. Furthermore, now that the subordinate function has been activated, he could also recruit more subordinates in the future. As long as he possesses breeding points, he can develop their talents to the highest level, which is an exceedingly lucrative endeavor. Chapter 49. A reunion with an old friend. 8 days later, Lanling, clad in a maid outfit, raised her hand before Chu Cheng. Her blue eyes shimmered slightly as a multitude of water elements coalesced around her. Approximately 5,000 microunits of water elements were attracted, forming a tiny whirlpool that spun rapidly in her palm. Indeed, this is a level 1 exquisite elemental water, quite impressive. Chu Cheng nodded in approval while evaluating Lan Ling's training results. What about skills? I have mastered the water flow impact and am close to achieving the rushing current. Lan Ling replied. Speed skills require practical experience to refine. You have done well in these 8 days, even surpassing my expectations. Chu Cheng was pleased with Lan Ling's performance. Originally, Chu Cheng's requirement for Lan Ling was simply to be able to use Level 1 Elemental Water. Level 1 Elemental Water, combined with her 5,000 microunits of water element affinity, could unleash energy only slightly weaker than that of the Sacred Flame team. The Sacred Flame team used Level 5 Pure Fire. Although Lan Ling's elemental affinity was considerably weaker than Huazunju's, she still had significant room for improvement. Chu Cheng currently had no leads on how to evolve the Fire Core. If the Sacred Flame team's ability to attract fire elements remained capped at 200 microunits, the team would be unable to progress. After all, unlocking higher-level Locusts in the future would also enhance intelligence, similar to the Locust Commander. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Chu Cheng likely wouldn't obtain individuals stronger than the Locust Warriors. In terms of individual combat power, the Locust Warrior was the ceiling. The future bottlenecks for the Sacred Flame team's strength could roughly be categorized into 3. The Locust Warrior's ceiling of 30 microunits for elemental capacity, the ceiling of the Flame Locust subspecies, and the issue of the Fire Core. Chu Cheng currently had no leads on solving these 3 problems. However, after mastering the Flame Disc formation, the Sacred Flame team's strength had increased tremendously. Currently, the top combat force under Chu Cheng was the Sacred Flame team. Even without skill bonuses, the existence of the Flame Disc formation allowed the team's speed and attack power to be utilized to the utmost. Skills were originally the maximum development of one's own abilities, and tactical formations could achieve the same. One could say that tactical formations were the skills of the Locust Army, with no weaknesses in speed or attack. Even Lan Ling was slightly weaker than the Sacred Flame team. The Sacred Insect Legion was much weaker compared to the Sacred Flame team. Although the difference in numbers was huge, the Sacred Insect Legion had no resistance against the Sacred Flame team's fire. Their fire resistance was too low. Moreover, in terms of pure combat power, the Sacred Insect Legion also lagged far behind. The Flame Locust subspecies was considerably stronger than the Locust Scythe Wielder. The Sacred Insect Legion's enchantments also seemed somewhat weak. Aside from the Giant Scythe, the Sacred Flame team's enchantments were identical to the Sacred Insect Legion's. Combined with the boost from Pure Fire, the Sacred Insect Legion's combat power was already inferior to the Sacred Flame team's. Of course, the Sacred Insect Legion's greatest advantage was its numbers. Relying on its numbers, it remained Chu Cheng's main combat force. But Chu Cheng was starting to feel dissatisfied with this. To improve the Sacred Insect Legion's combat power, aside from the distant prospect of a new subspecies, the only option was to improve their enchantments. But enchantments were also extremely difficult. If only I could create enchantment materials tailored to specific subspecies myself. Chu Cheng frowned. This thought arising in his mind. Master, Lan Ling spoke up, interrupting Chu Cheng's train of thought. The surplus food reserves in the nest are also almost depleted. Surplus food is gone. Chu Cheng was startled, then shook his head. About a month ago, he had cut down several ogwa trees as food reserves. But with so many locusts, how could a few ogwa trees last for such a long time? So, during previous hunts, Chu Cheng had also stored plenty of dried fruits and plants as food. Dried fruit plants were rich in nutrients, and they were entirely edible from top to bottom. He hadn't expected them to be consumed so quickly. Where locusts pass, not a blade of grass remains. This saying truly holds no falsehood. Chu Cheng suddenly thought. If he continued developing like this, the nearby jungle might be completely stripped bare by his locust army. He was currently completely draining the pond to catch the fish. If only it could be sustainable development. Setting aside a piece of land specifically for cultivating high-energy, dried fruit plants for consumption. Chu Cheng didn't want to strip the jungle bare either. That would only invite disaster. But those were matters for the future. For now, compared to the entire jungle, Chu Cheng was just a tiny, insignificant shrimp. Let us set out, go hunting. Chu Cheng waved a forelimb, his heart filled with immense ambition. He had been idle for a while too, and whenever he saw the remaining breeding points stuck at 5,000, he felt somewhat melancholic. Hunting time. Lan Ling also cheered happily, but immediately turned to look at Chu Cheng. Master, if we all leave, won't my little sister be in danger at the breeding base? She won't. Chu Cheng waved dismissively. I've set up hundreds of outposts in the surrounding jungle. Even if some creature could bypass the outposts and come here. There are also gates and defensive structures. We won't be going too far either. If there is any unusual activity, I can detect it and quickly return to help. 5 layers of gates, even a powerful creature with 5,000 attack couldn't break through in a short time. Moreover, why would they do such a thankless task? Chu Chong said with a smile. Unless they know this is our nest. The probability of that is too low. Without any enmity, no creature would go crazy attacking Chu Chong's nest for no reason. And I've also cleared a space in the resting hall. Chu Chong added. We can transplant a crown tree there later. Lan Ling nodded happily. The Palon eagle race inherently lacked sufficient life vitality. They could only absorb it from crown trees to grow up healthy and normal. Lan Ling had the nature spirit trait, allowing her to absorb life essence from air, plants, animals, rocks, rivers, anything, to recover stamina and gain experience. But her little sister might not have this trait, so it was still necessary to prepare a crown tree in advance. Lan Ling also looked forward to it very much, although she usually lived in the palace. Having a crown tree in the resting hall still made her very happy and excited. In the jungle, Lan Ling, you go with the Sacred Insect Legion. Chu Chong instructed. I'll go with the Sacred Flame team. We can communicate telepathically. Any problems with that? Lan Ling nodded. Good, let us move out. Chu Chong and Lan Ling flew off in 2 different directions. Chu Chong remembered that in a milkwood tree grove not far away, a creature called the scout bat seemed to live. This was his primary target. Perhaps by obtaining some material from the scout bat and enchanting it, Chu Chong could unlock a scout-type subspecies. Scouts were extremely important, both for avoiding dangers and for scouting hunting targets. They were absolutely indispensable. Flying cautiously through the jungle for 3 hours, rustle, the sound of something brushing through grass echoed. There's a creature. Chu Chong hurriedly hid to the side with the Sacred Flame team. From the sound, its size is quite large. Chu Chong remained extremely cautious. The Sacred Flame team could now at least annihilate creatures with 5,000 in 4-dimensional stats. But without caution, they could still be a source of destruction. This is Chu Chong's pupils first constricted, then he chuckled. It's actually him. A giant lizard, 7 meters in length, was slowly trudging through the jungle, crashing about and tearing through vines and the slender stems of other plants. The first creature Chu Chong saw after arriving in this world was this black, giant lizard. Back then, it had scared Chu Chong half to death. He thought this giant lizard was utterly terrifying, a creature from another dimension. Moreover, at that time, Chu Chong hadn't even discovered the system's scanning function and didn't check the giant lizard's stats. Instead, he was frightened into fleeing in disgrace. Let me see exactly what level you are. Through the gaps in the leaves, Chu Chong used the system to peek at this giant lizard. Chapter 50. I regret it so much. Black spotted stone lizard. Level, LV24. Attack, 4,758. Health, 4,532. Speed, 140. Defense, 4,829. Skill, Obsidian Defense. Temporarily increases defense. Level 24? With just 1 skill? Chu Chong smiled. He never expected this black, giant lizard to be just an ordinary beast-type race, and only at level 24. In the past, when Chu Chong recalled his memories, he found the black, giant lizard utterly terrifying, but it turned out that this was merely the negative influence of his impressions. At that time, Chu Chong was exceedingly weak, and to him, the black, giant lizard was indeed a colossal entity. However, now, Chu Chong's strength had significantly increased. In less than 2 months, their roles had completely reversed. The black, giant lizard likely remained oblivious to this transformation. Chu Chong chuckled. Old friend, I have come to send you on your way. Slaying this black, giant lizard would signify Chu Chong's true farewell to his former self. Chu Chong soared into the sky with the Xinhua team. The sound of buzzing filled the air as Chu Chong intentionally urged the Xinhua team to flap their wings faster, creating a deliberate hum. They ascended to hover above the black, giant lizard's head. Hearing the noise, the lizard glanced upward and spotted a small cluster of insects flying above it. With a casual snort, the black, giant lizard dismissed them and continued its slow march. To it, these were merely insignificant pests, unworthy of its concern. Did it truly not care? Chu Chong and the Xinhua team began to circle above its head, yet the black, giant lizard remained oblivious, treating them as inconsequential. It likely believed that they could not even pierce its skin, hence its indifference. Chu Chong huffed, feeling a surge of defiance at being underestimated. He directed the Xinhua team to fly directly in front of the lizard. Its yellow vertical eyes were fixed ahead when the Xinhua team suddenly appeared before it. Buzzing as they flitted about, the black, giant lizard, agitated, thought to itself, these insects believe they are of importance simply because I have not paid them any heed. With a powerful exhale, it unleashed a mighty gust of air from its nostrils. Its attack boasted a force of nearly 5,000, merely from this breath alone. Dodge. The captain of the Shinhua team quickly assessed the situation, and the entire team ascended swiftly. Silently, numerous fire elements emerged around them, enhancing their speed through the fire disk formation, allowing the Shinhua team to effortlessly evade the lizard's breath. When the Shinhua team fully unleashed their fiery state, this mere breath posed no threat. Of course, even with the protection of pure fire, the Locust's defense remained too low. Employing speed and tactics was their best strategy against such formidable creatures. The black giant lizard had assumed that this breath would be sufficient to scare off the pesky insects. However, to its astonishment, the next moment, the Shinhua team returned to its view, dancing before it once again. Enraged, the lizard exhaled once more, but the team dodged again. This time, under Chuchong's command, the Shinhua team began to twirl in unison. They formed concentric circles, resembling a spinning disc, performing exuberantly before the black giant lizard. The lizard halted, its yellow eyes following the Shinhua team's spiraling movements, growing increasingly agitated. After a moment, its vertical pupils suddenly contracted. With a furious roar, the black giant lizard opened its mouth and lunged forward to bite viciously. It was truly enraged, provoked to the point of madness. Yet, the Shinhua team effortlessly eluded its attack. With the speed granted by their fire disk formation, they reached a velocity of 170 points, making it exceedingly difficult for the black giant lizard to land a hit. Chuchong, with a mischievous grin, observed the chaotic fury of the black giant lizard. Whether it was biting, swiping with its forelimbs, or sweeping with its long tail, it wreaked havoc around it. Yet, it failed to connect. Chuchong admitted to harboring a lingering grudge. This black giant lizard had terrified him upon his arrival in this world and frequently haunted his memories and dreams. It had become a shadow in his life, and he felt compelled to retaliate. The black giant lizard, now utterly frantic, had completely lost control. How long had it been since it had felt such rage? Those annoying, persistent insects. With a roar, it charged forward. The Shinhua team dodged once more, and the black giant lizard crashed headlong into a tree, creating a dent and leaving it dazed. Emerging from the tree hole, the black giant lizard, now furious and embarrassed, thrashed its tail wildly, twisting its body and emitting hideous shrieks as it rushed toward the Shinhua team. That's enough, Chuchong nodded, sensing it was time to deal with it. His provocation was not only to satisfy his desire for revenge, but also a demonstration of hunting strategy. Such creatures typically possessed low intelligence, and in the jungle, intelligence was often linked to species. With the black giant lizard's IQ, a mere tease could easily drive it to lose its sanity, making it simpler to slay. Anger is the enemy of combat. The Shinhua team received Chuchong's command and ceased to hide. Flames, unleash. The dance previously performed by the Shinhua team was, in fact, the fire disk formation, albeit without the release of their full capabilities. The fire elements had long been on standby, and had the black giant lizard sensed their power, it would not have continued to regard the Shinhua team as ordinary insects. Vibrant flames erupted from the locusts of the Shinhua team, transforming them into a blazing wheel of fire. The wheel spun rapidly, with the captain at its center. As it whirled at high speed, the fire disk formation maximized the power of the pure fire. The edges of the wheel shimmered with a whitish hue, signifying the purifying force of the pure fire. High temperatures, searing heat, and explosive energy surged forth. Though the black giant lizard was nearly beyond reason in its fury, it momentarily paused at the sight of the Shinhua team's transformation. However, in the next instant, it roared again. So what if you suddenly appear different? You are still the same accursed insects. With a resounding roar, patterns akin to rock erupted on the black giant lizard's body. Obsidian defense. In an instant, its defense surged to approximately 5,500 points. An increase in defense? Useless. Shinhua team, attack. From the fire disk formation, a multitude of fire elements gathered, transforming into elemental power. Subsequently, they unleashed a torrent of vigorous flames. The sheer force of the blast was enough to instill fear, let alone the flame's extreme heat. This was a 5th-level elemental fire, the renowned pure fire. The white purifying force coursed through the flames, mercilessly directed at the black giant lizard. The creature, dismissive of ordinary flames, had previously consumed many beings capable of wielding fire abilities. With its obsidian defense, it believed it was impervious to minor flames. What? As the black giant lizard pondered this, the pure fire struck it. Scalding heat and excruciating pain instantaneously transmitted through its nerves to its brain. Reflexively, the black giant lizard began to wail in agony. Its pupils were filled with disbelief. Its obsidian defense, which once seemed as firm as stone, began to disintegrate. The intensity of the heat and the disintegrative power alone might not have caused such a staggering impact, but within those flames lay a quality it could not comprehend. As if it were erasing its very flesh and blood, reducing everything to dust. The black giant lizard could no longer endure. Merely 5 seconds later, it abandoned all caution and fled in a manic panic. With a thunderous crash, it barreled through the jungle, the searing pain coursing through its body, preventing any wholehearted attempt at escape. Stumbling and crashing, it obliterated the surrounding trees and peculiar flora. The Shinhua team easily pursued the ebony behemoth, unleashing torrents of flames upon its form. The flames swirled in the air, continuously spewing forth their fiery onslaught. The pure fire spread across every corner of the jungle, igniting even the damp, decaying leaves. Flames erupted everywhere, blossoming in vibrant clusters throughout the wilderness. Despair began to envelop the black giant lizard as it struggled futilely, unable to comprehend why these minuscule creatures could emit such formidable flames. Moreover, it found itself unable to shake them off, like a stubborn gum clinging to its senses, driving it into a frenzy. The pure fire gnawed at its skin, flesh, and bones, gradually consuming its very essence. The black giant lizard was on the brink of death, its blood nearly desiccated, its skin charred to the point of exuding a savory aroma. With a resounding thud, its massive, 7-meter-long body collapsed to the ground. Its eyes lost their spark, breathing feebly as it gazed into the distance. Its vision blurred gradually. Am I to perish? Its mind faltered, leaving behind a singular question: why? The Shinhua team ceased their fiery assault, aiming to preserve the carcass for consumption, as devouring it would yield greater breeding points. Meanwhile, the Chuchong hovered before the black giant lizard, observing its dimming gaze. The visage of the Chuchong was imprinted in its sight. Upon seeing the Chuchong, an instinctive hatred surged within, reminding it of a leisurely afternoon when it had witnessed a similar scene. Regret washed over it. The black giant lizard let out a final, unyielding, and furious howl, echoing its life's last resistance. Chapter 51. The Beautiful Eagle. It recalled that serene afternoon when it encountered the peculiar golden insect, which it had dismissed at the time. Little did it know that, a month later, that very insect would become its grim reaper. The black giant lizard's pupils dilated, finally extinguished of life. The Chuchong smiled serenely, recognizing the cruel twist of fate. Upon its arrival in this realm, it had brushed past death. It was unexpected that it would soon acquire the capability to slay the black giant lizard. Though the black giant lizard possessed formidable dimensions, it was no match for the Shinhua team's pure fire. Moreover, given the nature of the black giant lizard species, it was utterly suppressed by the Shinhua team. The diminutive size of the locusts conferred upon them an extraordinary agility, their greatest advantage against such powerful creatures. Yet, this was contingent upon the seamless communication and tactical formations provided by the uninterrupted signals. Had a swarm of giant mantises confronted the black giant lizard, they might have triumphed. But the cost would have been a significant loss of life. After extinguishing the flames ignited in the jungle, the Shinhua team approached leisurely, beginning to consume the carcass of the black giant lizard. The Chuchong took a moment to rest upon a leaf. Suddenly, rustling in the grass caught its attention, revealing writhing forms. Were they attempting to pilfer a meal? The Chuchong scoffed lightly. The Shinhua team halted their consumption and unleashed pure fire, setting the grass ablaze. Sounds of shrieks emerged from the underbrush, likely a few badgers attempting to steal a bite. They were of low rank, and the Chuchong was too indifferent to pursue them. If they were fortunate, they might survive the flames. Ding! The Shinhua team devoured the Haiban Shijilizi. Experience gained, 44, 512. Breeding points, 113, 012. 111,000 breeding points. The Chuchong was elated, reveling in the substantial income. If the Shinchong Legion had been responsible for slaying the black giant lizard, they would have suffered considerable losses. In terms of hunting prowess, the Shinhua team was undoubtedly the best under the Chuchong's command. Hence, the Chuchong aligned itself with the Shinhua team, while the Shinchong Legion partnered with the Lanling. Any other combination would result in a significant disparity in strength. Thus, although the Chuchong side appeared somewhat weaker, the difference was not insurmountable. Indeed, the greater the strength, the more rapidly the breeding points accrued, the Chuchong mused. Previously, it had labored for a week crafting lure boxes to hunt insectivores, yielding a mere 100,000 breeding points. Yet, in just 2 hours, it had netted an astonishing 113,000 breeding points. Continuing on its journey, the Chuchong pressed onward toward the Yudong tree cluster. In just 2 more hours, it would arrive. Approximately an hour later, the Chuchong's brow furrowed slightly, then broke into a smile. Had Lan Ling also found success? Meanwhile, in a direction entirely opposite to the Chuchong's path, a magnificent waterfall cascaded down from a height of 30 meters. The water poured like a silver river into the pool below or downstream. Large pebbles partitioned the water into smaller streams. The surroundings were alive with the sounds of birds, the scenery breathtaking, with fish occasionally leaping from the pool, creating a picturesque vista. This location was relatively close to the Chuchong's lair, and Lan Ling had opted for a more measured pace, thus not straying too far. Perched upon a sturdy tree, Lan Ling transformed into the Palon eagle, her keen eyes fixated on the distant waterfall. Lan Ling, oh Lan Ling, she murmured to herself. The master has entrusted you with the Xinqiang Legion for this hunt. You must perform splendidly and not disappoint your master. Do you understand? As she kept her gaze fixed, she mentally encouraged herself. The Xinqiang Legion lay concealed below, poised to strike without hesitation upon receiving Lan Ling's command. With unwavering focus, Lan Ling observed the relentless flow of the waterfall, her spirit taut with anticipation. All around her, the atmosphere remained tranquil and harmonious. 10 minutes later, abruptly, a massive eagle burst forth from the waterfall, soaring through the curtain of water. It's here. Lan Ling's eyes sparkled, adrenaline surging as she instantly shifted into combat mode. The Xinqiang Legion stood ready. After issuing her command, Lan Ling transformed into a young woman with bird-like features, her azure wings unfurling as she flew toward the resplendent golden eagle. At the same time, water elements coalesced around her, enveloping her in a shimmering blue aura. This radiant energy gathered beneath her feet, forming a surging current that propelled Lan Ling forward with extraordinary speed. The golden eagle, noticing the approaching Lan Ling, felt its blood surge with excitement, its eyes ablaze with fervor. How beautiful! How utterly beautiful! The golden eagle's gaze nearly shifted to heart shapes. To it, Lan Ling was the epitome of beauty. Although she had taken on a humanoid form, the eagle perceived her as a majestic mother eagle. It felt no connection to her human aspect. Instead, it sensed her avian essence through its innate instincts. In the eyes of the golden eagle, Lan Ling's Palon eagle form was the epitome of avian beauty, and it was instantly enamored. With a triumphant cry, the golden eagle's wings and talons hardened like iron. Lan Ling could see the accumulation of golden energy enveloping its body, revealing the beast's golden elemental powers. The golden eagle charged toward Lan Ling, its eyes filled with longing and desire, intent on capturing her and making her its mate. The bloodline of the golden eagle howled, its body trembling with anticipation. This stunningly beautiful creature was determined to capture its prey. A flicker of disdain appeared in Lan Ling's eyes. The desires of the golden eagle were laid bare before her. As a woman, she could easily perceive its intentions. Did it wish to abduct me? Humph. Lan Ling let out a cold snort. The water element coalesced around her, vast torrents spiraling and entwining her form. Within these streams, glimmering blue lights sparkled like crystals. This was elemental water, a realm apart from ordinary water, representing a higher existence. The swirling waters encircled Lan Ling, shielding her. With a swift motion, she extended her hand, summoning a torrent of water that surged forth. The water clashed. Lan Ling silently chanted as the currents began to spin, rushing towards the golden eagle. Chapter 52. The child of the water element. The golden eagle's expression shifted. It sensed the formidable elemental power within the waters, possessing the ability to perceive elements. The density of the water element was enough to instill a sense of terror within it. It quickly realized that although Lan Ling's aura was feeble, she was a rare creature capable of wielding special powers. However, it was too late to evade. The golden eagle emitted a low cry, slowing its descent while spreading its broad wings to shield itself, attempting to withstand the onslaught of water. The terrifying torrents crashed against the golden eagle. Upon contact, the magnificent creature momentarily froze, its golden wings deflecting the water streams, experiencing only minor pain and sustaining slight wounds. Yet, it was nowhere near the level of power it had anticipated. In its estimation, those capable of manipulating such an overwhelming quantity of water elements typically possessed strength beyond its reach. But the reality was far less devastating than it had expected. The golden eagle felt a tinge of confusion, yet it quickly dismissed its thoughts, letting out a fierce cry. The weaker the opponent, the better. Weakness meant a greater opportunity to seize this beautiful eagle sister and forcibly claim her as its own. As the water's assault concluded, the golden eagle gradually unfurled its wings. Lan Ling was also taken aback. Her strength should have significantly increased, so why had she only inflicted minor scratches? Was it because her elemental water was merely of the first level? She felt a hint of frustration. The golden eagle could enhance its attack and defense using its golden element, making its defenses considerably superior to that of ordinary beasts. Lan Ling's water attack was merely an average-level skill. Thus, despite the vast quantity of water elements, she was unable to unleash their full potential, which explained the golden eagle's bewilderment. The golden eagle brought its wings together, its eyes gleaming with golden light as it dove toward Lan Ling. A skill? Lan Ling quickly manipulated the water to ensnare it while evading with agile movements in the rushing current. 5 streams of water surged toward the golden eagle, enveloping it entirely, drastically reducing its speed. Suddenly, an idea struck Lan Ling, and she amplified the output of the water elements. The water surged, forming a massive sphere that encapsulated both her and the golden eagle within. This water sphere, approximately 50 meters in diameter, required the control of 4,500 water elements to take shape. The golden eagle was astonished to find its surroundings transformed into an underwater realm. In its shock, it lost its skills. A creature accustomed to soaring through the skies had never experienced an underwater environment. Flailing in a panic, it soon realized it was still suspended in midair. This water was conjured by Lan Ling's manipulation of the water element. How much control and how many water elements were needed to create this? Although utilizing the element did not demand high skill, the quantity required was immense. Lan Ling had summoned 4,500 water elements to form this 50-meter diameter sphere. Inside the water sphere, the golden eagle struggled to breathe, flapping its wings desperately to break free from the confines. The sphere moved slowly through the air, and Lan Ling had to remain within its limits to maintain stability. Lan Ling raised her hand, sending torrents of water crashing toward the golden eagle. Simultaneously, the elemental water within the sphere exerted pressure from all sides. The immense force made it exceedingly difficult for the golden eagle to move, leaving it with numerous minor abrasions on its wings and body. Moreover, any movement it made caused the water sphere to shift slightly in the same direction. The golden eagle soon realized that even exhausting all its stamina would not allow it to escape. A glint of determination flashed in its eyes as it abandoned defense and charged toward Lan Ling. In its mind, capturing the owner of the water sphere, Lan Ling, would cause the sphere to collapse. It was not mistaken. This was indeed the optimal solution. Once Lan Ling stepped outside the water sphere's range, it would disintegrate. By harassing Lan Ling, the golden eagle aimed to disrupt her concentration, facilitating its escape. Lan Ling's eyes held a hint of reluctance. The first target of her hunt was one she had initially wished to handle alone. She did not anticipate needing the assistance of the Divine Insect Legion so soon. Divine Insect Legion, emerge. The Legion, hidden in the shadows, could hardly contain their excitement upon hearing Lan Ling's command and surged forth. In midair, they quickly formed a conical formation, like a shadow piercing straight into the water sphere. Inside the sphere, Lan Ling offered no resistance to the Divine Insect Legion. Instead, she infused the water elements onto them, enhancing their attack and defense speeds within the sphere. They could not breathe, but while Lan Ling's combat power was restricted, the Divine Insect Legion's strength soared to new heights. With the assistance of the water sphere and Lan Ling, the combat prowess of the Divine Insect Legion surpassed even that of the Fire God Squad. The Golden Eagle, witnessing the colossal beings emerging from the corner, was momentarily stunned. The conical formations created by the Divine Insect Legion were a staggering 15 meters in length, with its wingspan only reaching 5 meters at most. The sheer volume of the insect swarm dwarfed it by countless times. If this insect horde attacked, the Golden Eagle's chances of escaping the water sphere would plummet to 0. As long as it was unable to reach Lan Ling, it would either be attacked or suffocated within the sphere. Even with its ability to manipulate the golden element, it was at a loss. It merely possessed 3 innate golden skills and a natural affinity for the gold element. Had its control over the golden element been superior, it could have cleaved the water sphere apart with the sheer force and sharpness of the golden element. However, as the Divine Insect Legion charged directly toward it, the Golden Eagle understood that they were allied with Lan Ling. Despair and madness flickered in its eyes. It knew its demise was imminent. Yet it resolved to take a few down with it. With each attack, the Golden Eagle's strikes were partially neutralized by the surrounding elemental water. Lan Ling manipulated the elemental water to compress and assault it with torrents. Although each small stream of water was not particularly powerful, their cumulative effect could inflict significant damage. Moreover, the primary force was the Divine Insect Legion. Empowered by Lan Ling's support, the Divine Insect Legion exhibited terrifying enhancements. As if they had gained a new subrace akin to magical beasts within the water sphere, they darted back and forth, each assault inflicting considerable harm upon the Golden Eagle. In truth, The battle had already been decided the moment the golden eagle harbored ill intentions and arrogantly approached Lanling. Although Lanling was unable to utilize system scanning, she could still gauge the strength of any creature through their aura. The golden giant eagle, while slightly stronger than her initial assessment, was nonetheless underestimated by Lanling, who believed herself to possess greater power. Such discrepancies were permissible, particularly as she had the formidable Xinqiang army backing her. Despite the Xinqiang army's slightly inferior hard power, their sheer numbers rendered them far more challenging than the Xinhua team and Lanling herself. If only I could employ the ability to read information like my master, Lanling mused, gazing at the lifeless form of the golden giant eagle nearby. Her loyalty had dwindled to a mere 60 points. Chuchong had informed her that upon reaching 100 points, she would be granted the ability to access her panel, affording her the opportunity to view her own stats. Lanling dispelled the water sphere, allowing the Xinqiang army to commence their consumption. Meanwhile, she leisurely floated towards the edge of the waterfall, where she gazed at the cascading waters with a gentle smile before drifting forward. As the torrent of water threatened to cascade upon her, it astonishingly diverted above her head, not a single drop touching her. Lanling possessed an innate affinity for the water element. Even in its passive state, the water embraced her as its beloved, or rather, its princess. Within the presence of water, it would unreservedly offer her assistance. The waterfall, too, seemed to have no desire to harm her, parting above her as she passed through. Once she had traversed, the waterfall resumed its original flow, as if nothing had transpired. Behind the waterfall, there lay a damp, shallow cave. Could it be the lair of the Inyuing Bao's cubs? Lanling's eyes widened in surprise. At the deepest recess of the cave, a nest constructed from twigs housed 3 adorable cubs, mewling pitifully. Each cub bore a yellow crescent on its forehead, their fur glossy and black. Though still in their juvenile form, their elongated bones were evident. The trio appeared utterly terrified, with 2 of the cubs sporting gory wounds likely inflicted by the golden giant eagle during its abduction. Humph! Lanling's expression hardened like frost. That vile eagle not only sought to imprison me, but also dared to attack such innocent cubs. Her resentment towards such creatures stemmed from her sister's plight. Naturally, Lanling herself was extraordinarily kind-hearted, harboring immense compassion for these fragile lives. The cubs had yet to open their eyes, trembling in fear within the eagle's nest. "They are there. It's all right now," she cooed, her eyes brimming with affection as she cradled them in her arms. "You need not fear any longer. That foul eagle has been dealt with." As Lanling lifted the 3 Inyuing Bao cubs, their trembling ceased, their cries transforming from terror to a semblance of calm. As if her embrace possessed an extraordinary enchantment, her voice reached their ears, and she had instinctively employed the characteristic of universal communication, albeit still somewhat unrefined. Yet, her kindness and gentleness were unmistakably conveyed to the 3 cubs. The cubs settled, falling into a gentle slumber in her arms, their innocence evident. Lanling beamed with a soft smile, tenderly stroking their fur. However, a moment later, concern for their future clouded her thoughts. Releasing them into the wild, that would be tantamount to sentencing them to death. Seeking another mother leopard to nurture them? That seemed implausible. Few mothers would accept offspring not their own, and most would simply kill them, unless she could locate their biological mother, which was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Could she truly bring them back with her? Lanling's heart ached at the thought of the 3 little ones perishing in the wilderness. With this in mind, her heart began to race. Would her master accept them? This was her greatest concern. The 3 cubs appeared to have only just been born, requiring care, and the only ones capable of providing such care were Chuchong and herself. If her sister hatched from her egg, Lanling would undoubtedly care for her. But entrusting these 3 cubs to her master? Lanling's heart raced at the thought of Chuchong, a small locust, tending to 3 cubs far larger than him. She shook her head, dispelling the mental image. Sitting in the eagle's nest, she pondered for a moment, rubbing her head as if it might malfunction from overthinking. Enough of this. She huffed softly. There's still a while before the hunt. I'll search the jungle for a mother leopard willing to take them in. If none can be found, I shall plead with my master to take in these 3 little ones. I'll roll about, and surely he will acquiesce. Imagining Chuchong's reaction to her playful antics, she felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, just perhaps, it might work. With her spirits lifted, she skipped out of the cave and took flight, enveloping the 3 cubs in a water sphere that floated behind her. The air was absorbed by the elemental water, allowing the cubs to breathe without harm. Thus, Lanling embarked on her long journey to find a leopard mother, while at that moment, Chuchong's mind resonated with the sound of notifications. Ding! The Xinqiang army has devoured Li Jin Xionging, gaining 52,315 experience, and 130,313 breeding points. 130,000 breeding points? This Li Jinxiong must be stronger than the black giant lizard. Chu Cheng smiled, realizing that Lan Ling had also reaped significant rewards from her first hunt. Capturing such a formidable creature, he opened Lan Ling's panel to assess her progress. Previously, during her training, she had leveled up to 16, and after defeating the Li Jinxiong, she ascended once more. Chu Cheng marveled at her rapid growth. Her experience gain was astonishingly swift. Typically, she could also accumulate experience through the spirit of nature, yet she had been unaware of possessing such a trait. Now enlightened, Lan Ling's level-up speed was akin to a rocket. Meanwhile, despite vanquishing numerous formidable foes, Chu Cheng had only reached level 1786. In the blink of an eye, Lan Ling's rate of advancement had surpassed his own. Upon reaching level 20, Chu Cheng would be able to upgrade the training ground, breeding base, and rest area to 3 stars. The Locust would also undergo further enhancement, and the expenditure of breeding points would be less than that required for initial construction, as upgrading always demanded more resources than building anew. However, the breeding point of Chu Cheng has suddenly soared to 248, 337. 25. This harvest is comparable to the rewards of repelling the giant Scythe Mantis clan. The eyes of Chu Cheng gleam with anticipation. Below, the vegetation gradually thins out, and the once moist soil transforms into arid yellow earth. It is almost there. As the vegetation dwindles to a certain extent, Chu Cheng's vision bursts open. Not far away, the yellow earth has formed a significant depression. Chu Cheng stands at the very edge of this pit. Below him lies a long and steep slope descending into the depths of the pit. He observes a small scorpion inadvertently wandering to the edge, only to slip down the slope, clearly indicating the abundance of coarse sand upon it. At the bottom of the pit, resembling a basin, stand countless lacteal trees, each towering majestically with multiple trunks. These trunks connect underground, yet above the surface. They appear as numerous pale yellow pillars. At the top of the trunks, they reunite under a canopy. Not just a single lacteal tree-esque canopy, but hundreds of them intertwine, resembling a singular entity. Countless branches cascade from the canopy, glistening like exquisite agate, akin to an infinite cascade of silken strands, beautiful and magnificent. Each lacteal tree reaches heights of hundreds of meters. Even in this profound pit, the lacteal trees rise significantly above the ground. This is their growth habit. The exterior of the lacteal tree is extraordinarily hard. With formidable defenses, the internal environment is also immensely conducive to life. Just to grow, they require substantial energy, consuming vast nutrients to support their towering stature and formidable defenses. Even the drooping branches, resembling agate, are remarkably resilient. For any nesting creature, attempting to use these branches for a nest would be as implausible as a fantasy, unless they possess extraordinary strength to break them. Otherwise, the branch's exceptional toughness renders such aspirations laughable. This terrifyingly deep pit is a result of the lacteal trees voraciously absorbing nutrients from the soil, causing the ground to sink. How utterly frightening! Chu Cheng gasps in astonishment. Even the nearby jungle has lost its nutrients, turning into dry, lifeless yellow earth. The nutrient absorption capability of these lacteal trees is truly astounding. Chu Cheng flies closer. The nearer he gets, the more the enormity of the lacteal trees becomes apparent. It is akin to confronting an extraordinarily grand piece of art. Each branch resembles towering pillars forged from yellow jade. Fire Legion, attack! The Fire Legion swiftly assembles into a fiery formation, directing pure flames at a branch approximately 1 meter in diameter. Astonishingly, not a single mark is left. Chu Cheng is taken aback. The pure flames dissipate upon contact with the lacteal tree's trunk, leaving no charred traces whatsoever. When he extends a limb to touch the spot that was scorched by the flames, he finds it surprisingly cool. No wonder. Even knowing that the lacteal tree harbors immense energy and nutrients, it remains unscathed. Such defenses are beyond the capacity of ordinary creatures to breach. It is impossible to inflict even a slight wound, let alone consume it. I wonder if the system can read the lacteal tree's panel? Chu Cheng's mind stirs, and he initiates a system scan. Lacteal tree, level LV. Attack, 0, defense. Innate ability. Characteristics. Skills. All question marks? Chu Cheng blinks. This is the first time encountering such a situation. Could it be that if the scanned creature's level surpasses Chu Cheng's by a significant margin, he would be unable to glean any information? This is the only possibility. Chu Cheng is somewhat dumbfounded. The system cannot even scan it. How formidable must this lacteal tree be? Initially, he held a glimmer of hope that perhaps he could devour the lacteal tree. Each part of it contains unimaginable nutrients. Even a small consumption could yield a wealth of breeding points. Unfortunately, this notion evaporated before it could even take root. Chuchong shakes his head. Gazing into the dim expanse of the lacteal tree grove, he decides to enter. Chuchong and the Fire Legion cautiously squeeze into the narrow base of two lacteal trees, attempting to minimize the vibration of their wings as they stealthily infiltrate the grove. The energy within the lacteal tree grove is exceedingly abundant, making the acquisition of experience in such an environment more efficient. The saying that exceptional land nurtures exceptional beings holds true in this world, perhaps even more so than in Chuchong's previous life. Certainly, a place rich in energy will attract many creatures to settle, not just the scouting bats. In Chuchong's estimation, the scouting bats rank among the lowest within the myriad of beings inhabiting the lacteal tree grove. This is due to his earlier avoidance of the grove, having seen several scouting bats emerge, wounded and fleeing in panic. Fearing entanglement, Chuchong swiftly retreated. The territory of the scouting bats likely lies on the periphery of the lacteal tree grove. This is advantageous for Chuchong. He aims to hunt a significant number of scouting bats, at least 100. After acquiring materials from them, he will quickly exit the grove. Chuchong is not arrogant enough to believe he can contend with the creatures within. The interior of the lacteal tree grove is far too mysterious, and he knows nothing about it. Even if he could resist, it would come at a great cost. There is no need for Chuchong to risk everything. He merely needs to develop steadily, accumulating breeding points gradually, thus naturally gaining immense power. Why engage in a desperate struggle? After a few more months of cautious development, Chuchong estimates he will be able to enter and exit freely. Therefore, he left behind the Lanling and the Divine Insect Legion. The Fire Legion is small, allowing for agile movement alongside Chuchong, making it easy to remain hidden. There is no need for a large-scale battle. The objective is simple: achieve the goal and withdraw quietly. Looking up within the lacteal tree grove, one can see the dim yellow canopy. Sunlight filters through, filling the internal space with a soft yellow glow. It creates an atmosphere of quietude and serenity, reminiscent of sulfur wafting through the air. In fact, the interior of the lacteal tree grove is exceedingly tranquil, a stark contrast to the outside world. Some areas of the canopy are slightly thinner. Sunlight streaming through these spots forms distinct beams, separating from the surrounding light. These dark yellow beams descend like flashlights, rendering the sky within the grove vibrantly colorful. When illuminated upon the trunks, they transform into clusters of luminous dots. The trunks of the lacteal trees are not devoid of life. Numerous branches extend outward, and peculiar plants parasitize atop the trunks. The ground beneath the lacteal trees is also adorned with yellow vegetation resembling moss. The entire interior of the lacteal tree grove is suffused with yellow hues. While uniform, it exudes a tranquil and harmonious beauty. The fire locusts, small in stature, bear black armor adorned with fiery red patterns, making them quite conspicuous within the lacteal tree grove. Thus, Chuchong proceeded with utmost caution, navigating through the shadows. He even observed some unfamiliar insects dwelling in these dim corners, the most conspicuous of which was a dark yellow caterpillar adorned with faint yellow circles, measuring approximately 50 centimeters in length. Was that a beehive? Suspended beneath a robust branch was a beehive with a diameter of about 3 meters. Yet, no bees were present. Chuchong had no intention of disturbing them and treaded more carefully as he passed by. After 30 minutes within the Rudongshu group, Chuchong rested at the center of a diagonal thorn sprouting from the base of 3 Rudong trees, gazing up at the unchanging trunks of the trees. The vastness of this place was overwhelming. How long would it take to find what he sought? He sighed, aware that he could not fly too swiftly and could only search with vigilance. However, the interior of the Rudongshu group was inherently intricate, encompassing an expanse of 42 kilometers in width and 57 kilometers in length. The challenge of locating a specific race within such an immense space was indeed formidable. A change in strategy was necessary. Chuchong mused that the various races within the Rudongshu group were certainly not monolithic. This fabled land also faced competition. If disturbances arose outside, the formidable creatures within would likely remain uninvolved. Nonetheless, this competition must adhere to certain cycles and conditions. After all, the environment here was significantly more favorable than the exterior, particularly for certain unique races. Thus, even if conflicts erupted over territory, large-scale battles would not be initiated lightly. The frequency of minor skirmishes would also be confined within limits. Chuchong had evidently entered during a period of peace, eerily calm. Merely searching in this manner made it exceedingly difficult to locate the scouting bats. Yet, a particular strategy could entice them to emerge. With that thought, Chu Chang's eye sparkled. It was akin to the principle of an enticing trap. A proactive approach often yielded poor results. If he could instill in the scouting bat clan the notion that a new round of territorial conflict had commenced, the hidden bats would naturally emerge to engage in battle. When it came to the fight for a clan's habitat, evasion was not an option. The clan's dwelling was the ultimate bastion. It was akin to the situation where a single-horned black bear entered the domain of Chu Chong's nest. Once Chu Chong lowered the gate, the black bear could charge to its demise, but could not breach the gate. However, Chu Chong would still emerge from his nest to confront the intruder. It was only reasonable to retaliate when one's home was under siege. If Chu Chong felt this way, the same held true for clan warfare. If they were reluctant to fight, he would provoke a confrontation. A sly smile crept across Chu Chong's face. He would compel them to battle fiercely against one another. Not only could he procure materials from the scouting bats, but he might also muddle the waters to amass a substantial number of breeding points. With a scheming grin, Chu Chong swiftly solidified his course of action. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellowbird waits in the shadows. If he were to act, he would be the cleverest of insects, silently consuming the greatest benefits. Chapter 55. Hostile clans. Chu Chong stealthily traversed the vicinity, conducting a thorough investigation. In terms of area, the section he surveyed encompassed approximately 1/10 of the perimeter of the Rudongshu group. 1/10 was sufficient. This represented the maximum threshold for initiating a large-scale struggle for survival. Beyond this would entail the ultimate conflict involving over half of the peripheral clans. To ignite such a massive battle required the perfect alignment of timing, geography, and luck. The vast expanse surrounding the Rudongshu group housed numerous clans, each relatively weak, with territories that were hardly extensive. Clans situated at a greater distance bore no animosity towards one another. Without the accumulation of grievances, instigating an ultimate battle was utterly unrealistic. Within this 1/10 area, Chu Chong identified 10 sizable clans. These 10 clans were the most prominent ones he could discern during his brief exploration. Within the Rudongshu group, there existed shadowy corners rich in nutrients, nurturing a myriad of diverse flora. The terrain was complex, and there were many areas Chu Chong could not investigate. The other clans he discovered were predominantly aligned with these 10 prominent clans. Among them was the beehive Chu Chong had initially encountered. This hive belonged to the Zuashingbi clan, one of the dominant insect groups in the region, with at least 50 hives of similar 3-meter diameter in the vicinity. The Zuashing bees earned their name due to their unique method of extracting nectar and brewing it into a concoction that lies between wine and honey. They primarily subsist on this intoxicating brew, and the Zuashing bees inherently possess 2 exceptional abilities: nectar consumption and inebriated resilience. Nectar consumption allows them to gain experience and level up merely by consuming their brewed nectar. The higher their level, the more experience they accrue from consuming higher quality nectar. Inebriated resilience enables them to enhance their attributes by ingesting copious amounts of stored nectar before battle, entering a frenzied state. Yet, even in this state, the Zuashing bees retain their rationality, exhibiting an extraordinary focus and execution capability. Though slightly inferior to Chu Chong's locusts in the jungle, the Zuashing bees are indeed a formidable insect clan. This characteristic inspired their name. Chu Chong found himself quite intrigued by the Zuashingbi clan, as they closely resembled his own. Their remarkable discipline and the blend of frenzied calmness imbued the entire clan with an alluring quality. However, among these 10 clans, the Zuashingbi clan ranked merely in the middle tier. Of course, each of these 10 clans far surpassed the Xinhua team. Chu Chong wondered if the Scouting Bat clan resided within this area. He mused that it would be advantageous if they did. After completing his investigation, Chu Chong observed for an additional day. During this time, the Blue Spirit continued to hunt, albeit with slightly diminished efficiency, yielding only 90,000 breeding points, bringing Chu Chong's total to 340,000. It was time to take action. Concealed within a patch of Jinjing grass, he contemplated. Initially, he had anticipated that it would take longer to ascertain the relationships among these clans. Yet, after approximately half a day, he fortuitously stumbled upon a significant discovery. Among the 10 clans, 3 stood out as the most powerful: Tianju Suan, Liashan Shi, and the plant life known as Zihuting. Both Tianju Suan and Zihutung were tree-dwelling species. Tianju Suan possessed the ability to absorb the life force of trees, akin to the Palon eagle. By residing on a tree for an extended period, they could establish a connection with it, as if forming a partnership. They draw sustenance from the tree's life force, while simultaneously nurturing the tree's vitality, fostering a mutually beneficial relationship akin to that of the best of companions. In contrast to the Palon eagle, which can only absorb from crown trees, Tianjusuan can thrive on any tree. However, there are significant limitations. The longer they reside on a tree, the closer their bond becomes. The quantity of life force they extract and contribute is determined by the strength of their connection with the tree. Newly settled trees yield minimal energy interaction, while trees inhabited for 5 to 10 years become their closest allies. Thus, once Tianjusuan select their habitat, they do not readily change it. The longer they dwell, the more vital it becomes to them, because that tree has become not merely a nest, nor simply a home, but rather their most cherished companion, their closest friend. They would rather perish in battle than forsake their intimate partner. The zihutang, a parasitic plant, possesses an exceptionally invasive nature. It brutally clings to trees, draining their vitality in a remarkably short time before moving on to the next host. How much energy can a tree store? They continuously absorb the forces of nature, extracting nutrients from the soil and transforming them into assimilable sustenance. This ability is the tree's most significant and formidable asset. The relationship between the Tianzujuan and the trees is one of sustainable partnership, while the zihutang represents complete exploitation. Hence, these two species are inherently at odds. The rodong tree's rank is far too elevated. Neither the Tianzujuan nor the zihutang can form partnerships or parasitize its trunk. They can only reside on other trees within the rodong grove, but such trees are limited in number. Consequently, the Tianzujuan and zihutang, cohabiting the same region, are born adversaries. Upon realizing this, Chu Chong lay in wait at the boundary between the habitats of the Tianzujuan and zihutang, observing intently. In just half a day, he witnessed multiple skirmishes between the two factions, vying for resources. Strangely, both sides refrained from engaging in full-blown conflict. Chu Chong could distinctly sense the simmering anger between them, particularly from the Tianzujuan. The zihutang, naturally domineering, contrasted sharply with the inherently gentle disposition of the Tianzujuan. Yet even the mild-mannered Tianzujuan displayed unmistakable signs of seething rage, likely having endured for quite some time. Among a team of Tianzujuan gathering Jinjing grass, one with a notably irritable temperament nearly charged at the zihutang in response to their ambush and provocation, but was restrained by their captain. Chu Chong felt fortunate. The Tianzujuan seemed to be biding their time for a plan, showing remarkable restraint. The zihutang, too, were maintaining their composure. Both sides had reached a critical juncture, requiring only a single catalyst to ignite a large-scale war among their clans. The Tianzujuan were likely preparing for this very moment, hence their disregard for the provocations from the zihutang. Even if they could gain an advantage in isolated skirmishes, they understood the futility of such efforts. Based on Chu Chong's observations and analyses, the Tianzujuan might be plotting to annihilate the zihutang in one fell swoop. Excitement glimmered in Chu Chong's eyes. The more intense the battle, the more advantageous it would be for him, as it would involve more clans, thus expanding his operational scope and increasing his chances of reaping the benefits. Night had fallen. Within the grove of rodong trees, darkness did not reign. The trunks emitted a faint glow, and some insects flitted about like tiny orbs of light. The delicate Jinjing atop the grass shimmered gently. A squad of 5 Tianzujuan approached from afar, their bodies measuring approximately 50 centimeters, adorned with a pattern of white and pale green. They sported a tuft of soft hair extending backward from their heads, but what captivated attention was their elongated tail feathers, which resembled trailing blades of grass. Each of the 5 possessed 2 tail feathers, and judging by their length, they were all around level 28, constituting the backbone of their clan, with attributes generally around 1800. These level 28 Tianzujuan boasted a terrifying speed of 260, making them the fastest Chu Chong had ever encountered. Of course, Lan Ling had achieved a speed of 250 at level 15. Comparatively, the Tianzujuan were naturally swifter than the Palon eagles. This highlighted the astonishing capabilities of the Hualing species, as considerable disparities existed even within the same race. Moreover, Lan Ling, being a youthful eagle, had slightly inferior attributes and characteristics compared to fully matured ones of the same level. These Tianzujuan had come to harvest Jinjing grass, which had recently reached its maturation period, leading to frequent visits from them. However, during ordinary times, there was no necessity for level 25 Tianzujuan to partake in such a simple task. The reason for their presence lay elsewhere. Chu Chong glanced toward another area. Illuminated by a pearlescent glow, he discerned thick purple vines writhing amidst the Jinjing grass. The growth zone of the Jinjing grass marked the boundary between the habitats of the Tianzujuan and zihutang. Naturally, the zihutang had only recently migrated to this vicinity. They never linger in one place for long, as their method of extracting nutrients from trees is destructive. Chu Chong surmised that the proximity of the two clans' habitats was a crucial factor in escalating tensions. If the Zihuting drained the trees in their current habitat, would they not next set their sights on the territory of the Tianzhujuan? Upon sensing the arrival of the Tianzhujuan, several Zihuting raised their main vines. On the main vine rested a small, round pot riddled with holes. The name Zihuting derived from this very pot, from which piercing melodies emerged, the language of the Zihuting. Even without comprehension, Chu Chong could discern the intense scorn and derision embedded within the music. Upon hearing this sound, the Tianzhujuan erupted with fury, responding with their own cries. Yet, after their angry calls, the Zihuting swiftly retracted their main vine as if they had heard nothing. Cunningly, this interplay left the Tianzhujuan small team at a loss. The Tianzhujuan flapped their wings in agitation, their tail feathers trembling slightly, overwhelmed with indignation. Yet they chose to swallow their anger. Retreating coldly to a section of the Jinjing grass to commence their harvesting, the opportunity had arisen. Observing the 5 Tianzhujuan with their backs turned to him, Chu Chong's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to act. Chapter 56. The ignition of the fireball. He could barely contain himself. The rage of the Tianzhujuan was nearing a breaking point, requiring merely a spark. The Zihuting had their own designs, hence refrained from initiating an attack. If you shall not strike first, then allow me to serve as this catalyst. Chu Chong's expression turned cold. Xinhua team, unleash a grand display upon them. He harbored no sympathy for the 5 Tianzhujuan. One could only say they were unfortunate. The Xinhua team formed a fiery formation amidst the Jinjing grass. An abundance of fire elements coalesced, and had anyone possessed elemental perception, they would have seen that the area surrounding Chu Chong was ablaze with crimson hues, rendering the Jinjing grass as if it were aflame. Unfortunately, neither the Zihuting nor the Tianzhujuan possessed such perceptive abilities. They remained purely beastly in nature. Although the Xinhua team attracted vast amounts of fire elements, they did not transform into the usual pure flames to enhance their attributes. Instead, they concentrated the pure flames within the abdomens of the locusts. Chu Chong beheld the Xinhua team, now of vivid crimson, their abdomens swelling with intense brightness. The density of the pure flames had been maximized. This was the Xinhua team's most powerful maneuver, where the concentrated pure flames could rival nearly twice the strength of regular fire attacks. One could assert that the offensive power of this strike from the Xinhua team would surely exceed 10,000. The sole drawback lies in the considerable charge time required. And within a single hour, the Xinhua team is incapable of manipulating the fire element to convert it into elemental power. After 5 minutes, the bodies and armors of the locusts displayed subtle, barely perceptible cracks due to the extreme heat, a testament to the formidable strength of that strike. With a rush of exhilaration and a hint of madness in his eyes, Chu Chong witnessed a colossal fireball rapidly shoot forth from the fiery disk conjured by the Xinhua team. The Tianzhu swans, sensing danger, attempted to flee without looking back. Yet, how swift was the fireball? The pure fireball struck 4 of the Tianzhu swans directly, while the ensuing fire wave affected the last one. The first 4 Tianzhu swans experienced a rapid evaporation of their muscles, leaving only charred bones behind, while the 5th, though maintaining its entire form, fell to the ground, entirely blackened, but succumbed to death instantly. The sudden appearance of the fireball startled the Zihuting, causing them to feel death uncomfortably close. In a panic, they sought to report this alarming news back to their clan. Chu Chong, observing the fleeing Zihuting, chuckled coldly. He bore no fear, as his target was the Tianzhu swan. The Zihuting and the Tianzhu swan were arch-enemies, and the Zihuting, in their inherent greed and ferocity, had long coveted the trees claimed by the Tianzhu swan. Such a greedy clan would not withdraw unless they truly suffered losses. This strike from the Xinhua team was comparable to the combined might of 5 locust artillery shells. Chu Chong reflected on this moment, savoring the satisfaction it brought. An attack surpassing 10,000 was exhilarating. He estimated it to be around 12,000. Typically, the pure attack power of the Xinhua team's flame assaults hovered around 7,000. However, the cost was somewhat steep, requiring not only half an hour of charge time, but also an hour of cooldown. The fire locusts had sustained some minor injuries. Had Chu Chong not aimed for a more secure approach, even the Tianzhu swan's defense of 1,800 would have been utterly insufficient against ordinary fire attacks. While the power of this strike was immense, its area of effect remained relatively limited. The artillery's explosive attacks could devastate a wide area, with the maximum damage of a single shell reaching approximately 5,000 points. Regular shooting mode shells boasted slightly higher damage, around 5,500. The explosive arrows from the Locust arrow towers were somewhat weaker, at 4,000. standard Locust arrows exhibited a striking power of 6,000. Here, the damage is divided into two parts. The first part represents the piercing power of the arrows, while the second part, the elemental upheaval of the earth element post-penetration, also possesses a damage potential of 6,000. Looking back, Chu Cheng realized that employing 10 Locust arrow towers to attack the single-horned black bear had indeed been excessive, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, overestimating the target considerably. He waited patiently. Chu Cheng and the Xinhua team changed locations, silently waiting among the leaf sprigs protruding from a lactation tree trunk. He estimated that leaving behind a relatively intact Tianju Swan corpse would facilitate its discovery by the Tianju Swan clan. These 5 Tianju Swans constituted the backbone of their strength. Chu Cheng surmised that there were unlikely to be any Tianju Swans exceeding level 40 within the entire clan, with only a few top-tier elites reaching the mid-30s. The demise of these 5, who were at level 28, would undoubtedly provoke a response from the Tianju Swan clan. They had endured for long enough. The Zaihuheng clan had only ever mocked the Tianju Swan without ever launching an attack. The death of these 5 Tianju Swans would surely ignite a reaction. Chu Cheng awaited eagerly. After 5 hours had passed, he rested with his eyes closed for a while. Finally, as dawn approached, the Tianju Swan clan dispatched another small team to investigate the situation. As 10 Tianju Swans flew over, they immediately noticed the charred expanse of the Jinjing grassland. They shrieked in outrage and rushed forward. Upon seeing the blackened, unrecognizable bodies of their kin, their fury intensified, resulting in a series of piercing cries that resonated through the grass, shaking the leaves. Their anger rendered them nearly irrational. The Tianju Swan took flight, their fury reaching its peak. In their minds, this was undoubtedly the work of the Zaihuheng seeking allies. The Jinjing grassland had always been the territory of the Tianju Swan, one of the strongest races in this region, and no other race dared encroach upon it. To offend the Tianju Swan over mere Jinjing grass was hardly worthwhile. Only the Zaihuheng clan, having migrated nearby, brazenly occupied half of the Jinjing grassland's control. The Tianju Swan had been enduring, maintaining a fragile balance at the border without either side initiating conflict. The 5 Tianju Swans, being the core of their clan's strength, were among the upper echelon. Their complete annihilation ignited their emotions entirely. The Tianju Swan team swept through the Jinjing grassland, their eyes aflame with vengeance, seeking the Zaihuheng, who dared to harvest the precious Jinjing grass and avenge their fallen kin. Previously, the Jinjing grassland had been marked by a boundary between the Tianju Swan and the Zaihuheng. The Tianju Swan would never instigate trouble unless the Zaihuheng crossed the line in provocation. However, now the Tianju Swan team had no regard for boundary issues and charged directly into Zaihuheng territory, frantically searching. Yet, after thoroughly investigating the Jinjing grassland, they found no trace of the Zaihuheng. Only the signs of their recent departure remained, indicating a hasty retreat, with the grassland left in disarray, evidence of a panicked escape. Upon observing these signs, the Tianju Swans erupted into another round of furious cries. To them, this chaotic evidence was irrefutable proof. If not for the ambush resulting in the death of those 5 Tianju Swans, how could the Zaihuheng have fled in such disarray? The Tianju Swans exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared fervor. The suppressed frenzy could no longer be contained. With a collective roar, they announced their resolve. War was the only path forward. A war for their clan, a war for vengeance. Only by annihilating the Zaihuheng clan could they cleanse their fury and avenge their fallen brethren. The 10 Tianju Swans, all nearing level 30, surged forward with unparalleled speed, racing toward their nest without holding back. Chu Cheng observed from the shadows, a sly grin upon his face. Through the gaps in the leaves, he witnessed the Tianju Swans in their frenzied state, and it seemed they could no longer contain themselves. Chu Cheng had initially pondered that if the deaths of these 5 Tianju Swans failed to incite their wrath, he would seize another opportunity to stealthily eliminate the next scouting party. This task was exceedingly simple for him, even without the fireball. The Tianju Swans would stand no chance against his flame attacks. If one attempt failed, he could simply try again. Eventually, he would reach the threshold of their endurance. It seemed the Tianju Swans were beginning to prepare for war. Chu Cheng continued to wait in silence. The Tianju Swan dwelling area resembled a miniature forest, appearing like a vast ocean of yellow. The trees within the lactation tree grove predominantly showcased yellow foliage, each displaying peculiar forms. This woodland served as the habitat of the Tianju Swan. The Tianju Swan team returned from afar, and before they could even enter the forest confines, they united in a chorus of cries, exuding an air of impending slaughter. Though the intelligence of the Tianju swan was not particularly high, they were still capable of simple communication amongst themselves. The Tianju falcon tribe comprises over 1,000 mature Tianju falcons. The team dispatched to gather Jing has yet to return, and they are acutely aware of this absence. Residing within the Rudong tree cluster, particularly in the area they inhabit, the Tianju falcons are thoroughly familiar with their surroundings. Although the environment within the Rudong tree cluster is exceptionally conducive to their survival, it remains rather limited. The struggle for living space among such a multitude of tribes has rendered the Rudong tree cluster devoid of change. With the prolonged absence of their kin, a sense of foreboding has begun to settle among the Tianju falcons. Upon hearing a piercing cry, all Tianju falcons, irrespective of their activities, instinctively lifted their heads in response, their eyes ablaze with fury. In turn, a chorus of cries erupted, seemingly in reply. Ong, ong, ong. From various corners of the forest, the resonant cries echoed, swelling like tumultuous waves, amplifying their collective anger. The Tianju falcons took to the skies, among whom over 500 were of level 15, while 40 surpassed level 20, with more than 100 soaring above level 30. As they flapped their wings and congregated above the forest, the sight was nothing short of magnificent. The returning team of Tianju falcons flew back, merging seamlessly into the ranks of their brethren. Together, they gazed towards the tallest tree in the woods, remaining silent, patiently awaiting their moment. The atmosphere grew eerily tranquil as the Tianju falcons silently flapped their wings. After 20 minutes, from the tree they had been fixated upon, a Tianju falcon, significantly larger than all the others and possessing formidable musculature, emerged. Most striking was the fact that this falcon sported four-tail feathers. The shortest one appeared quite juvenile and was markedly shorter than the other three, indicating it had only recently sprouted. This was the king of the Tianju falcon tribe, the one and only sovereign. Upon sighting the Tianju falcon king, a wave of exhilaration swept through the flock, igniting their spirits. The entire assembly of falcons surged with fervor, akin to a torrent of water. Had their king finally ascended to level 40? They had endured for far too long. At last, as the Zihu Ting tribe breached their sacred covenant and treacherously took the lives of their kin, the king had fortuitously attained his breakthrough. It was a convergence of opportune timing, location, and unity. Their prolonged forbearance had been in anticipation of this pivotal moment. Ong. The cries of the Tianju falcons resonated with a fierce battle intent. The Tianju falcon king soared towards them, and a call erupted, piercing the very sky. This was the king's response, signifying that the Tianju falcon tribe could no longer bide their time. They would vanquish the cunning and treacherous Zihu Tung without hesitation. With the king's affirmation, the atmosphere ignited into a fervent blaze. All suppressed emotions erupted forth. Today, they would annihilate the Zihu Ting tribe. With a flap of his wings, the Tianju falcon king nodded at the squad of falcons, adorned with stripes of black on their wings, who had remained silently at the ready. These were the king's elite guards, all exceeding level 35, the creme de la creme of the Tianju falcon tribe. Following the king's command, these 8 falcons dispersed, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air, racing in various directions. Chapter 58. Preparations for War. A glimmer of wisdom appeared in the eyes of the Tianju falcon king. In a desolate expanse of gravel, a solitary Tianju falcon approached from afar. As it crossed into the territory of the gravel expanse, the rocks below began to stir. With a thunderous rumble, the rocks morphed, stretching and growing, ultimately transforming into 3 interconnected spherical formations, the formidable hunters of the mountain rock, one of the strongest tribes in this region. Atop each sphere, a small opening emerged, from which countless small stones were expelled, halting the Tianju falcon in its tracks. The falcon alighted, bowing respectfully to the hunters of the mountain rock, softly uttering words of greeting. After a moment, the topmost sphere rolled slightly, as if nodding in acknowledgement, returning to their rocky forms. The Tianju falcon proceeded unobstructed to the heart of the hunters of the mountain rock. The core was a miniature mountain, crowned by a pitch-black stone. Upon the Tianju falcon's arrival, the dark stone transformed, astonishingly splitting into 4 spheres. Each sphere was profoundly dark, as if its material had changed from rock to steel. Clang, clang, clang. The king of the hunters of the mountain rock, having fortuitously acquired a mutated lineage of steel, posed an inquiry to the Tianju falcon. The falcon responded with a call, and thus began an exchange between 2 disparate yet intelligent life forms. Though neither could articulate the language of the forest realm, their intellects exceeded that of earthly lion prides and wolf packs. Despite the language barrier, all creatures, regardless of their kind, could comprehend the essence of each other's expressions. As their dialogue progressed, the topmost sphere of the steel hunters of the mountain rock rolled, eliciting evident joy from the Tianju falcon. Clang, clang, clang. The steel hunters produced a cacophony of resonant strikes, akin to the tolling of a bell. Upon hearing this sound, the gravel trembled throughout the area. Massive hunters of the mountain rock began to converge from all directions, rallying to this location. Other Tianju falcons were also summoning various tribes. The relationship between the Tianju falcons and the hunters of the mountain rock was one of alliance. Additionally, many smaller tribes served as vassals to the Tianju falcons. While receiving protection from the Tianju falcons, these vassal tribes were obliged to join the Tianju falcons in battle when war was declared. The Tianju falcons, in their benevolence, often shared rare resources with their vassals, fostering a sense of unity among the tribes under their command. The Zhuai Xingfeng tribe was the most formidable of these vassals. In truth, the Zhuai Xingfeng tribe was only slightly weaker than the three major tribes of the Tianju falcons. Perhaps it was their honeyed nectar that was immensely favored by the Tianju falcons, which granted the Zhuai Xingfeng a status comparable to that of allies despite being vassals. A Tianju falcon made its way to the central hive of the Zhuai Xingfeng, as preparations for war were underway. Similarly, on the other side, the Zihuteng were also gathering. In a forest somewhat smaller than that of the Tianju falcons, the Zihuteng assembled at its core. Unlike the Tianju falcons and the hunters of the mountain rock, three Zihuteng loomed above, surveying the surroundings. These three Zihuteng were not significantly larger than their kin, yet their vine tips were unmistakably more refined. The Zihuteng were also communicating in their own manner. Melodious music wafted from their vessels, yet it was imbued with a palpable battle intent and frenzied emotion. The Zihuteng, inherently an aggressive tribe, found exhilaration rather than fear or anger upon learning of the Tianju falcon team's ambush and slaughter. They had long harbored discontent towards the Tianju falcons for their avoidance of conflict. The forest they occupied had not yet fully absorbed its surroundings. So the Zihuteng saw no need to invade the Tianju falcons' territory for a full-scale war. They were eager for skirmishes, but found the Tianju falcons too swift to engage when they chose to evade. Only a war of annihilation would suffice. The Tianju falcons could not flee. They could not abandon their home, which they had inhabited for many years, and would undoubtedly fight to protect their arboreal companions. Thus, the Zihuteng had no fear of the Tianju falcons escaping. Although the timing was not yet particularly ripe, the Zihuteng sensed that the Tianju falcons' patience was wearing thin, with their battle fervor reaching its zenith. You wish to fight? That suits our purpose perfectly. The Zihuteng had long desired to eradicate the Tianju falcons, but previously lacked a suitable reason and opportunity. Now was the time. Zihuteng is amassing its allies on a grand scale. However, in comparison to Tianju Suan, the allies of Zihuteng are relatively few. At the uppermost position, one Zihuteng hesitates slightly. Subsequently, it glances at its brethren beside it and nods its pot-like head, from which a brief sound emerges. Do-do? This Zihuteng inquires, seemingly reluctant. Do-do-do-do-do. The central Zihuteng responds with a more forceful tone, imbued with unwavering resolve. Do. Only then does the Zihuteng grudgingly acquiesce, crawling directly onto the ground and breaking through the soil beneath, hastening towards a specific direction. Both the Tianju Suan and Zihuteng clans are engaged in preparations for war. A sense of impending storm looms in the air. Chucheng flits about, summoning members from every clan that had ventured out for foraging. The allies and vassals of the three strongest species encompass a staggering 80% of the tribes in this region. Only a meager 20% remain uninvolved. Should an ambush be considered to draw them into the fray? After a moment of contemplation, Chucheng shakes its head. There is no need. Once chaos ensues, no tribe can remain entirely unscathed. With 80% of the tribes embroiled in conflict, depleting each other's strength, failing to involve the remaining 20% would merely allow them to reap the benefits of others' toil. Any tribe that can stake a claim within the Rudongshu cluster is unlikely to be foolish. If the scouts are present in this area, no tribe would simply turn a blind eye. Lacking a suitable offspring to send for reconnaissance, Chucheng can only gauge the current situation through subtle hints. This intensifies its yearning for the reconnaissance locusts. Knowledge of oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Chucheng returns to the Jinjingzhao field. Adjacent to the Jinjingzhao lies a vast expanse of ordinary Bolenzhao, perfectly situated at the boundary between Tianju Suan and Zihuteng, offering excellent terrain. For both Zihuteng and Tianju Suan, this spot should serve as an exceptional battlefield. In more complex terrains, Zihuteng could navigate with its supple body, while Tianju Suan could leverage altitude and speed to maneuver. Such circumstances would complicate matters for both parties. Furthermore, should one side gain the upper hand here, they could pursue relentlessly, breaching the opponent's nest and slaying their young. Thus, Chucheng determines that this is indeed the optimal battleground. Its assessment proves accurate. Half a day later, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the armies of Tianzhu and Zihuting surge forth from the east and west like a tidal wave. Chapter 59. The Battle of Clans. Each side boasts at least 50 distinct species. In the air, on the ground, and burrowing below, over 100 tribes clash upon the grassland. Naturally, these clans vary in strength. Among them, the most conspicuous is the Lieshanshi clan. As the sole rock-based life form among these species, the Lieshanshi possesses the largest physique. Even the smallest among them measures 10 meters in length. The king of the Lieshanshi, the Lieshanshi, exceeds 20 meters in length, a true behemoth. Only 50 Lieshanshi participate in the battle. While their numbers are scarce, each possesses immense power. Although there are merely 50, they rank among the 3 strongest species, showcasing the terrifying strength of the Lieshanshi clan. This Lieshanshi is merely level 32. Chucheng excitedly scans these species with its system, utterly astonished upon encountering the Lieshanshi. The reason it appears as 4 rock spheres is due to a unique characteristic: camouflage. It disguises itself as a level 40 entity while in reality possessing only 3 rock spheres. Within the Lieshanshi clan, there are 20 individuals above level 30, half of whom surpass the Lieshanshi in rank. With its level 32, the Lieshanshi undeniably stands as the king of the Lieshanshi clan, reflecting its mutated strength that exceeds that of ordinary Lieshanshi. The Zhui Xingfeng clan has also arrived, aligning with the Tianzhu. Is that a dasher too? This species is quite rare, and it is surprising to find it within the Rudongshu cluster. The dasher consumes vast amounts, leaving devastation in its wake. However, unlike the locusts, which are unequivocal pests, the dasher's excrement greatly benefits plant life. The more vegetation they consume, the more their droppings catalyze new growth. Thus, unlike Zihutung, which frequently changes habitats, the dasher thrives in an endless cycle of consumption and regeneration. Suddenly, a cacophony of ghostly cries erupts from within the ranks of Zihuting. Wawa, gugwa, zzz, zzz. The ghostly howler monkeys scream. Observing numerous creatures within the Zihuting clan covering their ears in discomfort, Chucheng notes the unsettling sight. These simians, with black faces and yellow bodies, appear grotesque and terrifying, their cries echoing as if from the depths of hell, incessantly screeching. Chucheng gazes upon them as though beholding a giant panda. This ghostly howler monkey is also a rare species. In the jungle, they are despised by many tribes for their unsightly appearance and horrendous calls, making them a source of irritation during rest. Upon hearing their cries, tribes often become enraged, pursuing and slaughtering the ghostly howler monkeys, leading to frequent tribal conflicts, rendering them quite rare. The Zutaigui, another rare species. The Feitianichio is also uncommon. Chucheng had previously overlooked this detail. The species discovered within the Rudongshu cluster are, in varying degrees, seldom seen in the outside world. The ghostly howler monkeys and dasher are among the rarest. Tianzhu and Zihutung, while not exceedingly rare, certainly do not belong to the commonly encountered varieties. Does the Rudongshu cluster possess the quality of attracting rare species? Chucheng ponders. The Rudongshu cluster is remarkably resilient, difficult to damage from the outside. Furthermore, its internal environment is highly conducive to life, whether in the core or periphery. It is implausible that no species covets it. Countless stronger tribes exist beyond its borders. Yet, many weak and rare species still thrive. Unusual. Chucheng heightens its vigilance. This is undeniably extraordinary. Chucheng had initially intended to occasionally strike from the shadows at the battlefield's edge. Now, it abandons that notion. As long as it does not actively reveal the capabilities of the Xinhua team, utilizing their small size and inconspicuous nature amidst the chaos of battle, Chucheng should be able to covertly consume numerous corpses. However, the greatest disappointment is that Chucheng has failed to spot any reconnaissance bats among these over 100 species. Are they absent from this region? Chucheng feels a profound sense of regret. When selecting the area, it was indeed purposeful. Exiting this region would lead to the place where Chucheng had previously encountered the reconnaissance bats. Thus, it sought to incite conflict here. Naturally, hitting a target in one shot is ideal, but a missed opportunity is inconsequential. Chucheng has ample time. The goal of its small team is to acquire materials from the reconnaissance bats. In terms of strength, the side of Lanling surpasses Chucheng's, boasting higher hunting efficiency. The two sides engage in battle without any pause, clashing directly, as the Liaison stone took the lead. The combined force of 50 Liaison stones caused the ground beneath the feet of the Zihuting to tremble with a thunderous roar, shaking violently. Cracks began to appear, and simultaneously, their bodies contracted slightly, with the outermost layer of rock enveloped by Yasu, forming a protective layer of rock armor. They surged boldly into the midst of the Zihuting's formation. As beings of rock, the Liaison stones possessed a straightforward and earnest nature, devoid of cunning thoughts. To them, participating in the war as members of the Tianju Falcon faction meant they must shield their comrades from the fiercest assaults. Even the weakest Liaison stone boasted a level of 25, and their impressive defense soared to 8,500 after donning the rock armor. The 30-level Liaison stones easily surpassed 10,000. The strongest steel Liaison stone, after equipping the rock armor, had a staggering defense exceeding 20,000, specifically 24,000. Such a figure left Chuchong astounded. A single steel Liaison stone could potentially withstand all of Chuchong's combined might. Its defense was insurmountable. Moreover, as beings of rock, Liaison stones exhibited remarkable resistance to various elemental forces. In battles of this magnitude, the Divine Insect Legion became a burden, beyond a certain numerical threshold. Their presence held little significance, unless they were extraordinarily numerous. Yet, the Divine Insect Legion comprised only 100,000 individuals, which was quite reasonable. Their enchantment was feeble, and the Locusts held merely a 2-star rank. Their subraces were average at best, significantly weaker than the Flame Locusts. It would indeed be a marvel if they could contend with the Steel Liaison Stone. These were not the feeble races. Even a level 32 Earth Spirit Wolf posed no threat. Among all the races Chuchong had encountered, the Steel Liaison Stone undoubtedly ranked first in terms of defense. Enchantment remained a pressing issue for Chuchong. For instance, the Divine Fire team had harnessed the power of pure flames combined with the flame core, allowing the originally singular enchantment of pure flames to radiate throughout the entire squad. Even a mere 100 Locust warriors wielded such power. This demonstrated the critical importance of enchantment. Within the Divine Insect Legion of 100,000 Locusts, the most potent combatants were not the elite at the forefront, but rather the most numerous Locust Guardians. This constituted the bulk of their combat strength. If Chuchong could enchant the entire Divine Insect Legion with pure flames, their might would effortlessly engulf all present races. However, such a feat was virtually impossible. The current enchantment of the Divine Insect Legion was still woefully inadequate. Yet finding a suitable enchantment while ensuring sufficient hunting numbers to meet both conditions proved exceedingly arduous. Enchantment had become a source of great distress for Chuchong. Was there a viable solution? Chuchong shook his head, deciding to abandon that line of thought. He grimly stated that in comparison to unlocking more powerful subraces or higher-grade enchantments, breeding points were far more tangible. Quantity was the only controllable factor. If Chuchong could breed a sufficiently large number of locusts, a 3-star legion with over 1 million individuals, combined with an exceptional battle formation, even with enchantments and subraces equivalent to the current Divine Insect Legion, they could easily overpower the Steel Liaison Stone. A quantitative change would lead to a qualitative transformation. In this world, albeit the applicability of this statement was somewhat limited, it held true in most situations. However, breeding a 3-star legion required a staggering 6 million breeding points. The battle between the Tianju Falcon and Zihuting factions intensified. Various elemental forces erupted, yet none were particularly formidable. At most, one possessed a mere elemental affinity. In the jungle, beasts with elemental affinities were already considered quite powerful, as many lacked even that, relying solely on their innate talents to manipulate ordinary flames, currents, metals, and earth in combat. Such beings were the most mundane and weakest of creatures. Possessing elemental affinity denoted the ability to wield elemental powers. Chuchong observed from a distance. Having chosen to ascend to a height of 100 meters near the canopy of the Milk Cave trees to gain a clearer view, the battlefield prominently featured the 3 strongest races, the Tianju Falcon, the Zihuting, and the Liaison Stone. The Liaison Stones exhibited formidable individual strength, while the Zihuting leveraged their innate talents. Their bodies could connect, and once intertwined, their combat capabilities significantly amplified, while also enabling them to heal wounds. The Zihuting's talent, Music Magic Pod, allowed them to produce music with considerable offensive power from their pots. This sound wave attack became most effective during clan battles, where the amplification of sound from multiple Zihuting enhanced their combat prowess. In terms of strength, the Zihuting and Tianju Falcon were nearly equal. However, during clan warfare, the musical amplification of the Zihuting grew exponentially powerful. The melodious battle music could raise the morale of their allies and dull the sensation of pain. The enhanced power of sound wave attacks also surged. Moreover, playing music consumed negligible stamina, allowing the Zihuting to fight with their vines while simultaneously playing music, effectively multitasking. Although the Tianju Falcon utilized their speed to navigate like assassins and could form battle formations for coordinated assaults, their skills, such as void traversal, were also terrifyingly potent. Yet, in comparison to the advantages of the Zihuting in clan battles, the Tianju Falcon clearly fell short. Nevertheless, the balance of power still appeared to favor the Tianju Falcon significantly. In the ongoing clash, the two strongest races were on the side of the Tianju Falcon. Furthermore, they held advantages among their vassal races as well. Chuchong assessed the battlefield and estimated that in approximately 2 hours, the Zihuting would be utterly defeated. The vassal races might fare better, but the Zihuting clan faced potential annihilation unless they could escape the Milk Cave tree cluster. However, the Zihuting lacked the speed of the Tianju Falcon and would inevitably be pursued and slaughtered. Yet Chuchong felt little concern. The jungle was vast, and countless beings perished daily. Annihilation was a common occurrence. Currently, Chuchong remained unaware of the extent of this jungle, but the ordinary flora was immense, with towering plants exceeding 100 meters, suggesting the area was indeed substantial. After waiting for 30 more minutes, Chuchong gazed down at the various severed limbs scattered across the grass, contemplating that once 30 minutes elapsed, he would stealthily descend to devour. However, he needed to be cautious not to consume too much, to avoid drawing the attention of other creatures. Being discovered at this point would pose significant challenges. The Divine Fire Team's speed did not match that of the Tianju Falcon. If exposed, they might face pursuit. Should the Divine Fire Team perish, the loss would not only amount to 200,000 breeding points, but also the Flame Core and Pure Flames. In death, the materials for enchantment would be irreparably damaged. The more casualties there were, the more corpses littered the ground, making Chuchong's actions of scavenging bodies less likely to be detected. The Zuixingbi tribe was indeed formidable. Chuchong observed the battlefield below. The once golden Jinjing grassland was now stained red with various colors of blood. The corpses of the Zihuting and Liaison stones stood out prominently. The Zihuting lacked blood. Upon death, their small pots shattered, and their vines were torn apart. 6 Liaison stones had already perished, their rocky spheres shattered into ordinary stones scattered about. The Zuixingbi tribe, numbering 2 million, was dispersed across the battlefield. Although they appeared to engage in battle, the majority of the time, they were merely idling. Once a target was identified, the Zuixingbis would swarm in unison, attacking with their stingers. The formation is orderly and remarkably efficient. The tail stinger of the Zuixingfeng is devoid of venom, yet possesses formidable piercing power. After consuming wine nectar, they acquire immense combat prowess through their remarkable resilience to intoxication. The Zuixingfeng tribe, primarily due to their honey-based diet, generally boasts a level far superior to that of ordinary insect factions. Astonishingly, the average level of the Zuixingfeng community stands at 30. Furthermore, their levels are evenly distributed. Aside from a select few nearing level 40, the rest hover around level 30, with heightened levels and exceptional organizational and execution capabilities. Their calmness amidst frenzy enhances individual strength through their resilience to intoxication, rendering the combat power of the Zuixingfeng slightly inferior only to the 3 mightiest races. Their cunning maneuvers on the battlefield have yielded significant rewards, accumulating vast experience. The method of experience acquisition for ordinary races diverges somewhat from that of the Chuchong. The Chuchong gains experience and breeding points by devouring corpses, with the amount of experience correlating to the difficulty of slaying the creature. If they did not deliver the fatal blow, they naturally receive no experience. In contrast, ordinary races can gain experience through a multitude of actions such as combat, gathering, and hunting, albeit in varying degrees. Common gathering and hunting yield only minor increments, with significant gains primarily arising from life and death battles. Races like the Zuixingfeng, which can accrue experience through honey consumption, are indeed rare. Despite their ability to brew wine nectar, the Zuixingfeng are not particularly formidable in combat, lacking diverse offensive methods and possessing fragile physiques. However, their resilience to intoxication compensates for these shortcomings to a considerable extent, enabling the Zuixingfeng to surpass ordinary factions within the insect community. The Julian Tonglong pales in comparison. The Chuchong is particularly attentive to them due to the strikingly similar traits shared between the Zuixingfeng and its own race. Even amidst the ongoing battle, the losses sustained by the Zuixingfeng remain minimal, akin to a meticulously planned assassin, a strategic mindset that is exceedingly rare. The passage of 30 minutes has witnessed a 30 mortality rate among the combatants. The time is ripe for action. Should losses exceed 50, the battle dynamics will shift. The disadvantaged side is bound to flee. Vassal factions, even while serving their superior races, would never stake their entire existence on the outcome. Excessive losses will inevitably prompt a retreat. The Chuchong has a mere 30 minutes to pilfer corpses while avoiding detection by the engaged factions. The Shinadui stealthily approached the base of the trunk, following the lactiferous tunnel. As they drew nearer to the battlefield, the cacophony of combat intensified. The Chuchong initiated complete communication with the Shinhuadui. The different vantage points observed by the Locust warriors transformed into unique information, instantaneously relayed to the Chuchong's mind. This instantaneous information exchange has an effective radius of 1 kilometer, and with the Chuchong being just over 100 meters from the Shinhuadui, unhindered information transfer is entirely feasible. In the Chuchong's mind, a quasi-three-dimensional image materialized, composed entirely of specialized information, providing a clear view of the surroundings of the Shinhuadui from all directions. However, the clarity was somewhat diminished, as the ordinary Locust guards possessed limited visual processing capacity, resulting in a compressed transmission of information. It is akin to the distinction between ultra-high definition and high definition. Nevertheless, it suffices. The Chuchong's vigilance heightened to 120. Its primary objective, naturally, was the corpse of the deceased Li Shenxi. As the most powerful individual, even a level 25 specimen would likely yield experience far surpassing that of the black giant lizard. While it may not compare to the heavily injured Huozunju, a fully restored Huozunju would provide even greater breeding points to the Chuchong. Nonetheless, successfully consuming the corpse of a Li Shenxi would mark a significant boon for the Chuchong. The Shinhuadui infiltrated the Jinjinkeo thicket, cautiously advancing forward. Tall blades of grass surrounded them, severely limiting visibility. After a while, the Chuchong realized that such progress would hinder their ability to observe the situation ahead. Contemplation flickered in the Chuchong's eyes, and with determination, it resolved. One cannot capture a wolf without risking the lamb. Though relatively safe in the thicket, it was impossible to evade other creatures and potential attacks. Nor could they locate the Li Shenxi's corpse. The Chuchong decisively acknowledged that without taking risks, the prospect of substantial gains is but a fantasy. The Shinhuadui cautiously ascended. However, the moment they emerged from the cover of the Jinjinkeo, the Chuchong's eyes widened in shock. Before them stood the rear of a Gijiaoku. A sudden turn revealed that the Gijiaoku was embroiled in an intense skirmish with an Insai Lingchuan. Had the Chuchong not flown above the Jinjinkeo leaves, it would have blundered directly into their combat zone. What a close call. The Chuchong wiped its brow, relieved to have narrowly avoided detection. Had it not, any collateral damage to the Shinadi would necessitate desperate measures to ignite flames for escape, potentially drawing the attention of other creatures. Proceeding with utmost caution, the Chuchong remained entirely focused on the periphery of the battlefield, evading each combat range while maneuvering through the tight spaces above the fray. The Shinhuadui consisted of 100 Locust warriors, whose size was quite substantial. While ordinary Locust guards measure merely 25 centimeters, the Locust warriors boast a length of 8 centimeters. When arranged in a fire formation, the diameter of the assembly nears half a meter. To conceal the Shinhuadui, the Chuchong split the unit into 2 sections, with one half observing from above the grass leaves while the other remained hidden below. Each column comprised 50 Locust warriors, creating an appearance of reduced size from a distance, virtually insignificant amidst the chaos of battle. Additionally, the Chuchong cleverly enchanted the entire Shinhuadui with ample jinjing, causing their armor to mimic the coloration of the Jinjinkeo. Unless one paid particularly close attention, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect the Shinadi's movements. The battlefield continued to shift within the Chuchong's view until it finally reached the center, near the corpse of the level 32 Li Shenxi. This particular Li Shenxi was the highest level among the fallen. However, surrounding this Li Shenxi were 6 combat zones, densely packed with skirmishes. The Chuchong remained approximately 10 meters from the Li Shenxi, with most of the Shinhuadui concealed beneath the grass, leaving only 5 Locust warriors on lookout duty to relay information. To approach the Li Shenxi's corpse, the Chuchong must navigate around the 2 foremost combat zones. A frown creased the Chuchong's brow, for it must also avoid detection by the creatures engaged in these 6 battle points. The most troublesome aspect is that 3 of these battle zones involve Li Shenxi in combat. The corpses of the other Li Shenxi share a similar predicament. As unique life forms of rocky essence, Li Shenxi retain their stony state even in death. All rocky life forms exhibit this trait, capable of piecing together shattered stones and burying them in rocky terrains, such as a jebi, over eons, thus increasing the likelihood of birthing a new Lixianxi. The Lixianxi originally emerged from rock, and after the birth of the first, it would choose a lair, embedding a portion of its body within the stone. The portion of one's own body naturally absorbs the earth's elemental soil, serving as a catalyst for the birth of new Lyran stones. However, this method of creation is not foolproof. The probability of birthing a Lyran stone stands at a mere 1%. Yet, utilizing a corpse as a catalyst increases the likelihood to over 50%. Therefore, the deceased Lyran stones are often guarded, albeit subtly, by members of the Lyran clan. This presents a significant obstacle for Chuchong. The optimal strategy would be to lure them all away. But what method could achieve this? The use of fire abilities must remain concealed, while simultaneously diverting the Lyran stone's attention from the corpse. Chuchong gritted his teeth, resolved to gamble everything. He prepared the Shunhui team for death, relinquishing their fire core. No risk, no gain. I observed that within the Zihutang faction, there were also insect tribes present. One species reminiscent of locusts is the Lixian insect, an uncommon insect tribe. Elongated and slender, similar to locusts. Their combat relies primarily on the intertwining of their tails, which they then separate in opposite directions, producing fine threads. In terms of racial strength, they are slightly weaker than the Zuiqing bee, whose primary ability lies in producing honey, with combat being a secondary function. Furthermore, the Zuiqing bees generally hold a much higher level than the Lixian insects. With a population of nearly 1 million, the Lixian insects pale in comparison to the 2 million Zuiqing bees. Thus, on the battlefield, the influence of the Lixian insects is far inferior, rendering them an ordinary tribe. This aligns perfectly with Chuchong's intentions. A tribe that is too conspicuous would hinder his plans. Enchantment. Chuchong dispelled all enchantments on the golden crystals of the Shunhui team, converting them back into materials for his backpack. Subsequently, he enchanted them with the silk glands of the jumping spider, a material he had previously collected. The silk produced by these glands is renowned for its resilience and fineness, both delicate and strong. Chuchong's backpack was filled with a myriad of assorted materials, each in limited quantity yet varied in type, all gathered during his explorations in the jungle, prepared for any potential use. He possessed a rich assortment of special plants and animal species. This indeed felt like a self-inflicted handicap. Chuchong chuckled at his own audacity, realizing it was rather bold. He then enchanted some bark from the ash tree onto his armor, transforming its appearance to resemble charred coal. Visually, the Liran's body now bore a striking resemblance to the Lixian insect. Approximately 20 meters away, a small group of Lixian insects was engaged in battle. Go! Chuchong maintained absolute composure, devoid of any emotion, instructing the Shunhui team to stealthily advance from beneath the grass. They approached the Lixian insect group from below and suddenly sprang into action. Chapter 62. Racial Level. The first vassal tribe, the Lixian insect colony, was currently embroiled in combat with a creature known as the Zhentian Hao. This being possessed a monkey's head atop a serpentine body, notable for its 2 exceptionally robust forelimbs. These limbs were muscular and well-defined, appearing quite incongruous atop its snake-like form. Zhentian Hao. Level, LV25. Attack, 3,510. Health, 2,600. Speed, 130. Defense, 3,200. Trait, Battle Will. This level 25 Zhentian Hao found itself in a challenging struggle against a mere 100,000 Lixian insects. As the battle progressed, the Zhentian Hao's battle will was amplified through its roars, increasing its combat strength with the passage of time. The Lixian insect battalion, originally numbering 100,000, had already lost over 40,000 to the Zhentian Hao, nearing half of their force. Despite sustaining numerous injuries, the Zhentian Hao's battle will allowed it to fight on, its power undiminished, even augmented. The Lixian insects faced escalating casualties, yet even if they sought to flee, where could they escape? The sky was dominated by the Tianzhu falcon and its allied avian tribes, making aerial retreat tantamount to suicide. Thus, the leader of the Lixian insects could only fight with all its might, desperately attempting to slay the Zhentian Hao to secure a glimmer of hope for its colony. With a fierce roar, the Zhentian Hao launched another brutal assault into the ranks of the Lixian insects. Its scream further bolstered its combat prowess. The Lixian insect army scrambled to evade, yet many could not escape in time, resulting in the loss of over 2,000 more of their number. The Lixian insects were engulfed in terror, their morale plummeting. Despite an average level of 15, the 100,000-strong Lixian insect army could not withstand a single Zhentian Hao. Ordinary insect tribes are simply too weak. Even Chu Chang's divine insect legion had to employ tactical maneuvering to deal with a mere four-dimensional 2200 unicorn black bear. Against this Zhentian Hao, the divine insect legion would likely expend 20% of their resources to vanquish it. This was largely due to the Zhentian Hao's battle will trait. A typical four-dimensional beast with a stat of 3,500 would not necessitate such resource expenditure. As the Zhentian Hao was about to descend, the Lixian insect army quickly regrouped. They converged, intertwining their tails, and then rapidly stretched apart, creating countless fine threads between the two groups, sharp as violin strings, aimed at slicing through the Zhentian Hao's back. The instant the Zhentian Hao touched down, it swiftly turned, using its powerful forelimbs to fend off the Lixian insect's onslaught. Its forelimbs bore numerous wounds, yet the deepest had not reached the bone, with many threads ensnared within its muscles. However, just as the Zhentian Hao was about to make contact with the fine threads, it let out a roar and swept its forelimbs horizontally. The collision of its fist against the threads resulted in numerous small lacerations on its skin, yet its sweeping motion sent the foremost Lixian insect flying. With a series of sweeping strikes, the Zhentian Hao sent the remaining Lixian insects tumbling through the air. The Lixian insects cried out in horror. This was the first time the Zhentian Hao had proactively counterattacked during their assault. It signified that the Zhentian Hao's defensive capabilities had increased due to its battle will, enabling it to largely disregard their slashing threads. The Lixian insects shrieked in terror. If this continued, their attacks would become utterly futile. The leader of the Lixian insects let out a furious cry, eyes filled with despair. Was fleeing their only option? At that moment, the Shunhui team suddenly erupted from the grass behind the Zhentian Hao. They divided into two groups, also extending their own fine threads towards the Zhentian Hao. The leader of the Lixian insects was momentarily stunned. Were these their allies? Yet, despite their similarities, these insects bore some distinctions. Nevertheless, they employed the same tactics as the Lixian insects. With its intelligence, the leader immediately mistook the Shunhui team for other Lixian insect tribes. Chirp chirp. The Lixian insect leader cried in anxiety, fully perceiving the Shunhui team as a suicidal assault. But just then, the fire element gathered. And just 50 centimeters from the Zhentian Hao, the silk drawn by the Shunhui team became enveloped in a thin layer of pure flame. The Shunhui team's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they covered the 50-centimeter distance. The silk wrapped in pure flame possessed terrifying power. Upon contact with the Zhentian Hao's skin, it instantly began to melt away. The strands of silk pierced through the Zhentian Hao with an ease reminiscent of a breeze scattering leaves. With a haunting wail, the Zhentian Hao's body was severed into numerous segments, cascading to the ground in a grotesque display. Even in death, the remnants of its muscles twitched and convulsed. The Divine Fire team, having executed the lethal strike, promptly contained the pure flame. Was there any creature that witnessed this event? Chu Chong immediately scanned the surroundings for any signs of life. Fortunately, he was met with relief as he waved his forelimbs in joy. No one had noticed this place. The strategy employed by Chu Chong, utilizing the pure flame, was a gamble that no creature happened to glimpse this fleeting moment of the Divine Fire team in action. Luck was on his side this time, as no creature had detected the scene. From the perspective of the lizard string insect, the view was perfectly obscured. Only a few of its kin caught sight of the flickering flames at the edges of the silk. However, the ordinary lizard string insects, lacking in intelligence, were utterly captivated by the lifeless Zhentian Hao. They perceived the Divine Fire team as belonging to their own kind, sharing a similar appearance and employing string-based attacks. Even the slightest differences were attributed to mutations. The fact that such a small group of mutated lizard string insects could have the power to slay a Zhentian Hao left them exhilarated. They chirped in excitement, celebrating their discovery. A throng of lizard string insects surged forward, and while Chu Chong initially felt a twinge of anxiety, their friendly demeanor quickly put him at ease. The lizard string insects encircled the Divine Fire team, even breaking into a brief melody of harmonious notes. Chu Chong was engulfed in a wave of joy, not only for the demise of the Zhentian Hao, but also for the remarkable strength displayed by his fellow kin. The leader of the lizard string insects approached, emitting a series of chirps directed at the captain of the Divine Fire team. To his surprise, Chu Chong found himself able to comprehend its message. Not only he, but the grasshopper commander could understand as well. The cognitive abilities of the lizard string insect leader were comparable to that of the grasshopper commander. This was the first occasion for Chu Chong and his companions to engage with an insect of such heightened intellect. Insects of lesser intelligence typically conveyed only vague emotions and meanings. The last encounter with an insect of comparable intellect was with the leader of the giant sickle. Yet they had no opportunity for meaningful communication. Friends? Which tribe? The lizard string insect conveyed this notion in a nebulous manner. Hiss. The grasshopper commander replied, asserting their independence. Impressive. The leader of the lizard string insects was elated. Together? You leader. Upon learning that the divine fire team was an independent entity, the lizard string insect leader's admiration deepened. A mere 100 of them, thriving without reliance on a larger clan, had grown to such formidable strength. The leader was utterly awestruck. Chu Chong could see the sparkles of admiration in its eyes. It had become an ardent admirer of the divine fire team. Only they understood the profound impact the team had made. The notion that Qin could possess the power to annihilate a Zhentian Ho was utterly astonishing. Hiss. The grasshopper commander responded, identifying himself as the deputy leader of his clan. The lizard string insect leader was thrilled at the prospect of meeting the leader. Ding. A notification alerted Chu Chong to the presence of a fervent admirer, prompting him to consider whether to accept the lizard string insects as a vassal clan. A vassal clan. Chu Chong surveyed the remaining 55,000 lizard string insects. This insect tribe, while not particularly powerful, was indeed fervent in their admiration, which brought a sense of comfort to Chu Chong. Perhaps it would be wise to accept them, especially since he intended to leverage their strength for future endeavors on the battlefield. After some contemplation, he decided to accept them. At worst, they would become vassals, establishing a nest on some hillside, while he would only be responsible for their protection. Yes. Ding. The lizard string insect clan has become your vassal. The system then opened a new panel. Under the subheading, Vassal Clan. Lizard string insect, an ordinary insect species, level 2, considered above average among ordinary insects. Notably, the lizard string insect is viviparous, with a mating season in May. They are characterized by elongated bodies and broad armor on their abdomens. Their unique ability is string binding. Note, this lizard string insect clan possesses a mysterious aspect. A mysterious aspect? What could that entail? Moreover, level 2? Is this a classification of species strength? Chu Chong was astonished by the information presented. Upon unlocking the Vassal Clan panel, he discovered the assessment of species strength. He surveyed his surroundings. The strength assessment for the Zi-Hu Tung species was level 4. The Tianju Huan was assessed at level 4, lower tier. The Lai Shan Shi was rated at the pinnacle level of 6. Such a disparity in strength? It was no wonder that a single Lai Shan Shi could contend with 20 Tianju Huans or Zi-Hu Tangs of the same level. Species levels were classified into 18 tiers, with each tier subdivided into lower, middle, upper, and pinnacle categories. There were still 12 higher tiers above the Lai Shan Shi. Chu Chong was left in awe. 18 tiers. Just how vast was this world? If the Lai Shan Shi possessed such strength, one could only imagine the capabilities of a level 1 species, which must surely dominate all other creatures present. The thought was unfathomable. Chu Chong found himself momentarily dazed, as this was the first clear encounter he had with species assessment levels. Of course, species strength did not solely dictate a clan's power. The Tianju Huan and Zi-Hu Tung had significantly lower species strength ratings than the Lai Shan Shi, yet their collective might was comparable. Numerous factors, including reproduction, coordination, and levels, could influence a clan's strength. What was my species strength assessment? Curiosity piqued, Chu Chong conducted an inquiry. To his astonishment, it read, Chaos? Chu Chong gazed at the two characters with a sense of resignation. There was little that could be done about it. He shook his head. The vast variability of his own species made it difficult to assess. However, perhaps the strength of the subspecies could be evaluated? With this thought, Chu Chong felt a surge of excitement. This could indeed provide a direct means to gauge the strength of subspecies. He would delve into this further later. He set aside his search and instead focused on the mysterious aspect of the lizard string insects, which had captured his particular interest. What secrets lay hidden within? Chu Chong clicked on the lizard string insect option under the Vassal Clan section. A wave of information unfolded before him. Chapter 63. Lizard String Insect Leader. Level, LV 30. Attack, 220. Stamina, 180. Speed, 160. Defense, 200. Special ability, String Binding, Spirit Embodiment. Nothing particularly extraordinary. Chu Chong observed the leader's panel. The only notable feature appeared to be the spirit embodiment. He clicked on the description of spirit embodiment. Spirit embodiment. Individuals possessing this ability can activate their transformation capabilities upon acquiring celestial materials. What? Chu Chong's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind momentarily reeling. Transformation? The lizard string insect leader possessed the gift of transformation? Transformation was regarded as the pinnacle of creation within the jungle. No other fortuity could rival the power of transformation. The difficulty of achieving transformation was unparalleled, as any individual that underwent transformation could alter their very genes, with offspring having a certain probability of inheriting that genetic trait. Once an individual transformed, the entire clan would rise to unprecedented heights, evolving into a transformed clan. The Blue Spirit clan was a prime example of this. An individual achieving transformation signified the unlocking of infinite possibilities, with limitless potential for growth. As for those without transformation, their upper limits of strength were predetermined by their species' innate traits. For instance, the lizard string insects, as a level 2 species. Even the most gifted among them were bound to the constraints of their species level. The inherent abilities of the Leashian insects signify that, unless one encounters an extraordinary fortune, awakening to acquire formidable traits remains an impossibility. Aspiring to attain affinity with the water element, yet the Leashian insects are entirely incapable of perceiving any elements. How could they possibly gain such a gift? However, upon transformation, these restrictions vanish. They can assume a humanoid form, even though their physical size may not dramatically increase. Their corporeal strength will be significantly amplified. Moreover, through enlightenment, they can comprehend various traits and skills to enhance themselves. Lanling has never undergone systematic training, nor has she consciously sought to acquire traits. Yet she has already manifested 6 distinct abilities, for of which she was previously unaware. With specialized training, it is certain that Lanling could unlock even more traits. Although her physical potential may not rival that of particularly extraordinary beast races, she can compensate through the enhancement of her abilities. The enlightenment of a transformed individual is something that ordinary beasts can scarcely aspire to. Therefore, regardless of how weak a transformed individual may have been prior, they transcend the limitations of an 18th level race entirely. Furthermore, Chu Cheng possesses a distinct advantage. He can consume breeding points to request the system to provide training methods for acquiring traits. The joy swelling within Chu Cheng is nearly overwhelming. Yet, what exactly is this so-called Tianling material? Never mind. With such an innate gift for transformation, what more could he desire? As for the Tianling material, it can be sought after. Chu Cheng did not investigate thoroughly, but merely conducted a cursory scan of several thousand Leashian insects, and astonishingly discovered 20 individuals endowed with the potential for spiritual awakening. This Leashian insect clan is undoubtedly extraordinary. It is evident that some fortuitous event has altered the entire clan. For such a high number of individuals with the potential for spiritual awakening could not possibly arise otherwise. A significant windfall indeed. The first subordinate, Lanling, is a transformed individual. The first vassal clan also possesses the gift of transformation. If more than one individual within this clan can undergo transformation, then should they all succeed. The genetic lineage of the clan can be rapidly purified, ensuring that each descendant inherits the transformative gift. Subsequently, the Divine Fire team fully integrated into the Leashian insect clan. Chu Cheng contemplated whether other Leashian insect clans also harbored such potential. If they did, he would incorporate them as well. In a swift search, Chu Cheng identified 3 additional large groups of Leashian insects. The leader conveyed a vague message, indicating that he was not well acquainted with the other Leashian insect clans. Typically, their habitats do not overlap. Chu Cheng nodded, acknowledging the normalcy of this situation. Except during significant events when different clans of the same race unite, they generally live separately. Each clan boasts its own leaders, such as this one, where the Leashian insect leader assumes command. It felt somewhat peculiar to refer to the leader as the Leashian insect leader. Henceforth, you shall be known as Shishian. This will be your name, Chu Cheng conveyed telepathically. Thank you, leader. Shishian expressed immense joy, spinning around thrice in excitement. He now has a name. This honor bestowed upon him by his leader is a moment of great pride. Chu Cheng nodded in agreement. Bestowing a name upon Shishian serves the purpose of facilitating consideration. Given Shishian's potential for spiritual awakening, Chu Cheng intends to nurture him extensively, and having a name reflects respect for him. Neither the captain of the Divine Fire team nor the leader of the Divine Insect Brigade received names, primarily due to the consideration that they would be on the front lines of combat, uncertain of when they might perish. Moreover, the Locust commander lacks the innate ability to attain higher wisdom, rendering them less exceptional. While Shishian's intellect may currently be comparable to that of the Locust commander, once Shishian undergoes transformation, his wisdom will undoubtedly rival that of humanity. Assist the other Leashian insect clans. The Divine Fire team, concealed within the Leashian insect clan, position themselves at the very center, safeguarding those endowed with the potential for spiritual awakening. The other Lixian insect clans were engaged in battle with various creatures. Chu Chong instructed the Divine Fire team to remain hidden at the core. The delicate attacks of the Lixian insects were already well known to the creatures that had previously clashed with them. Hence, when faced with their slender strikes, these adversaries felt confident. And when they could not fully evade, they braced themselves. However, this arrogance led them to suffer considerable losses. Perhaps it was not mere arrogance. Without the Divine Fire team, the assault power of the Lixian insects would have been somewhat limited, relying solely on speed to evade and wear down opponents repeatedly. Yet the slender strikes of the Divine Fire team, concealed at the rear, suddenly entwined with pure flames just before impact. This tremendous force ruthlessly cleaved through their ranks. Only creatures with a defense exceeding 4,000 could withstand a single cutting attack from the Divine Fire team. Nevertheless, those creatures were engaged in battle at the heart of the battlefield, and given the peripheral location of the lactation tree grove, the number of such creatures was scarce. The Jindian Howl, being the strongest among them, was also rare, with only a handful remaining, fewer than the mountain lion. Thus, Chu Chong successfully eliminated them, albeit without the opportunity to consume their remains. Chu Chong hesitated to take risks and, after slaying them, allowed their corpses to lie upon the golden crystal grass. After conversing with the leaders of other clans, Shixian and the others unanimously recognized Chu Chong as their new leader. Chu Chong appointed Shixian as the new supreme leader of the Lixian insect clan, with divisions established corresponding to the original clans. They were elated, for with such a powerful leader, they effectively gained a formidable ally. Having a leader of such strength is a dream come true for them, especially one of their own kind. Thus, they unwaveringly adhered to Chu Chong's commands. The Lixian insect clan now numbered 400,000, while the others had perished. However, it was a pity for Chu Chong that the other Lixian insect clans did not possess individuals with the potential for spiritual awakening. This was evidently the unique fortune of the Shixian clan. Chu Chong felt a stirring curiosity to uncover the truth, but clearly, the moment was not opportune. Having reclaimed all the Lixian insect clans, Chu Chong could finally commence his plans. Chapter 64. Persuading the Lanxiao beast. Shixian, do you understand what must be done? Yes, I understand, Shixian replied, finding Chu Chong's idea exceedingly bold. Yet, there was a hint of excitement. Should the plan succeed, he could ensure the survival of the majority of the Lixian insect clan, allowing them to continue living in peace. Survival is paramount for any clan. The conflicts among clans and the struggles of the three strongest races hold little relevance for most clans. The consolidation of 400,000 Lixian insects signifies considerable strength. Many clans grapple with a lack of cohesion and the concept of collaboration. The Lixian insects were divided into numerous clans, yet previously, there was no sovereign to unify them, resulting in fragmented, minor factions. The Jindian Howl faced a similar plight. Although there were several Jindian Howls within the Tianju Falcon faction, they did not submit to one another, lacking a sense of clan identity, thus failing to unite into a formidable force. The Drunken Bee clan similarly operated as a singular hive, though they provided some mutual support. They were not as tightly knit as the Lixian insects, whose clans were starkly delineated. The greatest advantage of the three most powerful clans lies in their unity. They can consolidate all their strength, with over 1,000 adult Tianju falcons working in perfect harmony. The same applies to the Zihuting and the Mountain Stone. Although the Zixianchong cannot be compared to the likes of the Tianju Suan, it has already emerged as a formidable force among the disparate factions lacking unity. For instance, in the ongoing conflict with the Zinian Hao, the dynamics of the confrontation would completely shift. Prior to engaging with the Shixian-led tribe, the Zinian Hao had already sustained some injuries. The swarm of 100,000 Zixianchong merely exacerbated its wounds, posing no fatal threat as of yet. However, with their numbers now quadrupled, even without the Xinhua team, the Zinian Hao would find itself surrounded and overwhelmed by the relentless assaults of the Zixianchong. In scenarios where the disparity in strength is not overwhelmingly vast, sheer numbers can provide a decisive advantage. With 400,000 Zixianchong, despite their smaller stature compared to locusts, their coordinated formations could cover a terrifying span of 30 meters. Observing the battlefield, Shixian finally identified a target, the leader of the blue spherical creatures. Shixian conveyed this message to Chu Chong. The blue sphere creatures? Chu Chong glanced over to see dozens of them clustered together, resisting the attacks from the enemy dying swarm. These creatures had inflated their bodies, appearing quite massive and remarkably resilient. Yet, despite their formidable appearance, many bore visible wounds. Their conspicuous target made them susceptible to being bullied. The blue sphere creatures were not particularly aggressive and were known for their gentle disposition. It was not surprising that Shixian had established some rapport with them, as they did not disdain insects. As the Zixianchong approached, numerous Dying advanced to confront them. As a member of the Tianju Suan faction and given the Zixianchong's insect classification, the Dying wasted no time in attacking. Dozens of 1-meter-long Dying charged forward. How dare they attack? Chuchong scoffed. Eliminate them. The Dying were incredibly agile, while the Zixianchong's attack methods were somewhat cumbersome. After expending considerable effort, they finally managed to encircle them, and the Xinhua team swiftly dispatched them into countless pieces. The Dying, who had been focused on attacking the blue sphere creatures, had not initially considered the Zixianchong. Although they lacked the specific trait of being insectivorous, they possessed an innate ability to enhance their lethality against insects, thus heightening their vigilance after witnessing the demise of several Dying. Ceasing their assault on the blue sphere creatures, they stood on guard, facing the Zixianchong. The blue sphere creatures, elated, rolled over with gratitude and joy. Shixian flew forward and began negotiations with the slightly larger blue sphere creature. The larger blue sphere was taken aback by Shixian's conveyed message. Are you suggesting we surrender and join the Tianju Suan faction? The intelligence of the blue sphere creatures surpassed that of both Shixian and the Locust commander. However, at this moment, Shixian was merely reiterating Chuchong's words, not fully grasping their meaning and only echoing them. The blue sphere's voice also reached Chuchong's ears. We cannot withstand them. Shixian exclaimed, the survival of our tribe is paramount. If we do not surrender now, we will be slaughtered. Victory will lead to the same fate. Surrender offers a glimmer of hope. The leader of the blue sphere creatures was utterly astonished. This possibility had never crossed its mind. The blue sphere creatures were inherently naive. They had never considered the option of surrender. They believed that enduring the conflict would suffice, as long as they could withstand the onslaught until the war concluded. However, following Chuchong's suggestion, it was as if a new realm of possibilities had been unveiled to them. Yet, if they surrendered and the Zihutang faction emerged victorious, the consequences for the blue sphere tribe would be dire. Chuchong had anticipated the blue sphere's hesitation. Yet, how could such a less than astute species resist Chuchong's persuasive rhetoric? The Tianju Suan faction held the advantage and would soon claim victory. Shixian urged, we are weak. If we do not surrender, we will face death. Even in victory, we would be slain. Surrender offers a sliver of survival. The blue sphere creatures considered Shixian's words, glancing at the cluster of blue spheres beneath them. The larger blue spheres bore numerous scars, some oozing a blue fluid, their sizes visibly diminished. This was a result of their long accumulation of mass. Continuing this battle would surely lead to their annihilation at the hands of the Dying. Even if the Zixianchong rescued them, what difference would it make? They were not fighters. Their high defenses merely rendered them living targets. The Zixianchong possessed flight and undoubtedly had superior situational awareness. The Tianju Suan would prevail, especially with the knowledge that 2 of the 3 major factions supported them. Even if the Zihutang faction ultimately triumphed, the blue sphere tribe might already be extinguished. It would be wiser to surrender and align with the stronger side. The blue sphere creatures were moved. Chuchong smiled and nodded, successfully persuading the first tribe. This was facilitated by the inherently amicable relationship between the blue sphere tribe and the Zixianchong, whose territories were adjacent. The leader of the blue sphere creature leaped down from its companions and approached the Dying tribe alongside Shixian. The Dying were divided into 3 groups, and this particular group happened to be where the Dying leader was located. The Dying leader looked on with curiosity as the blue sphere leader and the insect tribe leader approached. The blue sphere announced, our tribe, along with the Zixianchong, is willing to surrender and join the Tianju Suan faction. The Dying leader was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted with joy, flapping its wings in celebration. The blue sphere creatures were known for their gentle nature, and had there been no factional conflict, the Dying would have had no animosity towards them. In fact, it was peculiar that such a non-aggressive species would have enemies at all. They had been compelled to the battlefield due to factional pressures. Originally, the blue sphere creatures had no factional allegiance, but after multiple displacements, the Zihutang faction threatened them with extinction if they did not join their ranks. The blue sphere creatures had no choice but to comply, and given their innocent and naive disposition, they had never contemplated migrating away from the Zihutang's vicinity. The blue sphere creatures spent their days blissfully jumping around their territory, absorbing nutrients and expanding their girth, striving to grow into larger, rounder blue spheres. War was simply not suited for them. The Dying leader was quite pleased with the blue sphere tribe's surrender, as it increased their chances of victory, albeit incrementally. Not every faction had a strategist like Chuchong. Most could only perceive a limited view of the battlefield and were often preoccupied, unaware that the Zihuting faction was already facing a downturn. The only lingering suspicion lay with the insect tribe. This insect tribe, while seemingly weak, had managed to effortlessly eliminate dozens of adult dying, indicating that they were shrouded in mystery. Now they were proposing surrender? The dying leader could not help but harbor doubts. Chapter 65. Shall we surrender together? However, just as the dying leader's skeptical gaze fell upon Shixian, it heard the insect's voice. I, Chuji. The call of Shixian resonated in the ears of the dying leader. Simultaneously, Chuchong's voice echoed in Shixian's mind. Shixian, I apologize for putting you in this position. However, the dying leader is unlikely to harm you. You may rest assured. Shixian conveyed its understanding back to Chuchong, expressing that it bore no ill will. Though it had only recently joined Chuchong's ranks, it already exhibited a loyalty level of 70. At the outset, the loyalty of Lan Ling was merely 50 points. A loyalty score of 70 signifies that Shixian harbors unreserved trust in Chuchong. The increase in loyalty can be attributed not only to Shixian's limited intellect, but, more importantly, to its perception of Chuchong as a member of its own kin. Naturally, kinship fosters greater trust, especially considering that Chuchong's group is significantly more powerful than the Shixian insect clan. The Xinhua team consists of only 101 locusts, whereas Shixian assumes that Chuchong's clan boasts many more companions. With such formidable strength, it is entirely unnecessary for them to fear their leader. Thus, with a loyalty score of 70, Shixian did not hesitate when Chuchong requested it to serve as a hostage. Leader Ding conferred with several nearby Ding. Based on various factors such as aura and size, it was evident that this Shixian insect was indeed the leader of its species. The leader's personal involvement as a hostage demonstrated the sincerity of this insect clan. Leader Ding was elated and chirped several times, expressing, I agree. Welcome. The leader's call was filled with goodwill and warmth. Now that they had joined the Tianjusuan faction, they were comrades. However, Leader Ding remained vigilant. As Shixian was escorted into their ranks, it was placed on the leader's wing, the strongest member of the entire Ding clan, ensuring its safety. Meanwhile, the Blue Ball Beasts summoned their companions from another location. The Blue Ball Beast clan consisted of 72 large blue balls, with an average level exceeding 20, and the largest Blue Ball Beast leader reaching level 32. They were large, round, and blue, possessing remarkable elasticity. However, the Blue Ball Beasts were notoriously inept at combat, merely serving as targets, which explained their severe beating at the hands of the Ding. Excitement surged through Leader Ding as it contemplated leading the three clans to annihilate the opposing faction of Zihuting. The Blue Ball Beasts would serve as meat shields, the Shixian insects would exert pressure, and the Ding clan would handle the elimination of enemies. At this thought, Leader Ding was overwhelmed with joy. No, don't expose us. At that moment, Shixian mimicked Chuchong's call and spoke to Leader Ding. The leader was taken aback. It understood Shixian's intention but found it perplexing. Why? It questioned. Continue to gather. Shixian reiterated Chuchong's thoughts to Leader Ding. The leader felt bewildered, as if deciphering an ancient text. Nonetheless, it realized that they must not reveal that the Shixian insects and Blue Ball Beasts had defected. Thus, the alliance of the Ding clan, Blue Ball Beasts, and Shixian insects resumed their conflict, with the Blue Ball Beasts once again besieged by the Ding. To counter this, other Ding factions flew in, joining the fray. It appeared that the two sides were locked in an unyielding battle. And from the perspective of the battlefield, both factions seemed evenly matched, unable to best one another. Other clans on the battlefield, who had previously noted the situation, were now puzzled by the turn of events. With the renewed conflict, suspicions dissipated. The battlefield was chaotic. The Ding's speed made it disinclined to pursue if they sought to disengage. Most significantly, the alliance between the Blue Ball Beasts and Shixian insects was unexpectedly capable of contending with the Ding clan, a revelation that caught them off guard. Consequently, the two clans from the Zihuting faction, which had previously held an advantage, reconsidered their intentions to assist. As for the other clans, in the midst of battle, they had no time to consider their surroundings, let alone support other factions. Furthermore, there was no necessity for assistance, even among the same faction. Interclan relations were not particularly strong. Only those clans with considerable combat prowess and surplus resources would contemplate providing support. Thus, the Ding clan, along with the Blue Ball Beasts and Shixian insects, seamlessly enacted their performance. It appeared intensely fierce, yet in reality, it resembled an exaggerated spectacle. Boom, boom, boom. A large blue ball roared as it was surrounded by 7 Ding, creating a seemingly perilous situation. The beaks of the Deing jabbed at the blue ball beast's body, only to be rebuffed by its formidable elasticity. Chirp, chirp. A squad of Shixian insects promptly arrived to provide support. At the core of this formation, Shixian acted as Chu Cheng's tool, conveying its plans to the Deing leader. The intelligence of leader Deing surpassed that of Shixian and the Locust commander significantly, even exceeding that of dolphins from a past life. However, it was still incomparable to humans unless it underwent a transformation. The intellect of beasts would never rival that of humanity. After much effort, Chu Cheng finally conveyed its intentions to leader Deing. Had Shixian attempted to express this independently, the leader might never have comprehended. Fortunately, the system assistance proved invaluable. Chu Cheng could directly impart its thoughts to Shixian. Otherwise, it would have necessitated the intervention of Captain Xinhua, whose significance far surpassed that of Shixian, as he bore the flame core within him. The intelligence of the blue ball beast leader was slightly superior to that of leader Deing. Deing promptly relayed Chu Cheng's thoughts to the blue ball beast leader, who understood them far more swiftly than Deing. Boom, boom, boom. The blue ball beast leader leaped in delight. No problem. It also yearned for a swift conclusion to the war. The blue ball beast swiftly identified a target clan and commenced action. The two opposing sides began to intentionally converge towards the targeted battlefield. This was a larger battleground, currently embroiled in chaos among 6 clans. For belonged to the Tianjusuan faction, while 2 were aligned with the Zihuting. The Tianjusuan faction maintained a firm advantage. Although the Zihuting clans were individually stronger, they faced a 4-2 scenario, where the outnumbered were at a disadvantage. As they drew closer, the 2 battlefields rapidly merged. The blue ball beast leader and leader Deing separated into different directions. With their kin providing cover, they feigned combat, complicating the offensive for the other clans. In this manner, the blue ball beast leader encountered the leader of the Fang Kuaisha clan engaged in battle with several Cao Bianguan. The Cao Bianguan's long whip struck towards the Fang Kuaisha, which, constrained in movement, could only brace for impact. At that moment, a massive blue ball, 5 meters wide, suddenly charged in. The flying ball absorbed the whip's attack, shielding the Fang Kuaisha behind it. The Fang Kuaisha leader's triangular eyes glistened with gratitude. Boom, boom, boom. The blue ball beast leader shrugged off the situation, suggesting they discuss matters. It guided the Fang Kuaisha leader to the rear of the battlefield. Other blue ball beasts swiftly filled in for the Fang Kuaisha leader, taking on the role of punching bags. In the rear, the blue ball beast's body suddenly opened, and Captain Xinhua emerged from within. The Fang Kuaisha leader was startled but calmed down under the blue ball beast leader's reassurance. Subsequently, Chu Cheng launched into a persuasive discourse. Its arguments were compelling, to swiftly conclude this senseless conflict. As these vassal clans merely served as pawns in the struggle between Tianjusuan and Zihuting, it was unnecessary to sacrifice themselves. The survival of their own clans should take precedence. Ending the war promptly would safeguard more of their kin. Moreover, the Tianjusuan faction had already seized the upper hand, and victory would soon be determined. The Fang Kuaisha leader resonated deeply with this sentiment. The 2 factions here are engaged in a conflict against the 4 groups of Tianzuzhui, clearly at a disadvantage, without any support arriving. It is evident that the Zihuting faction has exhausted its resources. With well-reasoned arguments, Chu Cheng persuaded the leaders of the Fang Kuaisha swiftly, aided by the occasional support of the Lanqiu Shou. Originally, they felt little allegiance to this faction. The survival of their group took precedence. Chu Cheng employed the same tactics to convince another faction, the Xianglulu, a small deer adorned with a charming incense burner atop its head, which appeared both adorable and comical. This successful persuasion added another leader from the Fang Kuaisha to the surrendering faction. Despite its square head, this individual was adeptly swayed by logical reasoning and emotional appeal, surpassing the support provided by the Lanqiu Shou. Of course, the Lanqiu Shou was not idle. Its mere presence served as a formidable ally. The Lanqiu Shou's exceptional charm prevented any feelings of resistance from the Xianglulu, prompting them to thoughtfully consider their proposal. Meanwhile, the Tianzuzhui faction had dying attempting to recruit allies. As a bug-like Lixian offered substantial persuasive power, the leaders issued commands, and both sides ceased their combat. Good brothers. Good brothers. They expressed their camaraderie with varied calls, each displaying joy to differing degrees. The assembly of performers had transformed into 9 factions. Fight. Kill. Beasts. The scene of mutual combat was exceedingly intense, filled with a cacophony of angry insults. Observing their expressions and behaviors during battle, one could easily infer the depth of their enmity. The Lanqiu Shou stood out remarkably, their collective fury manifesting as a deep blue hue. Stumbling forward, The army of performers pressed towards the next battlefield. Chapter 66. The altered course of war. The Zihutang leader was at the core battlefield, resisting the onslaught of the Tianzhuzhui king and several elite Tianzhuzhui warriors. The other Zihutang began to play music, and the leader, along with 2 loyal guards, initiated a sound wave attack. The powerful resonance thrust the Tianzhuzhui king backward, forcing him to ascend into the air to shield himself from the Zihutang's potent sound waves. The Zihutang leader seized this opportunity to observe the battlefield. The leader gazed at a distant chaotic zone, perplexed. When did such a vast battleground emerge? It seemed that at least 15 factions were embroiled in conflict there. The Zihutang leader scrutinized the fierce exchanges, sensing an intense rivalry, as if the 2 camps bore an ancient grudge. Yet, an inexplicable oddity lingered in the air. The source of this strangeness eluded it, but it felt undeniably discordant. The Zihutang leader noted the presence of the Lanqiu Shou, Huangkuaisha, and Jinjiaxia. Observing those factions deepened its confusion. Some of these groups clearly lacked the ability to coordinate effectively. Their amalgamation would only diminish their combat potential. Yet, they had nevertheless banded together, fighting evenly against the adeptly coordinated factions of Tianzhuzhui. Curious, indeed. Never mind, the leader thought, shaking its little pot. The longer they could resist, the more advantageous it would be. Glancing at the sky, the Zihutang leader calculated the time. To its surprise, the Lanqiu Shou fought with remarkable ferocity. The leader recalled the furious deep blue forms of the Lanqiu Shou, rampaging and colliding relentlessly. It had underestimated them. Following the sound wave attack, the Tianzhuzhui king also gazed at the increasingly vast battlefield, noting its tendency to merge. However, he paid little heed. He felt it was time for the final clash. Prolonging the conflict served no purpose. Besides, this battlefield was outside the core combat zone. The Tianzhuzhui king dismissed any concern as he focused on the Zihutang leader below. If he could eliminate this old vine, victory would be assured. With a piercing cry, the Tianzhuzhui king dove down. Meanwhile, the Tianlia Lishanxi was oblivious to the changes occurring in this area. It was in a frenzied rampage, unmatched in strength, leaving only minor scratches on its steel-like body from any opposing life forms. The Zihutang faction dispatched 100 Zihutang along with several other plant beings to restrain the Tianlia Lishanxi. Excluding the Tianlia Lishanxi, the Zihutang faction was only slightly weaker than the Tianzhuzhui faction. This minor disparity could be compensated for by the Zihutang's collective battlefield control. However, with the presence of the Tianlia Lishanxi, particularly the formidable Tianlia Lishanxi, the Zihutang's strength diminished significantly. The Tianlia Lishanxi was simply unkillable. It could only be restrained, albeit at a considerable cost. After tying up so many forces, the outer battlefield remained manageable, but the core battlefield saw the Zihutang faction retreating steadily, barely holding their ground. Every defense has its weaknesses. Once a gap was breached, the Zihutang's hard-fought resolve would dissipate, leading to a collapse akin to a breached dam. Chuchong grinned broadly. It was almost time. The factions Chuchong had cunningly rallied now numbered 10. The factions allied with the Tianzhuzhui also comprised 9. He had not realized until now that these creatures possessed remarkable talent for performance, each striving earnestly, worthy of an Oscar. Kill. Eliminate those wretched beings. The 2 sides battled fiercely, yet not a single life was lost. Even the grass beneath them bore hardly a drop of blood, unless one looked closely. The total number of factions on the Zihutang side was just over 50. After such prolonged combat, they had sustained nearly 40 losses. Chuchong's recruitment of these 10 factions constituted a substantial force. Beyond the core combat zone, 50 factions had been swayed by Chuchong. To achieve his objective, this power was sufficient. Why did Chuchong rally these factions? To secure a victory for the Tianzhuzhui? Not at all. Chuchong's ultimate aims were solely the scout bats and the breeding points. With the scout bats absent from this area, Chuchong's focus remained solely on the breeding points. The conflict between these 2 factions? It had no bearing on Chuchong whatsoever. Chuchong conversed with the Lixian and Daiying leaders. Is it truly so? Daiying's leader appeared momentarily stunned. Lixian nodded. It tilted its head, observing the small insect fluttering nearby. This little creature was truly cunning. After deliberation, Daiying's leader decided to consult with the other faction leaders. The outcome of these discussions was unanimous approval. Negotiating under the guise of performance and achieving a unified consensus among the leaders of other factions proved a laborious task. Thus, the vast army of performers began to converge towards the core battlefield. The periphery of the core battlefield was also divided into smaller skirmishes. In one such arena, the Zihutang faction had 2 groups, while the Tianzhuzhui faction boasted 3, giving them a significant advantage as they were on the brink of annihilating their foes. The Quanquaisha and other Zihutang performers surged towards this battleground. The Baoizhu were desperately defending, with over 100 small pigs enduring the onslaught from the Tianzhuzhui faction. Upon seeing the 10 groups of Lanqiu show arriving, they erupted in joyous squeals, pleading for assistance from the performers. At this juncture, in pursuit of a superior confounding effect, the Zihutang faction exhibited a distinct advantage, each member resembling a deity of war, possessing overwhelming strength. Consequently, the Baoizhu and Hochuoshu were immensely agitated, seeking their assistance. The actor army seemed to have just discovered the two tribes, responding with great enthusiasm. Instantly, the Baoizhu and Hochuoshu tribes were overwhelmed with joy, nearly brought to tears. The two battle zones merged into one, with the Baoizhu and Hochuoshu cheerfully joining the ranks of the 10 actor tribes, completely devoid of any suspicion. The leader of the Kwai Kwai Shi and the leader of the Zhugan Ma Shou exchanged knowing glances. Attack! Attack! In the fleeting moment that the leaders of the Kwai Kwai Shi and Zhugan Ma Shou initiated their assault, their respective tribes simultaneously launched an offensive against the Baoizhu and Hochuoshu. Moreover, the Tianzhu Sun faction, which had been engaged in a fierce battle with the Zihutang faction, abruptly ceased their conflict. The Zihutang faction loosened their formation, presenting an entirely open front, allowing the Tianzhu Sun faction to advance. The Zihutang and Tianzhu Sun factions encircled the Baoizhu and Hochuoshu. The leaders of the Baoizhu and Hochuoshu were momentarily taken aback, only to erupt in furious cries. Humph! Roar! They quickly comprehended the gravity of their predicament. Their eyes filled with despair. The leaders of the Kwai Kwai Shi and the Tianzhu Sun's Di-ing intervened, attempting to persuade them. However, the Baoizhu and Hochuoshu resolutely refused to submit, hurling insults in return. Not all tribes were inclined to surrender. This was influenced by numerous factors, as over half of the Baoizhu and Hochuoshu tribes had perished at the hands of the Tianzhu Sun faction. Furthermore, they had engaged in fierce resource contention with certain tribes of the Tianzhu Sun faction for many years, harboring deep-seated animosity, akin to the irreconcilable enmity between Zihutang and Tianzhu Sun. Would they surrender? Absolutely not. Hiss! The Kwai Kwai Shi remained indifferent, declaring that there was no other choice. The combined force of the two factions, totaling 19 tribes, launched an assault against the Baoizhu and Hochuoshu. Faced with such overwhelming strength, the two tribes found themselves utterly defenseless. Although the limited space restricted the number of beasts that could attack them simultaneously, in a war of attrition, they had little opportunity to counterattack. The leader of the Zihutang observed the periphery of the battlefield. Its massive form allowed its head to reach a height of 10 meters, enabling it to glean some insights into the core battle zone. Had our faction actually gained an advantage? The leader of Zihutang felt a flicker of joy as it observed the actor army advancing toward the core combat area. Excellent, excellent. They should be able to provide support. Just as the Baoizhu and Hochuoshu found themselves in peril, it keenly noted the situation. The leader of Zihutang, employing periodic soundwave attacks, managed to maintain sufficient leisure to monitor the entire battlefield. They should be able to save the Baoizhu and Hochuoshu tribes. The leader of Zihutang thought quietly. Just a little longer is all that is needed. After a brief interval, they were saved. The leader of Zihutang, Xiaohu, beamed with delight upon discovering that the Baoizhu and Hochuoshu tribes had successfully entered the protective range of the 10 tribes. The leader of Zihutang breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up at the sky, there remained an hour. The leader of Zihutang mentally calculated the time. Subsequently, it continued to scan the battlefield. The leader of Zihutang, Xiaohu, trembled with fury, erupting in anger. How infuriating! To think that the Baoizhu and Hochuoshu tribes were surrounded and subjected to a frenzied assault by 19 tribes. The leader of Zihutang, Xiaohu, buzzed with rage, nearly bursting. The soundwave attacks emanating from Xiaohu were infused with immense wrath. Meanwhile, the Tianzhu Sun king was utterly delighted. The Zihutang faction had betrayed and switched allegiances to their camp. Go, inquire about the situation. After withstanding a wave of soundwave attacks, the Tianzhu Sun king dispatched his personal guards. When the Tianzhu Sun guards returned, the Tianzhu Sun king erupted in jubilant cries, his sharp call resonating throughout the battlefield. The core tribes of the Zihutang faction were both shocked and enraged, their eyes reddening. They were already at a disadvantage, and now 10 tribes had defected. Kill, kill. The music resonating from the leader of Zihutang filled the entire core zone. Its body darkened in hue, as this music was imbued with an indomitable fighting spirit. The Zihutang tribes amplified this sound, causing all factions within to become wildly invigorated. The leader of Zihutang's skill, boiling battle intent, The Tianju Sun faction, buoyed by the defection of these 10 tribes, saw the Tianju Sun King, Steel Hunter Mountain Stone, and Drunken Awakening Bee Queen equally excitedly issue commands. They already held an advantage, and with the addition of 10 tribes, their strength surged beyond measure. There was no need to prolong the battle. They would decisively conquer the Zihutang faction. Anticipating this development, the leader of Zihutang employed boiling battle intent to forcibly awaken the latent potential of its tribes. Boiling battle intent could propel them into a frenzied state of combat, devoid of other thoughts. This was also a precaution against further defections. Typical tribes lacked the leisure to control the battlefield's dynamics. Thus, they were not particularly aware of what transpired, nor did they have the time to ponder various matters. Chu Cheng utilized methods to temporarily halt their leader's combat. Allowing time for careful consideration before persuasion could be effective in swaying them. Absent Chu Cheng's intervention, even if a tribe were to surrender, it would only occur in the final stages, when victory or defeat was evident. They would not take such risks otherwise. Therefore, upon hearing the leader of Zihutang's boiling battle intent, they felt no resistance, but rather accepted it with alacrity. They too found their fervor ignited in battle. However, boiling battle intent also came at a cost. The leader of Zihutang, at level 41, directly used boiling battle intent, causing a drop in level to 39. Had the situation not been dire, it would never have employed this skill. The Zihutang tribe also faced the peril of extinction. They must endure for this hour. Indeed, Chu Cheng observed the battlefield below, where the combat escalated into a frenzy. Peripheral tribes converged toward the core zone, transforming it into a chaotic battleground. The purpose of boiling battle intent was to incite them into even more frenzied combat. The Tianju Sun faction also sought a swift conclusion to the conflict. Thus, the progression of battle was undeniably accelerated by Chu Cheng's maneuvers. It cannot be said that the pace was quickened. Rather, the entire battlefield grew increasingly frenzied. Originally, even if the war were to continue, it would not have devolved into such madness. Each tribe fought within their respective battle zones. Even if the Zihutang faction were to lose in the end, it would not have escalated into this chaotic grand showdown, but rather into flight and surrender. Such a grand showdown was detrimental to every tribe, as the death toll would soar. Even the stronger tribes could not guarantee their survival. Weaker tribes would certainly not instigate such chaos, as the disparity in strength was not substantial, rendering them vulnerable to becoming cannon fodder. However, under Chu Cheng's influence, the trajectory of the war was entirely transformed. Ultimately, a grand showdown ensued. Under the watchful gaze of Chu Cheng, the once dying Lishan Shi began to move from their battle zones towards the core area. Splendid. Chu Cheng swung its forelimb with fervent excitement sparkling in its eyes. Chapter 67. They have arrived. Corpses, corpses, corpses. Everywhere lay the remains of various races on the vast battlefield. The remnants of Lishan Shi alone numbered 15. Chu Cheng's mouth nearly watered at the sight of so many corpses, pondering the countless breeding points they could yield. Devour. All races converged upon the core battle zone, igniting a chaotic melee. However, it seemed that victory for the Tianjuhuan faction was merely a matter of time. The Zihutang's side, driven by a fervent battle spirit, had lost its sense of reason and engaged recklessly, thus preventing an immediate collapse. Chu Cheng wondered why the Zihutang leader did not order a retreat. Had they fled in time, a slim chance of survival for their kin might have remained. Now, however, escape was impossible. Yet, this was of no concern to Chu Cheng. Its sole focus rested on the Shi Xiancheng clan. The Shi Xian and Lan Xiuxiu clans fought alongside one another, remaining on the periphery and thus relatively safe. Whether they could survive this frenzied chaos depended on their fortune. Survival would be ideal. If not, there was little that could be done. For Chu Cheng, breeding points took precedence. Subordinate races, no matter how loyal, ranked behind its own Locust body, which possessed absolute obedience. The Shunhua team had quietly disengaged from the main force as they advanced towards the core region, lying in ambush beneath the golden crystal grass leaves. Simultaneously, Chu Cheng dispelled its enchantments and re-enchanted the golden crystal. The entire Shunhua team gleamed with a golden hue, concealed within the golden grass, completely undetected. With no hindrances, the Shunhua team boldly flew alongside the golden crystal grass, heading towards a nearby Lishan Shi corpse. Time is of the essence. Chu Cheng estimated that the outcome of this chaotic battle would be determined within half an hour. Thus, it had at most half an hour to devour. Short as it was, there was no alternative. This was the most efficient method Chu Cheng could devise. Even Chu Cheng itself flew close to the top of the Rudong tree clusters before descending at the edge of the golden crystal grass. In the midst of the core battle, Even if Chuchong personally entered the fray, the danger was minimal. Moreover, its body naturally radiated a golden sheen, rendering the need for enchantments unnecessary, providing excellent camouflage. Although the ability to devour could be transferred to the Locust body, Chuchong's devouring strength remained unparalleled. The Shenhua team consisted of 100 Locust warriors and a Locust commander, yet their devouring speed was merely 30% of Chuchong's. To ensure efficiency, Chuchong deemed it essential to engage in devouring personally. Was this a level 28 Lishan? Devoured, concealed beneath the grass leaves. Chuchong unleashed its devouring ability upon the massive rock ahead. A distorted space materialized before its mouth as the remains of the Lishan were warped and devoured. Chewed down by Chuchong with great enthusiasm. It tasted dreadful. Chuchong grimaced. The body of the Lishan was entirely composed of stone. The flavor of rock. There are two modes of devouring. One is remote devouring, where Chuchong does not contact the target, but directly consumes it into the system space. Of course, during this process, one can choose to gain experience breeding points, transform it into enchanted materials, or store it in the system backpack. The previous guagua tree was an example of the latter. This form of remote devouring does not require chewing, thus lacking any taste. However, it is slower. The other method involves direct devouring, wherein Chuchong actively consumes the target. This approach is faster but more exhausting, as it requires Chuchong's personal effort. Now, speed was of the essence, and Chuchong wasted no time, diving into the rock with fervor. The power of devouring allowed what once seemed unchewable to become crisp beneath its jaws. Chuchong thought, while munching on the stone, that the texture was surprisingly enjoyable. Suddenly, Chuchong sensed a slight ailment creeping in. Meanwhile, the Shenhua team was also devouring other Lishan corpses in a different location. Minutes later, ding! You have devoured a Lishan, gaining 201 experience and 583,012 breeding points. 583,000. Chuchong was ecstatic. The bounty had indeed met its expectations. As a level 6 elite species, the Lishan was remarkable. Previously, the black giant lizard had only provided Chuchong with 110,000 breeding points, suggesting that its species was around level 4 elite. The Li Jin Xiong should also be level 4 elite. Yet, the experience gained was rather paltry. 201 experience was hardly sufficient for Chuchong at this stage. However, when considering the level 28 Huazuanju, even in a severely wounded state, it had offered Chuchong 2 million breeding points. The life form of Huazuanju differed from that of Lishan. It was an elemental beast. Its essence resided within the core of flames, or rather, its pure fire. The prolonged injury had weakened the core flames significantly. Had it been slain in a fully recovered state, the core flames would not have diminished, allowing Huazuanju to provide even more breeding points. Given that the Lishan were already level 6 elites, what level of species was Huazuanju? Moreover, the creature capable of injuring it must have been exceptionally formidable. Chuchong resumed its devouring. In the outer regions, no Lishan surpassed level 30. The deceased Lishan were all in their 20s. Those over level 30 lay within the core battle zone. The nearest one to the current melee was still quite distant. Thus, Chuchong had no choice but to consume the Lishan in their 20s. Even so, it was an exhilarating harvest for Chuchong. I eat. Chuchong munched vigorously, its mouth full of rocks, teeth aching, jaws sore, yet a wave of joy enveloped its heart, exhausted yet ecstatic. The Shenhua team was in a similar state, also voraciously consuming rocks. This scene was quite surreal. A mere 5-centimeter-long locust ferociously gnawing at massive rock spheres several meters long. Ding! You have devoured a Lishan, gaining 120 experience and 452,012 breeding points. This was the remains of a level 24 Lishan. Chuchong had reached a state of utter oblivion, even forgetting that it was amidst a battlefield, oblivious to treachery and the world strife. This might be the most focused and immersed it had ever been since arriving in this world. Moreover, it was also the most rewarding experience. While Chuchong was completely engrossed in its devouring, the Zihutang leader had descended into a frenzied state. Frustration. It was utterly vexed. It had calculated everything perfectly. If it could just endure this period, victory would be theirs. Yet, at the most critical moment, an unforeseen variable emerged. Hold on. The Zihutang leader's small pot shook violently, as if it were playing a desperate tune with abandon. The aftermath of the fervent battle intent had yet to surge forth. Riding on the effects of its forbidden skill, orchestrating a melody that elevated morale, albeit fraught with urgency and sorrow. Have we perished? Is my tribe doomed? The leader of the Zihutang was in a state of turmoil, observing the continuously retreating front lines, his heart racing with anxiety. Conversely, the Tianzhuan king remained remarkably at ease, no longer needing to restrain the Zihutang leader. To sustain the battle spirit, the Zihutang leader had to maintain the rousing music, thus opting to attack other tribes. The Tianzhuan had grown immensely powerful. Once a member of the three great tribes, it had now ascended to level 40, making it extraordinarily formidable. Without the amplified sound waves from the Zihutang leader to restrain it, its abilities could be fully unleashed. Should it conquer the other tribes, the Zihutang leader would be left a mere lamb to the slaughter in the heart of the battlefield. Yet, despite the Zihutang leader's optimistic thoughts, the front lines were crumbling incessantly, causing its mood to deteriorate gradually. It was all your fault, you shameless traitors. A glimmer of madness flickered in the Zihutang leader's eyes as it gazed at the edge of the battlefield, where the traitorous factions huddled together for warmth. Had it not been for those traitors, the situation would not have spiraled into such dire straits. However, the Zihutang leader bore a significant question in its heart. Why had they betrayed? It was unfathomable to it that, amidst such a fierce battle, 10 tribes had defected. Surely, there must be a leader among them. The Zihutang leader seethed with anger, itching to flay the traitor alive upon finding it. Nonetheless, even if they were destined to fail, it would not spare those treacherous tribes. The Zihutang leader's eyes reddened. Just as it was about to issue an order, suddenly, a shrill cry echoed from the horizon. Upon hearing this cry, all creatures on the battlefield halted their movements, turning to gaze towards the sky. The Zihutang leader was momentarily stunned, soon engulfed by a wave of ecstatic joy. This elation felt as if it might burst forth from its very being. From the western direction, an enormous swarm of pure black, muscular bats soared towards the battlefield. They have arrived, they have arrived. The Zihutang leader felt as though it were in a dream. The promised time was still half an hour away. Why had they arrived early? Yet, it mattered not. What was most important was that they had come. Chapter 68. The Descent of the Shadow Bats. The Scout Bats, the Tianzhuan king, and the Steel Hunter Shanshur were somewhat taken aback. This race seemed remarkably familiar. Although they did not inhabit the same region, they had encountered them before. This was the sole overlord of their neighboring area. The prowess of this tribe far surpassed that of the Tianzhuan, the Hunter Shanshur, or the Zihutang. Any two tribes combined would fall before this bat tribe. Only a coalition of 3 tribes could contend with them. How had the Zihutang leader managed to entice this dominant tribe? The Tianzhuan king was both anxious and furious, entirely devoid of its earlier composure. Crunch, crunch. Chuchong had successfully devoured another remnant of the Hunter Shanshur. What was the state of the battle? Chuchong glanced off into the distance, then widened its eyes. Was this reinforcements? A dense mass of bats surged forth, each bat measuring over half a meter in length, exuding an aura of intimidation with their impressive musculature. The questions that had lingered in Chuchong's mind were instantaneously resolved. The Zihutang leader had indeed been awaiting reinforcements. What captivated Chuchong the most were the bats. Due to its encounters with the scout bats, Chuchong had developed a keen sensitivity towards this race. Its heart raced with anticipation. Could it be? Chuchong immediately activated the system scan. Shadow Bat, race level 5. A rare breed, natural fighters endowed with potent dark attribute affinities. They possess the ability to wield dark attribute skills, and the most gifted among them can conceal themselves in shadows, delivering lethal strikes with their remarkable physical prowess. They are born assassins, wielding formidable lethality. They belong to the same family as the scout bats, representing their combat form, depending on their nourishment and the training imparted by elders during their growth. Young bats may evolve into different forms. Those adept at stealth reconnaissance become scout bats, while those proficient in combat become shadow bats. Indeed, is this so? Chuchong's eyes widened in astonishment. The scout bats and the shadow bats were, astonishingly, from the same lineage. According to the system's description, both shadow bats and scout bats originated from the same juvenile form. However, as they matured, they diverged into 2 distinct branches due to external conditions. Does this imply that discovering the existence of shadow bats equates to finding the lair of the scout bats? The whereabouts of the scout bats had emerged before Chuchong in this manner. The system provided further details. Shadow bats typically reside underground, even within the lurking tree groves. However, scout bats are naturally inclined towards light. Shadow bats possess an innate mastery of dark attributes, while scout bats, though adept at stealth reconnaissance, wield light attributes. It is remarkable that the same race can evolve into 2 entirely opposite capabilities. No one would have anticipated this. It is likely that the tribes residing within the lurking tree groves are largely unaware that these 2 belong to the same lineage. Chuchong speculated that the shadow bats had likely entered this battle primarily for the sake of the dozen or so missing scout bats. Chuchong had witnessed those scout bats grievously wounded, fleeing from this direction. It was presumed that either the Tianzhuan or the hunter Shanshur had pursued the scout bats, unaware of their kinship, causing them to escape from the lurking tree groves, thus resulting in their disappearance among the bat tribes. Scout bats excel at stealth. While their speed is not exceptionally swift, it is still commendable, making their disappearances rare. The actual circumstances closely aligned with Chuchong's conjectures. It was indeed the Tianzhuan tribe that had pursued those dozen scout bats. After fleeing the confines of the lurking tree groves, they succumbed to their wounds shortly thereafter. The Tianzhuan tribe remained puzzled as to why the shadow bats had joined the fray. Clearly, they were unaware that the shadow bats and scout bats were, in fact, one and the same. How ironic. Originally, Chuchong had anticipated that the Zihutang faction would swiftly be defeated. Yet, unexpectedly, a twist had emerged along the way. For Chuchong, this brought both joy and concern. The joy was the revelation of the whereabouts of the scout bats. The concern stemmed from the fact that the disappearance of those dozen scout bats had provoked the shadow bats into action, which meant that Chuchong would inevitably become enemies with the shadow bats over the materials it sought. As for the lizard stringworm tribe, Chuchong felt a twinge of worry. It could only hope that the shadow bat's primary target, or rather their ultimate objective, was the Tianzhuan tribe. The small and weak lizard stringworm tribe would hopefully be overlooked by them. However, Chuchong, despite its concerns, did not feel particularly fearful. Even if pursued by the shadow bats, as long as it remained within its lair, fortified by its defenses, Chuchong held no fear of them. Moreover, Chuchong was still accumulating breeding points. At worst, it could return to strengthen itself and then revisit the matter of the scout bats. Chuchong's thoughts were quite adaptable, never fixating stubbornly on a single issue. The gains from this expedition had already been substantial. The remaining course of action was to seize the opportunity as it arose. With the formidable presence of the Shadow Bat clan joining the fray, it is evident that the tide has turned for the Zihutang faction, not only reversing their earlier misfortunes, but also launching a counterattack. The Shadow Bat clan is indeed extraordinarily powerful, boasting over 500 individuals whose skin resembles steel and whose muscular forms are remarkably robust. Upon entering the battlefield, they unleash havoc like deities of death, as the Shadow Bats represent a pinnacle of a fifth-tier race. Initially, the Zihutang faction was reduced to a mere 23 clans, most of which were also injured. The Shadow Bats seamlessly filled the void, their bodies enveloped in dark, corrosive energies, a natural skill known as dark currents that enhances their offensive prowess. The lethality of the Shadow Bats is unparalleled. The Shadow Bat leader, at level 42, possesses a terrifying attack power of 21,000, with dark currents swirling. A single strike from its iron fist sent the Steel Hunter Stone flying, leaving visible cracks on its surface. This marks the first time the Steel Hunter Stone has sustained such significant damage in this battle, despite its higher racial strength of level 7 due to mutation. The Shadow Bat leader surpasses it by 10 levels. Moreover, the Steel Hunter Stone is inherently defensive in nature, which renders it slightly vulnerable to aggressive opponents. While defensive creatures generally counter speedsters, this dynamic can be overturned when numbers reach critical mass. Currently, the Steel Hunter Stone finds itself subtly restrained by the Shadow Bat leader. Chuchong, observing this shift, feels a sense of satisfaction. The diminishing resistance of the Zihutang faction suggests a swift conclusion to the conflict. However, the entry of the Shadow Bats has prolonged the war, granting Chuchong ample time to consume. No longer distracted by the battlefield, he devotes his focus to devouring. Approximately half an hour later, he muses that it should be about time. Elsewhere on the battlefield, remnants of the Hunter Stones remain uneaten. Yet, Chuchong deems his bounty sufficient and resolves not to be greedy. The clan war is nearing its end. Aside from the Shadow Bat clan, which remains relatively intact, the other factions have suffered catastrophic losses. The Zihutang clan is down to just over 50 individuals. The Tianzhuan clan fared slightly better, with over 100 remaining. The Hunter Stone clan, however, has been completely annihilated. Indeed, utterly decimated. Even the Steel Hunter Stone fell victim to the relentless assault of the Shadow Bat King and several elite members, resulting in a gruesome demise. Its massive form shattered into fragments scattered across the terrain. Chuchong gazes longingly, aware that the corpses of the Steel Hunter Stones will undoubtedly be claimed by the victorious Shadow Bats. The same fate awaits other remains, all destined to be divided among the triumphant clans. Consuming the corpses of exotic races carries a chance of acquiring unique abilities, should fortune favor them. If the Shadow Bat King were to forcibly devour the Steel Hunter Stone, there exists a minuscule probability of acquiring its traits. Chuchong estimates that the battle will conclude within a mere 10 minutes. Unfortunately, the clans that Chuchong had subverted are facing dire consequences. Out of the 10 clans, 7 have been entirely wiped out. The Blue Sphere Beast clan is left with only 20 or so large blue spheres, trembling at the battlefield's edge, valiantly resisting. The Blocksnake clan has suffered an 80 casualty rate, and the Lizard Stringworm clan, which had only recently become Chuchong's subordinate, is reduced to over 30,000. Only these 3 clans still have surviving members. The Blue Sphere Beasts, besieged and on the verge of tears, initially surrendered in hopes of hastening the war's end and preserving their strength. Yet, they never anticipated such a turn of events. Their features are crumpled with despair, rendering them quite pitiable. As they face imminent extinction, they find themselves cursing the cunning little insect that deceived them with bitter malice, wishing to peel its skin and devour its bones. Captain Xinhua suddenly feels a chill run down his spine. Chuchong, too, finds himself at a loss. He had anticipated that subverting these 10 clans would lead to an unquestionable victory for the Tianzhujuan faction. Little did he know that Zihutang still had hidden reserves. Having amassed a bountiful harvest of breeding points, the only remaining issue is how to facilitate the escape of the lizard stringworms. Chuchong gazes at the Xinhua team, aware that they cannot even contend with a single elite shadow bat. The shadow bats excel in offense, and while their speed, defense, and endurance are not particularly remarkable, an elite shadow bat above level 35 can deal between 14,000 to 19,000 damage, with a defense of around 9,000. Only upon surpassing level 40 does their attack exceed 20,000. Although the combat prowess of the shadow bats is primarily reliant on their physical attributes, they also possess traits and unique abilities that enhance their capabilities. Thus, even if they lack overwhelming strength, they still provide considerable support. Faced with the shadow bats, the only advantage the Xinhua team possesses is that their attacks can inflict damage. However, with over 400 shadow bats remaining, it is uncertain whether this represents the entirety of their force. The prospect of rescuing the entire lizard stringworm clan is utterly unrealistic. While it may be unfortunate for the lizard strings, this is the most prudent approach. Chuchong resolves to only save those with spiritual traits, postponing other matters for later. However, he possesses nearly 6 million breeding points. Previously, the Xinhua team needed to remain concealed due to Chuchong's cautious nature. He feared that if they revealed themselves before the battle reached its conclusion, numerous clans would temporarily cease hostilities and unite against the Xinhua team, given their status as outsiders. Now, with the war nearing its end, the threat of being besieged by multiple clans has diminished. Chuchong has acquired all the breeding points he intended to secure. Provided that they are not surrounded by a multitude of clans, if the Xinhua team makes a swift escape, the only faction capable of pursuing them, should they possess sufficient stamina and speed, would be the Shadow Bat clan. Rescuing merely 20 or so little worms, even with the shadow bats potentially in pursuit, should not pose an overwhelming challenge. The goal is to flee. Once they escape the confines of the Rodong tree cluster, their mission will be accomplished. Chuchong found it hard to believe that the Yingyu Fuwang would dispatch elite shadow bats to hunt him down simply because he had rescued over 20 little insects during a critical phase of the war. It seemed far-fetched. The probability that the Yingyu Fuwang would care was exceedingly low. After conversing with Shixian, who implored Chuchong to save more of his kin, Chuchong realized that the more he took, the more it would hinder the speed of the Xinhua team. He was unwilling to take such a risk. He comforted Shixian, reminding him of the many larvae and eggs still in their nest, assuring him that after the Xinhua team rescued them, they could find an opportunity to save the younglings as well. Tears streamed down Shixian's eyes, although he longed to share the fate of his tribe. He understood the futility of the situation. Remaining there would only lead to death. But what would happen to the children if he perished? As long as he lived, he could plead with the leader to save them, but if he died, all hope would vanish. Thus, with great anguish, Shixian reluctantly agreed to Chuchong's proposal. Chuchong then ascended the tree trunk, returning to his previous vantage point. As long as he refrained from any conspicuous actions, his protective coloration and diminutive size of merely 5 centimeters would ensure he remained undetected. The Xinhua team would undertake the rescue of Shixian, and he would not involve himself in that endeavor. His own safety was paramount. Chapter 70. Tenacity. The Xinhua team stealthily approached the battlefield's edge, observing the Yingyu Fuwang. Chuchong confirmed that it was preoccupied with attacking the Tianzhu Suanwang, at which point the Xinhua team erupted into action, transforming into a massive fire disk. They charged directly into the formation of the Shixian insects. Having successfully betrayed their kin, Shixian and his companions were no longer under protection and had been returned to their tribe by the leader Daying. The 24 Shixian insects endowed with spiritual talent had already gathered together. The fire disk flew over, swiftly enveloping them in its center. The center of the fire disk was spacious enough to accommodate the Shixian. Once they entered, the flames of the disk closed in around them. Upon entering, Shixian was momentarily stunned. The other Shixian insects began to panic, their cries echoing as they found themselves surrounded by flames, which was utterly terrifying. However, they soon discovered that the flames did not scorch them. Rather, they felt warm and comfortable. The Xinhua team had the ability to regulate the intensity of the flames to prevent harm to the Shixian. Otherwise, at full force, the Shixian would have been reduced to ash upon contact. Subsequently, the Xinhua team disregarded everything else. Their eyes fixed ahead as they sprinted towards the outer edge of the Rudong tree cluster. Were there no creatures pursuing them? The Tingguan Diao, previously engaged in attacking the Shixian and their neighboring tribes, glanced at the Xinhua team. Due to their swift speed and small numbers, it merely gave a token call and did not follow. Just 20 or so Shixian insects were hardly worth noting. Chuchong felt a wave of relief. His earlier concerns had been unfounded. Indeed, they were merely small insects and not worthy of significant attention. However, just as Chuchong was basking in this relief, the Yingyu Fuwang suddenly cast its gaze in the direction of the Xinhua team. This glance sent a shiver down Chuchong's spine. What was it looking at? Was it out of its mind? Yet upon closer inspection, it quickly spotted the blazing Xinhua team, whose flames were far too conspicuous to overlook. Unless one were blind. Even the shadow bats, with their somewhat impaired vision, could not miss such a glaring sight. Then, to Chuchong's alarm, the Yingyu Fuwang let out a furious roar. His cold sweat poured down. What on earth was this creature planning? Had it realized that the Xinhua team was not part of the Rudong Tree clan? Panic surged within him. Following the roar of the Yingyu Fuwang, 10 shadow bats of level 33 emerged from their ranks, charging directly towards the Xinhua team. Oh heavens! Chuchong felt darkness closing in. What terrible misfortune was this? What had driven the Yingyu Fuwang into such a frenzy? Was it truly merely a rescue of a few small insects that warranted such wrath? Moreover, why had the Yingyu Fuwang even glanced this way? The coincidence was too striking. Chuchong felt tears of despair welling up. He was keenly aware that the Yingyu Fuwang lacked elemental skills, possessing only some dark attribute support abilities. In reality, it could not sense dark elements. It was a pure beast. Chuchong scanned the Yingyu Fuwang once more. Innate ability, dark perception. Having lived underground for an extended period, shadow bats have developed the ability to perceive their surroundings in darkness, allowing their senses to penetrate obstacles. The only ability related to perception among the shadow bats was this one, designed solely to help them adapt to underground life, a mere ability to navigate in darkness. Could it be that this ability could be enhanced with level progression? The Yingyu Fuwang, being the highest level among shadow bats at level 42, had likely enhanced its perception to detect the robust fire elements emanating from the Xinhua team. Fire elements closely resembled light elements, after all, as fire brings illumination, purely radiating warmth and vigor. Darkness and fire are fundamentally oppositional, with the highest level enhancing its dark perception. The Yingyu Fuwang could become acutely sensitive to fire elements. This led the Yingyu Fuwang to sense the Xinhua team's summoning of fire elements, causing it to tilt its head and glance in their direction. Chuchong spat in frustration. Could such a thing truly happen? However, the reason behind the Yingyu Fuwang sending 5 shadow bats to pursue them remained a mystery. Had it genuinely discerned that the Xinhua team was not part of the Rudong Tree clan? The only glimmer of good news was that the shadow bats dispatched were all of level 30. The level 33 shadow bats possessed a speed of 201 points, while the Xinhua team's speed was 170 points. The difference was not insurmountable. The Xinhua team could engage in ranged attacks. Moreover, in terms of agility, they far surpassed the shadow bats. If they could maneuver skillfully while flying and employ the environment to their advantage, it was theoretically possible for the Xinhua team to evade their pursuers. Chuchong gritted his teeth, enraged at the Yingyu Fuwang. The Xinhua team urged themselves into a full-speed sprint. A considerable distance lay between them and the shadow bats. After all, the shadow bats had been engaged in combat at the battlefield's center, and by the time the Yingyu Fuwang noticed the Xinhua team, they had already picked up Shixian and flown a fair distance away. The Yingyu Fuwang roared in fury, issuing commands, but this took precious time. The shadow bats disengaging from combat to pursue them also consumed time. The Xinhua team had already created a gap of several hundred meters from the shadow bats. Chuchong recalled that heading southeast led to a dense area of tree hollows. As long as they could escape the confines of the Jinjing grassland, the Xinhua team would avoid detection while utilizing their pure fire. If they reached that densely packed area and maneuvered adeptly, even if their speed was slightly inferior, they would likely evade capture. While commanding the Xinhua team, Chuchong also opened the system construction panel. Reinforce, reinforce, reinforce. 7,000 laborers, move out. Chuchong expended 500,000 breeding points to fortify the gate and the surrounding mountains with fervor. The original gate had a defense rating of only 6,000 points. And even with reinforcements, the surrounding mountains only boasted a defense of 4,000 points, as they were merely ordinary rock formations. Yet, these level 33 shadow bats possessed attack power exceeding 12,500 points. The disparity was staggering. The defensive strength must exceed 25,000 points to withstand the relentless assaults of the shadow bats for an extended duration. Moreover, it is not just the gates that require reinforcement, but also the surrounding mountainous terrain. The mountains possess both weak and strong points. The vulnerable areas lie near the gates. To reach the entrance of the Chuchong nest, one merely needs to carve a small distance into the mountains. Beyond that, the sheer mass of the mountains renders it virtually impossible to destroy them incrementally, even with low defensive capabilities. Nonetheless, this endeavor has cost Chuchong a staggering 500,000 breeding points. Meanwhile, within Chuchong's nest, the previously leisurely Xinhua team sprang into action upon receiving orders. The system transmitted detailed construction directives into their minds. The once relaxed nest began to operate swiftly. Construction would take 3 days. This implies that I must have the Xinhua team evading the shadow bats for 3 days? A grimace crossed Chuchong's face as he considered this daunting task. The Shadow Bat King, resembling a demonic entity as it swung its fists below, was met with Chuchong's icy gaze. This enmity had been forged. Unexpectedly. Rather than me provoking you, you chose to initiate the conflict. I shall ensure you realize that provoking me is the most regrettable decision of your bat life. Chuchong's mood soured. Meanwhile, the Xinhua team fled desperately, the distance to the pursuers diminishing rapidly. Through their perspective, Chuchong could see the 10 fierce shadow bats drawing nearer with menacing intensity. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. They were closing in, clenching his forelimbs tightly. Chuchong noted that advancing another 500 meters would lead them into the densely clustered trees. At that point, the agility of the Xinhua team could be fully utilized, employing fiery distractions without fear of detection from the Shadow Bat King. 200 meters, 100 meters. The distance continued to shrink. Cold sweat beaded on Chuchong's forehead, his heart racing with tension. Should the pursuers close in within 50 meters before reaching the dense tree area, Chuchong would unhesitatingly command the Xinhua team to attack. After all, facing 10 shadow bats, a 50-meter gap was already a formidable challenge. Hurry, hurry. The densely clustered trees were just within reach. Flames blazed fiercely upon the fire platform, a vivid crimson. Finally, as they approached the critical 50-meter mark, the Xinhua team burst into the dense tree area. Chuchong watched the shadow bats with a mix of anticipation and apprehension. Entering the dense tree area posed a challenge for them as well. There was a possibility that the Shadow Bat King had not issued a relentless pursuit order. After all, the war was still ongoing. And if the chase proved fruitless after a certain distance, retreat could be an option. However, before Chuchong could fully contemplate this thought, the shadow bats pursued into the dense tree area. Humph. Chuchong's eyes turned frigid. Shadow Bat King, how ruthless you are. If you had ceased pursuit after covering this distance, it would have been somewhat justifiable. But entering the dense tree area signifies that the shadow bats are committed to a relentless confrontation with Chuchong. As Chuchong seethed with rage, a rumble echoed through the golden crystal grassland. The ground trembled ominously, and peculiarly, the area outside the golden crystal grassland felt no tremor, as if two worlds existed separately. This was exceedingly strange. Simultaneously, an anomaly occurred above the golden crystal grassland. What on earth was happening? Chuchong's pupils constricted. The grassland was breathing? The golden crystal grassland, or rather, the soil beneath it, undulated like waves, as if animated. The rhythm of the undulations followed a specific cadence, perfectly synchronized with a cycle of inhalation and exhalation, making the golden crystal grassland appear to be truly alive. The two battling factions momentarily stood in stunned silence, some even panicking, entirely at a loss in the face of this bizarre phenomenon. In the next moment, the breathing golden crystal grassland opened numerous fissures in the ground. These cracks writhed, drawing in the corpses of various fallen factions one by one. Chuchong felt a chill run down his spine. This scene was too uncanny. The golden crystal grassland resembled a living entity, akin to an insatiable monster. After consuming flesh and blood, the entire golden crystal grassland, including the soil beneath, began to shimmer with a golden glow. The blades of golden crystal grass retracted towards the earth, as if the towering grass blades were returning to their roots buried deep underground. What astonished Chuchong even more was that the previously agitated and frantic factions suddenly fell into a profound stillness as the golden crystal grassland began to radiate light. The frenzy in their eyes vanished, replaced by a calm understanding of the current state of the grassland. This unnerved Chuchong further. The uncanny synchrony among all creatures, their calmness devoid of beastly instincts, made Chuchong feel as though he were observing emotionless artificial intelligence. After a moment of mutual understanding, all beings ceased their combat, gathering together into distinct groups. It resembled the scene when they first arrived at the golden crystal grassland, albeit with significantly fewer factions and individuals. These groups remained silent. Their leaders issued no commands, and some leaders had already perished. Lowering their heads, they did not even glance at their former adversaries. Regardless of how frenzied or bloody the battle had been, all grievances were forgotten as they silently departed in different directions towards the outskirts of the golden crystal grassland. Were they returning to their lairs? The scene was utterly bizarre. Even the Shadowbat clan could not escape this phenomenon. The Shadowbat King abandoned its earlier aggression and turned away from the departing Tianju Falcon King without a second glance. What on earth had transpired? Chuchong's mind was in disarray. The available information provided no explanation for this occurrence. Wait, the Xinhua team. Chuchong suddenly realized that now was not the time for shock. If his attention was diverted and the Xinhua team fell prey to those 10 shadow bats, he would have nowhere to lament. Information from the Xinhua team arrived. The shadow bats were only now closing in. They had been delayed by about 10 seconds. In that brief span, even if these shadow bats exited the golden crystal grassland, they experienced some degree of influence, failing to maintain their maximum speed, only reaching around 100. This slight impact was likely due to the majority of their kin still within the golden crystal grassland. Could it be that this anomaly was triggered by the golden crystal grassland? This was the only plausible explanation, and its intention was undoubtedly to drive them away from the golden crystal grassland. Chuchong speculated. What exactly was the golden crystal grassland? Or rather, what lay hidden within it? How could it exert control over the thoughts and behaviors of so many species? This surpassed all conventional means and was truly unfathomable. The Xinhua team gained a precious 10 seconds to regain distance from the shadow bats. However, no matter how much distance they created, the inevitable pursuit would continue. Chuchong contemplated the strategy. The Xinhua team would hold off the shadow bats for 3 days. If the bats lost their patience and returned to their clan within that time frame, it would be ideal. Beyond 3 days, with the completion of their nest construction and the relentless assaults from these 10 shadow bats, it would be virtually impossible to breach Chuchong's defenses in such a short span, as their numbers were insufficient. The greater the defense surpassed the attack, the less damage could be inflicted with each strike. Chuchong even instructed the Xinhua team to slow their pace, allowing the shadow bats to catch up. 50 meters. The distance was just right. At this range, the Xinhua team's attacks could maintain their maximum potency. Furthermore, this distance allowed the Xinhua team to fully exploit their agility. However, given the speed of the shadow bats, this 50-meter gap was indeed quite short. A minor miscalculation by the Xinhua team could result in the shadow bats closing in. They were walking on the edge of a blade. You shall not advance any further. Flame jets. The Xinhua team unleashed fiery assaults on the shadow bats nestled among the tree trunks. The flames swept back and forth. The flames of the Xinhua team boasted a potency of 7,000, slightly lower than the shadow bat's defenses. If struck directly, it would indeed inflict substantial damage. Thus, when the flames approached, the shadow bats could only evade, unable to maintain their maximum speed. After a volley of flames, the Xinhua team darted among the tree trunks. Some gaps between the trunks were narrow, while others were overgrown with various plants. The terrain was intricate, and the shadow bats, with a body length of half a meter, lacked the maneuverability of the Xinhua team. Every turn the Xinhua team made in the thicket caused the shadow bats to fall behind. The choice of route, the balance between turning and breathing fire, was of utmost importance. Frequent changes in direction or poor route selection could allow the shadow bats to scatter and ambush the Xinhua team from behind. Therefore, rapid direction changes were to be avoided, necessitating a combination of flame jets and slight turns to hinder the shadow bats. However, excessive flame jets would rapidly deplete the stamina of the Xinhua team, preventing them from sustaining the effort for 3 days. After all, the shadow bats required no skills, merely the ability to fly, which gave them a significant advantage in terms of stamina. Chuchong's advantage lay in the robust stamina of the Locust body. Indeed, the vigor of the Locust body constituted its greatest asset. Including Chuchong, they were capable of enduring prolonged exertion both mentally and physically without feeling fatigued. Although the Locust body was significantly weaker than Chuchong, it could store substantial energy during its replenishment phase. During rest, they would feast and accumulate energy, allowing them to remain active for extended periods. Naturally, engaging in full combat would accelerate the stamina depletion of the Locust body. The Xinhua team consumed more stamina and, in terms of level and race hierarchy, was inferior to the Shadow Bats. The Xinhua team was of 2 stars, equivalent to a range between levels 10 and 20 of Locusts. Their formidable combat power derived from enchantments and subspecies. The Shadow Bats, however, were level 33, a top-tier 5-grade race. A war of attrition. Lanling, you and the Shinin army swiftly returned to the nest. Chuchong contacted Lanling to combat these Shadow Bats. Chuchong needed to gather all forces, just in case. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Chuchong had to be prepared for a fierce battle with the Shadow Bats. Huh, Master, what has happened? Lanling's voice sounded somewhat reluctant. We've encountered a bit of trouble, but it's nothing to worry about. Just return to the nest and stand by for my command. But Master, Chuchong frowned. What is it? Is there an issue? Lanling chuckled. It's nothing at all. I'll return with the Shinin army right away. Oh, by the way, Master, the Shinin army suffered a 30 loss during the hunt. Is that all right? It's nothing. I have made significant gains this time. Moreover, the spoils from your side can easily compensate for this loss. Chuchong shook his head. He then redirected his focus entirely on the Xinhua team's situation. For the most part, the captain of the Xinhua team managed well. But should a complex scenario arise or the captain make a slight error, Chuchong would need to intervene. While directing the operations, Chuchong glanced again at the Jinjinko field. The once vibrant expanse was now devoid of any life. The remains had been devoured, and even the Jinjinko leaves had entirely vanished, leaving behind a barren ground that shimmered with golden light, continuously undulating. It remained uncertain how long such an anomaly would persist. In a dark cavern, reeking of foul odors. At the cavern's end, Lanling and the Shinin army blocked the exit. Deep within the cave lay a chaotic nest woven from hemp ropes and grass. Above the nest, a battered black leopard trembled, casting a pitiful gaze at Lanling, who stood with hands on hips, resembling a little demon. Master has commanded me to return. What should I do? Lanling, cradling 3 tiny leopard cubs, wore a worried expression. Having failed to find a leopard to act as their mother, would they truly have to rely on the master to care for them? Lanling's heart raced. Or should I let them go? As this thought crossed her mind, the cubs nestled closer, appearing exceedingly pitiful. Just as Lanling steeled her resolve, her heart softened once more. Howl. Observing Lanling's changing demeanor, the solitary wolf let out a mournful call. Still howling. As a male leopard, how could I let you be their mother? Lanling felt a twinge of annoyance. She was neither of the leopard clan nor an experienced elder Palon eagle, incapable of discerning the gender of the leopards merely by appearance. Reflecting on the past days, most of the leopards she found were indeed males, which only fueled her frustration. Chapter 72, a new tier? Gazing at the battered male leopard, now only level 14. Lanling lost interest in killing it. So this is goodbye, do not think of me. The male leopard fixated on Lanling's retreating figure, and as she gradually vanished, it let out a joyful howl in its nest, tears glistening in its eyes, overwhelmed by the feeling of having survived a calamity. A day had passed. Chuchong surveyed the earth, his brow furrowed. The tremors had yet to cease. When would this end? Chuchong yearned to investigate. However, the scene of the Shadow Bats being influenced by that strange power replayed in his mind. If such power could also affect him, the thought of losing control was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the pursuit by the Shadow Bats against the Xinhua team continued unabated. The captain's command became increasingly adept, and thus far, no peril had arisen, allowing Chuchong to divert some attention elsewhere. The Shadow Bats, relentless in their high-intensity pursuit, had been at it for a day. With both sides experiencing fatigue, yet the Shadow Bats showed no inclination to return to their nest. It appeared that the command from the Shadow Bat King was to eliminate the Xinhua team. Therefore, they would not retreat until their objective was accomplished. Chuchong's gaze turned cold, silently passing a death sentence on the Shadow Bat clan in his heart. Lanling and the Shinin army had already returned to the nest. Lanling has demonstrated remarkable resilience. After several days of combat, her level has risen to 21. With this elevation, her affinity for water elements has intensified, enabling her to attract 6,000 microunits of water elements. Her control over the elemental water has also become increasingly adept. Moreover, Lan Ling has independently comprehended and unlocked a skill, Water Ball Prison. This skill was conceived during her confrontation with Li Jin Xiangying, where she ingeniously grasped the application of elemental water. Subsequently, Lan Ling has employed the water ball on numerous occasions to ensnare enemies, thereby augmenting the combat effectiveness of the Divine Insect Legion, transforming them into formidable entities within the water. After repeated use, it naturally led to the unlocking of this skill, in addition to specialized training, such as the ancestral teachings passed down to younger generations within certain races. Most comprehension methods are self-created. For instance, sword techniques and the utilization of water elements, along with powerful defensive tactics involving tough fur, are all skills derived from personal insight, perfectly suited to the individual and inherently advantageous in skill development. The water ball prison, within its confines, deprives adversaries of their ability to breathe and possesses formidable binding capabilities. While the original water ball exhibited such effects, the skill's formation has enhanced its efficacy, allowing Lan Ling to manipulate the water ball prison with greater ease than before. This prison also possesses offensive capabilities, harnessing the currents within. Most importantly, within the water ball prison, it can bolster the strength of allies. Not only does it enable water elements to adhere to allies, enhancing their offensive power, but it also provides assistance through water currents. This skill serves as a powerful support technique. Naturally, the potency of the water ball prison will grow with Lan Ling's level. As her control over water elements expands, so too will the diameter and density of the water balls, given Lan Ling's inherent affinity for water elements. This skill will evolve into something extraordinarily formidable in the future. Significantly, Lan Ling is a subordinate of Chu Chong. He has already foreseen that in the future, Lan Ling will personally lead a vast legion, consisting of subraces and enchantments, all tailored for underwater combat. Much like the Divine Fire team, they will possess talents in water attributes, allowing Lan Ling to deploy the water ball prison. Within the confines of this prison, the strength of the Locust Legion will be greatly amplified, rendering them a force that adversaries dread to encounter. The formidable binding capability of the water ball prison, combined with the Locust Legion, is truly terrifying. Having reached level 21, Lan Ling can now commence the next stage of her training. However, her current capacity to comprehend only level 1 of elemental water, despite her ability to attract 6,000 microunits, is rather disheartening. The more potent the elemental force, the more fully it can manifest its inherent power. Level 1 elemental water fails to capitalize on elemental potential, particularly in creatures like the shadow bats and Li Jin Xiangying, whose utilization rates of elemental power are exceedingly low. The latter, in particular, does not harness any elemental strength, merely possessing a semblance of elemental attributes. For now, skill training will be set aside in favor of focusing on 3 primary areas: water elemental sensing training, characteristic utilization training, and the condensation of elemental water. Should I seek materials from the scout bats, confrontation with the shadow bat clan is inevitable. I am also inclined to eliminate the shadow bat king. Thus, I must choose the swiftest route to enhance my strength. This leads me to prioritize the mastery of elemental water, the most expedient method for Lan Ling's power augmentation. Chu Chong invested 100,000 breeding points to enroll Lan Ling in a course on elemental water condensation, following a systematic training regimen. This course will enable Lan Ling to condense level 3 elemental water. Level 3 elemental water represents the pinnacle of fundamental elemental power. To achieve even higher levels, one must possess named, specially enhanced elemental powers. Merely relying on the system's courses will not suffice. One must independently comprehend the laws of elemental control to unlock the unique elemental traits inherent to oneself. Nevertheless, possessing level 3 elemental water will significantly bolster Lan Ling's strength. Even with her current attributes, the ability to wield level 3 elemental water would provide her an advantage against the shadow bat leader. After expending 600,000 breeding points, Chu Chong is left with 120,000. Presently, there are no opportunities to spend these points. To breed offspring, Chu Chong must personally produce the larvae, and he cannot return to the base at this time. The Divine Insect Legion has yet to fully master the conical formation, and individual training has yielded limited results. The individual strength of the Locust offspring is constrained due to their evolutionary levels and subrace influences. The Locust scythe wielders are only of 2-star rank, leaving little room for enhancement. The Divine Insect Legion remains a constant source of concern for Chu Chong. While they are deemed the main battle group, Both the Divine Fire team and Lan Ling far surpass them in strength. They rely on numerical superiority, yet a 3-star Legion demands 600,000 breeding points. The capabilities of the Locust commander make it futile to add more Locust sentinels. Logically, one would expect the beast and monster paths to be equally matched. Chu Cheng finds himself uncertain about the future trajectory of the Divine Insect Legion. The quest for suitable enchanting materials is a persistent thorn in Chu Cheng's side. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if I could create suitable enchanting materials using raw materials? He smacked his forehead in realization. How had he not thought of this before? Upon reflection, it makes sense. Without the ongoing frustrations and contemplations of the past, how could Chu Cheng have arrived at this conclusion? When concentrating the juice of the Luo Han Yi, there was a mention of special processing methods allowing for reprocessing. Human artisans can forge powerful weapons from various raw materials. So why could Chu Cheng not do the same? Previously, he had been dazzled by the formidable capabilities of enchanting. Any material can be enchanted, including various ores. Even the golden crystal leaves of Jinjing can be enchanted. Direct enchanting and crafting suitable materials are not mutually exclusive. If suitable enchanting materials cannot be found, one can simply manufacture them. This notion exhilarated Chu Cheng. The dilemma of enchanting had long plagued him, and if he could produce materials from raw ingredients, would that not resolve the issue? While his creations may not possess the extraordinary rarity of materials from powerful beings, they would excel in mass production. Mass production is precisely what Chu Cheng needs. However, to create these materials, he requires Locust offspring with sufficiently high intelligence. After vanquishing these 10 shadow bats, Chu Cheng resolved to embark on his previous experimental concept. Currently, he has unlocked 5 tiers of Locust offspring: Locust Sentinels, Locust Elites, Locust Warriors, Locust Strategists, and Locust Commanders. Yet, the individual combat power peaks with the Locust Warrior. Is Chu Cheng confined to bestowing subraces only within these foundational tiers? Must the strongest combatants always be Locust Warriors? When he formed the Divine Fire team, Chu Cheng pondered this question. He aimed to create an elite squad. Yet, even among the Fire Locust subrace, the Locust Warriors can only endure a maximum of 30 microunits of fire element. If Chu Cheng were to acquire a special material capable of harnessing more than 3,000 microunits of fire element, it could only augment the number of team members, thus allowing for a complete distribution of these fire elements. Unlocking a higher-tier subspecies of the Flame Locust might enhance this limitation. However, considering that the Flame Locust has a minimum standard of 10 microunits, it is plausible that the minimum standard for higher-tier subspecies could be even steeper. Should it exceed that of the Locust Warriors, would it then be impossible to enchant? There must be a method to unlock new tiers of Locusts. The Locust tiers automatically unlocked based on the number of breeding points are merely foundational. Given that they are termed foundational, it is reasonable to assume that there exist other tiers yet to be unlocked. Previously, there were no surplus breeding points. Now, with 12 million breeding points at hand, once free, Chu Cheng intends to experiment. There remains much for Chu Cheng to accomplish. After half a day's passage, the previously undulating expanse of Jinjing grassland finally began to show signs of change. Chapter 73, Towering Trunks. Initially, the landscape surged like tumultuous waves. After the blood-flesh grass had consumed its fill, it began to rise and fall in a slow, rhythmic manner. Now, the Jinjing grassland roiled like a boiling pot, heaving violently, akin to water churning within a cauldron. Finally, there was movement. Chu Cheng held his breath, fixated on the Jinjing grassland below. The grassland writhed furiously, resonating with a thunderous sound that echoed in all directions. Yet, at the periphery of the Jinjing grassland, the soil remained steadfast, clearly delineated. The surrounding trunks were equally stable, exhibiting no signs of anomaly whatsoever. Simultaneously, apart from the cacophony of the Jinjing grassland, the milk cave tree cluster was devoid of any sound, as if the entire world had been reduced to this singular tumult. Chu Cheng became enraptured. The rhythmic pulsation of the Jinjing grassland seemed to possess a mystical allure, embodying the most profound truths of nature. Why did he feel this way? The Locust King, by nature, is an embodiment of the essence of heaven and earth, a being steeped in the quintessence of nature. Whether it pertains to various elements or an understanding of the natural world, his perception of flora and fauna is endowed with unparalleled talent. It could be said that Chu Cheng himself is a favored child of nature. The peculiar transformation of the Jinjing grassland seemed truly extraordinary. After a considerable time, Chu Cheng finally regained his senses. Had I truly been entranced? He pondered, startled, and began to reminisce about the sensation. He felt as though he had transformed into an aimless consciousness, wandering amidst nature. What secrets lay within this Jing grassland? Chuchong's heart trembled. He could not afford to be negligent. He allocated a fragment of his consciousness to monitor the Xunhua team while devoting the remainder to observing the Jing grassland. This boiling state persisted for another half-hour. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds ensued, followed by a resounding roar, as if something was being directed toward the center of the Jing grassland. Subsequently, the ground of the Jing grassland split open. At its very center, a small fissure appeared, gradually widening into a massive chasm that cleaved the Jing grassland in two. At the heart of the chasm, a soft yellow light flickered, growing increasingly blinding as the tumultuous sounds intensified. From the center of the fissure, a trunk emerged, a trunk from the milk cave tree, rising slowly. Atop the trunk, a radiant light emanated, the very brilliance that had previously dazzled. This trunk of the milk cave tree possessed a texture entirely distinct from that of other trunks. Its hue was a milky yellow, interspersed with veins of blood red. Translucent and amber-like, it shimmered with ethereal beauty. At first glance, one could sense the immense energy contained within this trunk, its hardness, its extraordinary nature. Beneath the Jing grassland lay a trunk of the milk cave tree. It was evidently extraordinary, and Chuchong understood its significance. He swiftly initiated a system scan. Winning trunk of the milk cave divine tree. LV. Attack. Defense. Talents. Characteristics. Skills. Description. The winning trunk of the milk cave divine tree has undergone a certain mutation, seemingly harboring a great secret. Indeed, everything remained shrouded in mystery. Winning trunk? What does winning trunk signify? Even after the system scan, Chuchong remained in a state of confusion. He struggled to comprehend even the name. Yet, despite his lack of understanding, he recognized that this trunk was not merely a trunk of the milk cave tree. Could the milk cave divine tree be a superior variant of the milk cave tree? Similar to the distinction between the ordinary crown trees and the celestial crown trees within the Lanling tribe, ordinary milk cave trees lack the descriptive field below. Chuchong attempted to prompt the system for clarification on the milk cave divine tree and the meaning of winning trunk, but all inquiries fell into silence. Every aspect hinted at the enigma surrounding this trunk. The winning trunk of the milk cave divine tree extended to the pinnacle of the milk cave tree cluster, piercing through the sturdy crowns and reaching the outside world. After a brief moment of piercing, the winning trunk ceased its growth. The thunderous noise subsided, and the fissure halted its writhing, returning to its original, mundane state. Just as Chuchong believed, all had concluded. An exuberant and blinding light erupted from the apex of the winning trunk that had breached the tree crown. Simultaneously, a piercing and shrill cry reverberated throughout the surroundings. Chuchong was in close proximity to the base of the winning trunk. The excruciatingly loud cry rendered him momentarily dazed. His head throbbed, his vision blurred, and his body stiffened. The intensity of that sound was truly deafening. After 10 minutes, Chuchong finally regained his composure. He gazed apprehensively at the trunk before him. Surely, this must be the end. Out of caution, Chuchong waited an additional 5 minutes. Upon witnessing no further anomalies, he dared to approach the winning trunk of the milk cave divine tree. The texture was exquisite. He ran his fingers along the surface of the divine trunk. It was remarkably smooth, akin to having no friction whatsoever. Chuchong felt that if he were to embrace the winning trunk, he could effortlessly slide from its summit to its base. With an insatiable curiosity, Chuchong yearned to ascend and take a closer look. He had awaited this moment for over a day and could hardly contain his excitement. The bizarre phenomena, the undulating Jing grassland, the devoured carcasses of flesh, and the combatants retreating with robotic precision to their lairs, indicated the extraordinary nature of this divine trunk. However, just as he flew a mere dozen meters, Chuchong paused, casting a wary glance around, his expression clouded with suspicion. This was too peculiar. What on earth was happening? Initially, Chuchong had been too astonished to think clearly. Now, as he regained his composure, it dawned on him. Logically, such a grand upheaval and sound emanating from the Jing grassland should be conspicuous, especially during the emergence of the divine trunk. The resounding noise would have reverberated far and wide, and even from a distance, one could observe the trunk growing upright. Most notably, the final surge of blinding light and sharp cry. Was it truly possible that no creature within the milk cave tree cluster had taken notice? Chuchong found it utterly implausible. Even if the realm of the Jing grassland was affected, surely one could investigate from outside? The milk cave tree cluster spans a vast expanse of 42 kilometers in width and 57 kilometers in length. To assert that no beasts had heard? How could that be conceivable? The preceding content has already been revised, yet the channel retrieves the oldest version, which cannot be modified now. However, until this moment, not a single creature has approached to investigate. The entire Rudong Shuqian is eerily silent, as if it has succumbed to an unsettling stillness. Chucheng currently finds himself enveloped in this extreme quietude, which is rather disconcerting. Chapter 74. Desolation. Chucheng soars through the air, in the sky and on the ground. Not a single shadow of a beast can be discerned. Even the ubiquitous crawlers have vanished, as if they had never existed. The silence is chilling. Could it be that this peculiar force influences not only the Jinjing Cao Di, but the entirety of the Rudong Shuqian? It is evident that some unforeseen event has transpired within the grove during this day. Chucheng wanders through the Rudong Shuqian. The atmosphere is utterly tranquil. He has arrived at the territory of the Tianzhujuan. Gazing at the nearby woods, he grapples internally with a dilemma. Should he enter or refrain? After a brief struggle, he resolves to cautiously observe from the periphery. After all, the remaining nearly 100 adult Tianzhujuan are exceedingly frail, while the others are either elderly or infirm. Given the state of the entire Rudong Shuqian, the Tianzhujuan are likely unprepared. Exercising caution should suffice. With great care, Chucheng tests the edge, and upon discovering that no Tianzhujuan guard the forest's fringe, he stealthily ventures into the depths of the thicket. The Tianzhujuan have formed a symbiotic relationship with the trees. Each tree in this forest serves as a partner to a Tianzhujuan. When a young Tianzhujuan is born, its parents directly seek out a tree to become its companion. Many trees appear yellowed and wilted, indicating a significant loss of vitality. As Chucheng caresses the trunk of one such tree, he observes its diminishing life force. After examining several trees, he gains a deeper understanding of the interdependence between the Tianzhujuan and the trees. Not only do the Tianzhujuan rely on the trees, but the trees themselves also depend on the Tianzhujuan. When a partner perishes, the tree suffers a grievous loss of vitality. And the wilting trees in the Tianzhujuan's nest have all lost their companions. This insight facilitates Chucheng's exploration. Conversely, the trees that remain unchanged are those that still possess partners. Ahead, he spots a diminutive tree, merely 2 meters tall, with sparse foliage atop its crown. A small bird's nest is visible, seemingly hastily constructed. Although the parents of a young Tianzhujuan may not choose a small tree as a companion, any small tree that does have a partner must house a juvenile Tianzhujuan. This logic is sound. A mature Tianzhujuan would not have a small tree as its partner. Chucheng feels a mix of trepidation and excitement. He is unaccompanied, and any reckless action could be perilous. Yet, the allure of adventure is irresistible. Fluttering his wings, he ascends above the small tree and conceals himself among its branches. Through the gaps in the leaves, he observes a minuscule, entirely green Tianzhujuan motionless within the nest. From his vantage point, he can clearly see its every move, and its gaze mirrors the cold, unfeeling demeanor he previously encountered. Indeed, it is as he suspected. Chucheng's boldness grows as he surveys additional trees and their nests. Each nest contains a Tianzhujuan lying in repose, nestled next to its partner. In the most secure place it knows, motionless as time passes. While he contemplates further probing their state, his curiosity piques. However, he refrains from such actions, without a guard. It would be foolhardy for him, a mere Locust king, to take unnecessary risks. Understanding one crucial point suffices. As long as he does not truly intrude upon their nesting territory, he is unlikely to be discovered or attacked. With this realization, Chucheng's eyes gleam with excitement. The Rudong Shuqian is abundant with rare materials. For instance, the Jinjing from the Jinjing Cao Di, a peculiar crystalline stone imbued with potent golden energy, is exceedingly hard. The Tianzhujuan absorb the energy from Jinjing to fortify their talons and feathers. Additionally, there are the numerous fruit trees, guarded by the Tianzhujuan, bearing peculiar, vibrant red fruits that are rich in nutritional value. These fruits possess a heart-strengthening effect, significantly increasing the heart's rate for a duration, allowing beasts that consume them to continuously gain experience. There are even rarer materials that do not regenerate once harvested. The Rudong Shuqian can be considered a treasure trove, and over the years, the Tianzhujuan, as one of the 3 strongest races in this region, may have amassed some precious items. Chucheng's fervor intensifies. Such an opportunity is fleeting and must not be squandered. Despite being uncertain of the circumstances, how could he let such fortune slip away? Furthermore, there is the Lixiancheng group. That fellow Lixian, while fleeing from the Xinhua team, is likely in a state of discontent. He could take the chance to gather the Lixiancheng group as well. Presently, within the Rudong Shuqian, perhaps he alone can move freely. This opportunity is one he absolutely cannot miss. Chucheng heads directly to the tallest tree within the Tianzhujuan territory. This tree is the partner of the Tianzhujuan king. If the Tianzhujuan have hidden any treasures, they are most likely stashed with the Tianzhujuan king, who, being the strongest among them, resides at the very heart of their territory. Upon entering the expansive canopy, he is greeted with joy. Among the densely packed branches, numerous nests of varying sizes are constructed. The sheer number of nests is astounding. Wherever branches intertwine densely, a nest can be found. The Tianzhujuan king has chosen this method to safeguard the treasures of his kin. In the center of the canopy, where the trunk meets the branches, lies the largest nest. The Tianzhujuan king rests within this grand nest, yet he exhibits no reaction to Chucheng's arrival. Apologies, dear Tianzhujuan king. However, if I do not claim these treasures, they will surely fall into the hands of the Yingyingfeng tribe during the ongoing war. By gathering them now, I may yet assist you in seeking revenge, which is certainly preferable to becoming spoils for the Yingyingfeng. Chucheng embarks on a thorough search of each nest. Within the expansive canopy, a golden locust flits between the branches and leaves. The branches are incredibly dense, yet this poses no hindrance to Chucheng due to his small size. Is that the vibrant red fruit? Let me examine it. It is called the Shouxingua, and it allows for a continuous acquisition of experience. I wonder if it will be beneficial for me. Emerald leaves. Upon use, they grant a wrapping skill. This is valuable. If the Zihuting leader were to see this emerald leaf, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Alas, there is only one leaf, making it less useful for me. Yet I shall take it. Long banana fruit. It resembles a banana, and there are plenty of these fruits. The Chang Jiaogua, while lacking any extraordinary abilities, possesses remarkable nutritional value. It contains more nutrients than even the Ogua tree and has excellent preservation qualities. The Tianzhu Sun Wang seems to regard the Chang Jiaogua as a staple food, as evidenced by the numerous nests filled with them. For the army of locusts, these Chang Jiaogua can sustain them for a considerable duration. A single, diminutive Chang Jiaogua can rival 1/5 of the earlier Ogua tree. I might attempt to cultivate it. If successful, it would certainly alleviate the chief's concerns regarding food supplies. The Shui Di Bing, upon usage, can sprout an ice horn. The ice horn inherently possesses ice attributes and comes with skills, albeit with high usage prerequisites. Only those with profound affinity for water or ice elements, and a level above 40, can utilize it. Its effect is indeed formidable, providing a powerful means of attack. Although it does not grant the user direct perception of ice elements, wielding the ice horn bestows ice attribute offensive capabilities. This must have been prepared for the Tianzhu Sun Wang, as its storage is closely situated to its nest. However, you will not get the chance to use it. Collect, 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 exclaimed Chucheng with unrestrained glee. In the blink of an eye, the entire stockpile of the Tianzhu Sun clan was thoroughly scavenged by him, leaving all the nests empty. Chucheng was indiscriminate, accepting any materials or rare fruits, as he could utilize them all. Special materials could be reserved for future self-developed enchanting materials. The Shui Di Bing was intended for Lan Ling, who, despite not being level 40, had an innate affinity for water elements and was the only one capable of using it. Even if it proved unusable, Chucheng could consume it for breeding points. Such materials might one day serve as temporary enchantments under specific circumstances. As Chucheng meticulously assessed the stock of the Tianzhu Sun clan, a broad smile spread across his face. Ultimately, he devoured everything left, approximately half of the total stock, earning himself 600,000 breeding points. The experience gained was disappointingly meager. The 600,000 breeding points he had just spent were immediately replenished. Naturally, the consumed items were of no use to Chucheng, being of the lowest rarity in his inventory. The consumption took merely 3 minutes. These gathered materials bore no levels, allowing for rapid devouring. Onward to the next location. Chucheng was invigorated, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The thrill of such a bountiful harvest was exhilarating. He felt no guilt. Instead, there was a peculiar thrill in uprooting the treasures of another clan. Before departing, Chucheng glanced once more at the motionless Tianzhu Sun Wang in its nest. I wonder how it would feel upon discovering that its clan's stockpile had been entirely depleted, perhaps bursting into sorrowful tears. Empty, utterly empty. The nests are devoid of birds. All absent. Chapter 75. An awkward encounter. Is this the territory of the Lishan Shi? Before Chucheng lay a rugged expanse of rocky desert. This area was unique, as the vast stretch was filled with sand and stone, devoid of any ludong trees. The guardian of the wasteland had fallen asleep. The colossal Lishan Shi stood like a statue, unaware that all the adult members of its clan had been annihilated, leaving no seeds behind. If it were to discover this, One could only imagine its feelings. Chu Chong easily entered the wasteland. I hope the Lishansher clan has something valuable. Previously, he had traversed over a dozen clans, all of which possessed only mundane inventories, lacking the rare materials found within the Tianzhu Sun stockpile. This was to be expected, as exceedingly rare materials were tightly controlled by powerful clans. Only unique treasures like Shui Di Bing, which relied entirely on chance for growth, might be stealthily claimed by smaller groups. Scattered across the desert, certain rocky areas displayed peculiar patterns, suggesting they were the sites where the Lishansher clan buried their seeds, with a chance of birthing new Lishansher. There were also a few juvenile Lishansher in slumber, but their numbers were scant. The Lishansher clan originally had a low probability of producing new kin, and the total count of the young ones amounted to only 9. Among the guardians of the desert, 5 Lishansher remained, bringing the clan's total to a mere 14. Chu Chong proceeded directly to the center of the rocky desert. There stood a small hill, rising over 60 meters high. Its coloration was distinctly different from the surrounding terrain, shining blackly. Chu Chong circled around the hill. There were no plants growing on its surface, nor did it appear to house any treasures of the Lishansher clan. Could there be a hidden passage? After flying around the hill 3 times, he failed to locate any special features. The mountain was too intact, with each rock tightly bonded to the structure, making it difficult to detach them. No so-called hidden passage could be found. Given the colossal size of the Lishansher, any such passage would undoubtedly be conspicuous. While they were rock entities, they lacked the ability to sense earth elements, let alone possess the skill to merge their bodies with the rocks. Chu Chong gazed at the mountaintop. If nothing was found here, it must be there. He ascended to the peak. Atop the mountain stood a solitary structure, a throne, crafted entirely from the same glossy black stone as the mountain itself. Weathered by time, its surface had become remarkably smooth, resembling a work of art. Chu Chong perched atop the throne, surveying the entire desert below. Yellow sands, shattered rocks, slumbering guardians, and seeds buried within the stones. The winds whispered softly. Did the Iron Lishansher often gaze upon its subjects from this very spot? Chu Chong mused, memories of past scenes flooding his mind. Yet all that remained was emptiness. After a moment of contemplation, he took flight once more, hovering above the throne. Then, with all his strength, he dove rapidly towards the left armrest of the seat. Upon seeing the throne, Chu Chong immediately discerned that it was not integrated with the mountain. This was the keen perception of the Locust King, and he had unwavering confidence in his judgment. After scanning the throne with his system, the mechanism was revealed to him. The switch was located on the left armrest. However, who am I, and where am I? Chu Chong, having knocked his head in his fervor, looked around and realized he had exerted too much force, landing squarely on the seat of the throne. The left armrest remained utterly still, and the throne showed no signs of change. Chu Chong was left dumbfounded. Awkward. How exceedingly awkward. Chu Chong found himself in a highly uncomfortable predicament. Couldn't he even activate the switch? The mechanism was simple. A gentle press on the left armrest would suffice to trigger it. Yet, such a gentle press could hardly be expected from the Iron Lishansher, with its immense physical prowess capable of inflicting over 25,000 in defensive skill. The force of a gentle press could easily slay countless Chu Chongs. Alas, Chu Chong felt like crying without tears. The wind rustled, and time stood still. The small golden locust stood dazed on the grand throne, appearing almost foolish. What to do? What to do? Chu Chong abruptly realized the situation. Clutching his head with his forelimbs and fixating intensely on the surface of the throne, the king of Chu Huangchong faced his greatest crisis since his arrival in this realm. The source of his utter embarrassment was none other than the armrest of a chair. Should he retreat now and return later with his offspring to manipulate the armrest? No. Who knows how long they would remain in this state? If he missed this opportunity, the territory of the Lianshan Stone clan would surely be divided among others. Moreover, he had less than a day to return to his lair, leaving him no time for a round trip. Should he breed some locust offspring here? It seemed that was the only option left. Chu Chong gritted his teeth. Without a breeding base, it would take half a day to cultivate locust warriors. Attempting to press the armrest by himself was nothing short of folly. He could only pray that, in the next half day, they would remain asleep. Glancing at the goby, he realized that breeding locust eggs here was evidently unfeasible. Thus, he had no choice but to leave the territory of Lianshan Stone. Feeling a bit ashamed, he consoled himself. Good things come to those who wait. A true man must learn to bend and stretch. With this resolve, Chu Chong sought out a patch of damp land near the Lianshan Stone territory, where he spent a grueling 40 minutes digging a large hole. His once golden body now appeared darkened, transformed into a muddy creature. How many offspring would suffice? 1,000 should be just right. Chuchong spent 1,000 breeding points to produce 1,000 eggs. To him, 1,000 breeding points was hardly a significant expense. Casual hunting could easily yield thousands of breeding points. After burying the eggs, Chuchong memorized the terrain of the area. He recalled that not far from here were the territories of Lankyashu and Shixian. Flying high, he remembered the information provided by Shixian. Is your clan close to the territory of Lianshan Stone? Chuchong reached out to Shixian. Indeed, Shixian promptly replied, albeit sounding strained from the tension of fleeing with the Xinhua team. Shixian reiterated the landmarks of their clan's territory. With Shixian's limited intellect, it took Chuchong considerable time to grasp what was being conveyed. Truly, it was rather foolish. Between Shixian's clan and Lianshan Stone lay 3 smaller clans and a patch of May forest. The territory of Lankyashu bordered Shixian's clan on the opposite side. Following Shixian's information, Chuchong sped through the May forest. Although labeled a forest, it was more accurately described as a thicket. Passing through the territories of 3 clans, Chuchong unapologetically plundered their resources, leaving not a single morsel behind. His face remained impassive, as solid as a city wall. Ah, is that the territory of Shixian? He pondered, comparing the information in his mind with a hint of disdain. Before him stood several dilapidated trees, their trunks twisted and haphazardly fallen together. The trunks were decayed, with dead branches and mud strewn about, emitting a moldy odor that was quite unbearable for Chuchong. Shixian had informed him that the nests of their clan were situated beneath several large trees. To his dismay, these trees were already rotting and moldy. Nevertheless, they were indeed large trees. With a sigh, Chuchong felt a pang of pity for the Shixian clan, enduring such harsh living conditions. If they ventured beyond the Rudong tree cluster, their survival would undoubtedly improve significantly. The Rudong cluster was precious yet limited, hosting numerous races in a confined space. Chuchong ventured inside, where the stench of decay grew stronger. In the depths of the space propped up by the rotting trunks, many Shixian were standing dazedly, having survived the war against all odds. Deeper within, there were numerous eggs and some tender Shixian larvae. The surviving adults must be here. As for the eggs, since the Shixian had divided into separate clans within this decaying space, there were likely other eggs and larvae still alive. How to awaken them? Chuchong pondered before calling out. Ji. He used the Shixian's method of communication. To his surprise, his call was met with immediate responses. The silence and daze in their eyes melted away, replaced by liveliness. The Shixian gathered around Chuchong, filled with excitement, respect, and warmth. Seeing Chuchong was akin to reuniting with family. Chuchong was now their leader, and they had witnessed his capabilities alongside the might of the Xinhua team, which earned him their sincere admiration. Other Shixian larvae also crowded around, looking plump and innocent. A few of the young ones rushed over, disregarding everything, simply wanting to rub against Chuchong. All right, Chuchong smiled, feeling an unexpected fondness for the chubby larvae. Perhaps due to his own transformation into an insect, he welcomed their affection and embraced them. Leader, called out a Shixian elder from another clan. Chuchong understood the elder's concern. The Shixian were filled with fear and uncertainty about their future. The very home that once offered them security was now fraught with danger. As traitors, they would not be tolerated by the Zihuding clan and would surely see their home destroyed. Do not worry, Chuchong reassured, smiling as he surveyed the Shixian. From this moment on, this will no longer be your home. You will follow me to your new dwelling, with Shixian and those gifted children present. That would be your new home, which would undoubtedly be far better than your current situation. A new home? Upon hearing Chuchong's response, all the Shixian erupted in joyous cries. Elated by the news, after a brief celebration, they began to fret over how to transport the eggs. Chuchong approached the eggs and began to spin silk, crafting a vast net to envelop the eggs. They followed Chuchong happily, obediently trailing behind him. After collecting the larvae and eggs from the nests of the other clans, he departed from the rotting trees. Some Shixian lingered, glancing back, as this had been their home for so long. Chuchong chuckled. Once they witnessed their future home, they would no longer care for these decaying trunks. He also contemplated the living conditions for the Shixian. With Shixian possessing the talent for transformation, Chuchong intended to nurture it vigorously. Thus, the Shixian's home would not be treated lightly. Chuchong would have the Xinhua team construct a dedicated space for their residence. Ji. The Shixian elder who had communicated with Chuchong called out as they left the vicinity of the large trees. Chuchong queried. Lanqiao, the elder indicated. Are you referring to the Lankyashu? Chuchong glanced toward the direction of the Lankyashu territory, deep in thought. Indeed, the Lanqiao tribe shares a harmonious relationship with the Shixian Chong clan. This race is inherently gentle, harboring no desire for conflict. They simply wish to indulge in food and drink, reveling in joy while they expand their waistlines. It is indeed unfortunate that they have been swept into this war. One could say they were somewhat deceived by Chu Chong, leading to their betrayal, and within the Rudongshu cluster, they have evidently found no refuge. Had Chu Chong refrained from involvement, the Yingyin Bianfu clan's arrival would have allowed the Lanqiusho tribe to survive unscathed, with other tribes having been annihilated. Chu Chong shows no inclination toward compensation. However, as long as the Lanqiusho tribe endures, he is willing to assist them in any way possible, for he harbors a fondness for them. Nodding in agreement, Chu Chong veered towards the territory of the Lanqiusho tribe. Upon witnessing this change in direction, the Xixianchongs erupted in joyous cheers, imitating their leader by proclaiming his wisdom. I think it would be more fitting to refer to you not as Xixianchongs, but rather as flatterer bugs, Chu Chong mused with a smirk. The territory of the Lanqiusho is characterized by a splendid environment, with streams meandering through the landscape and the melodic sounds of birds and cicadas filling the air. Due to the amiable nature of the Lanqiusho, many inconspicuous birds and insects have made their homes in this tribe's domain, welcomed as companions. This small patch of forest represents the closest resemblance to the outside world that Chu Chong has encountered within the Rudongshu cluster. Amidst the foliage, numerous diminutive Lanqiusho remain motionless, resembling gym balls in a fitness center, while other creatures in such a state still retain some semblance of life. The Lanqiusho appear almost indistinguishable from mere fitness balls. The smallest among them is no larger than a basketball or soccer ball, exuding an endearing, plump charm that is utterly delightful. Scattered leisurely throughout the forest, the Lanqiusho seem to embody a state of tranquil contentment. Venturing deeper into the woods, one encounters the war-ravaged Lanqiusho, who appear pitifully battered, their surfaces wrinkled and their forms noticeably shrunken, with some exhibiting blue fluids seeping from their bodies.